Chapter 401. Dreamwalker. From Loki losing control and collapsing without being completely dead, Lumion had been vigilant about being reported by the core members of the April Fool's team and staying prepared for potential surprise attacks from official Beyonders. After all, Loki knew that he was Lumion Lee, a leader of the Savoy mob, overseeing Sal de Bal Brise. He even knew that Lumion carried the aura of the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. In the end, official Beyonders merely approached the Market District's police headquarters to inquire about the abnormality that night and to see if Cécile Dubois, a capable mob leader, knew anything. This convinced Lumion that the April Fool's team still had their sights set on him. They were reluctant to hand their target over to the authorities or force him out of the Market District where they could no longer keep an eye on him. It had to be known that a marionette sealed with an angel was undoubtedly an item that could cause Loki's strength to undergo a significant transformation. Missing out on Lumion meant he could almost never meet another one. Furthermore, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings might have a use for Termaboros. The core members of the April Fool's team were quite direct about this matter. They didn't bother concealing their mockery and malice. They believed Lumion could see through it and expected him to be provoked, eventually choosing to wait in the Market District. When to make their move was entirely up to them. They wouldn't recklessly attack while Lumion had assistance. Jenna sensed the anger and hostility lurking beneath Lumion's composed demeanor and calm words. She didn't attempt to persuade him further and simply mumbled, "I hope these villains get what's coming to them." Lumion's emotions had been on an upheaval, causing the lingering effects of his near loss of control to resurface. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand and massaged his temples to ease the pounding in his head. "What's wrong?" Jenna asked, her concern evident. Lumion replied succinctly, "The mental trauma from the battle with Loki will take a week or two to fully heal." Jenna's eyes darted as she offered, "Do you want me to give you a head massage? Franca taught me. I'm quite skilled at it. Don't be shy. We're friends after all." Her last statement trailed off playfully, an attempt to divert Lumion's attention and alleviate his emotional state with a teasing tone. Lumion scoffed. "Why do you keep saying that from time to time? Franca mentioned this. Franca taught me that. Don't you often?" Jenna started but abruptly stopped herself. Initially, she had intended to say, "Don't you often say, my sister said that, my sister taught me that." Lumion fell silent, and Jenna did the same. After a few seconds, seeing that Lumion didn't object, Jenna left the chair armrest and moved behind him. She reached out and began massaging his temples and both sides of his head. Lumion's body tensed up. Jenna playfully teased, "Have you never been intimate with a girl before?" Lumion scoffed. "As a hunter, I would instinctively throw anyone who dared to touch my head or bestow them with a massive fireball. It took a lot of effort not to roast you." Amused and exasperated, Jenna tightened her grip. "Did the provoker potion completely alter your language and speech patterns?" Lumion responded bluntly, "Yo, why the fancy words?" As the two of them bantered, Lumion's body gradually relaxed. After a few minutes, he leaned back on the sofa and half-closed his eyes. While enjoying Jenna's massage and relieving his headache, he naturally brought up the pranks. "Of Loki, I know someone and the other core members of the April Fool's team." Jenna's anger flared and she subconsciously tightened her grip. "Take it easy," Lumion said with a hint of physical discomfort. An assassin possessed considerable strength. Jenna eased her grip, still fuming. "I've never encountered such scoundrels or vile individuals in all my performances. They deserve every bit of suffering. Damn it, why am I not a witch yet?" Lumion's eyes remained closed as he asked, "How's the digestion with the instigator potion? Have you grasped the principles of acting?" Jenna's attention shifted. As she continued to knead, she reflected, "There are currently two key points. First, instigation is a means, not an end. Second, the essence of instigation lies in understanding the core of the matter and the conditions of the people involved, not in the use of abilities. Additionally, I've come to a realization. Instigation will inevitably bring about consequences. It just depends on whom you want to face those consequences." "Not bad," Lumion commended, a rare occurrence. Standing behind him, Jenna lifted her chin modestly and said, "I find opportunities to practice every day, especially among theater actors and apprentices at places like Theatre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons, where conflicts are abundant. Instigating someone forces me to consider who I want to benefit and who will be taught a lesson or suffer losses. It made me realize that instigation is merely a tool." Lumien's demeanor noticeably softened as he let his thoughts wander. He casually inquired, "Where do you think I might find an opportunity to act as a pyromaniac?" Jenna's hands continued their soothing motion as she thought and replied, "Trier is a place of relatively basic order. You can only act on smaller matters. You can't create a major spectacle there. But there might be an opportunity during the pursuit of those villains. When you mentioned it earlier, I wanted to set them ablaze." Lumien suddenly had an idea, though it wasn't entirely clear. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairs, growing progressively louder. Jenna released her grip on Lumien's head and approached the door with a smile. "Franca is back." In the bustling streets of Trier, the night might lack tranquility, but the citizens living in those areas still found their way into slumber. In one person's dream, they envisioned their children gradually improving and becoming healthier after consuming human blood bread. Suddenly, a golden retriever carrying a small backpack made an appearance in the dream. The golden retriever sat at the dream's edge, guiding the hazy scenes to reveal hidden memories deep in the dreamer's subconscious. It was the excitement of pushing through the crowd and rushing towards the death row inmate's corpse with bread in hand. It was the hesitation that came after believing that human blood bread could cure illnesses. It was the mixture of joy and skepticism that had accompanied their first hearing of this rumor. The golden retriever caught sight of the figure who had initially informed the dreamer about the blood bread rumors. It turned out to be a neighbor who lived next door. And so, the golden retriever traversed dream after dream, activating the corresponding subconscious memories to search for the source of the blood bread rumors. After hundreds of dreams, the golden retriever noticed two dreams with clear contradictions. One belonged to a father who believed that he had obtained the secret of human blood, bred from a warlock he happened to meet, using it to cure his daughter's illness. The other dream belonged to his child, who had suddenly fallen ill and then just as suddenly recovered, as if the human blood bread was a miraculous elixir. The golden retriever guided the father to manifest the warlock in his dream. It was very ordinary and unremarkable. Scenes in the dream flickered rapidly, and the image of the warlock began to change, memories flowing back. When their initial encounter was revealed, the golden retriever saw a warlock with a completely different face from before. Then, the face rapidly shifted, eventually settling into the image the dreamer normally associated with the warlock. The golden retriever had her own interpretation of this. The warlock's hypnosis could only be fully effective in a face-to-face encounter, allowing the dreamer to retain their first impression of him. Only then would they be affected by the hypnosis and have the image in their memory altered. There was no need to repeat the process of awakening the subconscious within the dream. The original image of the warlock naturally surfaced in the golden retriever's mind. He had short brown hair, parted in a 3 to 7 split, flaxen-colored eyes, and a thin, freckled face. He wore gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Exiting the dream, the golden retriever turned her attention to Madame Magician, who had suddenly appeared beside her. In a human voice, she declared, "I've obtained a result." Dressed in a blouse and a long brown dress, Madame Magician sighed and eagerly said, "Give me the information, and I'll confirm it." The golden retriever remained silent, her eyes darkening. After a few seconds, Madame Magician took a few steps forward, causing starlight to manifest around her. It resembled a reflection of the vast cosmos on the ground. The resplendent and condensed stars spun rapidly, providing a revelation. Once Madame Magician finished interpreting, she pulled open an illusory door hidden in the darkness and disappeared. In just over 10 seconds, she reappeared and said to the golden retriever, "There's no target on the street the astromancy results point to." "Were we misled?" the golden retriever inquired in a female voice once more. Madam Magician nodded and smirked. But this also proves that what you've seen is the actual target. As she finished speaking, Madam Justice, clad in a white dress with green trimmings, swiftly materialized. "Where did you go?" Magician asked in puzzlement. Madam Justice replied in a gentle voice. "To plant a cue in the dreams of those seeking human blood bread. I've informed them that the Fool Pharmaceutical Company will conduct a volunteer consultation in Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative this weekend, offering free treatment and medicine." "When do you plan to hold the volunteer consultation?" Magician asked out of curiosity. Madam Justice smiled. "Tomorrow, I'll sponsor it." At 6 a.m. Auberge du Coq Doré, room 207, Lumion naturally woke up from his dream and got ready for the day. Before he could decide on breakfast, he noticed the doll messenger appearing and delivering a letter. Puzzled, Lumion unfolded the letter and saw a portrait. Beside the portrait was Madam Magician's handwriting. "This should be what I know someone looks like. We'll mobilize all the card holders in Trier to search for him, including you." Chapter 402. Good luck. Lumion examined the portrait in his hand and let out a chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that the major arcana card holders would swiftly uncover the source of the rumors and unveil, "I know someone's true identity." It made sense. Rumors had started circulating 2 to 3 months ago, and Lumion hadn't yet arrived in Trier or infiltrated the curly-haired baboon's research society. Loki and I know someone hadn't met with any genuine threats. They were naturally audacious when it came to pulling pranks. No matter how cautious they were, leaving traces behind was inevitable. While it might be challenging for other Beyonders to detect these traces, Madam Justice was a high-ranking Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway, also known as the Psychiatrist Pathway. She possessed a profound understanding of I know someone's various abilities, and was his match in every aspect. Even if this major arcana card holder herself didn't execute the operation, her partner, Susie, was more than capable of completing the mission. Lumion knew that this lady was at least a sequence 5 of the Psychiatrist Pathway, just one step away from becoming a demigod. Gazing at the portrait of I know someone, with gold-rimmed glasses, a freckled face, and a thin visage, Lumion caressed the paper and muttered to himself, "Wherever you go, you leave your mark. One day, those unable to control their sinister desires will be exposed." Taking the portrait, he knocked on room 305 before Anthony Reed, who frequently came and went from Auberge du Coq Doré. "Keep an eye on this individual for me. He's most likely a doctor or a medical researcher." Lumion presented the portrait to Anthony Reed, who was disguised as a clerk. Then he briefly recounted I know someone's performance at the gathering and a few of his typical pranks. He asked earnestly, "Where could someone like him be hiding?" Anthony Reed sighed and replied, "I'm a psychiatrist, not a seer." "You mentioned that he often exhibited extensive medical knowledge at gatherings." Receiving Lumion's affirmation, Anthony Reed pondered for a moment and continued. "In a gathering filled with pranks, the various details displayed by a Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway are what he wants you to remember. They don't necessarily reflect his true identity and could even be misleading. I suspect that I know someone isn't actually a doctor, but he possesses a deep understanding of medicine and has accumulated extensive knowledge." Not a doctor? Madam Magician's letter had also mentioned not restricting the search to doctors, but this way, millions of people in Trier could be suspects. Lumion felt both relieved and frustrated. Anthony Reed added, "A person with antisocial tendencies and enough intelligence might have a fondness for flirting with danger. He enjoys playing with others like a clown. Perhaps it won't be long before he pulls another prank, mocking all those who pursue him. The only condition being that he remains unaware of the many demigods observing this matter." Lumion watched as Anthony Reed hastily departed and then turned toward Rue des Blouses Blanches. He had initially intended to locate Lugano Toscano, a quasi-doctor, and inquire if he recognized the person in the portrait. However, it was still too early for that. Salle de Grismel had not yet opened, and he had no information about where Lugano resided. Apartment 601. 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Franca had already risen early, having also received a letter from her Major Arcana card holder, and was discussing the potential course of their investigation with Jenna. Franca cautioned Lumian, saying, "We can't involve too many information brokers in the search. I know someone might notice it beforehand and change his appearance or leave Trier." Lumian nodded slowly and responded, "It's nearly impossible to locate someone like this in Trier on our own. Don't forget we still have Anthony." Franca winked at Lumian, implying that they had all the card holders in Trier on their side. "Yes, and I'm here to help too," Jenna chimed in. Lumian tersely acknowledged her words and decided to proceed with his original plan to begin with doctors. In the afternoon, Jenna arrived at Avenue du Marché and patiently waited by the public carriage stop sign. Today, she had donned a beige dress and a light brown straw hat, which shielded her from the sun and was adorned with a few cloth flowers. Her brownish-yellow hair was neatly tied into a bun at the back, with the rest cascading naturally. Without any makeup, her face remained fresh, and her blue eyes held a sweeter charm despite the absence of black eyeliner. Jenna boarded a public carriage and headed towards Quartier 7, Quartier des Thermes. Situated on the west side of Quartier de l'Observatoire, this district boasted a pleasant environment and was home to many affluent individuals. The now bankrupt owner of the Goodville Chemical Factory had once lived here, as had the Hotel du Cygne Blanc, where Charlie had worked as an apprentice attendant. Quartier des Thermes, also known as the Museum District, featured numerous renowned museums. Adjacent to one of the hot springs lay Delta Asylum, Trier's largest and most formal asylum. Jenna was visiting Showy Diva, the underground singer who had once taken care of her. Showy Diva had been the victim of rape by Margaret of the Poison Spur mob and had subsequently left the Market District to reside in an asylum. After Lumian eliminated Margaret, Jenna had intentionally approached Showy Diva to share the good news. Since then, she had been regularly visiting her. Initially, Jenna had limited funds and was preoccupied with repaying her debts, so she couldn't do much for her friend. However, when Lumian hunted the Padre, Jenna earned a substantial sum of 5,000 Verl d'Or. Coupled with 2 compensations and various other sources of income, she still had over 7,500 Verl d'Or left after repaying all her debts, except the one to Franca. With less pressure from Franca to repay the debt, Jenna could now afford to allocate a portion of her money to send the former Showy Diva to Delta Asylum, where the facilities, environment, doctors, and nurses were clearly superior. She visited her friend regularly, partly to pay the fees and partly to demonstrate to the doctors and nurses that this patient had family and friends looking out for her. Anyone who dared to mistreat her would have someone to answer to. Jenna disembarked from the public carriage, adjusted her brown straw hat, and proceeded along a bustling street. After a few steps, she noticed a 7- or 8-year-old boy standing alone by the roadside. The boy had a chubby face and was dressed in the attire of a young gentleman. His neatly combed light yellow hair complemented his appearance. Seeing the confusion in the boy's eyes, Jenna approached, crouched down, and asked gently, "Are you lost? Do you need me to take you to the police station or bring a police officer here?" The boy sported a Mercury bow tie on his white shirt. He sighed and replied, "I'm not lost. It's just that a lady who likes to drink asked me for a favor. I didn't know how to help, and it seemed a bit dangerous where she went, so I decided to wait here." Over there, Jenna followed the boy's outstretched finger and realized he was referring to either Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, the Market District, or Quartier du Jardin Botanique. "Why did you choose to wait here to help?" Jenna couldn't quite fathom the child's reasoning. The chubby boy let out another sigh and said, "I don't know why. My instincts just told me to do it." At this point, the boy looked up at Jenna with a pitiful expression. "Could you buy me some ice cream? The weather in Trier is unbearably hot." "Where's the lady who likes to drink and asked for your help?" Jenna inquired, her curiosity mixed with caution. The boy scanned the area and replied, "After I said I wanted to wait here, she went off by herself to find a place to drink." "Isn't this too irresponsible? What if the child goes missing?" Jenna couldn't help but frown. The boy eagerly asked again, "You can buy ice cream from this cafe. That way I can have ice cream and wait inside without worrying about getting lost." Jenna, now financially stable, hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "What flavor would you like?" "Vanilla." The boy quickly exclaimed with enthusiasm. Jenna then spent $1 to purchase a cup of vanilla ice cream for the boy from a nearby cafe. Seated by the window, the boy received the ice cream with pure delight on his face. "Thank you. You'll be lucky." Jenna paid little attention to his gratitude. Instead, she observed as the boy joyfully savored the ice cream and then quickly left. She found patrolling constables and informed them of a missing child in the cafe ahead. Once she saw that the 2 constables had entered the cafe, Jenna breathed a sigh of relief and continued on her way with determined steps. Before long, she arrived at the Delta Asylum. The asylum was situated near a hot spring, and behind a wall there stood a 3-story building with a grayish-blue exterior and an annex. The surroundings were adorned with lush lawns bathed in the golden sunlight, along with various mobility aids. It was an excellent environment. Jenna successfully met with her friend. The former showy diva, like other female patients, had short hair that reached her ears. Her face appeared ordinary, and her eyes held a serene expression. She seemed no different from an ordinary person. When Jenna conversed with her, it was easy to forget that she was afflicted by mental illness. However, Jenna knew all too well that provoking her could lead to an immediate and frenzied outburst, endangering both herself and others. After chatting for nearly half an hour, Jenna left the designated meeting room, ready to depart. As she walked along the outer corridor, she gazed out of the window absent-mindedly. On a green lawn, around 20 to 30 mental patients strolled leisurely, each lost in their own thoughts. They leaned against trees, soaked in the sun, or gathered in small groups, engaging in quiet conversations. They appeared just like ordinary people. Jenna scanned the surroundings casually, preparing to shift her attention elsewhere. At that moment, she spotted a figure dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown. The figure stood tall at over 1.75 meters. His short brown hair was parted in a 3 to 7 fashion. Gold-rimmed glasses mostly concealed his flaxen-colored eyes, and his face appeared notably thin, adorned with freckles. In that moment, he paced back and forth on the green lawn, seemingly lost in deep contemplation, as if pondering some philosophical question. Jenna's pupils dilated. This is I Know Someone, Chapter 403, Drawing from Experience. Jenna's instincts screamed at her to turn around, her fear that the psychiatric patient, suspected to be I Know Someone, might catch her staring. Yet, in almost the same instant, she recalled how she'd acted around Hugues Artois. With that memory in mind, she controlled her neck, shifting her gaze away with a slow, natural motion. She kept her composure, exiting the grayish-blue building one step at a time, stepping into the sunlight that poured through the window. Jenna donned a light brown straw hat adorned with cloth flowers. As she finally left Delta Asylum, returning to the same street where she had first encountered the mysterious boy, Jenna let out a sigh of relief. Her expression remained unchanged as she boarded the public carriage bound for the bustling market district. In the evening, at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, apartment 601, Lumian, who had been summoned by Jenna, listened to her findings intently. Lumian couldn't conceal his surprise and suspicion. "Is this for real? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Wasn't this just too much of a coincidence?" Jenna had only laid eyes on the portrait of I Know Someone that morning, and in the afternoon she had tracked down the target at Delta Asylum, a place she had visited just twice. Lumian, Franca, and the Major Arcana and Minor Arcana card holders in Trier had turned up nothing. The sheer coincidence here made Lumian's instincts tingle with hints of conspiracy and arrangements, robbing him of any tangible joy. That's right. Isn't this too darn coincidental? Franca's demeanor had been skeptical even before Lumian's arrival. She muttered, "Though it's a classic move for an antisocial, intelligent fellow to hide in an asylum and rub shoulders with the doctors, should he really be unlucky enough to cross paths with a visitor who's seen his wanted poster?" There can't be more than 50 people in Trier who have laid eyes on that wanted poster. This tally included Anthony Reed and the inquiries made by the other card holders today. Why didn't I know of such a classic scenario? Jenna mumbled. But I did stumble upon him. I'm not mistaken. Maybe I've just been lucky lately. At this point, she noticed the disbelief etched on Lumian and Franca's faces. Lumian, a man well-versed in the power of coincidence, pondered and asked, "Recall this morning and see if any other coincidences stand out or if anything unusual occurred." Seated in an armchair, Jenna delved deep into her thoughts. After nearly 15 minutes, she cussed, "It's business as usual? There is one thing I've never encountered before." She recounted how she had come across a lost boy and treated him to a cup of vanilla ice cream. She had also found constables to watch over him. Finally, she inquired with uncertainty, "There shouldn't be anything unusual about that, right?" Franca mumbled to herself, "Did the boy mention anything about you receiving good luck?" Lumian honed in on another detail. "Did he say he was brought here by a lady who loves drinking?" "Yes," Jenna replied to the two questions with a single word. Lumian immediately grew suspicious. Apart from a few dancers, he only knew of 2 ladies who were quite fond of alcohol. The rest were just casual social drinkers. One was Madame Hella, and the other was Madame Magician. The former always carried multiple flasks of liquor with her, while the latter reveled in tasting various alcoholic beverages, and she could even summon a glass of wine from thin air and savor it. Since the hunt for I Know Someone was a shared mission of the Tarot Club, and Madame Hella hadn't been informed about it, Lumian cautiously deduced that the boy had been brought to Trier by Madame Magician, combined with Franca's question about Jenna's receiving good luck. Lumian believed that the boy possessed extraordinary abilities that could bestow good fortune upon others. Jenna, having experienced this stroke of luck, was naturally fortunate enough to cross paths with I Know Someone. As Lumian and Franca fell silent for what felt like minutes, Jenna's unease deepened. Is there really a problem with this situation? Lumian gazed thoughtfully at his companion and responded, "It's possible that your luck has taken a favorable turn today, starting with your act of buying ice cream for that young boy." Such exchanges of giving and receiving were not uncommon in the realm of inevitability. For example, the enhancement of luck often required the recipient to willingly accept the medium and derive some benefit from it. Moreover, there had to be a subjective desire on their part to complete the luck-enhancing ritual. Therefore, Lumian had a reasonable suspicion that the boy might be a beyonder of the monster pathway, also known as the fate pathway. Through a subtle transaction involving ice cream and the bestowal of good luck, he had orchestrated Jenna's encounter with I Know Someone. The phrases like, "I didn't know how to help, so I decided to wait here or buy me ice cream, and you'll have good luck," had all the mysterious signs of the fate domain. That's right. Franca had clearly considered this possibility. Jenna immediately understood. "Are you suggesting that this boy might be an exceptionally powerful beyonder? That he granted me an abundance of good luck? But apart from encountering I Know Someone, I haven't felt anything extraordinary. I haven't stumbled upon any money or come across free items." Franca sighed, explaining, "Meeting I Know Someone probably consumed all the good luck you were given." Lumian abruptly stood up. "I need to verify this." He made his way into Franca's bedroom and closed the door behind him. Curious, Jenna asked Franca, "How is he planning to confirm it?" Franca speculated and replied, "He's going to write a letter." "To Madame Hella." Jenna knew that the woman had a messenger. Franca couldn't give a clear answer. Another lady. In her bedroom, Lumian, who had tidied up the altar, promptly received a response from Madame Magician. "So, that's how we found I Know Someone. Even as an astrologer, I find this matter charlatanic. There's no need to doubt that it was indeed a helper we hired. We expended a considerable number of favors and a substantial amount of ice cream. Since there's a result, take action. I'll keep an eye on you and help guard against any unforeseen incidents." As expected, Lumian grinned. From Madame Magician's words, he deduced that the boy wasn't a member of the Tarot Club. Hence, he wouldn't participate in shared missions without receiving some form of compensation, which in this case involved favors and ice cream. What the hell is up with ice cream? Can such a powerful beyonder be moved by ice cream? Lumion found it absurd and amusing. However, he recalled Baron Brignize's godson, a rather peculiar individual who could be swayed by delectable treats. This led him to wonder if beyonders in a boy's form had similar weaknesses. Lumion pushed open the door and returned to the living room. Nervously, Jenna stood up and inquired, "Did you confirm it? He's a helper with the specific task of bestowing good luck, and your encounter with him was orchestrated by fate. By treating him to ice cream, you'd chosen the correct path of destiny," Lumion responded, using the manner of a charlatan. As a beyonder with dominion over the Inevitability domain, he held a certain sway over fate. Phew! Jenna let out a sigh of relief, her worries about falling into a trap dissipating. Seeing Franca rise from her seat, Lumion produced the silver lie earring with a smirk. "Let's head to the asylum now. I can't wait." "Very well," Franca replied, her inner thoughts sighing. Ever since Seal's arrival, she had been embroiled in constant battles. It had been just a few days since Loki's attack. In a four-wheeled, four-seater rental carriage en route to Quartier des Thermes, Lumion gazed out of the window at the black street lamp poles and furrowed his brow. He muttered to himself in confusion, "Did Jenna truly spot I know someone?" Franca and Jenna turned their attention to him, simultaneously recalling a similar situation. From their hunt for the Padre, Guillaume Baynet, they had encountered two substitutes in succession, and the actual Guillaume Baynet had turned out to be a large dog lounging by the side. Franca lowered her voice and inquired, "Do you suspect it might be a substitute?" Drawing lessons from past experiences and expanding their awareness was crucial. After witnessing the Padre's clever deception, failing to consider such possibilities would signify their inadequacy in the hunter and demoness pathways. Lumion pondered for a moment and whispered, "With his issue coming to light and the potential pursuit he might face, wouldn't I know someone be concerned that the pranks of the past few months could become a lingering threat? If I were in his shoes and couldn't erase the corresponding traces, I'd leave Trier swiftly and return after some time. Yet, he hasn't done that. This suggests that he either possesses ample confidence that we won't locate him, or he has something of significance to accomplish in Trier. In that case, remaining in the shadows while presenting a substitute in plain sight would be a clever choice." Jenna, puzzled, asked, "Could it be that he also wields lie or the substitution spell you mentioned?" Lumion chuckled. "He may not have lie, but the evil god he believes in governs the seer domain and ranks as one of the most potent faceless. With mastery of the corresponding ritualistic magic, he can beseech this deity to alter the appearance of a specific target." It was akin to how members of the Tarot Club could summon creatures from the spirit realm in the name of Mr. Fool, using faceless-related ritualistic magic to create a substitute while secretly monitoring in person. But why didn't he just change his appearance? Why resort to creating a substitute? It would make him virtually untraceable. Franca thought of a dangerous possibility. Lumion nodded. If the individual in Delta Asylum is indeed a substitute, it implies that he serves as a trap and is intentionally using it to lure us in. I know someone will undoubtedly pay close attention to the eventual outcome. Consequently, either the extreme peril concealed within the substitute will not only ensnare the pursuer but also cause a significant disturbance, or the two individuals are intimately connected in some mystical manner. Don't be concerned about the first scenario. With a formidable lady guarding against mishaps, the ensuing possibilities will depend on you, Franca. If the person in the asylum turned out to be I know someone, the situation would be relatively straightforward. Late at night, in a room on the third floor of Delta Asylum's eastern wing, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat on the bedside table, reflecting the moonlight filtering into the room. The patient in the bed was fast asleep. Suddenly, a shadowy figure opened the substantial door adorned with iron bars and quietly entered. With a polite grip, the intruder gently shut the door, rendering the room impervious to external sounds. The entire interior space seemed to be sealed. Chapter 404. Patient. Lumion harnessed the power of the decency brooch, distorting the door and sealing the entire room. With lie altering his appearance, Lumion refrained from an immediate attack on the patient lying in the bed. Instead, he strolled to the side, casting a discerning eye upon him. The patient's eyes remained tightly shut, lost in a deep slumber. His facial features, hairstyle, and hair color undeniably matched those of I Know Someone. As Lumion observed this slumbering figure, who had no realization of his intrusion, he began to suspect that this might be a substitute. As suggested by Madame Magician's letter, I Know Someone was at least a Sequence 6 hypnotist of the psychiatrist pathway, with a slight chance of being a Sequence 5 dreamwalker. On either pathway, these individuals were skilled observers, unlikely to sleep soundly in the presence of an intruder. The conundrum now lay in discerning the trap with such a substitution. Beneath the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains, the patient on the bed suddenly snapped open his eyes. In those flaxen-colored eyes, Lumion's image was instantly mirrored. Simultaneously, Lumion once more glimpsed the dark void, the countless twinkling stars, and the mysterious symbol that had come to life, forming an invisible door. A voice resonated within his heart and ears, seemingly emanating from the depths of the void and the source of his consciousness. Pass through it. Pass through this formless door, and you will gain a transformative experience in your life and boundless knowledge. Everyone possesses godhood and can hear the voice of this world's origin. To hear it clearly, you must open this invisible door and step inside. Lumion's head throbbed as he witnessed the gradual opening of the formless door. Each word from the voice transformed into a living, peculiar entity within his heart. Once more the voice echoed, its tone tinged with perplexity and confusion. It muttered to itself, "Where is the end of the world? What did the universe resemble at its inception? Which deity brought all of this into existence, and who created him? What lies beyond the confines of the universe? How do other worlds differ? What sets human nature apart from godhood? Does true self-awareness equate to human nature or godhood? Where lies the demarcation between madness and reason? Is madness the ultimate destination for every living being?" Lumion's head throbbed with agony as he absorbed these questions, a fusion of mystical contemplation and the pursuit of answers to profound philosophical queries. It was the first time in a long while that he felt the sensation of a steel drill boring into his skull, stirring his delicate brain. Moreover, these questions triggered bizarre alterations in his spirituality and his surroundings. Madness surged forth, as if probing the boundaries of sanity. The enveloping darkness seemed to take on human nature, visibly writhing. The bed before him and the floor beneath his feet gradually etched out bizarre patterns. Even though Lumion couldn't see them, his body was suddenly consumed by an intense itch, as if yearning to shed his outermost layer of skin. Is there something that surpasses all limitations and conceptual thinking? The voice persisted in questioning the void. Within the writhing darkness, an indescribable form began to take shape. Lumion found himself powerless to resist or halt this transformation. All he could do was witness it helplessly as an overwhelming terror descended, his head throbbing. In that critical moment, a blinding and brilliant bolt of lightning erupted right before him. The colossal dendrite appeared as if it had sprung forth from a divine realm, and each silver-white branch emitted a crackling sound. Rumble. As the silver lightning struck the patient on the bed, Lumion was assaulted by a deafening thunderclap that reverberated through his eardrums and resonated within his soul. The strange creature that had animated those thought-provoking questions convulsed his body, significantly easing the throbbing pain in his head, leaving behind only a disorienting sensation caused by the deafening roar. A terrifying cascade of lightning surged across the patient on the bed, sending waves of agony and paralysis coursing through Lumion's skin, even though he stood a few steps away. In the midst of this electric frenzy, a holy chant echoed faintly, as if proclaiming, "I came, I saw, I recorded." The ward darkened, as if it had been thrust into a mysterious realm, isolated from the outside world by some insurmountable force. Lumion exhaled and shifted his gaze back to the bed. There, he beheld the patient's entire form transformed into a pitch-black, charcoal-like substance, emitting an eerie burnt odor. The body, still clad in tattered hospital gown, bedsheets and blanket began to dissipate, morphing into a dark silhouette. On the surface of this shadowy figure, cracks materialized, each adorned with mystical symbols and patterns. These formations resembled eyes or myriad mouths that incessantly opened and closed. Before Lumian could fully fathom this transformation, his vision was flooded with pure, radiant, golden sunlight. Once more, the ethereal, holy voice resonated in his ears. When his vision settled back into normalcy, only a faint black mark remained on the scorched surface of the bed, twisting in an uncanny, serpent-like manner. "It's indeed a trap," Lumian mused, his lack of surprise evident. He also deduced that both the patient and one of Loki's marionettes were recipients of the same evil god's boon based on the starry void and the formless door formed by wandering symbols. The substitute for "I know someone" clearly occupied a higher sequence. Had Loki and "I know someone" once targeted a secret organization that worshipped an evil deity? This is the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. What did he seek to achieve? Did this all somehow tie into "I know someone's" decision to remain in Trier? Is this substitute merely a taunting jest aimed at those who pursue them? "I know you're on the hunt for me, and I'm aware of the clues you may uncover. Yet, I'm intentionally granting you a glimmer of hope." Thoughts raced through Lumian's mind like lightning as he attempted to analyze the current situation from "I know someone's" perspective and extract clues about the fugitive's whereabouts. Given the level of danger posed by the patient, Lumian deduced that both "I know someone" and Loki would have struggled to capture him alive and recruit him into their team. With Loki possessing a marionette with a similar pathway, it seemed clear that the patient hadn't actively and consciously cooperated with them. This, coupled with the bewildered tone and endless questions of the substitute, led Lumian to suspect that the man had succumbed to madness due to some knowledge or truth gained through the boon, or the use of some abilities, rendering him a true mental patient. Leveraging his professional skills as a psychiatrist, "I know someone" had likely skillfully guided the patient, fostering a sense of trust and camaraderie. Eventually, he reached a point where he could convince the patient, enabling him to perform a ritual and request a change in appearance. Glancing at the iron-barred window, Lumian noticed that the deep darkness had receded. Crimson moonlight filtered through the relatively thin glass and bathed the ward in its glow. Conversely, the darkness that had once been typical at Delta Asylum's periphery had intensified. The void seemed distorted, as if encased in a spherical barrier. Madam Magician hadn't employed any additional abilities after dealing with the dangerous patient. She had merely concealed the entire asylum and its surrounding lawn. It appeared as though she was implying that Lumian needed to handle this situation independently. She only assisted by preventing any disturbances from alerting Trier's official beyonders. Lumian breathed a sigh of relief. Starting from his search for Loki, he quickly filtered through the matters related to April Fools. Slowly, a conjecture formed, weaving together the pieces of the puzzle into a cohesive narrative. "I know someone" had once been connected to Delta Asylum, whether as a doctor, nurse, or patient. One day, he had stumbled upon a peculiar patient who incessantly posed profound philosophical questions. Guided by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, "I know someone" had initiated interactions with the patient. During this process, he had likely sensed the presence of an evil god's bestowed lurking around the patient. Consequently, with the assistance of Loki, they had driven away these problematic figures and gained control over the strange patient. Loki had even managed to gain a marionette. Upon Loki's resurrection, "I know someone" who had been alerted had leveraged the patient's trust in him to perform ritualistic magic and beseech the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, resulting in his transformation into a substitute and a walking trap. As for "I know someone" himself, he must have successfully altered his appearance, his whereabouts now unknown. Amidst Lumien's frustration, he suddenly thought of something. Jenna had indeed encountered the substitute for I Know Someone, thanks to good luck. However, encountering a substitute, one designed as a trap, hardly constituted good luck. This was unlucky. That was unless they could somehow use the substitute to trace back to I Know Someone. Or if Jenna had encountered both the substitute and the real I Know Someone but failed to recognize or directly see him. Both scenarios pointed toward a high probability that the elusive I Know Someone was still lurking within the asylum. Even if the trap ultimately failed, pursuers would likely conclude that I Know Someone had long since relocated to a new hiding place. Beneath an oil lamp lay the darkest and most easily overlooked spot. With this revelation, Lumien acted swiftly. He spun around, heaved open the heavy door, and sprinted into the asylum's corridor. With a resounding crash, he burst through a window at the stairwell's corner, landing on the lawn encircled by the main building and its adjoining structures. Simultaneously, he employed the niece face to transform into the patient he had encountered earlier. In a commanding voice, Lumien bellowed his questions to the cosmos from the lawn. Where is the end of the world? What did the universe resemble at its inception? Which deity brought all of this into existence, and who created him? His voice resonated throughout the asylum, reaching into every room. A few seconds later, Franca's voice echoed in Lumien's ears. There's an abnormality in the doctor's duty room and the nurse's workstation on the first floor, as well as in the first ward on the third floor near the west wing. Upon hearing his companion's report, Lumien couldn't help but chuckle. He pressed his hands against the void before him, instantly igniting crimson flames. The flames spread swiftly, illuminating the invisible spiderwebs that enshrouded the entire building. These intricate layers of spiderwebs extended into every room, diligently monitoring the movements of all its inhabitants. This complex setup had consumed nearly half of Franca's spirituality and required a significant amount of time to prepare and maintain. The crimson flames transformed into 3 blazing serpents, each colossal in size, which slithered through the spiderwebs toward the doctor's duty room and nurse's workstation on the first floor, as well as the ward on the third floor. Chapter 405. No Reservations. The blazing serpents reflected in the eyes of the doctor on duty, the 3 night nurses, and the patient who had woken up. Fear appeared on their faces, and they turned around in various panicked movements. As they fled in the opposite direction of the flames, they shouted, "Fire! Fire! Help! Help!" As their voices echoed, the flaming serpents burned the invisible threads of spider silk, accompanied by a scorching wind formed by the clash of cold and heat. It pursued them relentlessly, blocking the exit from the room and forcing them into a corner. The 5 of them acted normally. They darted around, searching for a safe escape, wrapping themselves in blankets and attempting to force their way through the wall of flames. They also rushed to another window, with the intention of jumping down. It seemed Lumien had misjudged the situation. Any abnormal movements didn't necessarily mean I Know Someone. If this continued, he risked incinerating 5 innocent people. However, the 3 crimson flaming serpents showed no hesitation. They continued to pursue the doctor on duty, the night nurses, and the mental patient, emanating an icy, ruthless madness that showed no regard for human life. As the blazing serpents closed in on their targets, a few of them began to show signs of despair. The patient on the third floor ward suddenly halted and turned around. Grayish-white, stone-like scales sprouted on his once ordinary face, covering his skin that was not concealed by the blue and white striped hospital gown. In an instant, he transformed into a horrifying, lizard-like figure. The grayish-white scales resisted the scorching flames and aided him in breaking through the barrier of the crimson serpent. Sensing this transformation through the flames, Lumien's lips curled into an eerie grin. According to the information provided in Madame Magician's letter, Beyonders of the Spectator Pathway at Sequence 6 Hypnotist would gain an ability known as Dragon Scales. This ability allowed them to manifest grayish-white scales on their skin, greatly reducing and resisting damage. This ability was closely tied to the spectator pathway's mythical creature form, as every high-ranking spectator ultimately transformed into a dragon, a mind dragon. The appearance of dragon scales confirmed that the patient in the West Wing on the 3rd floor was at least a Sequence 6 beyonder of the spectator pathway. Combined with the trap and his unusual movements, the patient's identity became evident. I know someone. Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder and used his ability to traverse the spirit world, instantly appearing in the ward. During this hunt, he refrained from wearing the lie earring or carrying the flog boxing gloves. This was because his adversary was a formidable psychiatrist, and any openings in his emotions or desires could be easily exploited. As Lumion's figure vanished from the lawn, the crimson fire serpents, which had expanded from consuming flammable materials in the doctor's duty room and nurse's workstation, abruptly dissipated. They transformed into glimmering specks of light that disappeared before the faces of the despairing and terrified onlookers. Apart from the charred remnants of various items, there was little evidence of the inferno they had narrowly escaped. On the 3rd floor of Delta Asylum, Lumion emerged from a room adjacent to the West Wing. His gaze locked onto the patient, whose body was covered in grayish-white scales and whose eyes emitted a faint golden hue. He didn't exchange pleasantries or make inquiries. Instead, he opened his mouth and let out a sharp exclamation. "Ha!" An imperceptible yellow beam shot forth from Lumion's mouth, aimed at the suspected I know someone. However, at a distance of 2 to 3 meters, the pale yellow aura beam by the spell of Harumph brushed past the beyonder and struck the iron-barred glass window behind him. Battle hypnotism. This was one of a hypnotist's beyonder abilities. It could forcefully hypnotize an enemy in battle, causing them to act irrationally or make incorrect judgments. However, such actions couldn't directly harm the hypnotized person, and the effect would wear off quickly as they regained their senses. Just moments ago, when Lumion and the beyonder locked eyes, the former had unwittingly fallen under his hypnosis. He had mistaken his own reflection in the glass window for his target, causing the spell of Harumph to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, I know someone's light gold eyes widened, reflecting Lumion's male auror form. Lumion's head jerked backward as if caught in a whirlwind. His emotions swirled with a mixture of joy and hatred. Crimson flames surged beneath his skin, and his eyes glinted with a sinister madness. Frenzy. This was a psychiatrist's beyonder ability designed to trigger intense emotions and destabilize the target's mental state, causing them to enter a frenzied state and suffer severe mental damage. If the target had existing psychological issues or strong emotions, they might even lose control when subjected to frenzy. Before undergoing psychiatric treatment from Madame Susie and Madame Justice, encountering I know someone in this state could send Lumion spiraling into madness, turning him into a monstrous figure. At that moment, magma-like blood dripped from his nose. His mind was in disarray, and he instinctively took deep breaths, temporarily losing the ability to execute his planned moves. I know someone refrained from launching another attack on Lumion at that moment. Firstly, causing the other party to lose control or perish would lead to the immediate release of the high-level creature sealed within his body, a sight that could drive even a beyonder below the demigod level to mental and physical collapse. Secondly, since Muggle's brother was present, it was likely that Hidden Blade wasn't far away. The invisible spider silk that had been ignited was likely her handiwork. In this dire situation, I know someone's first instinct was to swiftly exit the battlefield, escape Delta Asylum, and find a place to conceal himself once more. In an instant, he retrieved a broken arrow from the pocket of his blue and white striped hospital gown. The broken arrow looked ancient, with an obsidian-like arrowhead at its tip, adorned with mysterious patterns. With a squelching sound, I know someone thrust the obsidian arrow into his own chest. The item sprang to life, greedily absorbing the crimson blood that flowed forth. I know someone immediately sprinted toward the tightly sealed door, leaving behind an afterimage. Despite the grayish-white dragon scales covering his face, he exuded an uncanny charm, as if he had transformed into a dashing young dragon. This was the arrow of the bloodthirsty. By piercing it into his chest and feeding it his blood, it temporarily transformed I Know Someone into a vampire. This granted him extraordinary speed, accelerated regeneration, and a few spell-like abilities. Bang! As I Know Someone pushed open the heavy, solid door of the asylum ward, he failed to dart into the corridor. He collided with an ice barrier that had formed at some point. Amidst the sounds of cracking and shattering, the ice wall crumbled, but it also caused I Know Someone to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Most of the shattered ice failed to penetrate his dragon scales. Only a handful managed to breach his defenses, leaving traces of blood in their wake. Thanks to the vampire's rapid regenerative abilities, the minor injuries swiftly began to heal. I Know Someone saw no need to rise to his feet. As his light gold eyes flickered, invisible waves radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. In her state of invisibility, Franca felt as though she was witnessing the most horrifying scene from the depths of a nightmare, recalling her past terrors. Her body trembled, and she abandoned the protection of her invisibility, appearing in the corridor of the asylum. Awe. This was a psychiatrist's awe, also referred to as dragon might or mass chaos. It had the power to instantly induce panic in a single target or all living beings within its range, plunging them into chaos. Relying on dragon might to maintain control of the situation, I Know Someone agilely leaped up, intending to put some distance between himself and Franca as he sprinted down the corridor. He refrained from attacking her at this moment, because he understood that demonesses possessed abilities like mirror substitution and staff substitution. Trying to kill her or cripple her combat abilities with a single strike would only delay his escape. As he vaulted out of the shattered ice, I Know Someone caught a glimpse of the ward, now empty. Lumian Lee appeared to have recovered from the effects of frenzy and used teleportation to evade Aw's influence in the nick of time. Just as this realization crossed I Know Someone's mind, he saw the male version of Auror, Lumian, materialize in front of him. Without hesitation, I Know Someone's golden eyes focused on Lumian, preparing to cast Awe once more. In the next moment, Lumian's figure vanished again. He had employed Spirit World Traversal twice in quick succession. Almost simultaneously, I Know Someone's pupils dilated, and a shiver ran down his spine. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. This time, Lumian's destination was behind him. It was akin to blink. Lumian's figure instantly materialized behind I Know Someone, witnessing a dense black fog emanating from the latter's body, an attempt to evade to the side of the corridor. Too slow. Lumian harumphed, sending two white beams of light shooting from his nostrils to encompass the area ahead. I Know Someone couldn't evade and was struck by the white beams as he was thrown to the ground, tumbling twice. Lumian breathed heavily, feeling drained as his head throbbed with pain. 3 consecutive teleportations, and 2 rounds of using the spell of Harumph and other abilities had completely sapped his energy. If it hadn't been for the substantial amount of pyromaniac potion he had digested compared to when he hunted the Padre, sustaining this level of expenditure would have been extremely challenging. Franca, who had recovered from Awe, approached and shook her head in disapproval. No need for all that. It's not like you don't have assistance. Why go all out when help was available? Even if the major Arcana card holders hadn't been lurking in the shadows, and even if I Know Someone had managed to escape the asylum, wouldn't he have left behind some blood that could be used for a curse? Lumian didn't respond, making his way over to the unconscious form of I Know Someone. Chapter 406. Inevitability-like ending. Staring at the unconscious enemy in the corridor, Lumian refrained from an immediate attack. He squatted down in silence. He retrieved a bottle of sedative obtained from the Bliss Society's rentas, unscrewed the cap, and brought it to the patient's nose. Franca glanced over and advised, "Remove the broken arrow from his chest first. Otherwise, I think his body can handle most of the sedative's effects." The grayish-white stone-like scales on the Beyonder, suspected to be, I know someone, slowly dissipated due to the unconsciousness in spirituality brought about by the spell of Harumph. Lumion nodded and used the hand holding the bottle cap to carefully remove the obsidian arrow. Franca breathed a sigh of relief and continued. The question now is, how do we confirm if this guy is the real I know someone? A powerful hypnotist can manipulate a Beyonder of the same pathway and sequence, altering their self-awareness and making them believe they are I know someone. They can substitute the real deal to appear in all sorts of occasions, completing different pranks and fight any adversaries. F***CK, why does it seem more troublesome than dealing with a marionettist? What Franca meant was that the enemy in front of her might also be a victim, someone whose perceptions had been altered to make them believe they were I know someone. This possibility couldn't be ruled out, so she wasn't capable of steeling herself to kill him before channeling his spirit. Furthermore, Lumion's remaining truth serum wouldn't work in this case. The hypnotized person would only tell what they believed to be true. Lumion screwed the cap back onto the sedative bottle and thought for a moment before suggesting, "Let's set up a ritual and seek confirmation from Mr. Fool." Since Loki can use Celestial Worthy's help to locate members of the curly-haired baboons research society within a certain range, we can employ a similar method to activate the special aura on I know someone. If it's there, he's real. If not, he's fake. What if he's a member of the research society who was captured by Loki and I know someone? In the past, several people went missing without their deaths being confirmed, including some psychiatrists. Franca began to suspect the source of I know someone's Beyonder characteristics that allowed him to advance to sequence 7. Research society members they had hunted. Lumion pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, let Jenna in. She might still have some lingering good luck in this aspect. If she doesn't encounter anyone else, it proves that the unconscious one is I know someone. You're responsible for protecting Jenna." Before Lumion could finish, Madam Magician's voice echoed in his ears. "There's no need to go through so much trouble." Crouching in front of the unconscious person, Lumion sensed the space around him come alive, contracting inward and swallowing the Beyonder suspected to be I know someone. "Wow," Franca exclaimed, and Lumion slowly stood up. The two of them waited patiently. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the Beyonder in the blue and white striped hospital gown was ejected from the void. Immediately after, they heard Madam Magician's response. "It's I know someone." Beneath the crimson moon in the sky, the Delta Asylum loomed, its darkness even denser and curved into an eerie arc compared to the surrounding night. On the rooftop of the 3-story grayish-blue building, the shadowy magician turned to her companion and said, "Apart from the lunatic, there are no hidden dangers or traps. Did I overreact and overestimate the situation?" Justice, resembling a dream, replied calmly, "There's nothing wrong with your choice. It's never wrong no matter how much importance you attach to matters related to that celestial worthy. Only by paying enough attention each time can we avoid being suddenly deceived and falling into a true trap." Magician nodded slightly, closed the notebook in her hand, and cast her gaze towards the 3rd-floor corridor which wasn't in her line of sight. Upon hearing Madam Magician's conclusion, Lumion let out a chuckle. He put away the remaining half of the sedative and turned to Franca, saying, "We can let Jenna in now." Franca nodded and disappeared into the shadows along the corridor. Lumion looked down at the seemingly ordinary I know someone, his eyes deep and a sly smile on his lips. The effects of the spell of Harumph should have worn off long ago, but the Bliss Society's sedative was still doing its job. Considering I know someone's physique, this sedative wouldn't last much longer. However, Lumion was prepared for this moment. At that very instant, the Delta Asylum was in chaos due to the fire and shouting. Particularly on the 1st floor, the commotion was intense. The duty doctor and a few burly guards patrolled the area to ensure that no tinder remnants remained. Meanwhile, Jenna and Franca skillfully navigated through the shadows and ascended to the 3rd floor. Lumion took a sheepskin from Guillaume Bainet, the padre, and spread it on the ground. He carefully wrapped I know someone in it, After a brief contemplation, Lumion raised the obsidian arrow in his hand and plunged it into I Know Someone's left eye. The excruciating pain jolted I Know Someone awake, and his left eye turned bloodshot. Almost simultaneously, he heard a sinister chuckle. "Sheep!" Amidst the echoing Hermes words, I Know Someone, cocooned in the ritual sheepskin, was instantly engulfed by dark light, rendering him powerless. When the dark light finally subsided, he had transformed into a grayish-white sheep. Lumion withdrew the obsidian arrow from the crushed eyeball and swiftly plunged it into I Know Someone's right eye. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room as Lumion pulled out the arrow. He pressed down on the struggling sheep with one hand and stroked its head with the other, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Now, we can finally have a good chat." While Lumion engaged in this whispering conversation, he tossed the obsidian arrow to Jenna. Next, Lumion produced an ordinary bottle of wound medicine and meticulously applied it to I Know Someone's blood-colored eye socket. He wrapped the other party's eyes in layers of white bandages he had prepared. Only then did I Know Someone, who had awakened from his coma and was enduring intense pain, regained some composure. He attempted to use his abilities, but to no avail. Franca and Jenna watched Lumion intently as he continued to tend to the transformed sheep, I Know Someone, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease. Initially, Jenna had wanted to assist Lumion in extracting information or exacting revenge, but now she felt that this scenario was enough. She shifted her attention to the obsidian broken arrow in her hand, but noticed no negative effects. She wondered if it was one of the mystical items Franca had mentioned before. As Lumion retrieved a brownish-yellow twine he had prepared in advance and began to wrap it around the sheep's neck, the duty doctor, alerted by the sheep's bleeding, arrived on the third floor with several burly guards. Franca and Jenna swiftly concealed themselves in the shadows, while Lumion, disguised as Aurora, calmly turned and led the sheep to the end of the corridor. Crimson flames erupted from Lumion's body, which had regained some of its spirituality, and blazed fiercely in the corridor. The duty doctor and the guards dared not approach, witnessing a figure walking through the flames, heading to the end of the annex corridor. The figure was also guiding a sheep. It resisted, unwilling to leave, but the rope around its neck forced it to move forward. After being dragged on the ground for a while, the sheep, its neck tightening and its breathing becoming labored, finally stood up and followed. By the time the flames in the corridor abruptly extinguished, sparing any damage to the adjacent rooms, the doctor on duty and the guards had lost all trace of the man and the sheep. Am I hallucinating? The situation was so odd and unbelievable that these individuals shared the same thoughts. Meanwhile, the charred corridor stood as evidence that a fire had indeed occurred, miraculously without harming anyone. Leaving a guard to report the incident to the nearest police headquarters, the duty doctor returned to his office on the first floor in a bewildered state. As he sank into his chair, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the infernal being associated with fire has emerged from the abyss? Is its signature to lead a sheep? Is this the embodiment of flames? His thoughts grew more fantastical with each passing moment, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he should have gone straight to the cathedral to consult the bishops and padres rather than involve the police. Knock, knock, knock. He heard a knock on the door. The doctor on duty jolted in his chair. He straightened up and responded with a deep voice, "Come in, please." As the door creaked open, the doctor's eyes froze. It was the blonde devil, accompanied by the sheep with its eyes wrapped in white bandages and its grayish-white face stained with blood. "I need to trouble you with something," Lumion said calmly as he led I Know Someone into the doctor's office. "My sheep exhibits severe anti-human tendencies and extreme violence. I want to treat its mental illness." How, before he could formulate a response, the handsome blonde devil inquired, "Do you know how to perform a lobotomy?" "Yes, a little," the doctor on duty replied subconsciously. "But it's a sheep. Could the brain structure be the same?" As he contemplated this, he watched the sheep struggle frantically in its bindings, unable to escape. Lumion chuckled. "It doesn't matter. We can give it a try. It's just a sheep. If it dies, so be it. We can still roast it." With that, he dragged the unruly sheep toward a nearby treatment table, using his hands and feet to pin it down. If the patient had been human, the doctor, lacking experience and prohibited from performing a lobotomy, would never have dared to attempt it. However, because it was a sheep, he had no reservations. In an effort to avoid antagonizing the arsonist devil and cooperate while awaiting the arrival of the police, the doctor on duty cautiously approached the treatment table. He said hesitantly, "I need an ice pick." His intention was to create an excuse to go to the ice warehouse and distance himself from the arsonist devil. However, just as he finished speaking, a hand emerged from the shadows, offering him a sharp icicle. What's going on? In his shock, the doctor vaguely heard the words. "No need to thank me." Numbly, he accepted the thin icicle and unwrapped the white bandage covering the sheep's head. The sheep's struggle intensified. Assessing the damage to its eye sockets, the doctor on duty inserted the thin, sharp icicle through the crack and carefully manipulated it, stirring its brain's frontal lobe. After a few moments of struggle, the grayish-white sheep abruptly fell silent. Chapter 407. Reward for Good Luck. After the surgery, the blind sheep stepped off the treatment table, calm and docile, no longer resisting. The duty doctor felt like he was in a dream. The operation was a success. The surgical technique designed for humans had actually worked on a sheep. The doctor watched in a daze as the arsonist devil guided the blind sheep, now cured of its mental illness, out of the room and disappeared into the crimson moonlit night. Wherever they went, crimson flames ignited the white bandages and barely visible fur. In the blazing flames, black fire flowed like a river, cleansing away the remaining icicles, footprints, and any other traces. The doctor felt no immediate danger and watched in a daze, as if enjoying a spectacular fireworks show. After an unknown amount of time, all the flames subsided. The guard who had been dispatched returned to the Delta Asylum with a group of black-uniformed police officers. "Why did it take you so long?" the doctor blurted out instinctively. The leading officer cursed angrily. "Son of a bitch, we were ambushed in the shadows on the way here. Someone was shooting at us from the darkness." In apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches in the Market District. After securing I Know Someone to one of the dining table's sturdy legs, Lumian paid the sheep no mind. He lay on the sofa in the living room and pretended to be asleep. His appearance had been altered back by lie, and the decency brooch had long been taken off. Franca glanced at the sheep, which stood silently and didn't attempt to escape with the dining table, and asked, "Aren't we going to interrogate him now?" She avoided looking at Lumian because he had become so irritating that she felt like punching him. Even the sheep, now a pacifist, was eager to do the same. Lumian's voice remained calm as he replied, "I'll question him once I've regained my spirituality." "That makes sense. It's safer this way. After all, I Know Someone is now a sheep with his frontal lobe removed. He can't use his abilities or put up resistance." Franca, dressed in an assassin suit, averted her gaze and headed to her bedroom to avoid losing control of her hands, black flames, frost, or spider silk. She wasn't worried that any accidents might occur prior to the interrogation, leading to I Know Someone's bizarre death or him turning into a monster due to losing control. Madam Magician and the Major Arcana card holder had already confirmed I Know Someone's identity. They must have seized the opportunity to obtain the most important information. Jenna, holding the broken obsidian arrow, approached the divan with a warped expression. "Your trophy." She offered the obsidian arrow to Lumian, who hadn't yet closed his eyes. During this exchange, her right hand trembled slightly. As if she wanted to thrust the arrow into the other party's eye, Lumian didn't take it and calmly said, "This is your reward for your good luck. Or rather, this is your true stroke of luck." Why does he sound like a circus fortune teller? Jenna didn't refuse. After mumbling to herself, she quickly turned around and entered Franca's bedroom. It had to be said that after her companion advanced to demoness of pleasure, even as a woman, she would blush and feel her ears heat up when she saw her change her clothes. After changing into comfortable home clothes, Franca used magic mirror divination to get a rough understanding of the name, abilities, and negative effects of the obsidian arrow. Name: Arrow of the Bloodthirsty. Ability: plunge it into the chest where the heart and let it absorb blood. The user will gain potent self-healing and regeneration abilities, along with exceptional physical attributes. Whether it's speed, agility, the ability to communicate with animals, vision, smell, or hearing, they will all be greatly enhanced. Their charisma will also receive a significant boost. In addition, the user will gain dark domain spell-like abilities such as Abyss Shackles, Claw of Corrosion, and Wings of Darkness. Negative effects: while in use, you will despise sunlight and crave blood. Your blood will be continuously drained by the item until you succumb to excessive blood loss. You must constantly monitor your condition and remove the broken arrow in time. The more you use it, the more likely it is to cause subtle changes in your body. If these accumulate beyond a limit, it might even lead to bodily collapse. Note: try not to use it for more than 3 minutes at a time. It's best to use it with intervals of more than 3 days. This way, your body will have a chance to recover and prevent any mutations. Avoid using it during a full moon. While it can enhance your condition, it can also easily lead to illusions and danger. Not a bad mystical item, Franca praised sincerely as she handed the Arrow of the Bloodthirsty back to Jenna. Carrying it doesn't have any negative effects. Such a mystical item could fetch over 40,000 Verl d'Or at various mysticism gatherings. Holding the Arrow of the Bloodthirsty, Jenna pondered and said, "If I give it to you, will that settle the debt I owe you?" She believed she owed Franca 30,000 Verl d'Or. Franca chuckled. "Don't worry. This Arrow of the Bloodthirsty can significantly boost your strength, providing you with true self-preservation abilities. You can sell it later once your sequence has advanced to the point where it's no longer useful. Take your time paying back the money you owe me. There's no rush." Jenna fell silent for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Lumion slept until 6 a.m., feeling refreshed but still with a slight throbbing in his head. As he sat up and looked around, he noticed that the sheep I know someone had transformed into was standing quietly by the dining table, its empty eye sockets filled with dried blood. Lumion chuckled. "Your resilience is impressive. Such severe injuries and basic treatment didn't do you in." He led the sheep into the living room and poured the remaining truth serum into its mouth. With that task completed, Lumion recited an incantation in Hermes, his grace. A dark light flashed, and the grayish-white sheepskin split open, revealing I know someone's body in a blue and white striped hospital gown. Lumion guided him to a chair and had him sit down. Staring into his empty blood-red eye sockets, he smiled and sighed. "As I mentioned yesterday, we can finally have a good chat." The calm I know someone remained silent. Lumion retreated to the sofa and sat down. He patiently waited for the truth serum to take effect before asking, "What's your name? What was your original occupation, and why were you in the Delta Asylum?" He began with the simplest questions, using the truth serum to guide the others' instinctive responses. I know someone's voice was unremarkable, yet strangely compelling. "My name is Pierre Thuriau. I was originally one of the deputy editors of Basic Medicine. I once mentioned that I know someone who ended up in an asylum due to negligence and overconfidence. Well, that someone was me. I was obsessed with manipulating the minds of others and didn't pay enough attention to my own issues. One day, I just lost my mind. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself in the Delta Asylum. Fortunately, I was only mentally unstable and didn't completely lose control. I still had some sense of self-preservation and didn't unleash my Beyonder powers recklessly. If I had, they would have sent me to the Inquisition. The person you mentioned is indeed yourself. After discovering that I know someone was hiding in the asylum, Lumion gained a new understanding of what he had said back then. He pressed further. Now that you've regained your consciousness and the ability to think, why do you choose to remain in the Delta Asylum? I know someone didn't show any mockery or amusement. He answered calmly, "I find the asylum fascinating. The thought patterns, Mental states and mental constructs of the patients here are significantly different from those of ordinary people. They deserve observation, research, and analysis. Moreover, some of them have gone mad due to illness, while others have become mentally unstable due to other factors. The latter group includes individuals who have come into contact with the mysterious and abnormal. Including the one that posed as you? Lumian asked, seeking confirmation. I know someone nodded slowly. Yes, he's quite special. I've been observing him for a long time. He's like a philosopher, constantly posing unusual questions. Patients close to him, nurses who care for him, and even doctors who treat him have gradually shifted toward his mental state. There were also guardians with hidden supernatural abilities lurking around him. We dealt with the guardians and worked to gain his trust. Everything went smoothly. We learned that they are part of an organization called the Entry Persons and practice a secretive ritual known as Midoro's worship. It allows one's astral projection to ascend to various heavenly domains and witness extraordinary phenomena. They can touch the fringes of immortality and gain knowledge and corresponding abilities, enabling them to undergo a fundamental transformation behind the formless door. Entry Persons, formless door. Lumian memorized the information and continued asking, after Loki's resurrection and his given warning, why didn't you immediately flee Trier? I know someone's response lacked any emotion as he said, how lame would that be? We'd have to eliminate a few pursuers before making our escape. So that's the reason. Lumian thought there must be something significant that had kept I know someone in Trier. Then why didn't you go into hiding somewhere else? I know someone replied calmly. I want to witness the despair and suffering of those chasing me. Using my life for amusement, Lumian couldn't help but chuckle. Do you not realize the strength of the Tarot Club? I know someone pondered for a moment and then said, the secret organization that uses tarot cards as their code names. What do they have to do with you? Upon hearing this, Lumian burst into laughter as he bent over, his amusement clearly exaggerated. Chapter 408. Motive. Amidst exaggerated laughter, the doors of the 2 bedrooms creaked open. Franca and Jenna appeared at the door, casting puzzled glances at Lumian. What's so funny? Franca muttered as she approached. How could he interrogate a criminal to get a reaction akin to watching a comedy performance? Lumian stopped laughing and remarked, ignorance can lead to many dangers, as can arrogance. And having ignorance and arrogance makes it almost irredeemable. Observing this, Jenna retreated to the bedroom and closed the door. She knew there were certain matters between Seal and Franca that were best left unknown to her. Why? Is this guy really ignorant and arrogant? Franca used her right hand to quickly tidy her disheveled hair after waking up. She settled into the recliner and fixed her gaze on I know someone, who remained composed and emotionless. Lumian recounted how I know someone found it pointless to simply escape and insisted on seeking some amusement. He also mentioned his ignorance regarding the pursuer's connection to the Tarot Club. Franca was left speechless. She couldn't decide if this core member of April Fools was highly professional and committed to his principles, or simply arrogant and ignorant. After a few moments, Franca glanced back at the guest bedroom door. Jenna is getting more involved in our affairs. Sooner or later, she would uncover our true faiths and the secret organization supporting us, Lumian said nonchalantly. It's simple. Mr. Fool is an officially recognized Orthodox god. In a few days, take Jenna to Lavigny Docks and reveal who we truly worship and whose blessings we receive. Ask her if she wants to secretly convert to Mr. Fool. If she declines, that's okay too. Okay, Franca nodded solemnly. Lumian refocused his attention on I know someone, who remained remarkably composed, and he redirected the conversation. Why were the lot of you targeting Auror, Muggle? I know someone seemed to be discussing something unrelated to himself. Because many members of the Research Society were praising her, we decided to embarrass her. What kind of logic is that? Franca blurted out. You want to tease people when they are praised? I know someone nodded gently. Breaking the idealized image in the minds of many people is part of the spirit of pranks. Their reactions bring us immense satisfaction. Franca's face flushed with anger. She wanted to unleash a tirade but restrained herself due to her lacking vocabulary. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. So do you even remember what happiness and joy are? Do you still experience these emotions? Lumian let out a long sigh and asked, and then, I know someone wore a nostalgic expression. Capitalizing on Muggle's visit to our team to trade, I occasionally offered her helpful advice. She began to trust me more, even sharing her concerns with me as a psychiatrist seeking solutions. During that time, I played the role of a credible source, all while collecting enough information and planning a massive prank. Eventually, I discovered that the body Muggle inhabited following her transmigration belonged to a girl who believed in an evil deity of inevitability. Furthermore, she realized that her family, including her father, mother, brothers, and sister, displayed odd behaviors. There were numerous unsettling details upon closer examination, enough to induce fear in anyone who delved too deep. So, she found an opportunity to escape from home. This situation bore a striking resemblance to a family I knew, with a female member who had mysteriously vanished. After careful comparisons, Loki, the family, and I confirmed that Muggle was indeed their missing relative. Then, one day, Loki provided the family's modified soul summoning spell and instructed me to find a way to sell it to Muggle for her use. Drawing on my understanding of Muggle's psychological and emotional state, I meticulously crafted a persuasive argument. Leveraging her longing to return home and her habit of searching for clues, I convinced Mad Lady to sell the soul summoning spell to her. As expected, she began to suffer from schizophrenia. In a sense, Roch Louise Sanson came back to life. In each subsequent treatment session, I made her appear better on the surface, but her condition deteriorated with each passing session. At times, I even guided Roch's personality to emerge and engage with her. It was quite intriguing. Lumian listened in silence, refraining from interrupting I know someone's account with anger. Franca, on the other hand, was seething with anger, repeatedly sipping water to calm herself. Why are these people so detestable? They didn't regard others as real people at all. After I know someone had finished speaking, Lumian inquired further. The soul summoning spell comes from Roch Louise Sanson's family. That's correct. I know someone's condition was akin to a windless lake. They combined the knowledge obtained from a boon and a warlock's soul summoning spell, giving rise to the soul summoning spell that Muggle purchased. I'm not sure what makes it special. I'm not a scholar of witchcraft. Knowledge from a boon, Lumian quickly reviewed his knowledge of Dancer, Alms Monk, and Contractee within the Inevitability pathway, but he found nothing that could be connected to the soul summoning spell. He suspected that it might be a knowledge linked to a higher sequence of the Inevitability pathway, or perhaps a unique boon bestowed by the evil god known as Inevitability. After a few moments of contemplation, Lumian asked slowly, Does Roch Louise Sanson's family know about Muggle's existence and her condition? Are they aware of her true identity and her current location? I know someone nodded. I informed them of the first part, and Roch herself disclosed the rest. Later, they managed to establish contact with Muggle, bypassing both me and Loki. The Sinners is involved in spreading the Inevitability faith in Cordu and providing various resources. That's correct. The Padre could have joined them immediately after leaving Cordu and become their so-called archbishop. This indirectly confirms it. Lumian's emotions remained subdued, but his mind was sharp. He subconsciously clenched his fists and focused on I know someone. What are the names of the members of Roch Louise Sanson's family? Where are they currently residing? Are they affiliated with a secret organization or a cult? I know someone shook his head. After I moved into the asylum, I lost contact with them. During this period, I attempted to locate them, but discovered that they had already relocated. It seemed they were no longer using their original identities, as if they were trying to hide from something. Roch's father's name is Voisin, her mother's name is Constace, her elder brother's name is Bliss, her elder sister's name is Annette, and her younger brother's name is Adder. They are all part of a branch of the Sanson family. However, I do not know their current names. Voisin was once a struggling merchant on the brink of bankruptcy, but he later joined a secret organization known as the Sinners. Miraculously, he escaped his financial woes and regained his success. He had numerous businesses, with the most notable being the Voisin Cafe that doubled up as a hotel, restaurant, and various functions. It was frequented by high society, but before they relocated, these businesses were sold. Lumian proceeded to gather more information about the sinners and sought details about the appearance, mannerisms, and habits of each family member. With the newly acquired information in hand, Lumian spoke thoughtfully. Do you know what role the sinner's demigod or Beyonder at a higher sequence played in the Cordu disaster? I know, someone replied. Not long before I moved into the asylum, Voisin informed me that they were taken by surprise. This occurred much earlier than the agreed-upon time, so none of them had arrived at the scene. It appears that some individuals were overly eager to obtain the boons. The ensuing mishap resulting from their failure also caused them to lose many leads. Otherwise, they would have discovered you much earlier. The sufferer lurking in the shadows of Cordu and around me isn't the demigod of the sinners, so who is interfering with my fate with Termaboros? Lumian frowned and asked. Did Roch not inform the sinners, her parents, or her siblings about the early ritual? No, I know, someone replied succinctly. They believe she wished to reduce the number of individuals receiving the boons and concentrate the power. Lumian fell into a contemplative silence, sensing that something was amiss. Could the lizard-like elf be involved? It had prevented Auror from seeking Madame Hella's help and Roch Louise Sanson from contacting the sinners. Lumian attempted to inquire further about this matter, but did not receive additional information. Wary of the truth serum's effects wearing off, he decided to change the subject. What does the deity you believe in want you to do in Trier? I know, someone's vacant eyes remained fixed on the sofa as he responded. He occasionally grants us revelations for us to decipher independently. If we interpret them correctly and complete the corresponding task, we receive something unexpected. Apart from these revelations, he rarely communicates with us directly. We can only pray to him through a ritual, and this can be done no more than once a week. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and mister. Fool's state are very similar. Lumian was tempted to inquire about the revelations granted by the celestial worthy, but decided it might be too risky to discuss. After a brief moment of consideration and deliberation, he decided to approach it from another angle and indirectly inquire. Did you start the rumors about human blood bred? Yes, I know, someone admitted without hesitation. Lumian continued, what about the rumor that Mandrake can treat illnesses? I know, someone calmly replied. I was the one behind that as well. It was a revelation from the celestial worthy. It was then that I realized I could influence events this way. After some time, rumors of human blood bred began to spread. The Mandrake rumor is a revelation from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Will there be any hidden dangers in using it to suppress the spirituality surge? Lumian contemplated the idea of warning the naive vampire, La Nubruch. He circled around and inquired about other revelations about the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He didn't obtain much useful information, so he could only move on to the last topic. Tell me about Mad Lady, Ultraman, Hisoka, Loki, and Bard. Chapter 409, Fire Execution. I know, someone said calmly. Mad Lady is probably a traveler. I have no idea where she lives. Ultraman used to be a Sequence 6 notary of the Sun Pathway. I'm not sure anymore. He hasn't been to Trier recently, and I haven't left the asylum. We only exchange a few words at each gathering. Loki is a Sequence 5 Mariontist of the Seer Pathway, but I suspect he wields more power from celestial worthy than us. He can access resources unknown to us. He even owns a mysterious ancient castle, Dylan, hidden somewhere. Bard is a Sequence 6 Prometheus of the Marauder Pathway. Of course, I'm unsure of his current situation. We haven't seen each other in reality for a long time. He did write Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles and published it under someone else's name. I'm not familiar with Hisoka. He hasn't attended any real-life gatherings in the northern continent. In my opinion, he's very dangerous, second only to Loki. He's similar to Mad Lady. If I hadn't gone crazy for a while, I would be a Sequence 5 by now. Castle Dillon. Lumion recalled Madame Hela's description of Loki's dream and suspected that the mysterious ancient castle hidden somewhere was where Loki had been resurrected. He hadn't expected Bard to be a beyonder of the Marauder pathway. He believed that the nickname originated from the ocean songster of the Sailor pathway or the midnight poet of the Evernight pathway, but on second thought, it made sense. In rural stories, bards often moonlighted as thieves. This also confirmed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for Blessings' influence on the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. Half of the 6 core members belonged to these 3 pathways. After I Know Someone finished speaking, Franca asked with concern, "Who else in the research society is involved with this?" I Know Someone couldn't resist keeping it a secret. He replied calmly, "I know Pettigrew is one." "Pettigrew?" Franca blurted out in surprise. I thought he was making fun of his height with that nickname, but it turns out he's mocking his identity. I Know Someone nodded gently. Before finding the organization and joining the research society, he already knew Loki. As you all know, Loki can use the celestial worthy's power to sense transmigrators within a certain range, and Pettigrew is also in the Trier Greater region. He first became Loki's subordinate before joining the research society. He was assigned to another team. He actually nicknamed himself Pettigrew because he wanted to play a prank and reveal the truth. He mocked and fooled all the research society members who lacked insight. But in reality, I knew he was hesitating, feeling guilty and struggling. He hoped to use this method to warn the other research society members that there was something wrong with him. My plan was to find an opportunity to tell him that Muggle, who never discriminated against his height and was gentle and amiable to him, was harmed by us. He could be considered an indirect helper. When the time comes, his devastation and pained expression would have been very interesting. "Damn it," Franca cursed. Although I Know Someone had been lobotomized and he had become very calm, his tone no longer mocking, his straightforward thoughts were still filled with vileness, making Franca unable to control her emotions. "What else?" Lumion asked on her behalf. I Know Someone recited 5 more aliases in a row before concluding, "These are the few I know. As for the ones Loki and the others secretly developed or didn't tell me, I'm not sure. There's quite a few." Franca was filled with hatred and frustration. Lumion turned to her and said, "Just share this information with Madame Hela. How they handle it is up to the president and vice presidents. You don't need to be troubled or hesitant. Just enjoy the fruits of your labor. Isn't there a saying back at Auror, your home? If you don't witness the lamb being killed and don't cook it yourself, you can enjoy the delicious mutton without it weighing on you. Otherwise, it's inevitable that you'll be benevolent, soft-hearted, and conflicted." Franca exhaled and muttered, "Your sister's adaptation of famous quotes is ridiculous." She gathered her composure and looked at I Know Someone. "Did you spread news of the impending apocalypse because you believed in the celestial worthy and rushed to pursue joy, allowing you to commit all sorts of evil deeds without feeling guilty? Or did you become desperate and believe in the celestial worthy because you were certain that the apocalypse was about to arrive and humans couldn't resist?" I Know Someone replied, "Both. Some tried to replicate their pre-transmigration actions and immediately gained the celestial worthy's attention, while others faced catastrophes and learned about the apocalypse. They only believed in the celestial worthy after their mental breakdown." At this point, I Know Someone's empty eye sockets turned to Franca, who had just asked the question. Later, the celestial worthy even gave us some revelations, allowing us to guess a portion of the truth, including. For some inexplicable reason, Lumion suddenly felt a strong sense of danger and interrupted I Know Someone's statement. "You don't have to continue." I Know Someone immediately closed his mouth. "Why can't he say it?" Franca eagerly awaited the answer, but there was no response. Lumion recalled concepts like the barrier related to the apocalypse and said seriously, "It's not suitable for you to know the truth about the apocalypse yet. That knowledge might cause you to lose control or be fatally corrupted on the spot. You can inquire about it when you become a demigod." "All right." Franca glanced at Lumion and muttered, "Why do you act like you know the truth? Why can he do it, but I can't?" "I only know a little," Lumion replied candidly. "And that knowledge brought me danger. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's seal." As the effects of the truth serum wore off, I know someone returned to his usual unchanging calm. Even his willingness to answer questions had vanished. Franca gazed at the lobotomized psychiatrist for a few seconds before sighing. Sometimes, we're still too naive. We might even think of ourselves as the protagonist. Lumion knew that "we" referred to the members of the curly-haired baboons research society. Franca averted her gaze and turned to Lumion. "While the sheep was undergoing the operation, I searched both I Know Someone's and his substitute's wards. I found some papers at the latter's place. I didn't read the content carefully, but it felt a little esoteric." As she spoke, she rose and returned to her room, retrieving a thin stack of papers. Lumion flipped through them and frowned. "Medoro's worship? What's this?" Franca hadn't heard the first half of the interrogation. Lumion explained briefly and concluded, "This should be a spell that allows one to traverse the formless door and closely align with an evil god, gaining knowledge and experience. Even ordinary people should be able to learn it after receiving proper guidance." Franca sighed from the bottom of her heart and said, "No wonder it sounds so sinister. The layers of the heavenly domains, the formless door, the extraordinary phenomena, and the fringes of immortality. It sounds very dangerous." Lumion put away the secret deed spell, Medoro's worship. Although he didn't know how to use it, nor did he need to, he could still grasp the corresponding knowledge. This would help him deal with the heretics who relied on Medoro's worship to obtain knowledge and strength. He then said to Franca, "Relay this information to Madame Hella. I'll handle I Know Someone." "All right." Franca nodded gently and watched as Lumion put on the lie earring and walked to the armchair. He grabbed the calm man's shoulder and instantly vanished. Prison District, Roy's Comprehensive Execution Ground. It was not yet 7 a.m., and there was no one here. It was wet, as if isolated from the world. Lumion emerged from the void with I Know Someone and tied the April Fool's Corps member to the stake. Then he retreated a long distance, crouched down and pressed his hands to the ground. Two crimson tongues of fire swiftly darted towards I Know Someone's body along the weed-covered ground. They grew larger and larger until they transformed into a giant serpent, engulfing I Know Someone completely. Lumion stood up and used his feet to maintain the flow of flames. He silently watched as the calm psychiatrist revealed grayish-white dragon scales under the stress. His body subconsciously struggled, but it wasn't as intense. His various Beyonder powers scattered in all directions, but they failed to affect Lumion, who stood beyond their range. Lumion condensed a dangerous flaming spear and hurled it, piercing and burning a hole around I Know Someone's chest and abdomen. The crimson flames that hadn't incinerated the dragon scales elsewhere surged into I Know Someone's body. As Lumion watched the April Fool's Corps member truly begin to burn, his body instinctively emitting pained cries, his thoughts raced. He quickly recalled the battle last night and today's interrogation. He had learned a lot from this, but he couldn't quite grasp the acting principle. Flames aren't just lethal. They can also be used as deterrence, intimidation, and a signal. It is necessary for pyromaniacs to combine their flames with traps. As the raging flames engulfed I Know Someone, Lumion felt as if a fire was burning in his heart. It was anger, satisfaction, and catharsis. At that moment, Lumion's pyromaniac potion digested a little more, just as it had after the battle the previous night. After an unknown period of time in the uninhabited execution ground, I Know Someone ceased his struggles and lost his breath. His body was charred as it cracked apart. Chapter 410. A Leisure Week. In the drizzling execution ground, Lumion watched as the crimson flames gradually dwindled before his eyes. He observed as translucent, colorless mucus seeped out of the corpse. It surrounded the charred and cracked I Know Someone, attempting to burrow into his head through the empty eye sockets and fuse with some organ. Crimson fire ravens materialized around Lumion, darting through the remaining blood-red eyes before the slime could reach its destination. Rumble. I know someone's head exploded from the inside out, splattering grayish-white colloids everywhere. The transparent, colorless mucus had lost its binding substance, leaving it only able to condense independently, eventually forming a sticky colloid. This colloid landed beneath the stake. From a distance, it resembled an unfixed mirror, capable of reflecting everything around it. Lumion strode over and retrieved the colorless colloid, which was likely a hypnotist Beyonder characteristic. He did this amidst the scorching air and the flames that flowed around him. As he gazed upon it, he noticed minuscule transparent bubbles deep within the colloid. They caught and refracted sunlight from various angles, displaying an array of colors. After storing away the Beyonder characteristic, Lumion turned on his heel and departed from the stake. Behind him, the lingering flames continued their relentless assault, devouring the charred corpse. As the light flickered, Lumion's figure vanished from the Roy's comprehensive execution ground. In apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches in the Market District. Lumion, who had reverted to his original form with the lie earring, rubbed his temples and turned to Franca. It's already taken care of. It's fitting for someone like him to meet his end at the stake. Unfortunately, he's a believer in the celestial worthy. Even if he doesn't take action, he remains a hidden threat, a potential time bomb. Otherwise, I would have spared him, albeit with his frontal lobe removed and his sight forever gone. Franca breathed a sigh of relief. That's reassuring. In truth, she felt a twinge of regret. If not for the insanity that had gripped I know someone in the past, and his faith in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, who was suspected of triggering their transmigration. She might have attempted to channel his spirit and inquire about the potion formula for the spectator pathway, from sequence 9 down to sequence 6 or even sequence 5. However, after thorough contemplation, she decided to forsake this perilous scheme. Lumion's gaze shifted to the open door of the guest bedroom. "Where's Jenna?" "She's gone to the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons," Franca taunted Lumion. "She's much more diligent than you in digesting the potion," Lumion replied thoughtfully. "After venting the flames within me to battle and carry out the execution, my pyromaniac potion has significantly digested. At this rate, if I can distill a new acting principle, it should be fully digested within 2 months." He didn't dwell on the subject and continued. "I intend to share I know someone's Beyonder characteristics with Madame Magician. Without her and the Tarot Club's support, we might have lost track of our target or lost control during our initial assault." "No problem," Franca replied without hesitation. The Beyonder characteristics of these followers of the evil god have eluded the grasp of high-ranking individuals. I wouldn't dare to possess them myself. There's no need to think about repaying me. Dealing with I know someone is also a mandate from the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Lumion didn't stand on ceremony. He observed as Franca returned to the bedroom, changing into a white lace-adorned shirt and slim beige pants, seemingly preparing to go out. "Where are you off to?" Lumion asked casually. Franca responded with a hint of annoyance. "I've been caught up in all sorts of messes you've stirred up lately, and I haven't had a moment to pleasure myself. Now that it's finally settled, it's only fair that I take a break, right? I suggest you behave yourself for the next few days." Lumion couldn't help but smile as the demoness of pleasure slipped on her boots, swung the door open, and left. Once the door slammed shut, Lumion, who had originally planned to return to Auberge du Coq Doré to write to Madame Magician, grabbed a pen and paper from the nearby table. He meticulously jotted down all the information I know someone had given him. He then neatly folded the paper and placed I know someone's hypnotist Beyonder characteristic on top of it. Summoning the doll messenger, Lumion patiently waited. Before long, the doll messenger returned, carrying the translucent colloid and a square piece of folded paper. Madame Magician's reply read, "This is a shared mission of the Tarot Club. There's no need for a reward. Keep it for yourself. I've already removed the corruption that could be removed. We'll mobilize various resources to search for the whereabouts of the remaining 5 April Fool's members, but we currently lack a solid lead. The pranks mentioned in the information have been ongoing for too long. Lumian finished reading in silence, allowing the crimson flames to consume the paper in his hand. He longed to teleport directly to Phaenopoter's Gaia province and the southern continent's West Balam to personally hunt down the suspicious April Fool's team members, such as Bard. However, he knew it was futile. Without sufficient information or clues, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't rely on the ice cream-eating boy's luck every time, could he? All I can do now is wait for the Tarot Club to uncover useful leads. The only person I can track down at the moment is the publisher of the underground book, Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles. If only they had met with the real author, Bard, Lumian felt a mixture of disappointment and relief. He planned to take his time with the hypnotist Beyonder characteristic. While he searched for a suitable artisan, he waited for Anthony Reed to investigate General Philip's widow. If the psychiatrist gained something and succeeded in curing his psychological issues, Lumian wouldn't mind selling him the hypnotist Beyonder characteristics and splitting the proceeds with Franca. If Lumian found a suitable artisan before that, he would designate the mystical item he crafted as a common resource, allowing Franca, Jenna, and the others to use it as they saw fit. After tucking away the hypnotist Beyonder characteristic in a concealed pocket, Lumian exhaled and leaned back in his dining chair. Only then did he hear the growl of his stomach and realize his hunger, since waking up at 6 a.m. He had been engrossed in the interrogation, execution, and letter writing, completely forgetting about breakfast. Honestly, leaving me alone here. It's as if I live here. Lumian mumbled to himself as he got up and ventured into the apartment's kitchen to see what ingredients were available. Scanning the area, he spotted a few potatoes. Lumian was momentarily surprised but quickly rolled up his sleeves and grabbed an apron hanging nearby. With skillful hands, he peeled, washed, and thinly sliced the potatoes into fine strips. Following the process, he ignited the stove, heated a pan, added oil, sautéed, and tossed in the shredded potatoes. He seasoned the dish accordingly. Once it was ready, Lumian toasted 2 slices of bread and poured a glass of milk. Sitting down at the dining table, he sandwiched the crispy shredded potatoes between the slices of toast and savored them, occasionally taking a sip of milk. Outside the window, the drizzle had cleared, and the sun beamed brightly. During the following week, Lumian made the most of his time. He patiently awaited the recovery of his mental damage from the past 2 battles, taking the opportunity to act as a pyromaniac and gradually digest the potion. In the midst of this process, he also managed to report to Mr. K about his recent activities and the discovery of the Evil God organization. Members of the Savoy mob in Salle de Bal Brise were surprised. Their boss had unexpectedly appeared for 5 to 6 consecutive days and had stayed for extended periods each time. Compared to their previous experiences of him being unavailable, it was as if he had found a double. Charlie was equally astounded. Seal frequented the basement bar every night to drink, tease, and taunt people, making him the prime target of this unusual dedication. Just as Franca was about to revisit Trocadero's Red House Café and discreetly remind Brown Sauron not to forget auditing her, Hella's Pure Silver Skull sent out a notice of a special gathering to apartment 601 at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, and Lumian's abandoned safe house on Rue des Blouses Blanches. It had been a while since Lumian had visited the safe house. If Franca hadn't inquired about the letter upon receiving it, he might not have been aware of it. Many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society operated in a similar fashion. They had designated locations for receiving and sending letters, but did not actually reside there. They only visited periodically to avoid detection by Hella, finding comfort in these small details. Lumian arrived at the abandoned safe house on Rue des Blouses Blanches and carefully unfolded the letter. Its contents read, "Muggle, there's a special gathering scheduled for 10 tonight. We need to discuss something of utmost importance that concerns everyone's safety." At night, just 3 minutes shy of 10 o'clock, Lumian recited the incantation imbued with concealment powers within the confines of the safe house on Rue du Rossignol. Gradually, He felt himself sinking into a profound slumber, the sensation akin to his body being erased by an enormous eraser. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly regained consciousness and found himself standing amidst an ancient palace enveloped in the misty shroud of a town. Over 100 members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society had already assembled, their figures still taking shape. Navigating through what resembled a grand masquerade ball venue, Lumion, now transformed into Auror using Lie, wore a warlock's black robe and half-mask as he approached the Academy team. He scanned the area, but didn't spot the member known as Pettigrew. Standing beside a slender man with a brownish-yellow manila document bag obscuring his head was Professor, adorned in a black butterfly mask, a bow-tie shirt, and a long dark coat. It was her husband, Associate Professor. Professor regarded Lumion with curiosity and inquired, "Do you know what's happening? Why did they convene this special gathering?" Lumion, taking on the persona of Muggle Auror, smirked and let out a sigh. "Because we have traitors among us." "Traitors," Professor and the other members of the Academy team echoed the term. At that moment, the half-giant president, Gandalf, attired in a simple robe and hood, and the vice president, Hela, who appeared as a black widow with her face concealed by a veil, made their way to the massive stone throne situated deep within the ancient palace. Chapter 411. Review Committee. The notice had already made it clear that this was no ordinary gathering. Most members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society didn't split into groups to chat. Instead, they took their customary positions and fixed their eyes on the massive mottled stone chair. 10 minutes past the agreed time, Gandalf, the president in his linen robe, looked around and spoke in a booming voice. "Everyone, I've brought you here for something crucial. We've got a bunch of traitors among us." A bunch of traitors. Even though Professor and the others from the Academy had received Lumion's hint, they hadn't expected the issue to be this severe. It wasn't just one traitor. It was a whole bunch. The ancient palace, though dilapidated, exploded with commotion. Some members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society were skeptical, while others became instantly wary, suspicious of everyone around. Some thought there might be a problem, but they didn't think it was as bad as Gandalf made it out to be. As they whispered amongst themselves, Hela, her face shrouded in black, spoke with an icy tone. "First, let's have one of the victims share her experience." Her voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence of the night, reaching every member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. She then turned her gaze toward the area where the Academy team was positioned. Understanding Hela's intent, Lumion confidently ascended the steps and stood next to the massive, ancient-mottled stone chair. He channeled Auror's emotional reaction if she were to discover the truth about her death, and spoke with a deep, resonant voice. "On April 1st, I acquired a spell known as the Soul Summoning Spell from Mad Lady of the April Fool's team." Without any need for amplification, Lumion's imitation of Auror's voice harnessed the concealed power that saturated the nation of the Evernight, ensuring that everyone present could hear without any leaks. It was evident that Hela had lent her assistance. Lumion, not being a true warlock, couldn't employ supplementary spells himself. Upon hearing this revelation, most members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society shifted their attention to the palace's crevice housing the April Fool's team. They noticed the conspicuous absence of Mad Lady and a significant number of her team members. They could now infer which group the traitors were affiliated with. Those who had been pranked by the April Fool's team couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication. Lumion continued with his account. He didn't immediately divulge Loki and I Know Someone's confessions. Instead, he reconstructed Auror's emotions. The trust in I Know Someone, the yearning for home, the obsession with clues, the fascination with Mad Lady's claims, the fear and unease upon discovering a soul fragment fused with her memories after using the soul summoning spell and the subsequent split into a separate personality. The desperate search for treatment from I Know Someone, the helplessness and horror from her repeated improvements before repeated deterioration. Lumion's agitation grew as he spoke. At times, he even choked back a sob. Part of this stemmed from his frustration. He had failed to notice Auror's abnormal emotions and state earlier. His relaxed demeanor around those close to him had caused him to overlook subtle changes. By the time he had realized the gravity of the situation, it had already spiraled out of control. Simultaneously, as he recounted and simulated Auror, her fragmented soul seemed to stir and hover near the edge of the seal, exerting an influence on his own psyche. As he neared the end of his narrative, Lumion took a deep breath. I came perilously close to death because of it. Fortunately, I received assistance at the 11th hour and managed to seal my split personality. That's why I was absent from the gatherings for almost half a year. After my initial recovery, I reached out to Madame Hela and recounted my encounter. We began our covert investigation into Loki, I Know Someone, and Mad Lady. Hela took charge of the conversation. So far, Loki has revealed a significant number of issues and has been dealt a severe blow from our actions. I Know Someone, on the other hand, was apprehended by Muggle and the rest, resulting in the extraction of a wealth of information. As Hela noticed the growing fear and concern among the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, she recounted Loki's mockery of Muggle and I Know Someone's intricate schemes. This revelation stoked the flames of fury within most of the Research Society's members, and they began to grasp the reasons behind Muggle and Hela's actions. Hela surveyed the assembled crowd and continued, Muggle wasn't the sole victim of their malevolence. Many members who had previously met untimely ends or disappeared were also targeted. Now, let's invite a few witnesses up. With that, several witnesses, including Black Earth and other April Fool's team members, took the stage one by one to share what they knew. Their accounts sent shivers down the spines of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society members, leaving them with a lingering fear. It became abundantly clear that if Muggle hadn't survived and exposed their true colors, countless more individuals could have fallen prey to their schemes. After the witnesses had concluded their accounts, President Gandalf presented the evidence, including diaries and items. Finally, he addressed the assembly. According to I Know Someone's confession, we've managed to eliminate Loki's accomplices who were embedded in other teams. Among them, Pettigrew took his own life, overwhelmed by guilt. He was a good person but lacked determination and courage. If he had reached out to Hela and me earlier and hinted at the situation more effectively, many unfortunate events might have been averted. He wouldn't have had to carry this heavy burden. As sighs rippled through the audience, Gandalf's resonant voice grew stronger. Everyone, we've only dealt with those accomplices known to I Know Someone. It's entirely possible that there are still spies embedded in various teams, loyal only to Loki. I propose the formation of a review committee consisting of Hela, myself, and 3 other trusted companions who have already undergone mutual reviews. Our mission will be to assess the remaining members and root out any hidden threats. We'll take decisive action against Loki and his allies. Members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society hesitated, concerned that this move would expose their secrets and realities to the review committee. If any ambitious individuals were part of this committee, they could potentially exploit the information to manipulate and control members, posing a more significant threat than Loki's gang. Gandalf remained observant, waiting for their deliberations before adding, "Do not be overly concerned. Our review process won't delve into your personal secrets or true identities. The primary goal is for the review committee to draft a stringent contract that ensures Research Society members won't harm each other. Everyone will sign it, and the contract will be notarized by Apollo. We don't care which deity you believe in, your real-world profession, or your hidden secrets. As long as you pose no threat and don't become hidden time bombs, you will be fine. This limitation will be clearly outlined in the contract." Apollo, one of the 5 vice presidents, was known by a different nickname before. However, one day, he had unexpectedly approached the massive stone chair and announced his new moniker. He had already successfully passed Gandalf and Hela's scrutiny. In comparison to a comprehensive body-to-soul review, Signing a binding contract to ensure each other's safety seemed far more acceptable to the members of the curly-haired baboons' research society. After a show of hands, the review committee was officially established with nearly unanimous support. The committee comprised 5 members: President Gandalf, Vice President Hela, Vice President Apollo, Hidden Blade from the Sanctuary team, and Headmaster from the Academy team. Hela had initially suggested that Muggle join the review committee, but Lumion felt that, given that he wasn't truly Muggle, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to hold such a position. Thus, he rejected Hela's proposal. As the vote passed, Lumion overheard Hidden Blade Franca mutter, "Humans are still the same. If you want to open a window, there will always be plenty of objections. But if you propose to tear down the roof, they'll happily agree to let you open the window." Upon noticing Muggle's gaze, Hidden Blade Franca added, "I didn't say that." Subsequently, the members split into groups to discuss the terms of the contract. Their aim was to ensure that it contained no extraneous content and that it could effectively expose traitors and harmful actions without any loopholes. As Lumion descended the steps, he noticed Hidden Blade Franca engaged in conversation with a tall individual wearing a lion headgear. As he approached, the lion-headed man turned to her and offered a smile. "Muggle, you're in the Market District too?" 007, why do you say that? Franca asked with deliberate curiosity. That 007 who's affiliated with an official faction in Trier. Lumion nodded and smirked. "Just because you're active in the Market District doesn't necessarily mean you live there." "That's true," 007 replied, then turned to Hidden Blade with a hint of jest in his voice. "You've already told me about that terrifying aura that night, and today you mentioned Loki and the others' betrayal. It would have been strange if I couldn't connect the dots and figure out that it was Madame Hela, you, and Muggle dealing with Loki, and I know someone in the Market District. Besides, I heard about a Mariontist going missing from Bureau 8 during that time, and it matched the abilities Loki displayed." At this point, 007 looked at Hidden Blade and Muggle in puzzlement. "None of you are Beyonders of the Hunter pathway." The higher-ups suspected that the terrifying aura had been emitted by a high-level Beyonder of the Hunter pathway. "Can we create that terrifying aura ourselves? It must be exogenous." Franca was telling the truth, but she was deliberately misleading him into thinking about charms, sealed artifacts, and so on. As 007 nodded slowly in contemplation, Lumion focused on him and inquired, "What's the official stance of Bureau 8 regarding the missing Mariontist? Why do they believe he disappeared?" Chapter 412, Purge. Wearing a lion headgear, 007 took a moment to think before speaking. "I've only heard rumors that the Mariontist disappeared with some classified information." "That's not true," Franca replied, dropping the act. 007 had already figured out that the truth of that night involved the two of them teaming up with Hela to deal with Loki. Loki didn't possess any such information. 007 didn't argue with her and continued discussing the rumors. "And the classified information seems to be tied to a treasure left behind by a secret organization." Left behind treasure? Lumion and Franca both remembered the castle Dylan mentioned by I Know Someone. The location of this mysterious castle remained unknown, and Loki's dreams featured a towering and ominous ancient castle. 007 continued. "There are also members of Bureau 8 who suspect that the terrifying aura from that night is connected to the missing Mariontist. An intelligence supervisor named Antoine has been repeatedly asking for more details. Antoine. He believes Loki's disappearance wasn't random, and something must have happened to him." Lumion made a mental note of the name. After recounting the rumors, 007 glanced at Muggle and said half-jokingly, "It's best if you avoid the Market District. Hidden Blade has stirred up trouble there. It's very dangerous." "Who said that? Security has clearly improved," Franca responded confidently. Ever since she and Lumion had taken down the leaders of the Poison Spur mob, the Savoy mob had taken control of the entire Market District. The frequency of mob fights, shootings, and killings had decreased significantly, and security had improved. 007 sighed and remarked, That's only on the surface. There are more incidents involving supernatural powers than before. Sigh, I wonder when I'll get a long vacation. Lumion, in the role of Muggle, conversed with 007 for a while before returning to the Academy team. Professor, wearing a black butterfly mask, approached him and let out a soft sigh. I was worried that something had happened to you due to the hidden sage's whispers, and you needed some time to recover. Who would have thought that Loki's gang was behind it? After cursing Loki and his gang, she turned to Muggle for confirmation. Have you noticed that the hidden sage's whispers have taken on a disturbing change in recent months? Auror's grimoires didn't contain any records of this. Lumion thought for a moment and replied with a hint of bitterness. Nothing much. As you know, I was affected by the soul-summoning spell in the first few months of this year. My mental state was unstable, and recently I've sealed a part of my personality. The issues with my body haven't been fully resolved. I had already digested the Warlock potion and was planning to gather ingredients for advancement, but I haven't dared to do so now. The professor understood and cautioned, "You should be careful. Until your mental problems are completely resolved and you return to your normal state, don't consider consuming the potion." Her voice lowered as she continued, "I've noticed that the hidden sage's whispers have been revealing more living knowledge lately. It's the kind of knowledge that actively seeks out individuals and insists on entering their minds. This makes it even more dangerous for Beyonders of the mystery prior pathway like us. More knowledge actively pursuing individuals. Has the hidden sage's nature changed?" Lumion had heard his sister Auror mention the knowledge pursuer, so he didn't appear confused or bewildered. He nodded solemnly and said, "I'll be cautious." Professor didn't press further and continued discussing the specifics of the contract with Associate Professor and the other Academy team members. Muggle Lumion also took part in the conversation. It took more than half an hour for the teams to gather their members' opinions, document them, and submit them to the review committee. After careful consolidation, adoption, and rejection by Gandalf, Hela, and others, along with collective discussions involving all members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, the terms of the contract were painstakingly finalized. It wasn't clear if everyone tacitly agreed to enter the nation of the Evernight, but the gathering included transmigrators. There was no requirement for members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society to be of the same kind or come from the same world. Hela was aware of this, but chose not to bring it up. This allowed Lumion to fully meet the conditions and willingly comply with the contract's restrictions. He wouldn't secretly investigate the backgrounds of the Research Society members and wouldn't intentionally harm one another. However, there were certain exceptions. The contract granted the review committee the right to investigate suspected members, but they couldn't pass judgment or make decisions unilaterally. They had to convene a special gathering and inform all members of the situation. Every member would then vote on guilt and suggest a rough range of punishment. Loki and the others, who were currently being pursued, were no longer protected. Anyone had the authority to apprehend them. After the contract was approved, Hidden Blade Franca, who stood beside Lumion, let out a sigh of relief and genuinely commented, "Once everyone signs the contract, the Research Society will truly become a secret organization." It was too lax before. Many matters relied on everyone's self-awareness. Lumion, showing only the lower half of Auror's face, smiled and replied, "After all, you all didn't come together for anything significant before. You lacked a strict hierarchy. It's only natural that you had the freedom to do as you pleased." A loosely organized group could only mature gradually after weathering various challenges. As Vice President Apollo drafted an extensive mystical contract, the various teams resumed their daily discussions. This time, the primary focus of each team was on Loki and his companions' actions and potential accomplices. Gandalf, Headmaster Hela, Hidden Blade, and others moved from team to team, observing each member's reactions closely. Suddenly, the Research Society member disguised as a horse began reciting the incantation to leave the nation of the Evernight before the review committee could patrol his area. A Beyonder from ancient times, the ruler of the nation of the Evernight, the noble Mother of Heaven. The voice echoed through the ancient palace, but before the figure could finish the incantation, his eyes closed and he fell asleep. The surrounding members of the curly-haired baboons' research society were momentarily shocked before realizing the situation. They cursed, "Traitor." This individual had been one of Loki's hidden accomplices. With the mole incapacitated, the review committee resumed their patrol. 15 minutes later, the contract, as large as 2 dining tables, was produced, bearing the signature of a notary. Exhausted, Vice President Apollo drank a potion provided by Gandalf to alleviate his mental fatigue. In the following period, members of the curly-haired baboons' research society ascended the steps one by one. Under the watchful eyes of the review committee, they read the contract and signed it using the nicknames they had been using for years. During this process, the fog outside the ancient palace grew denser, as if preventing any external interference. Once all the members had signed, 3 more traitors were exposed. One of them transformed into a torch of light after signing, while another attempted to abduct his companion next to him, only to fall into a deep slumber. Seeing this, the 3rd traitor chose to confess. After a vote, the one who confessed was handled by a hypnotist to erase relevant memories. He was expelled from the research society, while the remaining 3 turned into Beyonder characteristics. Hela concluded, "Gandalf and I will investigate the family situations of these members. If they are ordinary people, and there are no issues, I suggest auctioning off the Beyonder characteristics for money and providing compensation." This compensation wasn't a reward for their wrongdoings, but rather a way to assist the relatives of the members who had taken over the bodies and could no longer provide support. Many members of the curly-haired baboons' research society had transmigrated to this world 5 to 6 years ago. Some had wives and children. Upon hearing this proposal, they were moved and felt it wouldn't be fair to implicate their families. Lumion had no objections. He still considered himself an outsider in this situation. In the remaining time, Lumion visited various teams, following Hidden Blade Franca's guidance, and identified 2 artisans capable of crafting mystical items. He didn't rush to interact with the artisans and entrust them with the hypnotist Beyonder characteristic from "I know someone." Instead, he planned to wait for Anthony Reed. The assistance a hypnotist could provide far exceeded that of a corresponding mystical item. After all, most mystical items couldn't speak or offer advice and guidance. Due to Loki's incident and the exposure of hidden traitors, many members of the curly-haired baboons' research society lost their enthusiasm and chose to depart without lingering, causing the number of people in the ancient palace to dwindle. The professor and associate professor couple, who had initially intended to organize an academy team gathering in Trier, temporarily abandoned the idea. At noon the following day, Lumion casually arrived at Salle de Bal Brise with a Rowan meatloaf in hand. Upon entering the café on the 2nd floor, he spotted Rat Christo. The short smuggling leader, sporting a pair of rat-like whiskers, greeted him with a smile. Lumion raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Got into trouble?" Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "This guy is a Sequence 8 beast tamer. Beyond that is Sequence 7 vampire. With his current appearance, I wonder how the potion will increase his charm and height." Christo chuckled and said, "There's something I want to ask you. I can't make up my mind." Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down. "And what's the matter?" Christo, resembling a large rat, glanced around and said, "The Trier Cave Association invited me to join them. Why do you think they're interested in recruiting me?" The Trier Cave Association was a group of individuals passionate about exploring and studying caves. Over time, it expanded its scope to include mining and drew in mine owners as well. In Trier, the region with the most caves was underground. Chapter 413, Cave Association. Upon hearing the name Trier Cave Association and their invitation to Rat Christo, Lumion didn't feel puzzled initially. Instead, he recalled the secret map of underground Trier he had once seen from Gardner Martin. The upper section of the map was as detailed as if one had infiltrated the municipal department and copied the original information. Now, Lumian suspected that it might have been leaked from the Trier Cave Association. This seemingly civilian organization had a large number of cave researchers. Some of them were employees of the municipal department or expert consultants. They had ample opportunities to come into contact with confidential exploration and construction information. There was no lack of people who had participated in the municipal modification decades ago. They were hands-on witnesses who had bored through various tunnels and reinforced all the quarry caves. They had a deep understanding of underground Trier. Lumian looked at Rat, Christo, and asked thoughtfully, "Do you really not understand why they invited you to join the association?" Rat. Christo smiled sheepishly and said, "I have a guess, but I'm not sure. Seal, don't tell me they've discovered I'm a smuggler leader." As a merchant who had long exploited underground Triers, concealed nature to smuggle alcohol, weapons, and ammunition, Christo's knowledge of different tunnels, remote mines, underground tombs, and hidden chambers rivaled that of most members of the Cave Association. He even possessed secret routes that remained unknown to others. Moreover, his nickname was Rat, and he was a true beast tamer. With the help of his animal friends, his tentacles could extend to many areas that humans couldn't reach. Christo suspected that the Cave Association had taken a liking to him because of these traits. That was why he felt uneasy. Whether it was his status as a beast tamer in the Beyonder domain or his nature as a big-time smuggler, they were enough to send him to trial. His options would probably range from hanging, a firing squad, incineration, beheading, to becoming a low-level experimentalist. Lumian chuckled. "I don't believe that adventurers who join the Cave Association haven't been involved in smuggling and don't have Beyonders among them." "That's right." Rat Christo exhaled and said, "The Cave Association wants some business from me." Lumian glanced at him and said, "That's why you should consult the boss about this, not me." Christo lowered his voice and smiled ingratiatingly. "I'm just worried that the boss will take the opportunity to assign me some dangerous mission. Based on Gardner Martin's previous missions and the confidential map, this Rat keenly sensed the boss's extraordinary interest in underground Trier. He felt that if he joined the Trier Cave Association, Gardner Martin might arrange for him to contact some members of the association and attempt to steal confidential information or participate in research and risky expeditions. And that often meant danger. He had consulted Lumian not only because he felt that his colleague was powerful, knowledgeable, and quick-witted, but also because he wanted to find someone to shirk his responsibility in advance. He had already made up his mind to join the Trier Cave Association and keep it a secret from Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob. For him to progress from an ordinary mobster to a Beyonder and take control of the Savoy mob's smuggling business, he relied on two principles. One, he had to avoid provoking anyone stronger than him, choosing only to bully the weak. If he ran out of options, he could seek help from his colleagues and join forces. Two, he had to never place all his chips on a bet or one person. Previously, he had fawned over Lumian, displaying a certain degree of submission. His words were filled with praise for Lumian because he valued his colleague's rapid advancement in sequence, his strength, and his intelligence. If he befriended him, he might be able to save his life from a dangerous mission given by Gardner Martin at a critical moment. Now that he had a chance to join the Trier Cave Association and interact with more factions and powerful figures, Rat Christo naturally didn't want to let it go. He didn't want his connections to be limited to the Savoy mob and the Market District. If Gardner Martin lost power one day or he was given a certain death mission, he needed to switch teams, one that could protect him. Gardner Martin definitely couldn't know about this, but if he accidentally discovered the matter, Christo could naturally blame it on Seal. I, Rat, am a boorish and uncultured individual. I spend my days dealing with animals, laborers, and the dark underground. I have limited knowledge and ain't very bright. I often seek guidance from Seal when I encounter matters, and he told me that I could join the Cave Association. He said it was a very normal and personal matter. Lumion looked at Christo with a faint smile, his dark blue eyes and grayish-black hair, and didn't respond to his inquiry. Instead, he asked, "You've been a beast tamer for a long time, right? Do you know what the next sequence is?" Judging by Rat's care and concern for his animal companions, even if he didn't know the acting method, the beast tamer potion should have mostly been digested. "I don't know. The boss didn't tell me." Christo's eyes darted around. Lumion chuckled and said, "As far as I know, the next sequence of Beast Tamer is a qualitative change. It will bring you an all-around improvement, including a longer lifespan and a body with better recovery traits." Without waiting for Christo to press further, Lumion changed the subject. "Therefore, you must work hard to complete the mission given by the boss and strive to obtain the corresponding rewards as soon as possible." "Yes, yes, yes," Christo hastily agreed. Only then did Lumion steer the conversation back on track. He smiled and asked, "Do you wish to join the Trier Cave Association?" Christo stammered. I'm curious about their motives. Moreover, the person who came seems polite and keeps smiling, but I keep feeling that his actions are a threat to me." "Yes, a threat." The one following him is even more expressionless. "He looks at me as if I'm a dead man, a criminal awaiting trial. Curious." Lumion chuckled inwardly, grasping Rat's inclination and thoughts. Angrily, he said, "How dare they threaten a leader of our Savoy mob? We must inform the boss about this." No need," Christo panicked. "The Cave Association is a semi-official organization. We're just mobsters. There's no need to clash with them. This won't do you, me, or Red Boots, who are members of the Savoy mob in the Market District, any good." Lumion clicked his tongue silently, planning to add fuel to the fire and force the truth out of Rat. At that moment, Sarkota, who had been guarding the staircase at the bottom, walked up and said to Lumion, "Boss, 2 individuals calling themselves Trier Cave Association liaisons are here to pay you a visit." "Visit me? Someone from the Trier Cave Association is visiting me." Lumion glanced at Rat Christo, who had his hands on the table in surprise and confusion. He leaned back in his chair and said to Sarkota, "Invite them up." The Trier Cave Association's 2 liaisons were young. They wore black formal attire and blue bow ties. One had brown hair, brown eyes, and a reserved smile. The other had black hair and brown eyes, expressionless and cold. The friendly liaison glanced at Rat Christo and fixed his gaze on Lumion's face. He smiled and asked, "Good afternoon. Are you Monsieur Seal Dubois?" "Yes." Lumion wanted to see what the Trier Cave Association was up to. The liaison who had asked the question earlier smiled condescendingly and said, "We're members of the Trier Cave Association. My name is Joseph, and this is my colleague, Rayan. We're here to invite you to join our association. We just invited Monsieur Christo, who's standing beside you, a few hours ago." Lumion didn't hide his emotions and asked with amusement, "What do I have that caught your cave association's eye? I'm not a smuggler who frequents underground Trier. Could it be that you know that I entered the 4th level of the catacombs and obtained the Samaritan women's spring water? Could it be that you still know that I'm a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and am aware of a series of hidden catacombs like the Albert Mines?" Joseph replied with a smile, "We have our reasons. If you're willing to join our association, you'll definitely know the specific reason." Rayan, who was taller than Joseph, added coldly, "That's a good thing for you." Lumion gazed at them for a few seconds before chuckling. "I'm not interested in your association." The expressionless Rayan narrowed his eyes. "I hope you won't regret it." Joseph smiled meaningfully and said, "You might not know the significance of our cave association in Trier. Unfortunately, you missed this opportunity." With that, the 2 of them turned around and prepared to walk towards the stairs leading to the ground floor. As Lumion watched them leave, he raised his head slightly. "What is the Trier Cave Association up to? This matter is definitely not simple. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If I offend the Cave Association, Gardner Martin probably won't let me stay in the Market District anymore. My current mission in the Iron and Blood Cross Order is to investigate the Sauron family's decline and explore the underground to find the entrance to 4th Epoch Trier. It has nothing to do with staying in the Market District. Once I leave the market district, I'll be out of Loki's sight. I can slip into the shadows and wait patiently. I wonder if I can continue enjoying Sal de Balbrise's share of profits. If anything goes awry, I'll teleport away immediately. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion suddenly knocked on the coffee table in front of him. Amidst the thumping sounds, he glanced at Joseph and Rayan's figures and asked calmly, "Who gave you the permission to leave?" Chapter 414. Reason. Joseph and Rayan came to a sudden halt, swiftly turning to face Lumion. Lumion observed them in silence, offering no immediate explanation. Joseph, maintaining his smug and condescending grin, inquired, "Monsieur Seal, I'm not sure I comprehend your meaning." Lumion spoke with composure. "I granted you permission to visit me, not the freedom to depart. This is my Sal de Balbrise, not your home. You can't come and go as you please." Though Lumion didn't intentionally use provocation, his demeanor, tone, and message radiated unmistakable disdain, as if he held no fear of their wrath. Rayan, his expression unchanged, narrowed his eyes, turned away, and continued his stride toward the staircase, completely disregarding Lumion's words. Joseph, with brown hair and eyes to match, glanced at Lumion, then at Rayan. His gaze flickered, but he made no move to stop him. Unfazed, Lumion calmly drew his revolver and discharged a round toward the staircase without hesitation. With a bang, Rayan came to an abrupt standstill once again. Slowly, he pivoted to face Lumion, exuding a palpable pressure from his eyes. A subtle movement in Christo's pocket betrayed his discomfort and vigilance, sensing imminent danger. Unperturbed, Lumion, holding the revolver, issued a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, I am carrying a concealed firearm." As he spoke, he glanced back at Rayan and Joseph, a faint, fearless smile playing on his lips. Joseph's feigned, polite smile crumbled, replaced by a piercing gaze fixed on Lumion, as if assessing the mob leader's resolve, confidence, and strength. Lumion contemplated uttering, "What are you staring at? If you want to fight, let's fight. If not, back down." To further infuriate the Trier Cave Association representatives, but considering the presence of Rat Christo, he abandoned the notion. It would expose his true intention of provocation rather than investigating their true purpose, making it challenging to explain to Gardner Martin, the current or former conspirer. His unwavering gaze remained locked with Joseph and Rayan. With the revolver in his right hand, he deftly spun the cylinder. After more than 10 seconds that left Rat Christo visibly sweating, Joseph once again wore a polite smile and asked, "May we depart now, Monsieur Seal?" "Oh, so you see through my true intentions of deliberately finding fault, hoping to get some action. Where's your arrogance and self-esteem?" Lumion chuckled inwardly and said in an infuriating tone, "Not just yet." Rayan took an abrupt step forward, but Joseph restrained him. The freckled, brown-haired, brown-eyed young man raised his chin slightly and locked eyes with Lumion. "What must we do to gain your permission?" Lumion's smile held a tinge of disappointment as he replied, "Answer my question. Why did you invite Christo and me to join the Cave Association?" "I don't recall having a hobby of exploring and studying caves." Joseph fell into a brief silence before explaining. "Our association's cave adventurers have encountered Christo several times underground and noticed his in-depth knowledge of underground Trier. He appears to be well acquainted with many hidden routes, which aligns with our cave association's criteria for invitations." Rat Christo didn't voice any objections to this explanation. Although his primary activities involved smuggling underground, there were no completely hidden smuggling routes. They inevitably crossed paths with tunnels and mines known to cave adventurers and quarry police. During these encounters, it was inevitable that he would come across a few passers-by, or be covertly observed from a distance. Lumion, all the while, idly stroked the revolver's muzzle without interrupting Joseph's narrative. Joseph paused for a brief moment before elaborating, "There are 2 reasons for your invitation. The first reason is an earth blood ore specimen." The earth blood ore specimen. Lumion hadn't anticipated this reason at all. Without taking much time to consider, guided by his prankster instincts and recent advice from Anthony Reed, Lumion swiftly responded, An earth blood ore specimen? Ah, I recall now. I acquired it from a lunatic named Flame. Isn't it just a stone? It holds no value to me. I don't even know its whereabouts. Lumion then added with a touch of nostalgia, it appears to have been stolen. I left it in a rented apartment. Heh heh, individuals like us rarely have a place solely for rest and sleep. My apartment was laden with numerous traps. Who would have imagined a thief successfully infiltrating and accessing the cabinet? What's more, they only took the earth blood ore and left everything else untouched. It puzzled me at the time, making me wonder if my recollection was flawed. The stone has long been lost, and no thief had broken in. Cecile Dubois' words were delivered with a sincere and detailed tone, and his demeanor conveyed an apparent lack of concern regarding the ore specimen. Now, it merely seemed like the loss of some insignificant item. Joseph and Rayan exchanged glances, their attitudes subtly shifting. As Lumion finished his act, his mind raced, trying to decipher the rationale behind the Trier Cave Association's interest in the earth blood ore. The earth blood's rock stratum has existed beneath Trier for centuries, if not millennia. The specific minerals concealed within it couldn't have surfaced recently. Catching the attention of Flame and other mineral researchers, official factions in Trier and certain secretive organizations probably know that a select few minerals within the earth blood rock stratum hold a connection to the death of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. However, they haven't uncovered their practical significance, merely corrupting the minds of those who encountered them. That night, I activated the brand on my right hand, causing numerous high-ranking individuals in Trier to sense it. Someone might have identified the aura of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor through various means, prompting an investigation into relevant items. The whereabouts of the specific minerals within the earth blood rock stratum are a vital lead in their inquiry. Flame's belongings were registered with the Market District's police headquarters. Given the Cave Association's connection to the authorities, they likely accepted the mission and sought me out. The one who had acquired Flame's belongings. But why didn't they just send someone from the police headquarters to inquire directly? The Purifier, Machinery Hivemind, and Bureau 8 members all possess corresponding police identities. Of course, the authorities aren't unified. They are officially divided between the government and the two churches, but in practice, each faction harbors internal divisions. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church's order of preachers clashes with the Brotherhood Minor and other ideological factions. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's cloister system opposes the cathedral system. Bureau 8 is even more of a mixed bag. Some members come from secret organizations recognized by the government. Some are former nobles like Sauron, who retain some influence. And others had been groomed by Bureau 8 over the years. The only thing holding them together is the fact that Bureau 8 members can't officially align with any political party, or it would become even more chaotic in such a fractured environment. It is possible that a group within a faction had identified the earth blood ore's unique trail of clues, but doesn't want others to know. Hence, they bypassed the police station's public channels and conducted their investigation through the unofficial Cave Association. Perhaps someone within the Cave Association has recognized this clue and possesses an in-depth knowledge of underground terrain and mineral specimens. They are likely among the most proficient professionals. Is this why they hadn't directly requested my cooperation with the investigation, and instead attempted to recruit me into the Cave Association? Lumion swiftly reached this preliminary conclusion, eagerly awaiting Joseph to reveal the second reason. Joseph said, "We believed you had an interest in underground minerals and were a kindred spirit. Did it really get stolen, or did you leave it somewhere else but have forgotten about it?" "It must have been stolen," Lumion said truthfully. "I found some traces of a break-in. Because of this, I became concerned about the gold I had saved, so I went to the bank to rent a safe deposit box for it." Joseph nodded gently and said, "The second reason is that Kendall, an administrator of the catacombs, told us that among the individuals who brought Flame's ashes there for burial, you seem to possess a unique sensitivity to something abnormal that others couldn't perceive." They connected the dots from the earth blood ore to the catacombs. Lumion was enlightened. "I'm not sure what you mean by special." Joseph didn't elaborate or push for further information. He simply looked at Lumion and asked, "Monsieur Seal, may we leave now?" Lumion regarded them for a few seconds before nodding slowly. "Sure." The situation had taken an unexpected turn, causing him to abandon his plan of provoking the two liaisons and antagonizing the Trier Cave Association further. While he had undoubtedly irked Joseph and Rayan, they had also obtained the answers they were seeking, or at least a part of them. There might be minor repercussions in the future, but a major confrontation was unlikely. After Joseph and Rayan disappeared down the stairs, Lumion sat in contemplation for several moments. He holstered his revolver, stood up, and addressed Rat Christo. "This situation is more complex than I anticipated. I need to report it to the boss." He considered a dangerous possibility. If it turned out that the Sauron family was behind the investigation into the special earth blood ore through the Cave Association, and they discovered a connection between Seal Dubois, a mob leader, and the supposed son of a wealthy businessman who exhibited peculiar behavior in Poofer Sauron's King's Pie game, it could pose a significant problem. Therefore, he needed to inform Gardner Martin immediately, be forthright with him, and eliminate any potential hidden threats while seeking useful advice. With the Iron and Blood Cross Order as a secret organization backing this entire operation and his primary mission assigned by Gardner Martin, Lumion had no intention of handling the matter on his own. Rat Christo hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile and responding, "All right." Chapter 415. The Sinner Complains First. Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, 11 Rue des Fontaines. Gardner Martin, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black pants, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative. Bathed in golden sunlight, he listened intently as Lumion and Christo shared the details of their encounter with the Trier Cave Association. Lumion took the lead, briefly explaining the origins of the earth blood ore specimen. "While I was staying at Auberge du Coq Doré, I crossed paths with a man named Flame, a lunatic who had a tragic encounter with the Montsaurus ghost, leading to the bizarre deaths of his family. Occasionally, he regained lucidity. We drank together a few times. One day he hanged himself. His belongings, including the earth blood ore specimen, ended up with the police. They said they were to hand them over to his surviving relatives, but they refused to accept them. Eventually, they asked me to retrieve them, which included the earth blood ore specimen. I knew that lunatic and had drinks with him. I didn't throw away the mineral specimen and casually placed it in an iron cabinet of my safe house. Lumion spoke the truth, not a single word being false. He only concealed the fact that he had helped Flame escape the Montsaurus ghost and Termabarose's reminder regarding the earth blood ore. Gardner Martin, his brownish-red eyes reflecting wisdom and a touch of silver hair in his black hair, inquired, "Where is your safe house?" Lumion replied honestly, "It's in the leftmost room on the 3rd floor of 19 Rue des Blouses Blanches." This wasn't on the same side as apartment 6, which had emitted a terrifying aura and there was a distance between them, so Lumion's answer was straightforward. Gardner Martin smiled. "No wonder you frequent Rue des Blouses Blanches so often. It's not just because of Jenna." "Boss, are you hinting at me not to visit Franca too often? Are you implying that you're aware of this situation?" Lumion grumbled and continued. He gave the same story he had told Joseph and Rayan from the Cave Association. Finally, Lumion subtly probed, "Will this pose a problem for our Savoy mob? There might be an official faction hidden behind the Cave Association." He wanted to convey to Gardner Martin that his cover in front of Poofer Sauron might be at risk, trusting the boss's intelligence to grasp the implication. Gardner Martin gave a slight nod and turned his attention to Rat Christo, saying, "If you want to join the Cave Association, you can, but ensure it doesn't interfere with our smuggling operations." Christo nodded repeatedly. "Understood, boss." Following Gardner Martin's instructions, he departed from the study, leaving Lumion alone. Gardner Martin smiled and consoled the official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Don't worry about Poofer. Even if he figures out your true identity, he'll pretend he doesn't know. Ever since you became the king in the King's Pie game, he's been suspicious of you. He'll definitely probe and exploit you again and again. It was a subtle message, urging Lumion to remain in the market district and continue overseeing Salle de Balbrise, Auberge du Coq Doré, Salle de Gristmill, and other businesses. Lumion couldn't help but smile with relief. All right, I was just worried that it would affect the most important mission. Simultaneously, he sneered inwardly. He keenly felt the irrationality of Gardner Martin's plan. Transitioning control to another Beyonder to oversee Salle de Balbrise and other operations, allowing Lumion to slip into the shadows, was a straightforward task for the boss of the Savoy mob and the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. There were no downsides to this arrangement. Even though he couldn't afford to mistreat Lumion, a subordinate on an important mission, he could compensate him by continuing to share the profits from Salle de Balbrise and other businesses. He couldn't risk keeping an official member who had already attracted suspicion in his current location. While Lumion's retreat into the shadows might make him appear even more suspicious, potentially putting the Savoy mob in the crosshairs, Gardner Martin had encountered such challenges numerous times before. There had to be a solution. Sensing the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's suspicion, Lumion aimed to use the Cave Association to keep testing him. His account and explanations were entirely truthful. Normally, Gardner Martin would believe him, but the issue was that too many unusual events had occurred around him recently. As a former or current conspirer, Gardner Martin would instinctively smell something fishy. The detailed reasons were no longer enough to hide the overall abnormality. With this thought in mind, Lumion's determination to kill surged. He stared at Gardner Martin, positioned by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and estimated the distance between them to be about 5 meters. At such a close range, if he were to suddenly employ the spell of Harumph, and Gardner Martin hadn't reached Sequence 4 and achieved godhood, lacking a mystical item to defend against such abilities, he could quickly subdue the Savoy mob boss and eliminate him. The current situation resembled that of two ordinary individuals without Beyonder powers standing within a 5-meter radius. One held a high social status and excelled in combat, while the other held a low status and lacked physical strength. However, they both concealed a revolver and possessed exceptional marksmanship. Within 5 meters, regardless of an ordinary person's status or combat skills, they would succumb to a single shot. Considering the missions for the Tarot Club and the Aurora Order, Lumion composed himself and inquired, "Commanding officer, I wish to purchase the Conspirer Potion formula from the Order." He had gained valuable insights from his advancement to Pyromaniac. He didn't want to go through the nerve-wracking process of searching for each Conspirer Potion ingredient after digesting the Pyromaniac potion. His goal was to gather Conspirer ingredients in advance, while continuing to digest the remaining Pyromaniac potion, thereby maximizing his time efficiency. Gardner Martin responded with surprise. "Do you have that much cash for that?" The Conspirer Potion formula can command prices ranging from 70,000 to 80,000 Verl d'Or at the most mysticism gatherings, if not more. It's unlike Pyromaniacs, who are constantly perishing as others advance. Conspirers understand the importance of self-preservation, and they've become more cautious about sharing their sequence potion formulas. In Trier, the most common potion formulas available ranged from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 of the Hunter pathway. Without waiting for Lumion's reply, Gardner Martin grinned and added, "If you can unearth even a portion of the Sauron family's declined secret, I'll reward you with the Conspirer Potion formula. It doesn't have to be the whole story, just a piece of the puzzle. If you're eager to advance and don't want to wait, as an official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, you have the privilege of purchasing the Conspirer Potion formula at a discounted price of 60,000 Verl d'Or." Lumion agreed without hesitation. "No problem. I'll bring 60,000 Verl d'Or tomorrow." His initial plan had been to inquire with Mr. K and Madam Magician if Gardner Martin declined his request. "You really have 60,000 Verl d'Or?" Gardner Martin chuckled. Lumien's heart raced as he replied deliberately, "Just about. I previously assisted a tenant of Auberge du Coq Doré in recovering a 100,000 debt owed by Salle de Bal Unique on Rue Ancien in Quartier de l'Observatoire. I took a bit over half of it. In total, he had received 50,000 Verl d'Or in banknotes and gold, worth 30,000 Verl d'Or. After repaying Franca's 25,000, he had 55,000 left. Combined with the original 1,000 gold, 1,000 banknotes, and 4,000 Verl d'Or, he had 61,000 Verl d'Or in liquid assets. Salle de Bal Unique, Gardner Martin repeated, his expression growing more serious. You really managed to retrieve the debt from Salle de Bal Unique. Evidently, the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order was familiar with Salle de Bal Unique. Lumien nodded, his demeanor open and honest. Yes. The members of the Savoy mob at Salle de Bal Brise were more or less aware that he had helped Fitz collect his debt. Lumien couldn't keep Gardner Martin in the dark, so he decided to disclose it directly to confuse the situation and divert the Iron and Blood Cross Order's suspicions. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to put a little fear into Gardner Martin. Gardner Martin scrutinized Lumien and subtly moved closer to the floor-to-ceiling windows. After a few moments, he inquired with curiosity, "Have you never heard of the issues surrounding Salle de Bal Unique?" "I have," Lumien replied with a smile. If he had a monocle, he might have playfully inserted it into his right eye socket at that moment, savoring Gardner Martin's intriguing expressions and subconscious reactions. After a pause, Lumien continued, "After accepting the commission, I conducted a thorough investigation of the dance hall and realized it wasn't as simple as it seemed. It had a mysterious background and posed a significant danger, so I initially decided to abandon it. However, one day, while trailing an adversary, I noticed something unusual. One of the guards at Salle de Bal Unique's entrance had inexplicably vanished, and upstairs, behind a window, their boss, Timmins, appeared to have lost his spirit. I saw this as an opportunity, so I made an attempt to enter and collect the debt. To my surprise, I succeeded." As Lumien spoke, he took a step forward and asked earnestly, "Commanding officer, are there any hidden dangers I should be aware of?" Gardner Martin discreetly took another step forward and smiled. "Not at the moment. Keep an eye out for any future anomalies." Lumien seized the opportunity to express his bewilderment. "Commanding officer, something doesn't quite add up. Why have there been so many events swirling around me lately? Some I initiated, while others just seem to find their way to me. Am I truly a harbinger of trouble? Or has my recent fate been to rush around and handle things, leaving me constantly busy and weary?" Gardner Martin regarded him with meaning and replied, "Perhaps this is the destiny that every hunter is bound to face." After Lumien departed, Gardner Martin shifted his gaze to the side. A hidden door creaked open, and Supervisor Olson emerged, bearing a resemblance to a hungry bear. "How is it?" Gardner Martin inquired. Olson smirked and responded, "It's natural for him to be discontent with your arrangements. His loyalty isn't firmly established yet. He won't be able to join your team for the time being." Gardner Martin shifted the conversation thoughtfully. The calamity on him is more conspicuous than any of us. "Is it possible that he's more compatible?" Olson fell silent for a few moments before replying, "Let's observe and wait." Meanwhile, as Lumien returned to the market district, Franca sat at Trocadero's Red House Café. Her gaze fell upon Brown Sauron, her long, flowing orange-red hair resembling a waterfall, as she asked, "When will you folks complete the audit?" Brown Sauron didn't provide a direct response. She studied Franca, who had black hair and brown eyes, for a moment before saying, "We've identified a suspected member of the Bliss Society. Chapter 416, Suspect, you're quite efficient. After receiving the warning, you swiftly unearthed the problem and found the clues. Instead of confirming it yourself, you're now informing me directly, intending to leverage this issue for the final audit. No wonder you didn't respond when I inquired about the audit completion date. Franca's mind raced as she grasped Brown Sauron's true intentions, representing the demoness sect. Admiring the demoness's appearance and demeanor, she smiled and asked, "Is it just a suspicion?" She was prompting the other party to provide more details. Brown Sauron ran her fingers through her long orange-red hair and spoke with a somber expression. "After learning from you that the Bliss Society interacts with the participants in the orgies, I observed my friends and noticed two members who were behaving unusually. One of them fell in love with a man once again and entered into a romantic relationship. Consequently, she started declining participation in the female orgies. The other one encountered a new woman and succumbed to her advances, leading to feelings of guilt for betraying us. Friends, girlfriends, Franca couldn't help but criticize. She smiled and inquired, "Who do you suspect are the members of the Bliss Society?" "That woman." Brown Sauron's aura remained dark. She took the initiative to ask about the orgies and reassured Adana that there was no need to feel guilty. She claimed that everyone has the right to control their bodies and freely indulge their desires without caring about others' opinions, societal judgments, moral restrictions, or religious constraints. She also stated that only deities and churches that genuinely embrace free will, physical freedom, and desire freedom are worth following. Physical freedom, desire freedom. It's indeed the hallmark of the Mother Tree of Desire's believers. The core members of the Bliss Society truly excel as actors. Their acting skills are remarkable. They can artfully package indulgence and debauchery, presenting desires as a manifestation of willpower, subtly diminishing the importance of rationality, clarity, and thoughtful reflection. Franca clicked her tongue and inwardly sighed. For a demoness of pleasure, this approach proved highly effective. If the surrounding humans believed it, she could swiftly immerse them in intense and genuine pleasure, causing them to lose themselves in a sea of indulgence. Long-term consequences and effects were typically disregarded by most demonesses, as they would have already digested the potion by then. However, Franca could discern that Brown Sauron was possessive and didn't want her girlfriends to engage with humans outside of the orgies. "That certainly resembles the Bliss Society," Franca objectively remarked. Brown's added with a gloomy expression, "As for the other one, the lover is primarily concerned with money, houses, banquets, vacations, and various luxury items. It's quite evident that he's a male courtesan. They understand women very well, are eloquent, and possess considerable capabilities." "What do you plan to do?" Franca asked curiously. She sensed that Brown Sauron wasn't the type to simply give up on one of her girlfriends, especially when the new lover seemed unreliable. Brown Sauron hesitated for a few moments before saying, "I've encountered him before, and I can tell he harbors an unusual desire for me. I intend to teach him a lesson, immersing him in pleasure without granting him true gratification. Once his body and mind are completely under my control, I'll discard him." "Wow, did you learn this without a mentor? Do you even remember your original form?" Franca raised an eyebrow, finding a rare target for mockery. Browns glanced at her mockingly and retorted, "Based on what I've discovered and confirmed, you have two male lovers. One is mature and the other is young. You seem to excel at enjoying yourself." Her implication was clear. "What right do you have to mock me?" "I'm merely planning to offer that man some pleasure without engaging in actual intimacy. As for you, you've long abandoned your gender, ending up in the beds of different men. Half of my reputation has been tarnished by Seal." Franca didn't lose her composure over the humiliation. She maintained a smile and said, "I view this as a unique experience. I've already become a woman. How can I not explore something entirely different from my previous existence? If you don't experiment now, you may never have the chance in the future. Don't you desire to return to your original form? Do you not know how?" She subtly hinted at her knowledge of mysticism, paving the way for revealing her true motives for infiltrating the Savoy mob in the future. Browns was left momentarily speechless, unable to refute Franca Rowland's twisted logic. Franca continued, "Life is confined to just a few decades. Why confine yourself to such a limited scope?" As long as you avoid indulgence and obsession and always remain true to yourself, you're merely experiencing the present moment. Why not venture into various realms and experiences? At this moment, Franca had an epiphany. Pleasure wasn't just something to offer to others. It was also meant for oneself. Is this my first principle of acting? No wonder my digestion speed hasn't been slowing down recently. It's even considered fast. How can being coy be considered pleasure? Franca thought with a sense of delight. Browns fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Your mindset surpasses my expectations, but with this mindset, it will be very, very challenging for you to perform a ritual, advance to affliction, or experience pain and inflict it. I'm currently focused on pleasure. I'll deal with affliction when the time comes, Franca replied casually. The digestion process would take months, half a year, or even longer to complete. What was the point of worrying too much? Browns glanced at Franca for a moment, feeling a mix of repulsion and envy. It wasn't that she desired it, but the demonesses she had encountered, whether at higher sequences or those who had just consumed the witch potion, lacked this calmness and radiance. Each of them carried their own distortions, conflicts, and pain, and some even teetered on the edge of madness. Browns decided not to delve further into personal philosophy and steered the conversation back on track. Adana encountered the suspected Bliss Society member at an art exhibition. She goes by the name Teresa and comes from a former noble family. She's now an art dealer. I've conducted some investigation. Her identity and name are real, but they don't belong to her. In other words, there is a real art dealer named Teresa. She's impersonating her and has altered her appearance to make herself more appealing. This aligns with the characteristics of an actor, as you mentioned. When Adana had intimate contact with her, she also experienced the abilities of a sex addict. I attempted to tail her earlier, but I was too cautious and lost her trail. Adana has a date with her tonight. Franca listened attentively and then asked thoughtfully, "Can we trust Adana now?" Browns's expression contorted as she replied, "She can be trusted." Franca didn't press further and reminded her deliberately, "Then, will she exhibit any unusual behavior during her date with Teresa tonight?" "She's dealing with an actor." "Perhaps. She needs a psychiatrist or an even more powerful beyonder of the spectator pathway to plant a cue or hypnotize her. This will help her maintain her normal state and prevent Teresa from becoming suspicious. If you can't find one in a hurry, I can introduce someone, but it will come at a cost." Browns's expression softened as she nodded in agreement. "You're indeed more experienced than I am." Following her sigh, she smiled and asked, "Is that psychiatrist also a man?" Franca was taken aback. "Yes." "Hey, what kind of image do you have of me?" The two of them silently refrained from discussing which side would handle the subsequent questions after identifying the fake Teresa. It was as if they had already reached an unspoken agreement. At 7 p.m. In Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, just outside the Delan Music Hall, Franca and Lumian, both dressed in light-colored pants, walked toward the entrance while discreetly holding each other's arms. They had used lie to alter their appearances and heights, ensuring that they wouldn't be recognized by anyone they might know. Their target for this operation was the woman entering the concert hall, about 7 to 8 meters away. Among them, Adana, a participant in the Red House female orgies, had long, light yellow hair with thin, curly bangs. Her face was powdered, her eyes light blue, and her nose perky, making her quite attractive. As for the art dealer, Teresa, she had long, wavy brown hair and a simple style. When her flaxen-colored eyes scanned the surroundings, they sparkled with liveliness. This woman, suspected to be a member of the Bliss Society, had somewhat stiff facial features. It lacked softness but still exuded a strange charm. Inside the small concert hall, Lumian and Franca found their seats and then swiftly locked onto Teresa and Adana's location, discreetly observing them from behind. Franca watched with interest as Adana and Teresa leaned against each other, feigning intimacy. It was a pity that, despite her claim of loving women, Franca's limited experience mainly revolved around teasing Gardner Martin's other lovers. She had seldom been able to admire such scenes from a distance. "Be careful," Lumian warned with a sigh. Franca responded disapprovingly. For a Tririen, this attitude is entirely normal. Look around you. Aren't others openly watching as well? Lumian snorted and didn't push the matter further. Their immediate objective was observation, not tailing. It was crucial to assess the target's situation before taking any action. Turning an ambush and surprise attack into an open confrontation would be a failure for any hunter. Lumian's primary goal was to gather information about Teresa's probable sequence. If she happened to be a Sequence 7 actor or a Sequence 6 recipient, Lumian was confident in executing a successful surprise attack. However, if she turned out to be a fallen tree spirit of a specific tree with a changed life form, the effectiveness of the spell of Harumph might be questionable. Although Franca had suggested using magic mirror divination to gather this intel, Lumian still wanted to witness it firsthand. The desires of a corresponding sequence of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway couldn't be easily concealed. Chapter 417. The Importance of Intel. The concert began as scheduled, and Teresa and Aldena separated, completely immersed in the orchestra's performance. In Trier, the citizens displayed immense enthusiasm and respect for the arts. During the Living Artists exhibition, the daily number of visitors surpassed that of those who frequented various execution grounds to witness executions. Franca withdrew her gaze with regret and closed her eyes, savoring a symphony that evoked the image of moonlight glistening on a tranquil lake at night. Lumian had received no formal education in this domain, so his knowledge of music was limited to three things. Firstly, Auror's occasional humming and the melodies of shepherds' flutes. Secondly, songs from places like All Tavern, Cordoue Village Square, and Salle de Bal Brise, which were often laced with suggestive lyrics and rhythms. Lastly, the psalms from the Eternal Blazing Sun's Mass. However, now, he found himself deeply moved by the band's performance. His mood gradually settled, as if he could envision Cordoue Village and the highland pasture nestled in the darkness. It was a serene night, adorned with a canopy of stars. Lumian wasn't entirely captivated by the music. From the corner of his eye, he scrutinized the lady impersonating Teresa, carefully observing her every move. The impostor Teresa appeared highly emotional, her demeanor shifting from sorrowful during the lyrical passages to exuberant during the ensemble. She seemed to be completely attuned to the fluctuations in the music. Lumian pondered whether she had an exceptional affinity for music, or if she harbored a strong desire to perform and convey something profound. If it was the latter, Lumian could tentatively conclude that the impostor Teresa was likely a Sequence 7 actor. Based on his understanding of the Mother Tree of Desire's boon pathways, Beyonders typically wouldn't be so profoundly affected by the desires associated with a sequence after moving beyond it. However, there might still be a more pronounced influence compared to ordinary individuals. As time passed, the orchestra played 3 symphonies, culminating in the conductor turning, bowing, and addressing the audience. The final movement is titled The Girl Under the Moon. I'd like to invite the most beautiful lady here onto the stage, so that our entire orchestra can have the honor of taking a photograph with her as a beautiful memento. Franca quickly lowered her head. She had no desire to be chosen and become the center of attention. This would embarrass her a little. Nonetheless, she wasn't overly concerned. Having altered her appearance and height with Lai, she could only be considered ordinary and mildly charming. After all, the greatest challenge for a demoness of pleasure when tailing a target lay in their inherent beauty, charisma, and attention-grabbing aura. If she didn't become invisible or remain concealed in the shadows, she ran the risk of being discovered. Such requests were not uncommon in Trier, and several women in the audience were eager to step forward. To them, being chosen would symbolize a significant acknowledgement of their appearance and demeanor. Lumian's gaze swept over the attendees, eventually settling on Aldena and the impostor Teresa. The former seemed visibly excited, her anticipation clear in her demeanor. On the other hand, the latter's body exhibited an abnormal tension, and she trembled slightly, a mix of excitement and nervousness evident in her demeanor. Upon witnessing these reactions, Lumion couldn't help but smirk slightly, gaining a rough understanding of the fake Teresa's situation. The desire for recognition was one of the fundamental desires of a Sequence 6 recipient of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway. Hence, it was likely that the fake Teresa was a Sequence 6 recipient, not yet a Sequence 5 fallen tree spirit. Otherwise, her yearning for recognition wouldn't be so overwhelming. The invitation to bring the most beautiful lady onto the stage for a photograph wasn't a mere coincidence. Lumion had sponsored it himself. After discovering that the first stage of the date between the imposter Teresa and Aldana involved attending a concert, Lumion had sought out the Deland Music Hall to ascertain the evening's repertoire. He had then devised a plan in line with Trier's style, based on the title of the final movement, attempting to bribe the orchestra. Ultimately, he had succeeded in convincing the conductor, not just because he had used Franca's 1,000 Verl door, but also because Lumion had provided a compelling reason. It was a romantic gesture intended for a certain lady, a gesture driven solely by affection, without any expectation of reciprocation or leaving a name. Romantic gestures had a special place in the hearts of these Trier artists. Through this event, Lumion sought to detect whether the fake Teresa harbored any exceptional desires. A skilled hunter couldn't simply wait for opportunities to arise. They had to know how to create them. Of course, the precondition was having sufficient intel. Otherwise, planning with precision or avoiding easy detection would be impossible. The conductor scanned the room and singled out the woman whom he believed to be the most beautiful. He also assumed that she was the object of the young man's affection from earlier in the day. Such extraordinary beauty was a rarity. The woman, with her bright gray eyes and neatly tied black hair, gracefully approached the orchestra while the fake Teresa slouched in her seat, unable to hide her disappointment, regret, and frustration. "How should I address you?" The conductor inquired of the lady in the elegant black court dress beside him. With a gentle and melodious voice, she replied, "Clarice." Franca gazed at Clarice with admiration, finding her exceptionally captivating, although she couldn't quite pinpoint the reason why. After the concert concluded, Lumion and Franca decided not to tail Adana and the imposter Teresa. Instead, they headed straight to room 502 in apartment 25 on Rue Manier in the Square district. This was a rented apartment that they had temporarily cleared out by paying. Across the way, in room 401 of building 23, was Adana's chosen rendezvous point for clandestine meetings. Tonight, she would return to that very room with the fake Teresa. With Lumion and Franca's enhanced Beyonder vision, the distance between them and the target room wasn't enough to obscure their view of the situation inside. Their primary objective now was to remain hidden and avoid detection by the fake Teresa while observing. Before long, the window of room 401 in apartment 23 across the street illuminated. Several gas wall lamps cast a bright glow throughout the living room. Immediately after, Lumion witnessed the passionate embrace between the fake Teresa and Adana as they approached the glass window. Their longing was palpable, but they also wanted to shield their intimate moment from prying eyes. "Quite focused," Lumion teased with a smile. Franca didn't reply, her breathing growing heavier. "Be prepared." Lumion whispered to Franca, making sure the fake Teresa's attention was on her companion. Franca nodded slightly and responded in her usual tone. "Got it." Her primary mission was to watch for any unexpected developments. Without hesitation, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder. A faint light shimmered beneath his clothing, and he vanished from the shadows of Building 25. Across the street in the apartment, Adana and the imposter Teresa wrestled with the curtains while they were stuck to one another, attempting to shield the glass window. Lumion's form materialized suddenly, 2 meters behind the fake Teresa, facing Adana, whose eyes were clouded with desire and cheeks flushed. Adana's eyes narrowed, and her pupils dilated. She couldn't fathom how a tall, slender man with blonde hair and blue eyes had appeared in her room out of nowhere. For a moment, it felt like she was trapped in a surreal dream. The disjunction between her physical senses and her bewildered mind was stark. Almost simultaneously, Lumian let out a heavy harumph. Two beams of white light shot from his nose, targeting the fake Teresa and affecting Adana. In unison, the two women closed their eyes and slumped into unconsciousness. Lumian acted swiftly, catching the fake Teresa before she could fall to the ground. He then raised his right palm and delivered a firm strike behind her ear, a mystical coma combined with a physical one. With the fake Teresa safely incapacitated, Lumian gently placed her on the carpet, keeping a cautious distance from the unconscious Adana. He squatted beside the woman he suspected to be a recipient and began searching her dress and handbag for canisters. Having familiarized himself with the mystical drugs commonly used by the Bliss Society, Lumian located a canister of sedatives, unscrewed the cap, and brought it to the fake Teresa's nose, allowing her to inhale its contents for more than 10 seconds. Only then did Lumian exhale a sigh of relief. He stowed away the sedative, no longer concerned about the imposter Teresa waking up suddenly. He stood up and made his way to the glass window, where the curtain was only partially closed. Lumian signaled to the 5th floor of the opposite building with his thumb and index finger forming a circle, while his other 3 fingers remained extended. He was informing Franca that the operation had been successful. The target was under control, and she could join him now. Lumian might need to employ magic mirror divination later. After drawing the curtains shut, Lumian turned his attention to the unconscious fake Teresa and sighed inwardly. Intel is crucial, the same principle applied to the synergy of abilities. Without a rough understanding of the names and characteristics of Sequence 9 to Sequence 5 within the actor pathway, along with knowledge of their corresponding desires and states, Lumian wouldn't have taken such a calculated risk. He wouldn't have been able to resolve the situation in just a few seconds. As for the contractees' 3 abilities, if they weren't carefully chosen and harmonized, they could easily be defeated by a Sequence 9 hunter, much like the mouth orifice monster in Cordu's ruins. Even with spirit world traversal and the spell of harumph, Lumian might stand a chance against some Sequence 5s, but it would be a formidable challenge to sustain such efforts. As Lumian waited for Franca to join him in the adjacent apartment to Adana's, Brown's Sauron remained hidden in the shadows, her keen senses tuned to the situation behind the wall as she gazed at the building opposite. She could already discern the sounds of Adana and the fake Teresa returning to the apartment, along with the rustle of curtains being drawn. These scenes seemed to play out vividly in her mind. The situation tormented her. She felt a deep sense of injustice and pain, as though she had willingly sent her lover into the arms of her romantic rival. Despite her understanding that this was a carefully planned trap, and that her lover and her rival had been intimate on multiple occasions, she still felt an overwhelming sense of worry and anxiety. The sporadic noises only fueled her imagination with various scenarios. Standing there made her uncomfortable, and leaning against the wall didn't alleviate her unease. Observing Franca and her young lover's concealed apartment across the way, Brown Sauron couldn't help but mutter with frustration. Why haven't they launched their attack yet? Chapter 418, Beatrice. Franca ended her concealment and quietly opened the door to Adana's apartment. The first thing she saw was Lumian, a tall, slender man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was crouched beside the unconscious Adana, vigorously wiping her face with a wet towel. Franca lowered her voice and asked in confusion, What are you doing? Shouldn't the target be the Bliss Society member posing as Teresa? The art dealer Lumian smirked and responded, I've had a sudden thought. Actors can impersonate anyone. Once the imposter Teresa establishes an intimate relationship with Aldana, she can easily control this female companion and impersonate her to infiltrate the Red House Cafe's female orgies. Allowing Adana, who everyone is familiar with, to convey the Bliss Society's philosophy and hidden evil god faith will definitely be more persuasive and trustworthy than a new member. At this point, Lumian gazed toward the bedroom in a chilling tone and said, Perhaps the real Adana is hidden in a corner here in the form of a corpse. Franca couldn't help but imagine such a grim scenario and took a deep breath. She straightened her back and muttered to herself, Not a bad story. I'll share it with Jenna later. After her muttering, she silently closed the door and approached Lumion, refuting his suspicion. Brown Sauron is likely a demoness of pleasure. Surely she can recognize the authenticity of her female companion. Furthermore, she interrogated Adana and knows the approximate abilities of an actor. Lumion, who had been assisting Adana in removing her makeup, confirmed that despite her altered appearance, she was still the same person. He chuckled and said, "Based on your description, I don't fully trust Brown Sauron's judgment. She clearly has less experience in the Beyonder domain than you. However, since she has the demoness sect backing her and confirmation has been made, the interrogation results are still credible." Lumion didn't spare Adana another glance. He gestured towards the fake Teresa, who had been hit with a triple dose of unconsciousness. The Harumph spell, a physical knockout, and a sedative from the Bliss Society. He turned to Franca and said, "Use magic mirror divination to confirm if she's a core member of the Bliss Society." While Lumion had already suspected the fake Teresa was a core member based on her performance at the concert, they hadn't followed her closely the entire way. They had instead been waiting at their destination. What if she had sensed something amiss and had switched to a decoy during the journey? Considering the fake Teresa possessed a unique concoction like the Bliss Society's truth serum, she was undoubtedly connected to the Bliss Society. However, it remained uncertain if she was a core member. This answer would guide Lumion's subsequent actions. Next door to Adana's apartment, Brown Sauron continued to monitor the commotion. She could hear faint and indistinct conversations, but couldn't detect much else. Adana and the fake Teresa planned to chat for a while and have some red wine. Though it isn't overly passionate, it holds a romantic ambience. Brown Sauron glanced at the building opposite, mentally urging Franca and her lover to begin, hoping they wouldn't wait until the fake Teresa was completely engrossed in desire before launching a surprise attack. In the living room of Adana's apartment, Franca raised her right palm and rapidly created a crystalline icicle. With precision, she pierced the fake Teresa's hand, drawing a small amount of blood. The fake Teresa instinctively pulled back her arm, but hadn't broken through the three-layered coma. Franca then smeared the blood on a mirror, intending to use it as a medium and sacrifice to ask an entity from the underworld, hoping to obtain a unique identification of spirits. Once all preparations were complete, Franca picked up the mirror and recited in Hermes, the shadow that lingers in the underworld, the friendly creature that can be communicated with, the unique eye that never dies. The surface of the blood-stained mirror suddenly emitted a dark green hue, and a pale white aqueous light rippled. After reciting the incantation, Franca asked respectfully, "Is the owner of the Blood Teresa the art dealer?" "No," came an indifferent voice from the mirror, as if enduring the corrosion of endless time. Franca posed her second question. "Is the owner of the blood a core member of Trier's Bliss Society?" The indifferent voice gradually faded. "Yes." Franca refrained from asking further questions, as the entity only answered two at a time. She watched as the pale white aqueous light rapidly receded, and the blood on the mirror's surface strangely seeped in and disappeared. Turning to Lumion, Franca reported, "She's a core member of the Bliss Society." Lumion let out a soft sigh and said, "Unfortunately, I don't know how to perform a lobotomy. Anthony Reed isn't a hypnotist yet, so we can only channel the spirit directly." Using the truth serum didn't guarantee that the fake Teresa wouldn't resist when she woke up. Given her faith and abilities, a fierce battle was inevitable when the time came, and there was a high chance that she would be killed. In that case, he decided to proceed now. As Lumion spoke, he crouched down, his right palm ablaze with crimson flames. The flames intertwined and swiftly converged, turning white. Gently pressing his right palm against the fake Teresa's body, the blazing white fireball vanished into thin air. Rumble. A muffled explosion erupted from within the fake Teresa's body. She trembled a few times before life left her completely. Franca had been busy preparing the magic mirror spirit channeling spell during this entire process. While she could forcibly channel the spirit while the fake Teresa was unconscious, it wasn't a safe option. It could lead to unnecessary trouble for her mind and spirit, and the fact that the target believed in an evil god meant there was a risk of corruption if she wasn't careful. Next door to Adena's apartment, hidden in the shadows, Brown Sauron sensed a subtle fluctuation. Powers have been used. Has it begun? She wondered if the imposter Teresa had initiated the powers of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway to flirt, or if Franca Roland and her lover had already infiltrated the target location and were preparing to attack. Without hesitation, Brown Sauron, dressed in a black hunting suit, silently pushed open the window and crawled out through the shadows. She clung to the outer wall and slowly approached Adena's apartment. Franca completed the magic mirror spirit channeling spell, and the dark and deep mirror aqueous light flickered, reflecting a beautiful yet pale white face. "What's your name?" Franca asked directly, using the simplest question to test the effect of the magic mirror spirit channeling spell. The fake Teresa's illusory voice replied, "I'm Beatrice in court." "What's your true identity?" Franca continued to ask. Beatrice in court's expression remained stoic as she replied, "I run a winery. It's from my deceased husband." Franca then directed the question to the crucial point. "Are you a core member of the Bliss Society?" "Yes." Beatrice in court's nod was subtle. Franca didn't delve into the Bliss Society's faith or any recent revelations. Although she wasn't as fearful of the evil god, the Mother Tree of Desire, as she was of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, to the point of not daring to channel spirits, she was aware of the risks involved. She knew what to ask and what not to ask, what was safe and what could lead to corruption. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Do you know Lumion Lee or Cecile Dubois?" Beatrice replied in a daze, "I don't know." "I don't know." Lumion, who was listening, raised his eyebrows. None of the core members of the Bliss Society know about Susanna Matteis's ultimate plan. Franca was equally surprised. She frowned and asked, "Why did Susanna Matteis go to the market district before her death?" Beatrice in court replied calmly, "She wanted to awaken the great divine tree and allow its roots to enter fourth epoch Trier, allowing its crown to reach into the kingdom of the false gods." "Did she say what the awakening process was?" Franca pressed. Beatrice in court's voice grew colder, and her expression became more wooden. "She didn't say. They really don't know that Susanna Matteis wanted to capture me and sacrifice me to the Mother Tree of Desire." Lumion's thoughts raced, and he whispered a name to Franca. "Mapu Mayer." Franca understood and asked the spirit in the mirror, "Where is Mapu Mayer?" Mapu Mayer was the former manager of Theater de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons, Susanna Matteis's paramour, and her most trusted subordinate. Beatrice replied in a voice increasingly resembling the dead, "I'm not sure. He's a man, and we despise and keep a distance from him." Upon hearing this, Lumion was enlightened, roughly understanding the reason. Regarding the Tree of Shadow, Susanna Matteis, who had become an evil spirit, was extremely extreme in her choices and actions. She didn't inform the other core members of the Bliss Society about the detailed situation or progress. Only her direct subordinates, Mapu Mayer and Charlotte Calvino, knew the complete plan. After Susanna Matteis and Charlotte Calvino's deaths, Mapu Mayer, who had relied on the former to become a core member of the Bliss Society, was ostracized and suppressed. Consequently, he didn't divulge the relevant issues to anyone else. This made sense. A secret organization centered around Desire would undoubtedly experience a multitude of desires, both open and covert. Mapu Mayer was a visible anomaly among the core group that advocated women and loved women. Franca pondered for a few seconds and changed her question. "What are Mapu Mayer's plans for the time being?" Beatrice's face turned pale white and green, and even her stiff expression vanished. "A few weeks ago, Mapu Mayer mentioned that he wanted to sneak back to the market district to do something. I haven't seen him since." Sneak back to the market district to do something. Lumion and Franca were alarmed by this revelation. Chapter 419. New Priestess. Why did Mapu Mayer return to the market district? This question raced through the minds of Lumion and Franca simultaneously. They felt a lurking danger. Could it be that Mapu Mayer genuinely cared for Susanna Matteis and sought retribution? But even then, Exposing the true killer and concealed secrets to the other core members of the Bliss Society seemed like the most fitting way to exact revenge. Without harnessing the collective might of the entire organization, he would inadvertently aid his adversary, Lumion, by relying solely on his own capabilities. As Lumion observed Beatrice's pallid countenance and vacant gaze, he tried to think from Mapu Mayer's perspective and find a rationale for his actions. Mapu Mayer, a Sequence 6 recipient, harbors an insatiable hunger for recognition and a fervent desire to accomplish something noteworthy. Despite facing rejection and isolation from the other core members of the Bliss Society, he does have a motive to make a substantial solo contribution and earn genuine recognition, while revealing the existence of the Tree of Shadow to Beatrice, and the others could be seen as a contribution. It doesn't measure up to rectifying his past mistakes independently to appease the Mother Tree of Desire to the fullest extent. The latter would truly earn him recognition. This peculiar competition might be perplexing to ordinary folks, but it isn't unusual for a recipient to engage in it. The question now is, what does Mapu Mayer hope to achieve in his quest for recognition? Is it revenge against me? Although a direct confrontation holds little hope for him, he could pose a significant threat if he conceals himself in the shadows and suddenly influences me at a critical moment. After all, I lack a substitute ability, and my physical strength hasn't undergone a qualitative change compared to ordinary people. He could eliminate me with a revolver. However, Mapu Mayer must have heard plenty about me from Susanna Matthijs. There is a good chance he knows about the angel sealed within my body. Isn't he concerned that corruption might erupt after my demise, potentially dragging him down as well? If he were to perish, how could he satisfy his yearning for recognition? Or is it the mere notion of taking a formidable foe with him to the grave that would leave the other members of the Bliss Society awestruck and filled with genuine remorse and admiration? Is his ultimate aim to climax in tears and be propelled towards his demise by desire? Otherwise, does he aspire to make a sacrifice akin to Susanna Matthijs's? Yes, securing recognition from the Mother Tree of Desire is a higher level and noble pursuit, but the Tree of Shadow is severely damaged and won't recover for a long time. How can he even make such a sacrifice? Lumion struggled to decipher Mapu Mayer's plan or intentions, vaguely grasping his motives. Nonetheless, Lumion couldn't suppress a surge of frustration and violence at the mere thought of a pair of icy eyes lurking among the pedestrians, nearby tenants, dance hall customers, and peddlers. It was as though someone close to him had been replaced by Mapu Mayer without anyone's awareness. He burned with anticipation to unmask the actor. The detrimental effects of the contracts, items, and brands on him continued to destabilize his emotions. Franca, on the other hand, didn't dwell on this. Although the magic mirror spirit channeling spell endured much longer than standard spirit channeling spells, it was not entirely boundless. There was still a time limit, one measured in minutes. She was unwilling to squander this precious time on analysis that could be postponed. She continued to ask Beatrice in court, of all the members of the Bliss Society, who does Mapu Mayer have the closest relationship with? Beatrice's voice grew increasingly ethereal. He had the strongest bonds with the members in the market district, but they are either deceased or captured. Genuinely ostracized, Franca's hopes dimmed, and she inquired further. Who in the Bliss Society is most likely to be privy to Mapu Mayer's whereabouts and plans? Beatrice responded lifelessly. No one, not even the new High Priestess. Franca found herself at a dead end and changed her line of questioning. Who is this new High Priestess? Beatrice's eyes were piercingly vacant as she replied. It's Cyber. What's her true identity? Franca pressed. Beatrice's eyes on the mirror's surface seemed far more translucent than before. I don't know. She joined us later. At that point, we had evolved beyond a simple lesbian organization. We started concealing our true identities. Cyber might still be a theater actress. On the outer wall of Adena's apartment, brown Sauron clung there in silence, resembling a colossal black spider. Through the curtains, She could only discern two shadows not far away. The voices were even fainter and more distant than before, but she could vaguely identify them as female. Adana and the imposter Teresa are still conversing. That doesn't add up. At this proximity with an assassin's acute hearing, I should be able to clearly hear them even through the sealed glass window and thick drapes. What's happening inside? Brown Sauron's anxiety and curiosity swelled as she attempted to extend invisible spider silk through the gap in the window. Franca's magic mirror spirit channeling spell had reached its limit, and she concluded it rationally. She watched as Beatrice in Court's image faded from the mirror's surface. She wasn't overly disheartened because she already knew the crucial details about several core members of the Bliss Society and their weekly gatherings' time, venue, and method. But there is no need to personally track them. They are unaware of Seal. Even if the Rose School of Thought locates them, they wouldn't extract any valuable information. Franca cast a glance at Lumion, stowed away the mirror, and dispelled the wall of spirituality. Amidst the howling wind, the two of them sensed a disturbance at the window, and the presence of a figure that seemed human. The wall of spirituality had isolated their movements, reducing interference, but also affecting their perception and surveillance of the surroundings. Franca's form abruptly vanished, and Lumion sidestepped, evading the window's direct line of sight. They didn't rush to attack because they had a vague notion of who was outside. Amidst the commotion, Browns, who had discreetly pried open the window, witnessed the curtain self-consciously. Part to either side, revealing her own silhouette. Just as she was about to react, she spotted Franca Rowland's current disguised countenance. Their gazes locked, and silence hung in the air for over 10 seconds. Finally, Brown snapped out of her trance and inquired with concern, "Where's Adana?" "She's unconscious." Franca gestured towards the carpet near the window. Brown scrutinized her female partner, then glanced at the motionless imposter Teresa and queried once more, "Has it been dealt with?" "It's resolved," Franca replied calmly. The spirit channeling had already come to an end. Brown's gaze darted between Franca and Lumion, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. She inquired, "When did you launch the attack?" Before the curtains were fully drawn, Franca was about to respond, but she hesitated, realizing that revealing the timing of the attack might expose Seal and her combat abilities. Instead, she quickly changed her response and smiled. "Why don't you take a guess?" Brown Sauron recollected the faint movements she had sensed, but found no overt signs of a battle. This left her even more astonished. Could this wild demoness and her young partner be truly that formidable? Are their richer experiences and varied gains truly that advantageous? Consumed by jealousy, Browns leaped into the room and shut the window. "She doesn't seem concerned about being attacked by us at all. Is she inexperienced? Or does she have great confidence in the demoness's various substitutes? Or is there something she's relying on?" Lumion observed with indifference, making no move. Franca maintained her smile and said, "We've gathered some intel, including information on the current High Priestess of the Bliss Society and a few core members." She began recounting the information she had acquired from Beatrice. The more Browns listened, the more astonished she became. They managed to gather so much intel. This should have taken a significant amount of time. When did they attack, and how long did they take to finish the battle? It couldn't be that the imposter Teresa was ambushed the moment she entered the room and approached the window, could they? Based on her observations, this member of the Bliss Society appeared to be a Sequence 6 recipient, on par with her and Franca Rowland, even surpassing the suspected Sequence 7 pyromaniac. Seal Dubois. Franca paid no heed to Browns's reaction and continued, "I'm pleased to inform you that our problem is simpler than we thought, and it's been resolved. Now it's your problem." Heh, Beatrice isn't the only core member of the Bliss Society with an interest in the Red House Cafe. She was subtly suggesting that the demoness sect should take over, in eliminating the remaining members of the Bliss Society. "Are you instigating me?" Browns asked sharply. Franca replied with a smile, "No, just a reminder." While they continued their conversation, Lumion returned to Beatrice's lifeless form, crouched down, and conducted a more thorough search. This time, he discovered banknotes and gold coins amounting to 1,500 Verl d'or, along with a neatly folded note. Lumion unfolded the note and read the incision written on it. "Go to the hostel and retrieve the painting within 3 days." Hostel? What hostel? What painting is this referring to? This seems like a deal made by the authentic art dealer, Teresa, but somehow the receipt ended up in the hands of the imposter. Where is the real Teresa now? We forgot to inquire about this. Lumion pondered the implications as he held the note. He stood up, prepared to question Brown's Sauron about the real Teresa's situation. Although Brown's recognized that Franca was trying to instigate her, she couldn't deny that Franca had a point. Brown's looked down at Adana, attempting to rouse her. At that moment, all three of them halted simultaneously and directed their attention toward Beatrice in Court's lifeless body. The light over there seemed to dim slightly, and the corpse underwent a subtle transformation. Chapter 420. Beyonder Item. Beatrice in Court may have already been lifeless, but something within her appeared to stir. Slowly, it seeped out, rising like invisible steam, as if it sought an escape into some distant darkness. This caused the ambient light to dim, making the apartment's ceiling appear strangely ethereal. Lumion, Franca, and Brown's all felt an uncanny sensation, as if they were under scrutiny. It wasn't as if an actual gaze was directed at them. Rather, it was as if they were the sole occupants of the entire building, with no obstructions to the crimson moonlight in the sky, which inevitably cast an eerie glow upon them. Thump, thump. Lumion's heart raced. The two demonesses, skilled in divination, experienced an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. With a sudden snap, a translucent boil of blood materialized on Beatrice in Court's lifeless face, followed by a strange, tree-like wart with a brownish hue. The wart burst open, oozing blood-colored pus, wet and sticky. Lumion's pupils dilated, caught off guard by this turn of events. Although he had taken the lives of more than a few members of the Bliss Society and had spent some time beside their corpses, he had never encountered anything like this. Death ended everything. How could a corpse cause an unsettling undercurrent to surge around it? Even though Lumion didn't fully grasp the situation, he swiftly formulated a plan. He glanced at the hazy, illusory ceiling and the faint movements within the walls. His intention was to step forward, seize Beatrice's lifeless body, and teleport. To the Albert Mines, a place he had visited previously. The deeper they ventured into the Fourth Epoch Trier's underground, the greater the peril. Various corruptive elements that led to a loss of control lurked there. Even with a corpse on the verge of mutation, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. That place was inherently an amalgamation of problems. Lumion planned to utilize Spirit World Traversal for a third time, returning to the surface and avoiding any danger by abandoning Beatrice's body. While Lumion made his decision, Franca instinctively moved toward Beatrice's lifeless form, which now had a second tree-like wart. Her right hand reached into the concealed pocket of her dress, aiming to retrieve the ancient mirror she had discovered underground. This ancient mirror was connected to a strange and perilous mirror world. She could attempt to encase Beatrice's body within it, allowing one form of danger to counteract another. This would buy them precious time for further deliberation. Ultimately, whether the departed believer of the Mother Tree of Desire triumphed or the enigmatic mirror world absorbed the corruption and stilled the mutation, it wouldn't directly impact Franca, the humans present, or the surrounding residents. Compared to them, the inexperienced Brown Sauron's initial reaction was to incinerate the remnants of spirituality in the corpse with her black flames, freezing the emerging mutation. This was the most demoness-like approach to disrupting the deteriorating situation. At that very moment, Lumion and the others sensed a significant dimming of the light around them, as if the crimson moon had vanished, leaving only a few dim wall lamps. Instinctively, Lumion turned his gaze to the window and discovered that the glass had turned pitch black, no longer offering a view outside. It had transformed from a window into a sealed barrier. Simultaneously, the formless entity that had been slowly emanating from Beatrice's body appeared lost, unable to find its path to the infinite darkness. It seemed to meander aimlessly, gradually receding, their mystical connection to an unknown entity dissipated. Lumion, Franca, and Browns suddenly lost the sense of being watched from afar and illuminated by unseen eyes. Thud, thud. Their heartbeats slowly returned to normal as they witnessed the tree-like wart on Beatrice's body wither rapidly, and no more blood boils emerged. The darkness surrounding the corpse gradually receded, and an imperceptible object began attaching itself to the diamond necklace adorning Beatrice's corpse. Beneath the crimson moonlight, the building at 23 Rue Manier lay concealed in darkness. Every window remained void of light, with no signs of life to be found. It exuded an eerie stillness and a sense of foreboding, reminiscent of a haunted house. Across the street, within an apartment room, an unusual and ornate mirror rested in a spotless hand. The mirror was adorned with intricately designed black serpents that intertwined. Each snake featured a large crimson eye on its head, devoid of a mouth or fangs. In that precise moment, the mirror's surface remained crystal clear, revealing a well-lit scene. Gas wall lamps emitted a warm, yellowish radiance from the windows on every floor of the building, where various domestic scenes played out. The elderly guard on the first floor smoked a cigarette, but he had collected and leaned against the lobby wall, savoring the tranquility of the night. On the second floor, a couple occupied the living room, one engrossed in a novel, the other unfolding a newspaper in front of them. Near an ajar window on the third floor, a half-naked man kept a cautious eye on the door, ready to make a hasty escape to the street at any moment. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Lumion, Franca, and Browns found themselves perplexed. One contemplated using his abilities to discern an escape route from the crime scene, while another delved into a concealed pocket with her right hand, seemingly searching for something. The third member appeared to have a premonition and distanced themselves from the other two. Another spotless hand extended and lightly grazed the peculiar mirror, encircled by the one-eyed snakes. In an instant, the well-lit building disappeared from the mirror's surface, and the silent, gloomy apartment at 23 Rue Manier began to illuminate one by one. Figures were reflected one after another, and distant sounds could be heard. Lumion surveyed the room and realized that Adena's apartment had returned to its usual state. The unsettling anomalies, like the impenetrable darkness and the strange glass windows, had all dissipated. Beatrice Incourt's corpse had reverted to its original form, and the horrific transformation now felt like a mere nightmare. Lumion, who had been ready to whisk Franca away at a moment's notice, relaxed somewhat and exchanged a look with Brown's Sauron. The demoness sect won't just send such an inexperienced member to investigate Franca. Had one of the powerful demonesses, who had been covertly observing the situation, intervened to help resolve any potential anomalies. This behavior doesn't seem characteristic of a mid-sequence Beyonder. A high-level demoness, or a Sequence 5 demoness of affliction wielding a godhood item? No wonder Browns had entered so openly, seemingly unconcerned about potential attacks from me and Franca. I wonder if the hidden demoness had seen my spell of Harumph. Franca shared a similar thought. She diverted her attention from the window and regarded Brown's Sauron. She expressed her guess calmly, but didn't inquire further. She looked down at Beatrice's corpse and asked with curiosity and confusion, "The necklace appears to have changed." Lumion also noticed this transformation. The transparent diamond on the necklace seemed to reflect the light from the gas wall lamp in a captivating manner, causing his heart to race and his mouth to go dry. Could it have become a Beyonder weapon similar to fallen Mercury? Had the previous boons returned to their source because there were no abnormalities? Lumion formed a rough conjecture. He approached the corpse and knelt down cautiously. As he reached out to touch the necklace, a multitude of desires surged uncontrollably, making him quickly retract his hand, shivering from the bloodlust. With items like flog and a host of contractual negative effects, he was no longer suitable for contact with the necklace, which had the power to awaken the deepest desires. "You handle it," Lumion said, standing up and gesturing for Franca to take care of the necklace. Franca accepted the task without hesitation and carefully removed the diamond necklace with anticipation. Without further delay, the two of them bid farewell to Brown's and made their way back to the market district. Avenue du Marché. Franca had successfully dealt with Beatrice and stood a chance of passing the demoness's audit. She had also acquired a Beyonder item that complemented the abilities of the demoness of pleasure. Her good mood was evident, and she almost hummed a tune to express her positive feelings. She glanced at Lumion, who walked beside her in silence. "What's on your mind?" "I'm wondering where Mapu Mayor might be hiding," Lumion replied, his tone serious. "Let's go underground now." Franca was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood Lumion's thoughts. "Do you think Mapu Mayor might return to the place where Susanna Mad-Eyes once conducted the sacrifice to the Tree of Shadow?" "Perhaps." Lumion wasn't entirely certain, but he felt there might be some clues or traces left behind. Franca, feeling confident in her gains from the spoils of war, didn't attempt to dissuade him. Together with Lumion, they entered underground Trier from the Avenue du Marché entrance. Using a fireball for illumination, they navigated a relatively familiar path, passing by the collapsed mine where Rentas, a member of the Bliss Society, had been buried and the location where Jenna had been drugged. They ventured deeper into the altar area, a place they had previously avoided. The area was marked with scorching signs, devoid of any living creatures or the malevolent aura that once lingered. It was as if it had been exposed to intense sunlight for days, leaving behind only piles of withered bones from various creatures. The cave's collapses and crevices had been filled with soil and rocks. Lumion examined the area carefully and noticed fresh marks around the original altar. These marks clearly didn't belong to the same person and came from different visitors. As Lumion examined the marks and the deep-rooted cave-ins, memories of the Tree of Shadow, the Samaritan Women's Spring, and the Iron and Blood Cross Order's conspiracy flooded his mind. These seemingly disparate elements all pointed to one thing. They, directly or indirectly, pointed to the underground, to the hidden histories and perils lurking beneath Trier. Chapter 421. Abnormal Silence. Franca also noticed the footprints and traces. After carefully observing them for a while, she remarked, "At least 4 people have come together in the past 2 weeks. Mapu Mayor has accomplices." Lumion gazed at the collapse that had been filled in and pondered for a moment before saying, "What's more important isn't whether they have accomplices, but what they're doing here. If it's truly Mapu Mayor and not a random team of cave explorers, he long knew that this place had been destroyed by the official Beyonders. There wouldn't be anything valuable left behind. Why did he bring people here recently? To pay homage? It's not impossible," Franca muttered. What if he achieved something and received a new boon from the Mother Tree of Desire, becoming a fallen tree spirit? It's also known as Baby Cupid. There must be a distorted desire in affairs of the heart, just like Susanna Mad-Eyes did with Charlie. Therefore, Mapu Mayor coming specially to pay homage to his deceased love fits the characteristics of the pathway. But there's no need to bring 3 or 4 people to watch him perform, right? Lumion surveyed his surroundings. Perhaps he didn't do it on purpose, but just happened to pass by. Franca quickly caught Lumion's drift. "Are you suggesting that Mapu Mayor and his accomplices frequent the underground of the market district?" Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. "I now believe that Mapu Mayor didn't return to the market district to deal with me. He might eventually seek revenge, but that's the outcome, not the process." "Is their target something underground in the market district?" Franca frowned. "But the Tree of Shadow is severely damaged. What's so special about this place?" "It can't be that the entrance to the 4th Epoch Trier is beneath the market district." Franca stopped abruptly. That wasn't impossible. Lumion quickly recalled the situation in the market district and various rumors he knew. Suddenly, he recalled something. Madame Magician's doll. Messenger had a strong aversion to Salle de Balbrise, claiming that old bones were buried beneath the area. This had to refer to a unique situation beneath the market district. Moreover, The building facing Salle de Bal-Brise was suspected to be related to Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery. Lumian promptly shared this insight with Franca before they continued following the traces out of the destroyed sacrificial mine. "There's really a problem. It's not hard to figure out. Summon that messenger later and ask," Franca remarked, bemoaning the poor feng shui in the market district. She followed Lumian, providing mysticism support for his pursuit. The two of them journeyed deeper underground, but they eventually lost the trail of their target. The suspected members of Mapu Mayer's group had traversed several well-known and long-used tunnels frequented by cave explorers, smuggling caravans, and mushroom-growing citizens. Their tracks had been effectively concealed by those who came later after more than 10 days. Lumian, with a crimson fireball above him, came to a halt and stared into the pitch-black mine ahead. He remained silent for an extended moment, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Franca was about to suggest leaving when Lumian suddenly spoke. "Don't you think the market district has been unusually quiet for the past month or so?" "How do you mean quiet?" Franca retorted involuntarily. 007 certainly didn't think so. Lumian pondered his words and continued. "Let me put it another way. Apart from the Bayunder problem we caused, isn't the market district oddly quiet regarding mysticism incidents? No, to be more precise, after the Tree of Shadow was severely damaged, the heretics have become extremely inactive. Right, no new factions have emerged to devour the remaining smaller mobs, or to engage in conflicts with the Savoy mob. There have been no suspected sacrificial cases. Even among those that preach secretly, I only encountered a swindler from the sick church, and he was just an ordinary person. Since the Tree of Shadow incident, the only true heretics Lumian and Franca had encountered were Guillaume Baynet from the Sinners Organization and Beatrice Incourt of the Bliss Society. However, they had followed a trail based on former clues which weren't within the market district. The Rose School of Thought's werewolf could barely be considered one, but that was an aftermath of the Tree of Shadow incident. Brown's Sauron of the Demoness sect could only be considered half an element. This organization had a solid history and believed in the evil entity of this world, not alien evil gods. Franca was taken aback. Isn't that normal? Secret organizations that believe in evil gods must operate in secret. If they were encountered by someone like you every day, they would have been wiped out long ago. Look, we didn't notice Mapu Mayer returning to the market district before. If it were anyone else, your explanation wouldn't be a problem, but I have an alien evil god's angel sealed within me. According to Madame Magician's rubbish repulsion convergence theory, there must be an abnormal reason why I haven't encountered a heretic causing trouble for so long. Termaboros has been excessively quiet recently. Lumian's thoughts raced as he said to Franca, "Can you use dream divination on me to help me remember something?" "No, perhaps a powerful seer can, but not me." Franca shook her head. "What do you want to recall? You can seek Madame Hella's help. She can definitely create a real dreamscape now." Lumian nodded slowly and responded. "I'd like to recall an address where suspected heretics reside. I plan to check it out and see if they've vanished, gone into hiding, or fallen silent. Yes, there's no need to trouble Madame Hella for the time being. I know who to ask." This was him carefully making confirmation built upon bold assumptions. Seeing Lumian return to the surface as he spoke, Franca hurriedly asked, "What address?" "Who are you asking?" "We'll talk later. Let's head to Rue de Scotch Broom in Quartier de Knoll first," Lumian said without turning around. Why does this address sound so familiar? Franca mused for a moment as she followed closely behind. As she neared the surface, she finally remembered. Madame Pualis's address. Madame Knight from Cordoue, Quartier de Nile, Rue de Scotch Broom. This suburban area was filled with villa-like buildings, each with a lawn facing the street and a garden at the back. Lumian walked in the shadows where the street lamps couldn't reach, carefully inspecting the lawns and gardens of each building. Franca did the same. Without knowing Madame Pualis's house number, they had to rely on the unusually vigorous and lively plants to make a judgment. As they approached the end of the street, Lumian and Franca simultaneously noticed a garden filled with blooming flowers. resembling a lush forest of plants. The grayish-white building housing the garden appeared unlit, slumbering in the darkness, in stark contrast to the surrounding residences filled with family life. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time. Franca began to understand Lumien's concerns. Has Madame Pualis, a member of the Night Stalkers, also moved out and hidden herself quietly? Lumien observed and listened for a while to confirm that the building was empty. He then took out a piece of wire, opened the door, and entered. During this process, Franca used magic mirror divination to confirm via mysticism means. The living room was devoid of furnishings, the linen long gone. Dust had gathered on the table, indicating that no one had lived there in some time. Lumien proceeded further into the house, and Franca followed him cautiously, not daring to near or touch anything. Upon reaching the coffee table, Lumien bent down and picked up an abandoned newspaper. Although it was tattered from rat bites, there were still some remnants left. Lumien examined the newspaper under the moonlight and whispered, "Early July. This means that Madame Pualis didn't leave immediately after I got the address out from Louis Lund, nor did she depart immediately after the Tree of Shadow incident. She resided on Rue de Scotch Broom for a while and chose to abandon this place for unknown reasons. Something is indeed amiss," Franca noted with a grave expression. They quickly searched the building and then boarded a rental carriage to their next destination. Upon receiving an old newspaper advertising the interstellar bridge from Laurent, the former tenant of Auberge du Coq Doré, and now deputy editor of Le Petit Triarion, Lumien and Franca arrived at 9 Rue Saint-Martin in Quartier 2. The 5th floor was an office rented by a group of swindlers and suspected heretics. They aimed to raise funds for constructing an interstellar bridge to the Crimson Moon. Under the dim starlight, the entire 5th floor lay shrouded in darkness. Lumien cautiously reached out and pushed open the door to the apartment-like office. Crimson moonlight filtered through the window, revealing scattered papers on the ground. Complex mechanical symbols and intricate bridge diagrams displayed concepts that appeared both imaginative and plausible. Many of the drawers were open, devoid of any belongings, as if the swindlers had hastily retreated upon realizing the arrival of the police. Based on the written information and various traces at the scene, Lumien and Franca concluded that this floor had been vacant for nearly 2 weeks. "There's definitely something unusual," Franca remarked. "Why have the heretics from various organizations suddenly reduced their activities, hidden themselves, and gone quiet?" Lumien's expression grew solemn as he said in a deep voice, "This abnormality suggests that something significant might be in the works." Without waiting for Franca's response, he instructed her, "Contact 007 and inquire about any information regarding the sick church. Also, find out what problems might be lurking in Église Saint-Robert's old cemetery. I'll write a letter to Madame Magician and share our findings and speculations." He planned to also ask the doll messenger about the meaning of the old bones. "All right," Franca responded promptly. "Auberge du Coq Doré, room 207. Lumien set up the ritual and summoned the doll." Messenger donning a light gold dress. As he handed the folded letter to her, he managed to smile and inquired, "What did you mean by the old bones underground?" The doll messenger displayed a disgusted expression. "Filthy, repulsive old bones from the 4th epoch, chapter 422, formula." Old bones from the 4th epoch. Lumien disregarded the doll messenger's emotional descriptions and focused on extracting the essential information. But this didn't provide a deeper insight compared to what he already knew. After all, most of Trier's underground issues had their roots in the 4th epoch. Lumien took a moment to ponder and inquired, "Where does it come from? How do the old bones look like?" The messenger responded angrily, "I've never seen them before. Their aura alone is so repulsive, disgusting, and filthy." "So, you're not entirely sure of the situation either." Lumien decided not to press the doll messenger further and observed as she vanished, carrying the neatly folded letter. Only then, as Lumien awaited Madame Magician's response, did he have the opportunity to assess his gains from the night. A vial of truth serum, a vial of Bliss Society sedatives, a vial of mysticism smelling salts, and 1,500 Verl d'Or. Apartment 601, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. So late. I thought you'd resolve it quickly. Jenna, clad in a light cotton dress, stood up and greeted Franca upon her return. She believed that Franca and Seal had a high chance of winning even if they encountered a fallen tree spirit. Franca muttered. We ran into an accident. Just a moment. Franca looked at Jenna with a serious expression. What's wrong? Jenna sensed something was amiss. Franca walked to her side and examined her pupils. There were no signs of her wearing blue contact lenses. Phew! Franca let out a sigh of relief and said, in the future, we need to continuously verify if we're actors in disguise. Actors of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway couldn't alter their bodies or fundamentally change their appearances like Faceless. They relied more on makeup items and various props. Among these, the color of the eyes was the most challenging for actors to mimic. They had to use external objects. They could prevent actors from infiltrating their ranks by checking if anyone around them was wearing colored contact lenses. Of course, this wasn't foolproof. They could always find actors with the same eye color as the target to act. In the current situation, Mapu Mayer's eyes were dark brown, Jenna's were blue, and Lumien's were the same. Franca's were a lighter shade, more akin to the blue of a serene lake. For the time being, they had no reason to worry about being impersonated by the former manager of Theater de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons. Mapu Mayer had distanced himself from the Bliss Society, and he couldn't recruit a new actor anytime soon. The only person they needed to be concerned about was Anthony Reed, who also had a pair of dark brown eyes. As an acting apprentice at Theater de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons, Jenna was particularly attuned to the Bliss Society's activities. She instantly became alert and scrutinized Franca's eyes, fear in her voice as she asked, Are they targeting the Market District again? It's Mapu Mayer. He's back in the Market District. We don't know where he's hiding, Franca replied without reservation, recounting the entire incident. Of the Bliss Society members, the only one Jenna was familiar with was Mapu Mayer. She had a deep-seated fear of him because he had once been her manager and could influence her future. Unconsciously, she touched the arrow of the bloodthirsty concealed in her pocket and nodded solemnly, saying, I'll be cautious. Franca didn't offer any additional information. She glanced at the wall clock and retreated to her room. She activated the radio transceiver and prepared to contact 007. Before long, she used the mechanical typewriter and analyzer to send a telegram. 007, paging 007. Within 20 to 30 seconds, a telegram produced by a machine appeared. Hidden Blade, don't do this to me. I'm scared. What's going on now? This could be a significant problem, Franca honestly warned 007. Bro, before I disclose the exact situation, help me gather some information. I need to confirm 2 things. First, if there have been any developments related to the malady God Faith in Quartier du Jardin Botanique, specifically on Rue Pasteur and Rue Evelyn. Second, what lies deep beneath the old cemetery of Église Saint-Trobert? After a brief pause, a new telegram arrived. I'm off duty tonight, seriously. And now I have to go back to work overtime. Give me half an hour to an hour. Franca replied, no problem. As she conversed with other members of the telegram group, she retrieved the diamond necklace she had acquired from Beatrice in court and used various methods to assess the Beyonder accessory's capabilities and adverse effects. The diamond corresponds to a total of 5 desires: lust, appetite, lust, acting, and fulfillment. It doesn't seem to have many uses. Usage of each desire shouldn't exceed 2. With it on, I seem to be better at acting and makeup. I'll just keep it in my pocket. Without it coming into direct contact with my skin or flesh, there won't be any negative effects. After wearing it, I'll become more excited than usual, and my various desires will significantly increase. If I encounter Beyonders with similar abilities, I'll be effectively restrained and even suffer a huge loss. Among them, the most intense desire is the desire for recognition. Yes, this thing can't be used against Beyonders of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway. Its weakness lies in their strengths. What should I call it? The 7 emotions and 6 desires pendant? The style doesn't seem right. Forget it, I'll call it Beatrice's necklace. It's simple, convenient, and clear. 007's response arrived faster than Franca had anticipated. In less than half an hour, he provided the relevant information. According to the heretic database shared by various official factions, the malady god's envoy hasn't been located. He appears to have sensed danger in advance and hasn't resurfaced. The situation at Aglaï's Saint-Robert's old cemetery is extremely classified. I can't investigate it for the time being. Extremely classified. Franca inwardly hissed and relayed to 007 the eerie quietness from organizations devoted to evil gods. Rue Anarchy, Auberge du Coq Doré. Madame Magician's slow response arrived after an hour of waiting. After the death of a bestowed, the return of power to the source is deducible, but typically you wouldn't be able to sense it. This time, it was due to your wearing the flog boxing gloves. They are made from the Tree of Shadow and are closely related to the one that the Bliss Society believes in, the source of the boon powers. Therefore, when Beatrice's boon power returned and the connection was strengthened, that entity indirectly noticed you and the Two of Cups, which caused the corpse to exhibit an abnormality. This abnormality allowed the flow of the boon power to become visible. To retain the boon power and prevent it from returning, you require the corresponding ability or a unique environment. Sometimes, these two elements are one and the same. In simple terms, you need to advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod or obtain something at this level. Only then can you have a chance of preserving the remaining boon's power and forming a Beyonder item. Of course, in specific underground environments, such as near the Samaritan Women's Spring, you can achieve this without a high sequence. Lumion now had a clear understanding of the anomaly of the night. Unlike his previous killings of members of the Bliss Society, he now possessed the flog boxing gloves, bringing about a different development. The use of the flog boxing gloves attracted the attention of hidden entities to begin with, and its connection to the Mother Tree of Desire through Beatrice's belief had influenced the return of boon power, causing the abnormality. Understanding the situation and how to prevent it in the future, Lumion continued reading Madame Magician's reply. We have already noticed Trier's anomaly and are monitoring one of the leads. However, it is unclear when we will find any answers. What we can say for certain is that changes will occur, with a time frame ranging from as short as 2 months to as long as half a year. I cannot provide a definitive answer regarding what lies beneath Salle de Bal-Brise, as it is challenging for me to approach. All I can tell you is that it is certainly more than just the corruption left behind by Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. Don't dwell too much on this matter. It is beyond your capabilities to handle. Your focus should be on accumulating strength and biding your time. Accumulate strength and bide my time. Lumion repeated these words to himself as he absorbed the advice. The next morning, Lumion had a conversation with Franca and Jenna. Afterward, he gathered all his funds and went directly to 11 Rue des Fontaines in Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative. Boss, here are 30,000 gold and 30,000 Verle d'Or banknotes, Lumion said with a smile as he placed the heavy leather bag on Gardner Martin's desk. He still had 1,000 gold and nominal funds of 1,500 Verle d'Or. Gardner Martin glanced at Lumion, unzipped the bag, and began counting the money. He didn't inquire about Lumion's remaining funds. With a smile, he retrieved a faux goatskin that appeared to have been prepared in advance. You need to promise 2 things. First, memorize this formula before burning the piece of paper. Second, you cannot resell the Conspirer Potion formula without my or the supervisor's permission. Gardner Martin stated these terms without requesting a notarized pledge, as if issuing an order. Lumion agreed to these terms without hesitation, saying, "No problem." Gardner Martin nodded in satisfaction and handed over the faux goatskin to Lumion. Lumion took it and began reading. Conspirer Potion formula. Main ingredient: black hunting spider's composite eye, sphinx's brain. Supplementary ingredients: 1 black hunting spider's poison gland, 80 milliliters of sphinx blood, 10 grams of amber powder, and 2 white oak fruits. After reading and memorizing the formula, Lumien's right hand trembled, allowing the crimson flames to engulf the faux goatskin. Time passed in an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to them, the heat in Trier began to wane, and the temperature gradually dropped. One mid-September day, Franca stood before the window of apartment 601 and cursed Brown's Sauron for what felt like the 100th time. She had already passed the demoness sex audit and informed Browns that she had joined the Savoy mob to infiltrate the Iron and Blood Cross Order. However, she never anticipated there would be an assessment period. Only after this evaluation could she officially become a member of the demoness sect. Her current liaison, Brown's Sauron, used this as an excuse to prevent her from participating in the Red House Cafe's female orgies. This left her with no option but to endure tormenting Gardner Martin and his lovers for the past month or so. Franca turned her attention to Jenna, who appeared lost in thought, and couldn't help but sigh at her companion's fortune. The demoness sect remained oblivious to Jenna's true identity as a beyonder of the assassin pathway. "What's troubling you?" Franca inquired. Jenna responded with a hint of distress. "My instigator potion has completely digested." Franca exclaimed in pleasant surprise. "That's a good thing." Jenna scratched her head and let out a sigh. "I haven't even paid you back for the money I owe you, and now I have to consider the witch potion formula and its ingredients. Damn it, why does it feel like the more I advance, the poorer I become?" Chapter 423, Unexpected Encounter. Franca chuckled at Jenna's complaint and replied, "That's typical. As long as you master the acting method, progress comes quickly before reaching the mid-sequences. The pace at which you save money often falls short of the expenses for purchasing the potion formula and the necessary ingredients. Don't fret about the money. Sequence 7 in the assassin pathway is a game changer. It significantly boosts your combat prowess and survival skills. You're aware of the potential catastrophe on the horizon. Only by becoming a witch and wielding the arrow of the bloodthirsty will you stand a chance at survival and protecting the people you care about." Jenna fell silent for a moment. Then she swore, "You instigated me without using your abilities?" "Ha, it's just the way things are. I'll share the witch potion formula with you now. Let's start gathering," Franca said as she returned to the coffee table, spread out a piece of paper, and swiftly jotted down the instructions. Jenna stood beside her, examining the Intijan words taking shape. Meanwhile, Jenna silently tallied her debts, including the purifier reward and the earnings from my underground singing. I've saved nearly 10,000 Verl d'Or. According to Franca and Seal, a Sequence 7 potion formula can go for between 30,000 and 40,000 Verl d'Or, depending on its rarity. At the very least, I owe Franca another 30,000 Verl d'Or, bringing the total to 60,000. Even if I sell the arrow of the bloodthirsty, I won't be able to make up for it. In the future, I'll have to purchase various ingredients for the witch potion, costing me over 30,000 Verl d'Or, damn it. It's no wonder why so many beyonders at those mysticism gatherings seem strapped for cash and penny pinching. The more Jenna calculated, the more her head throbbed. If it weren't for the potion's tangible transformation and the clear, visible abilities it grants, she would have suspected she'd fallen into a scam. Why did her debts keep increasing as she worked harder? In the past, her whole family had often felt hopeless when dealing with a debt of a few thousand Verl d'Or. But now she owed Franca 60,000, and there was no end in sight. Even with her cash and assets, she still fell short by 10,000 Verl d'Or. Gritting her teeth, Jenna decided to put these worries aside for now and deal with them after advancing to Sequence 7 as a witch. Franca quickly finished writing down the witch potion formula. Sequence 7, witch. Main ingredient: every drop of an abyss demonic fish's blood and an agate peacock's egg. Supplementary ingredients: 80 ml of purified water, 5 drops of jimsonweed juice, 3 scales of a shadow lizard, and 10 drops of daffodil juice. She handed the paper with the formula to Jenna and added in thought, "Avoid gathering these materials at the mysticism gathering we attend." Acquire them from the gathering you discovered and joined, as well as from the purifiers. Oh, ask Seal for assistance too. Franca was still in the Demoness sect's assessment period and worried about potential spies from the secret organization in the mysticism gatherings. If participants gathered the ingredients for the witch potion, it could raise suspicions. In contrast, the purifiers were a more secure source of these ingredients, given their history of dealing with demonesses. They definitely had the corresponding characteristics in reserve. Of course, Franca would also help inquire and gather information at the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, but she couldn't inform Jenna about it. All right. Jenna was well aware of the Demoness sect's hostility toward wild assassins like her. As Jenna memorized the witch potion formula, Franca inquired with concern, "Has your brother left Trier?" Recognizing that the heretics were oddly quiet, and them receiving confirmation from a major Arcana card holder, Lumion and Franca had suggested that Jenna and her brother Julian relocate from Trier to another city in Intis for 6 months to monitor the situation. Jenna had insisted on staying to spend time with her comrades and had promised to advance her sequence quickly. This was the primary reason she had accepted Franca's gift without hesitation. As for her brother Julian, Jenna genuinely wanted to keep him away from another mysticism disaster. She wanted him to live a safe and happy life, and she had been busy instigating him to leave Trier. Jenna couldn't help but smile. "I went to Port LaSour last weekend." Port LaSour, situated at the estuary of the Esrenzo River, was one of Trier's primary ports for shipping goods out to sea. Franca was surprised and pleased for her friend. "Did you manage to instigate that stubborn fellow?" Without divulging the truth, Jenna shook her head and said, "No, I shifted my instigation efforts to a different target. I discovered that the shipyard where Julian works has a branch in Port LaSour, so I used my instigation ability to convince their supervisor to propose a 6-month technical exchange program between the factories. I also paid to include Julian in the list. I only digested the potion after successfully instigating this. T. No matter what I told Julian, he refused to listen. He even reneged on his word the next day after the instigation. As soon as his supervisor issued the order, he started packing. After venting her frustration about her brother, Jenna glanced at Franca and added with a sly grin, "The skilled workers from Trier arrived in Port LaSour last weekend. The return leg from LaSour to Trier will be half a year later to avoid the potential disaster." "Franca, why don't we figure out a way to get more people to leave Trier and lay low for a while?" "They won't believe us even if we tell them," Franca sighed. "Moreover, if more people leave, those evil god organizations might sense it and act prematurely. If the official Beyonders aren't prepared, it could lead to more casualties." Unspoken was the fact that, combined with Madame Judgment's words and Seal's intel, the surface Trier served to seal the underground Trier. Everyone in the city contributed their strength, and if too many left, the seal might weaken, putting the remaining citizens in danger. Jenna fell silent for a moment, choosing not to dwell on the topic. Her upbringing and 6 months of experience had taught her to accept the harsh reality. All she could do was save as many as she could within reasonable bounds. After a pause of about 10 seconds, Jenna said thoughtfully, "When I instigated the supervisor to propose the exchange program, I noticed that many neighboring factories had similar arrangements. That's why I had an example to raise and succeeded without much difficulty. Now that I think about it, could it be a covert effort by official Beyonders to reduce the population in the market district?" "It's certainly possible," Franca considered for a moment before hesitating to add more. What she wanted to say was that it might also be orchestrated by the Tarot Club or Church of the Fool. Madame Justice, a major Arcana card in the Spectator domain, was well suited for such matters. Franca refrained from saying this because she hadn't yet told Jenna about her and Seal's belief in Mr. Fool. She had initially planned to visit the Fool's Cathedral at Lavigny Docks with Jenna, but she dared not do so once she came under the scrutiny of the Demoness sect. "Yes, I'll have to get Seal to take Jenna to Lavigny Docks. If she embraces the faith of Mr. Fool, She'll be safer in the future, Franca's thoughts drifted to Lumion. In a four-wheeled four-seater carriage, navigating through the forest and farmland, Lumion, dressed in a casual formal suit, looked out the window at the golden harvest, his mind drifting. The past month had been his most leisurely period in the past 6 months, but he didn't find this leisure enjoyable. He seized every opportunity to digest the pyromaniac potion. This included visits to the large morgue in the island district to help cremate corpses. Bury. Abandoned large-sized trash, venturing underground to use flames to intimidate passing smuggling teams, successfully securing insurance compensation for small distressed merchants through fires, tracking down and incinerating a few wanted criminals, and igniting a desire among many to leave Trier and explore opportunities in neighboring cities. This string of actions had brought Lumion to the brink of fully digesting the pyromaniac potion. It might only take another half a month, a week, or perhaps even less. Today, Lumion had received an invitation from Count Puffer to visit his Red Swan Castle as a guest. Over the past month, the Sauron family had hosted 5 gatherings, 1 at the castle, 1 for hunting, 2 for casual chats at a cafe, and 1 for a masquerade ball in an abandoned house. Lumion had participated in all of them, but nothing significant had occurred. The only notable exception was that Puffer Sauron hadn't played King's Pie again. Where's the probe Gardner Martin mentioned? Could it be a probe this time? The Cave Association hasn't made another appearance. Do they believe me? He redirected his thoughts from the near-harvest farmland and contemplated the invitation for the day. What intrigued him even more was Gardner Martin's promise to secretly monitor every gathering hosted by Count Puffer. So, where might Gardner be concealed at this moment? Under the afternoon sun, the carriage arrived at its destination. Lumion gazed up at the beige castle, tainted with the stains of ancient blood. Passing through the imposing door and the vast atrium, he reached the elegant living room on the first floor, adorned with a dark red plush carpet. Puffer Sauron, dressed in a red velvet coat, was engaged in conversation at the entrance with another guest when Lumion arrived. Lumion's gaze froze. The guest standing beside Count Puffer was not someone he had expected to see. Clad in hunting attire, with what appeared to be reddish-dyed hair, sharp brown eyebrows, and piercing eyes, it was Albus, another member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. As a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order under the command of Commanding Officer Gardner Martin, Lumion was well aware of their identities and objectives. However, Albus was enigmatic and seldom seen in the market district, only making appearances at gatherings for a free meal. Who is this? Lumion didn't conceal his confusion. Is he here to assist me in completing my mission? Puffer Sauron introduced with a smile. A new friend. He'll be joining us at our gatherings more frequently. At this point, Puffer turned to Albus, whose expression appeared rather unlikable, maintaining his smile. His full name is Albus Metasai. Chapter 424, Underground Maze. Albus Metasai. Lumion repeated the name to himself, glancing at the member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order who had suddenly appeared. During Gardner Martin's gathering, Albus had never revealed his last name, and Gardner Martin had never introduced him. Now he had actually given his full name to Puffer Sauron. Is he trying to make it more realistic? Lumion's gaze swept across Albus's face, and he realized that when Count Puffer mentioned the surname Metasai, he didn't hide his mockery at all, as if mocking the Sauron family member. Seal Dubois. Lumion extended his right hand and politely introduced himself. Albus casually shook his hand, a smile evident in his eyes. He said, "I've heard your name before, a generous patron of art." The member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order emphasized generous. "That's mainly thanks to my sponsor," Lumion said with a double entendre. In the ears of the other guests, he was referring to his father, his wealthy family. As a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Albus caught the subtle message. Puffer Sauron exchanged a few pleasantries with Lumion before escorting him to the sofa. The gathering was intimate, with familiar faces all around, including Puffer's cousin, Elrose, novelist Anori, painter Mullen, critic Ernst Young, and poet Irita. After some casual conversation and nibbling on snacks accompanied by black tea, Count Poofer glanced around and suggested with a mischievous smile, "How about we embark on an adventure today?" Adventure? Albus raised an eyebrow and couldn't resist a playful quip. An adventure in the bedroom. His insinuation was clear. Red Swan Castle might be spacious, with room for a key family member and even hundreds of soldiers at its zenith, but it hardly seemed like a place fit for adventure. Were they supposed to reenact a Trier-like adventure under a bedroom's plush sheets? The jest lightened the atmosphere, and Poofer Sauron cleared his throat before continuing. "Perhaps you're unaware, but Red Swan Castle harbors an extensive underground area. In the era of its construction, its primary function was war. It had to boast a cavernous cellar and a tunnel for escape during dire situations, or it would be deemed inadequate. Throughout the centuries, my forebears expanded and modified the underground, turning it into a labyrinth resembling something out of a horror story. Even though I grew up in Red Swan Castle, my knowledge of that place is limited to the areas I frequently use. Our objective today is to venture deep into this subterranean maze and locate a count's crown that one of my ancestors misplaced in one of its chambers. The crown is adorned with numerous rubies, making it easily distinguishable. The one who retrieves the count's crown will be crowned today's king." Deep into the underground maze, scenes suddenly flashed through Lumien's mind. The constant self-mutilating people in Red Swan Castle, screams of unknown origin, a bronze coffin surrounded by countless white candles, a palm with dark red, nearly black blood vessels, and a withered black heart with a trickle of crimson seeping out. These latter objects seemed to be concealed somewhere in the depths of the underground hall. In an instant, Lumien comprehended the gravity of Poofer Sauron's proposal. Poofer Sauron's probing was here. Suppressing the urge to scan his surroundings and possibly catch a glimpse of Gardner Martin, who might be lurking, Lumien turned his attention to Albus Medicii. The member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order clicked his tongue and chuckled. "Sounds intriguing. This is a game for the courageous." As if to quell any doubts or reluctance among the group, doing so meant, "Those who decline to participate are merely cowards." Count Poofer seized the opportunity to reassure them. "Worry not. If you lose your way and cannot find your path back, just pull the bell rope in your chamber. The servants will be dispatched to search for you and bring you back from below." "No problem," Enori, the short and plump novelist, quipped with a mischievous glint in his eye. "I'm quite looking forward to something happening. After all, it will provide me with excellent material for my writing." "Like Enori's last day," Lumien joked. Having attended numerous gatherings hosted by the Black Cat Art Organization, Lumien was well aware of novelist Enori and poet Irita's unique quirks. Enori had a taboo for never praising fellow authors, while Irita's ire was only stirred by the current social realities in Ainz. Enori took a sip of his black tea and mumbled, "Those old fogies from the Ainz Faculty of Arts will absolutely love this theme." Seeing no objections, Count Poofer rose from his seat and addressed the assembled guests. "Let's divide into two groups and begin this adventure. We'll set out individually along the way. One group will follow me, and the other will accompany Seal. These individuals have all been kings in the past 3 months. Those willing to join Seal, raise your hands." "Me!" Albus Medicii was the first to raise his hand. Lumien had expected him to follow Poofer Sauron closely to complete the Iron and Blood Cross Order's mission. Count Poofer appeared unfazed, as if this was the anticipated course of events. The second to raise her hand was Elrose, the cousin of the host. With her long auburn hair, soft features, and bright brown eyes, she smiled at Lumien and said, "I've always been Monsieur Seal's companion in the past. I see no reason to change that now." Lumien nodded and returned her smile. He was aware that, beneath her youthful appearance, Elrose possessed a complexity that belied her innocence. In one of his unsettling dreams, most participants in the King's Pie game had descended into madness, inflicting self-harm or harm on others. Only 3 individuals remained unaffected: Lumien himself, Poofer Sauron, and Miss Elrose. Lumion couldn't help but wonder about her true motivations for choosing to accompany him into the underground maze. The third to raise his hand was the poet, Irita. Holding his cherrywood pipe, he offered a straightforward reason. "He's my sponsor." The remaining guests, including novelist Anori, painter Mullen, and critic Ernst Young, formed a team with Puffer Sauron. They left the comfort of the living room and found themselves standing next to a fully armored statue. Descending the nearby stairs, designed for two people to walk side by side, they ventured further into the depths of the castle. The walls of the staircase were mottled and grayish-white, winding their way down into the bowels of the earth. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet as they descended. After traversing about 3 floors, Lumion and his group reached the entrance of the underground maze. The passageways were illuminated by numerous wall lamps, some connected to gas pipes, while others had a more classical design with candles burning brightly. Lumion gazed up at the ceiling and noticed the aqueous black stone bricks above, shrouded in darkness. Their cracks were distinct, and the surface exhibited signs of peeling. "Let's choose this one," Puffer declared, taking a carbide lamp from the wall and leading his team down the leftmost passageway. After setting up the carbide lamp, Lumion instinctively proceeded down the corridor ahead without hesitation. He believed that in such an environment, methodical searching might cause them to overlook something significant. By relying on the convergence of Beyonder characteristics and the concealed Blood Emperor aura, he believed he would stumble upon something of value. "What's your reason for choosing this path?" Albus Medici's expression was always a little annoying. Lumion responded with a hint of nonchalance. "I have faith in fate." "I like that reason," Elrose chimed in with a faint smile. Poet Irita took a puff from his cherrywood pipe and added, "I believe in it too, but only if fate is inclined to favor me." The quartet ventured deeper into the corridor, encountering what appeared to be storage rooms along the way. Soon they arrived at a dimly lit hall with 3 doors, each bearing a single word in ancient Faesac: hope, death, and madness. Lumion had abandoned deep thinking by this point. Without hesitation, he walked towards the door of madness and gently pushed it open. As the door swung ajar, darkness enveloped the room, and the light from the carbide lamp spilled in, revealing an eerie sight. Lifelike wax statues stood throughout the room, both men and women, adorned in either ordinary or exquisite attire, their expressions twisted in agony. "Not bad," Albus commented, disdainfully patting a wax statue's face with his right hand. Elrose glanced at him. "Didn't your mother teach you manners?" Albus chuckled. "I don't have a mother." Elrose was momentarily taken aback, not quite sure how to respond to that statement. In the background, Poet Irita spoke with a touch of admiration. "In the past, when rumors circulated about me having an affair with a widow, I'd quietly spread gossip that I had kidnapped the Member of Parliament's daughter and was suspected of murdering a merchant. I even found myself entangled in rumors involving human meat pies, and my neighbors mysteriously vanished. As long as I don't care about my reputation and actively tarnish it, no one can perch on the moral high ground and point fingers at me." As expected of a poet, Lumion praised inwardly. Holding the carbide lamp, he led the way through the room filled with wax statues, their goal being the exit at the far end. The wax figures, illuminated by the dim, yellowish light of the gas wall lamps, appeared unnervingly lifelike. Their eyes seemed to follow Lumion and his companions, creating an unsettling and bizarre atmosphere. Lumion couldn't shake the memory of the previous wax statues that had come to life and attacked. He couldn't help but feel that any of these figures could suddenly spring to life and lunge at them. Breaking the indescribable silence, Albus Medici spoke in a relaxed tone, addressing Elrose. "You're Puffer's cousin. Your last name isn't Sauron, is it?" Elrose candidly admitted, "You're right." Albus casually inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" Elrose turned her head to look at Albus Medici and then at Lumion. She replied with a smile, "My full name is Elrose Einhorn." Chapter 425, The Living Einhorn. Even though Lumion was a young man deprived of an education, he had received Auror's rigorous education, and knew that this last name represented the royal family of the Faesac Empire in the north. Previously, when he had observed Elrose acting reserved and obedient in front of Poofer Sauron, he had assumed that her father's family wasn't particularly outstanding and had perhaps even declined, forcing her to rely on her cousin. He hadn't expected her to bear such a distinguished last name. It was worth noting that more than 1,000 years had passed since the establishment of the Faesac Empire in the late Fourth Epoch. The Einhorn family had always held the throne, while the Sauron family had lost the Ainz throne nearly 2 centuries ago. It was clear which family held the upper hand. Albus Medicii glanced at Elrose in surprise and added a touch of provocation to his words. "You're an Einhorn?" "I couldn't tell." Elrose gazed straight ahead, returning to her obedient demeanor. She spoke emotionlessly. The Sauron family and the Einhorn family often formed marriage alliances. Even though the Sauron family has long left the Ainz throne, this tradition endures. My mother just happened to marry a member of the Einhorn royal family. Poet Irita asked with interest. "So your last name is Einhorn? Why did you come to Trier? You were living in Red Swan Castle when I first met Count Poofer. 6 years ago, my father perished in the war between the Faesac Empire and the Lone Kingdom. My mother brought me back to Trier, where we stayed with my maternal grandfather, who also happened to be Poofer's grandfather," Elrose explained with a soft sigh. "2 years ago, my maternal grandfather passed away. Last year, my mother succumbed to illness. The frequency of death does seem remarkably high." Right. Auror had mentioned that while the 4 powerful countries of the northern continent sometimes collaborated, and at other times clashed, marriages between the royal family and nobles never ceased. Consequently, cousin marriages had become frequent. According to Franca, the hunter pathway has mainly been in the hands of the Sauron and Einhorn families. Could a hunter-hunter marriage guarantee that future generations would be better suited for the hunter pathway? Lumion held the carbide lamp and proceeded down the corridor toward the exit of the wax statues' room. The wax statues on either side, bathed in the yellowish glow of the carbide lamp, seemed eerily lifelike. As they ventured further down the corridor, it grew narrower, and the wax statues almost obstructed their path. Lumion couldn't help but bump into them. Their bodies were cold, and their limbs felt stiff. They were indeed genuine wax statues. Finally, the 4 of them reached the end of the room and opened the iron-black wooden door. Just as Lumion was about to depart, a subconscious impulse made him glance back. In the dimly lit room, the pained expressions on the wax statues' faces appeared haunting, as if their eyes were fixed on the exit. Lumion was reminded of his earlier encounter with the wax statue in the river. He instinctively raised his wrist slightly and discreetly extended the middle finger toward the wax statue in the room. "I really wish I could set this place on fire," Albus Medicii lamented with a touch of regret. Lumion was momentarily surprised, but he secretly concurred. Good idea. He had a suspicion that if he could incinerate these wax statues, the potion would be fully digested. Elrose Einhorn remarked calmly. "Red Swan Castle experiences an average of 3 fires a month. Is she suggesting we should go ahead and burn it down without any apprehension?" Lumion grumbled in his thoughts and proceeded into the corridor behind the wax statue's room. The passageway descended diagonally, leading them deeper underground. Lumion felt an urge to purse his lips and whistle in amazement, but he resisted. The 4 of them continued down until the corridor leveled out once more. The wall lamps were not lit. Whether gas or candles, they slumbered in the darkness. With the yellowish glow of their 4 carbide lamps, Lumion discerned a room at a diagonal angle ahead, its wooden door slightly ajar. A faint, lingering odor of blood emanated from within. He approached and pushed open the wooden door. Light streamed into the room, and the scene within was cast upon the eyes of Lumion, Albus, and the rest of the group. It was a small bedroom, but time had not been kind to it. The bed had crumbled, the wood decayed, and the table lay in ruins. A collection of assorted items lay scattered in the center of the room. The walls bore vivid, deep gouges, as if they had been violently clawed at by someone until their fingers must have bled and rotted. The blood, having seeped into the crevices, had oxidized over time, turning black. Its original appearance was lost, but a faint cloyed odor still lingered. Then, a whistle reached Lumien's ears. Albus Medicii expressed his emotions through this sound. He moved past Lumien, entering the room, and ran his fingers along the deep scratches on the wall. "I can only imagine the horrifying sounds that were produced," the chubby-faced Elrose commented, her focus on the matter somewhat off. Lumien surmised that someone from Red Swan Castle had once descended into madness and been confined in this room. The marks on the wall were the haunting legacy of their torment. After a cursory search that yielded no findings, they pressed on. They opted for the right path at the three-way intersection, leading them to a room with its wooden door partially open. Inside, the room was in shambles, marred by the presence of the blackened bloodstains. The walls appeared to be adorned with what could only be described as decaying flesh. Albus Medicii observed it and let out a disapproving click of his tongue. A guy exploded here. From the inside out, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Lumien nodded almost imperceptibly, the judgment aligned with his. Could it have been the result of a pyromaniac losing control and meeting their end? Poet Irida, holding a carbide lamp in one hand, took a puff from his cherrywood pipe, struggling slightly, and offered his own perspective. "I can't quite fathom why such a tragedy unfolded, but there's a certain poetic quality to it. Is an explosion a form of art?" Lumien muttered as he entered the room and began his search. In this environment, his emotions were somewhat more agitated than usual, and his aggressive impulses were undeniably heightened. The putrid blood and decaying flesh seemed to exude an aura that could influence one's mental state. After moving forward for over 10 meters, the group discovered another room adjacent to the corridor, its wooden door partially open. The room didn't reek of blood, but Lumien felt as if sharp blades were pressed against his skin, causing his hair to stand on end. Sharpness. That was the word that naturally came to his mind. As the light from the carbide lamp illuminated the room, Lumien, Elrose, and the rest observed that the furniture had been reduced to tiny fragments. Beds and desks lay in finger-sized squares, partially collapsed. Remarkable swordsmanship. Albus Medicii remarked with a chuckle. Lumien wasn't too concerned with this matter. What troubled him was that this place was unlike the previous 2 rooms, which had signs of decaying blood and rotting flesh. Where had the person who once occupied this room disappeared to? Lumien scrutinized the area intently before deciding to move on. Shortly, they reached a descending stone staircase. The lower portion of the staircase was enveloped in darkness, seemingly endless. On either side of the stairs were rooms with slightly open wooden doors. The interior of these rooms was pitch black, as though it could swallow all light and motion. Lumien instinctively chose the left side, pushed open the door, and extended the carbide lamp into the room. Bathed in the direct yellow light, an intact bed, an undamaged table, and a chair all stood in perfect order. 2 gleaming, cold swords adorned the wall before them. On the table, a pile of colorful building blocks of various shapes and a row of iron soldiers, each as tall as a candle, were neatly arranged. These iron soldiers were clad in blue coats with golden embroidery. They wielded spears that resembled tree branches or black rifles, a popular toy in Intis that had enjoyed popularity for a century or 2. Lumien walked over and placed the carbide lamp down. He picked up one of the iron soldiers and adeptly twisted the torsion spring on its back. With a series of creaking sounds, the iron soldier sprang to life, swaying forward while raising its spear. Memories of owning a set of such iron soldiers during his youth, before his mother's illness and his Pepe's financial troubles, flooded into Lumien's mind. There are no signs of damage here. It's as if it contains items from childhood to adulthood, Elrose observed as she circled the room. Albus Medicii grinned and remarked, "I wonder where the owner of this room is now. Hopefully not mad enough to scratch the walls or self-destruct from the inside out." As they conversed, Lumien extended his right palm, attempting to open the wooden desk drawer to see what it held. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed around them. My grandfather went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return. Lumion tensed, his body swiveling as he scanned the surroundings for the source of the voice. Albus, Elrose, and the others followed suit, clearly hearing the unsettling voice. My father went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return. My brother went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return. I hear the summonings from the depths of the underground palace. Lumion, Albus, Elrose, and Irida simultaneously directed their gazes at the wooden door across the corridor. The spectral voice emanated from there. With a snap, Irida, positioned in the corridor, pushed open the wooden door behind him. Ignorance often knew no fear. The yellowish light immediately illuminated two figures and a pile of materials. One of them was a flesh-toned puppet mounted on a metal frame, hairless with rudimentary facial features. Surrounding it were molds, hair, clay, and pigments stored in containers. A man clad in a grayish-black robe, his natural red hair flowing, was diligently painting the puppet with a fine brush. Sensing the intrusion of light, the man slowly raised his head, revealing a weathered face adorned with thick hair and dark, iron-like eyes. Upon spotting Lumion, Irida, and the rest, he spoke slowly, his voice ethereal as he inquired, "Are you here to make wax statues?" Chapter 426. Curse. Irida unconsciously took a step back. "No, there's no need." He snapped out of his daze and focused on the man in the gray robe who was diligently painting the puppet in the dimly lit room. He asked with curiosity, "Are you the artisan of wax statues who serves Count Poofer?" This count had a peculiar hobby of crafting wax figures for his friends. The man with the fiery red beard avoided direct eye contact and continued coloring the half-finished puppet in front of him. Lumion, who had already returned to the corridor, turned his head and glanced at Albus Medicai. Instead of speaking, he directed his question at the enigmatic man in the cluttered room. "What should we call you?" Lumion was certain that something was amiss with the wax statue artisan before him, but he couldn't determine the extent of the problem. They had just noticed that no light escaped from this room, indicating that the man had been working on the puppet in complete darkness. The man with deep, iron-black eyes and a fiery red beard looked up once more and spoke in a spectral tone. "My grandfather went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return. My father went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace, never to return." "So, are you mad as well?" Albus Medicai interrupted the man's ramblings. The man hesitated for a moment before answering. "I hear the summonings from the depths of the underground palace." At this point, his gaze swept across the faces of Lumion, Albus, and Elrose. The corners of his mouth, obscured by his beard, curled up slightly, hinting at an elusive smile. His vacant iron-black eyes grew more intense, and his voice carried a sense of urgency. "The three of you hurry to the depths of the underground palace." Irida muttered under his breath. "Why not me?" Lumion's mind raced as he sought common ground with Albus and Elrose. As poet Irida had pointed out, the three of you in the strange man's statement didn't include him. Given the peculiar atmosphere and circumstances, something was definitely awry. "I'm a hunter and Albus is a hunter. Could Elrose also be a hunter?" While Lumion contemplated this, Albus Medicai seemed unfazed by the eerie words of the wax statue artisan. He flashed a cheeky smile and asked, "You want us to venture deep into the underground palace to rescue your grandfather, father, and brother, or would you prefer to send your regards?" Quite aggressive. Logically speaking, he's at least a pyromaniac, the kind whose potion has mostly been digested. There's no need to provoke everyone with every word. Could it be that he's intentionally misleading others to believe that he's only a provoker? Lumion looked at Albus's well-defined side profile and muttered inwardly. The man painting the puppet paid Albus no attention and continued his work. "Sorry to bother you," Lumion said, not giving Albus a chance to escalate the situation. He reached for the vermilion wooden door's handle, gently closed it, and left the room behind. Lumion decided not to explore the room with the iron-clad soldier, fearing it might trigger unwanted events. In the darkness, Lumion descended the worn stone steps, carbide lamp in hand. Amid the echoing footsteps, Elrose Einhorn suddenly commented, "That man looked like a lion." Lumion recalled the wax statue artisan's appearance. Indeed, with his long, dense red hair and beard, he did resemble a humanized lion. Albus Medicii gently swayed the carbide lamp in his hand and glanced at Elrose. "This is your maternal grandfather's castle. You've lived here for nearly 6 years. Don't act like a visitor like us who doesn't know anything." "I genuinely don't know who that person was," Elrose replied, shaking her head. "I rarely enter the underground palace. The farthest I've gone is the room filled with wax statues. In other words, during your limited explorations, you had chosen the same path as me. You had selected the door of madness among the 3 doors of hope, madness, and death. Why didn't you continue deeper? What were you worried about?" Lumion deduced some information from Elrose Einhorn's succinct answer. Albus scoffed. "Have you heard of the legend of Sauron family members going mad and venturing into the depths of the underground palace, never to return? For example, my grandfather went mad and ventured into the depths of the underground palace." The member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order mimicked the man's speech with an uncanny accuracy. "Excellent. You've asked the question I wanted to ask. Despite Albus Medicii's grating manner, he did serve a purpose. He had no reservations and, with great acumen, asked questions that he couldn't. With such a teammate around, Lumion could maintain a semblance of distance and conceal his true thoughts and attitude. The worn stone steps seemed never-ending. As Elrose descended carefully, she sighed and explained, "I've always known about such legends. The master of Red Swan Castle and the Sauron family members who reside here, both men and women, gradually become violent and irritable, eventually going mad. It's possible for them to enter the depths of the underground palace after mutilating themselves and never return. These incidents occur sporadically, sometimes once every few years or 2 or 3 times a year. Apart from the family members who yearn to restore their forebears' glory, Sauron has distanced himself from this ancient castle. He doesn't want to go mad. This has a certain effect, ensuring the Sauron family's continuation and heritage. However, that madness seems to be a curse rooted in the bloodline. Sauron, who resides elsewhere, will occasionally have people suddenly return and repeat the experiences of their forebears here. Is this the surface explanation behind the Sauron family's decline? If the core members of the family go mad one by one and enter the depths of the underground palace without returning, the family will indeed decline bit by bit. Why did Elrose tell us in detail about the matters that's privy to the Sauron family? She believes that we won't leave alive. So she's satisfying her desire to share. Lumion couldn't help but recall the nightmares he had experienced due to the King's Pie game. In the nightmares, Red Swan Castle was overrun by lunatics who mutilated themselves in gruesome ways, gouging out their own eyeballs and more. It seemed that these lunatics might have included various individuals from the Sauron family who had gone mad over the course of more than 2 centuries. But not all of them shared the Sauron bloodline. Lumion remembered how novelist Anori and other participants in the King's Pie game had also gone insane and committed grotesque acts to themselves and others, despite lacking the Sauron family's lineage. Albus Medicii, in his irritating manner, wore a smirk as he asked Elrose, "Did your maternal grandfather also go crazy and venture into the depths of the underground palace?" Elrose remained calm and replied, "No, he passed away due to chronic headaches. Not every owner of Red Swan Castle eventually goes mad." Albus, undeterred, continued to press, "What are the common factors among those who don't go mad?" Elrose's face was illuminated by the carbide lamp's glow as she responded in her usual tone, "It's a family secret." In essence, she was saying, "I'm not going to tell you." This response left Lumion, who was leading the way, feeling a growing sense of frustration. If Elrose had simply cautioned them against prying into the Sauron family's affairs from the start, he wouldn't have reacted emotionally. But her willingness to share intriguing information, only to withhold the crucial details, felt like a deliberate provocation. After a moment of silence, Albus Medici's smile returned, and he probed further. "What about your mother?" Elrose replied. "She passed away normally due to an illness." Albus chuckled and continued. "What about you? You also have the Sauron family's bloodline. Will you suddenly go crazy?" Elrose turned her head and glanced at the impolite fellow, revealing an indescribable smile. "In the long run, we'll all go mad." "Who do you mean by we?" Lumien's forehead twitched, sensing that Elrose wasn't just referring to the Sauron family. A moment of silence followed, broken by poet Irita's heartfelt sigh. The fear of a family, the curse that has lasted for generations, and the forebears who have ventured into the dark underground. What an excellent theme for an essay. It's very inspiring. If Enori were to find out, he would definitely produce a classic novel. Even I would have the urge to write a long poem. As they conversed, the four of them finally reached the end of the lengthy stone steps. Before them stretched a vast hall with grayish-white stone pillars supporting the dark ceiling above. The four carbide lamps illuminated the space, revealing several piles of bones partially exposed behind certain stone pillars. Plenty of the dead. Albus Medici, undaunted, sighed with a smile and strolled toward one of the bone piles. At that moment, Lumien picked up a rustling sound. He swiftly raised his head and raised the carbide lamp. In the dim yellow lighting, mottled ceiling, a colossal shadow moved with surprising speed, crawling across the uneven surface before vanishing into the shadows on the other side. The shadow was a spider-like creature. In comparison to its kind, it had only one pair of eyes, but each eye contained numerous tiny single eyes moving independently, radiating a cold and eerie light. Countless long, thick bristles encircled a withered, blackened, fist-sized heart on its back. Lumien's blood ran cold as a term leaped to the forefront of his mind. Black hunting spider. This was one of the main ingredients of the Conspirer potion. Over the past month, although Lumien hadn't yet acquired any ingredients related to black hunting spiders and sphinxes, he had amassed a general understanding of these two Beyonder creatures, including their appearance and abilities. Recently, he had contemplated teleporting to another location in his quest to locate these creatures. However, the black hunting spider he had just witnessed was even more unusual than the information he had gathered. It deviated significantly in several details, particularly the presence of a withered heart that eerily resembled that of a human. Chapter 427, Hunter's Cooperation. The suspected black hunting spider flashed and disappeared into the shadows on the other side of the hall. Lumien only saw it but didn't react in time. Albus Medici and Elrose Einhorn were equally caught off guard. By the time Irita sensed the abnormality and looked up at the ceiling, the colossal black spider had vanished. "What are you looking at?" the poet asked curiously, casually commenting. "There's no mural on the walls of the underground maze. This doesn't match the Sauron family's former glory. In the northern continent, murals were essential when constructing grand buildings. All painters took pride in being invited to create these magnificent works of art, especially when it came to epic paintings on cathedral domes and walls. These paintings were not just a status symbol, but also required months or even years to complete. Lumien withdrew his gaze and smiled. "I saw a venomous spider. No one has been here for a long time. It seems to have become a haven for dangerous creatures." Without waiting for Irita's response, he suggested, "Albus, Elrose, and I have impressive skills and extensive hunting experience. It's clear you lack sufficient training. Why don't you return to the surface ahead of time? Continuing forward could be perilous for you. You don't truly believe you can find the crown and become king, do you?" Irita muttered. "No problem. You're my sponsor, after all. If it weren't to accompany you guys and have some fun, I wouldn't venture into this pitch-black underground. I'm past the age of adventuring and performing arts. All right, I'll head back to the surface now and wait for you in the living room. There's La Fée Verte, black tea, refreshments, and tobacco. It's much more comfortable than here." As the poet spoke, he turned and walked toward the stone steps at the hall's exit. Just as he took several steps, a blaze erupted from the shadow on his right, hurtling towards Irita like a crimson spear. Behind Lumion, flames surged around Albus Metasai, transforming him into a crimson spear that collided with the flaming spear attacking the poet. The member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order transformed into a crimson spear and flew out with a whoosh, colliding with the flaming spear that had attacked the poet. With a resounding crash, the two flaming spears disintegrated, revealing Albus Metasai and the colossal black spider with a withered heart. The spider emitted a high-frequency squeak, raising its body and swinging its four thick-furred limbs, resembling scythes that flickered with a cold light at Albus Metasai. At the same time, a nearly white-hot spear flew and struck the side of the black spider, incinerating its hard shell and piercing through it. It was Elrose Einhorn. She seemed prepared and quietly shifted her position, waiting for the colossal black spider to appear. In the next moment, agile crimson fire ravens followed different trajectories, rushing into the wound created by the burning white spear. Rumble! The fiery explosion within the colossal black spider's body created a chaotic storm of flames, tearing at its outer carapace and flesh. Lumion didn't hold back his impressive abilities. He had started condensing the fire raven the moment Albus Metasai confronted the assailant. The colossal black spider's scythe appendages missed Albus, who had seized the opportunity to retreat. Under the relentless assault, the spider emitted a piercing screech that reverberated within its chitinous shell. The shriveled, blackened heart behind it suddenly glowed dark red, creating blazing fireballs. These fireballs formed a net, enveloping the colossal black spider, and shot toward Lumion, Albus, and Elrose, leaving crimson trails in their wake. In contrast, Irida, who had been stunned by the superhuman battle, was ignored and unharmed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Lumion and the others dodged the incoming fireballs, one of them shot deep into the hall, dissipating quickly. Hidden within the fireball, the colossal black spider seized the opportunity to break through Lumion and the others' encirclement and disappear once more. The crimson flames around them continued to burn. Albus Metasai glanced at the dark red liquid dripping from the heavily injured black spider but didn't immediately pursue it. Instead, he smiled at Lumion and said, "Nice baiting." Lumion didn't deny it. He had asked poet Irida to return to the surface alone to lure out the colossal black spider as bait. If the spider didn't take the bait, Irida would have left the underground palace without any danger. But if the spider planned to hunt an ordinary person alone, Lumion was ready to use spirit world traversal and the spell of Harumph to protect the target. He aimed to eliminate the creature, suspected to be a potion ingredient, as quickly as possible. With such an opportunity, he wasn't willing to hold back and hide his trump cards. He wanted to end the battle swiftly to prevent any mishaps. Unexpectedly, Albus Metasai's reaction was quicker than his. Therefore, Lumion stopped in time and switched to fire ravens. He intended to observe the black spider's combat style and uncover any secrets it might hold. Now, Lumion was certain that the colossal black spider was more formidable than a black hunting spider. If it were the latter, it would never have escaped the encirclement of 3 hunters. It would have perished from the repeated explosions. Although it was confirmed that the black spider wasn't equivalent to a black hunting spider, it was undoubtedly from the hunter pathway. With the corresponding Bayunder powers, the special parts on its body could certainly be used to brew potions. Lumion turned to Elrose and said straightforwardly, "That monster is different from a black hunting spider. There's a human-like heart on its back. What's going on?" Elrose gazed at the dark red blood dripping into the hall's shadows, pondering for a moment. "I've never seen such a Bayunder creature before." She paused for a moment before continuing. "All I know is that if the owner of Red Swan Castle and many core members of the Sauron family don't go mad and venture into the depths of the underground palace without returning, someone will extract their heart and send it somewhere in the underground palace." Upon hearing this, Lumion suddenly recalled a scene he had dreamt of due to the lingering effects of the King's Pie game. In a bronze coffin surrounded by countless white candles, a hand with dark red, almost black blood vessels extended, holding a shriveled, withered black heart with some blood seeping out. What the F***CK is the Sauron family up to? Lumion couldn't help but curse inwardly. What lay in the depths of this underground palace, and how many mutated monsters lurked within at that moment? Poet Arita finally snapped out of his daze. He looked at Lumion and the others in shock, fear, and excitement. Are all of you Beyonders capable of using Beyonder powers? You know about Beyonders too? Albus Medicai wore an expression that suggested he wasn't worthy of knowing. As Arita approached Lumion, he quickly explained. 7 or 8 years ago, I went to a battlefield to gather material and saw something. I knew that there were many people in our army who could use superpowers. They were called Beyonders. We do have superpowers, and they look quite similar, Lumion said with a smile, glancing around. Do you want to follow us deeper or return to the surface yourself? Arita didn't hide his fear and muttered, Of course, I'll follow you. Although it's very likely that I'll encounter the large spider again, it's better than walking alone in the darkness with unknown monsters lurking around. I don't want the last poem of my life to be, Oh, foolish Arita. Lumion pondered for a few seconds and calmly said, If you wish to return to the surface, I can escort you to the entrance of the underground palace. Then I'll definitely choose to return. Arita changed his mind without hesitation. Lumion then turned to Albus and Elrose and asked, Do you want to join me, wait here, or venture deeper by yourselves? Albus Medicai gave Lumion a deep look and sneered. I didn't expect you to be such a moral person. You can escort this poet with a dubious reputation yourself. His implication was clear. You must have ulterior motives for escorting someone out, considering your lack of morals. He didn't specify if he intended to stay or venture in alone. I'm with Albus, Elrose, who stood by Albus, replied with a smile, holding the carbide lamp. Lumion observed the dark red blood droplets left by the black spider, and proceeded to ascend the stone steps with Arita, using the carbide lamp for illumination. In the pitch-black and silent underground, they returned to the corridor where the wax statue artisan and the iron soldiers were. Poet Arita glanced back at the deep darkness below and said to his sponsor, Those two shouldn't be simple. I know, Lumion replied nonchalantly. Holding the carbide lamp that emitted a yellowish glow, he advanced at a moderate pace. Arita walked closely beside him and continued in his usual tone. The war between the Lone Kingdom and the Faceac Empire ended over 7 years ago. But Miss Elrose mentioned that her father died in the war 6 years ago. If I recall correctly, it was likely due to dissatisfaction with the Faceac Empire's losing treaty, leading to a rebellion. This was a civil war in the Faceac Empire. Why did Miss Elrose mention the Lone Kingdom? Is her father a representative of the extreme faction, or a member of the royal family who perished in the rebellion? A member of the royal family who rebelled. Is that why they fled to Trier? Lumion considered the information provided by the political enthusiast, Arita. Arita glanced at his sponsor and continued, Actually, before today, I saw Albus Medicai elsewhere. Lumion's curiosity was piqued as he asked, Where? Arita glanced around and lowered his voice. Sacred Heart Cloister. Chapter 428, Incineration, Sacred Heart Cloister. The largest cloister in Trier's eternal blazing sun church. Why did Albus Medicai go there? Could he be an undercover agent sent by the Purifier into the Iron and Blood Cross Order? Or did Gardner Martin instruct him to keep an eye on the Sacred Heart Cloister? Lumion's mind raced with questions and guesses. As he advanced, clutching a carbide lamp, Arita hastily interjected with more information. I have a friend at the Sacred Heart Cloister. I often go there to drink with him. Lumion, momentarily diverting his focus from Albus Medicai, jested. Can the cloister monks drink? The two moved through the shadowy passageway, guided solely by the yellowish glow of the carbide lamp. Arita rambled. Of course they can, but they can't partake in liquor or get inebriated. The wine brewed by the Sacred Heart Cloister is the finest I've ever tasted. Is your friend a monk? Lumion walked at a moderate pace, his footsteps echoing through the seemingly endless passageway. Arita appeared content conversing with Seal and didn't hide anything. Yes, he's a member of the Brotherhood Minor and served as my nephew's baptism priest. Later, he could no longer tolerate the cathedral's clergy indulging in pleasures and chose to become a monk. He joined the Sacred Heart Cloister and is currently overseeing the brewery. A member of the Brotherhood Minor, champions of temperance and asceticism, Lumion deduced this and redirected their conversation. How often have you and your friend seen Albus Metasai? What was the reason for his visit to the Sacred Heart Cloister? Just once, Irida muttered. I don't concern myself with such matters. There are no nuns there. When I saw him, he was walking through the corridor with a monk and entered the rear of the cloister. It appears that Albus Metasai had not entered covertly or with fear of discovery. Lumion deduced this from Irida's account. Amidst poet Irida's relentless search for topics, the two of them finally passed through the eerie wax statue room, leaving behind the hall with the enigmatic doors of hope, madness, and death. They retraced their steps to the underground palace. Irida let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed. He grumbled, "The underground palace is so dangerous, and there are creatures with supernatural abilities. Poofer truly led us into an adventure down here. Is he attempting to get us killed? You've all been corrupted by the King's Pie game many times. I wonder if you're truly alive." Lumion refrained from a direct response to Irida's grievances, opting for a playful smile as he remarked, "It seems that the more frightened and tense you are, the more you like to talk." "That's what makes me feel alive," Irida confessed. He extinguished the carbide lamp as they exited the underground palace via the spiral staircase. Lumion turned back, retracing his steps to the door of madness. He hadn't closed the door when he left. Even though he hadn't approached yet, the yellowish light from the carbide lamp made the wax statues appear faintly, as if they were waiting in the darkness. Lumion stopped at the door, slowly bent down, and placed the carbide lamp on the ground in front of him. Then he straightened up and swept his gaze across the wax statues' faces, their expressions frozen in agony and shrouded in shadows. Crimson fire ravens began to materialize around him, one after another. Since Count Poofer had shown ill intent by leading them into the perilous depths of the underground palace, any ordinary person would already have died. There was no reason to show any courtesy to a member of the Sauron family, the owner of Red Swan Castle. Lumion's plan was straightforward, to set the wax statues ablaze. This had several purposes. First, it might assist in digesting his potion. Second, it could preemptively eliminate potential threats, preventing the wax statues from coming to life and attacking at a critical moment. Lastly, it could create a chaotic situation that would disrupt Count Poofer's secret plan, sowing doubt and confusion for their further exploration. Chaos often created opportunities. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a swift motion, he released a flurry of crimson fire ravens that darted towards the wax statues. After dispatching 2 batches of fire ravens, Lumion dropped to one knee, pressing his hands to the ground. From his palms, fiery serpents slithered out, winding their way through the pile of wax statues and swiftly igniting them. A cacophony of explosions followed as the wax statues' heads burst, and their lower extremities were engulfed in flames, creating a cage of crimson fire. The flesh-white wax that composed their bodies melted rapidly, turning into liquid droplets or softening and crumbling away, rendering them fragile under the dual onslaught of explosion and combustion. Smack! The muscles on one of the wax statues completely disintegrated, revealing a new face. It was a human face. It was a male human who had lost his eyes and died long ago, his face filled with pain. Silently, more wax statues softened and crumbled. Without exception, there was a human corpse inside every one of them. Among the corpses encased in the wax statues were men and women, some with exposed flesh and skin, others with heads and bodies that appeared to have been crudely stitched together after death. Some had open stomachs, their intestines tangled and filled with white wax, creating a grotesque sight. What all of them had in common was the haunting expression of pain etched across their faces, as if they had lived through unspeakable horrors or had been trapped in the darkest of nightmares. As Lumion observed, the melted wax transformed into a viscous liquid that oozed from the faces of the deceased humans. It was as if these tortured souls were weeping tears of relief as they faced the purifying embrace of the flames. Inside the statues are actually real people. Lumion, who had his fair share of horrifying scenes, couldn't help but tense up, instinctively feeling repulsed and afraid. He finally knew where the ordinary people from Red Swan Castle who had gone mad and mutilated themselves in his nightmares had gone. Lumion rose to his feet, clutching the carbide lamp. Crimson flames erupted from his body, transforming into blazing meteors that streaked to every corner of the wax statue-filled chamber, turning it into an inferno. The flesh-white wax began to burn fervently, feeding upon itself until there was no space left for the fire to consume. Lumion's eyes reflected the crimson conflagration and the viscous wax tears on his pale face. He didn't avert his gaze but watched intently. At that moment, he gained a newfound understanding of his pyromaniac abilities. The once vague third acting principle became clear. The pyromaniac wreaked havoc and caused utter catastrophe. As for pyromaniacs, they could willingly unleash disaster and destruction upon anyone. Lumion fervently wished that the heretics and those who had gone mad and could only harm others would be engulfed by the flames. Having amalgamated his various acts into this principle, Lumion had an uncommonly clear sense that his pyromaniac potion had been entirely digested. He could even hear an imaginary shattering sound. With a series of thuds, the lifeless bodies, stripped of their wax support, fell one by one to the ground. They piled up and burned even more fiercely. All of a sudden, the wooden door creaked open from the exit opposite the wax statue's chamber. The wax statue artisan, his thick beard and hair resembling a humanoid lion, stood before Lumion. His iron-black eyes were tinged crimson by the flames that surged toward the ceiling. His voice sounded ethereal as he inquired, "Why did you set my wax statues ablaze?" Lumion didn't answer. Instead, he activated the black mark on his right shoulder, Spirit World Traversal. A spectral light flickered within his clothing, and his form swiftly materialized next to the wax statue artisan. Almost simultaneously, Lumion parted his lips. "Ha!" A pale yellow, gaseous light shot out of his mouth and struck the wax statue artisan's head. The wax statue artisan, clad in a grayish-black robe, swayed visibly, as if momentarily losing his balance. He didn't lose consciousness completely. It was more like he had undergone a psychic piercing and was in a state of shock induced by the pain. Lumion didn't rely solely on the spell of Harumph. He raised his prepared left palm and hurled a crimson fireball, tightly compressed in layers, into the wax statue artisan's mouth and nose with fire infusion. The fireball, gradually turning white in color, whooshed into the target's mouth and nostrils, invading his brain. Boom! The blazing white fireball exploded from the inside out while Lumion watched as the wax statue artisan's head expanded rapidly before exploding. Flaming flesh and blood spurted out. Lumion, already prepared, shielded his face with the carbide lamp in his right hand, leaving the back of his hand stained with blood. With a thud, the wax statue artisan, with only a small half of his head remaining, swayed and collapsed to the ground. Lumion, who had meticulously prepared a sequence of attacks, found himself momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the situation to resolve so effortlessly. He had foreseen that the enigmatic wax statue artisan might pose a formidable challenge, and he had readied himself to teleport. Instantly, if things took a turn for the worse. It was worth noting that the wax statue that had reanimated previously had been more formidable than the wax statue artisan himself. Merely being in its presence had weighed heavily on Lumion's body and mind, almost rendering him incapable of resistance. Did he possess the unique ability to create these wax statues, but lacked inherent power? Or did he need to draw strength from the Sauron family's underground palace to bring these menacing wax figures to life? Perhaps my attack was too swift, leaving him no time to react. He perished on the spot before he could tap into any external strength. Lumion gazed down at the wax statue artisan and assessed the situation. In the depths of the underground palace, within a hall adorned with white candles, Poofer Sauron, seated in a corner, abruptly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon the bronze coffin situated in the center of the chamber. Around the coffin, numerous candles strangely extinguished without warning. Poofer rose to his feet, his expression slightly twisted in consternation. At the exit of the wax statue chamber, Lumion witnessed a crimson radiance emanating from the wax statue artisan's body. Initially, the luminescence surged towards the head, but only a small fragment of the wax statue artisan's head remained. Consequently, it shifted to his chest, yet it couldn't dissipate. Lumion felt a tinge of surprise. He tore open the grayish-black robe of the wax statue master, unveiling his chest. There lay a sinister, pitch-black wound, and the space where his heart should have resided was hollow. The heart is missing. Elrose had mentioned that the Sauron family members' hearts had to be sent deep into the underground palace. Lumion vaguely grasped the reason behind the wax statue artisan's formidable yet fragile nature. Ultimately, the crimson light coalesced into an ethereal entity with myriad gullies, resembling a shrunken blood-colored brain. Unsure of its significance, Lumion stashed it away and made his exit. The flames in the room continued to burn, but for some unknown reason, they failed to spread. In the stone pillar hall where the confrontation with the black spider had transpired, Albus and Elrose observed as Lumion returned, carrying a carbide lamp that emitted a faint yellowish glow. Almost simultaneously, they noticed the specks of blood on Lumion's body. "Did you kill the poet?" Albus asked, amused. Lumion shook his head and replied calmly, "I killed the one making the wax statues." Chapter 429. Orders. Upon hearing Lumion's response, Albus's eyes widened slightly and his eyebrows twitched. Elrose's mouth hung open as if something was stuck in her throat. She quickly smiled and scrutinized Lumion's face with a meaningful gaze. At that moment, Albus returned to normal and gazed at Lumion. He clicked his tongue and said, "You're really ruthless. You even went back and killed the wax statue guy." "I had no choice." "He stopped me from burning the wax statues," Lumion said with a gentle smile. Albus's eyebrows twitched again. "Did you really burn them?" "Of course." Lumion shared his findings sincerely. "The wax statues' surfaces melted and peeled away to reveal human corpses." Albus wasn't surprised at all. He applauded and smiled mockingly. "Well done. I must praise your courage." It's as if he's saying that I'm ignorant and fearless. Lumion didn't believe that Albus was really praising him. Elrose maintained her smile and spoke as though a bystander. "The Sauron family isn't the only one in Red Swan Castle who's gone mad. The butler, guards, valets, and maids have also gone mad. Their deaths after mutilation are terrifying. It's not suitable for their families and the public to know. They can only report their disappearance and compensate them a large sum of money. Even so, they can still recruit new servants. Is it because the salary is high, or is the matter kept under wraps? Will they only choose foreigners who have just arrived in Trier and don't know anything?" Lumion knew that ancient families like Sauron had servants who served them for generations, but their numbers were already limited. "Shall we continue forward?" Elrose inquired. "Of course." Lumion still wanted to track down the severely injured black spider and extract the Beyonder characteristic it would produce to study the withered black heart. Albus Medisai answered with his actions and walked deeper into the hall. Under the yellowish glow of the carbide lamp, the darkness gradually receded, revealing the drops of dark red blood flowing from the mutated giant spider. As he advanced, he casually asked Elrose, "Who's responsible for sending the extracted hearts into the depths of the underground palace?" Just because members of the Sauron family go mad and disappear into the depths of the underground palace doesn't mean that ordinary members of the Sauron family can't enter. In particular, the successor of Red Swan Castle often goes to certain rooms and halls in the underground maze. It begins the first time Poofer becomes king while playing King's Pie. Influenced by the frenzied and violent spirit, Lumion recalled the invisible entity that had circled above his head after winning the King's Pie game while not daring to descend due to the Blood Emperor's aura. Soon, the trio reached the end of the hall. Through an open wooden door, they followed a corridor with numerous reliefs of soldiers engraved on both sides and a few storage rooms. The yellowish light shone further, first outlining the outline of a wooden door, then a figure. The figure wore a light-colored formal suit and had curly black hair. He had a slightly mean appearance and was clearly a participant in this gathering. He was Ernst Young, the critic assigned to Count Puffer's team. "Are you lost?" Albus Medicii greeted him enthusiastically. Ernst Young held a carbide lamp that no longer emitted any light and smiled bitterly. "We had already split up, and each believed we could find the Count's crown. But before I could search carefully, the carbide lamp suddenly went off. I had no choice but to return in the dark and search for a room with a bell rope. How unlucky!" Albus sighed exaggeratedly for Ernst Young. He had already reached the open door and stood beside Ernst Young. Suddenly, crimson fireballs shot out from his free left hand, landing beside the critic and creating a blazing circle of flames. What are you doing?" Ernst Young asked in surprise. Albus replied with a smile. "I'm here to help you illuminate the area. Isn't it very bright now?" Ernst Young fell silent, crimson flames dancing on his face. He's not surprised that Albus can create flames and possesses superpowers. Lumion had sensed that there was something amiss with Ernst Young when he saw him, like a troublemaker sent by Puffer Sauron. However, saying that something was amiss was an understatement. He was entirely abnormal. Flames raged, and the temperature around Ernst Young soared. Lumion glanced over and noticed a strange softening on the critic's face. A viscous, wax-like liquid seeped out of Ernst Young's skin. As Lumion's forehead throbbed, Albus extended his hands, leaned forward, and pushed open the wooden door. Amidst the creaking sounds, the scene behind the door was tainted with a yellowish glow. Coffins of varying sizes had been chiseled into the walls. Chains hung from the ceiling, and coffins of various colors dangled from them. The ground was filled with countless coffins, with only narrow gaps for people to pass through. At that moment, Ernst Young raised his hands, his eyes empty, and tore at his face. The half-waxed, half-real skin was torn off, revealing bloody flesh and dark blue, nearly black blood vessels. A potent scent of blood and burning wax permeated the air, causing all the coffins in the hall to tremble simultaneously. Bang! 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 The coffin lids of various colors opened one after another, and black giant spiders with compound eyes, lush bristles, and withered hearts inlaid crawled out. Rustling sounds filled the air as the giant black spiders covered almost every corner of the hall. Aiming at Lumion and the others, they extended their mouths and quickly condensed a crimson fireball that was nearly white. Numerous fireballs flew out, as if a volley had been fired from an artillery battery. Whether it was Lumion, Albus, or Elrose, they all lunged to the side of the corridor, avoiding the location facing the hall. Rumble! Rumble! The entire corridor was engulfed in flames, ravaged by the shockwaves. The walls on both sides showed signs of collapse. Lumion's target was an empty storage room to the side, successfully evading the violent bombardment. Elrose was the same. Only Albus used Ernst Young as a cover. Amidst the incessant explosions, the critic, who had lost most of his face, shattered into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered, and some parts of his body melted like candles. The rustling sound resounded once more, and the innumerable black spiders seemed to surge out of the hall. Lumion's scalp tingled as he listened. His first instinct was to quickly teleport away. In the face of such mutated black spiders, he had no problem dealing with one or two. Two was a bit of a stretch, but three meant he had to consider retreating. And now there were dozens of them. Son of a so, there are so many of you. What do you usually eat to survive? Just air. Lumion cursed inwardly as he activated the black mark on his right shoulder to use Spirit World Traversal. Suddenly, he heard a nearly ethereal female voice. The voice quickly became clearer. It belonged to Elrose Einhorn. Then, the girl's voice in Hermes reverberated. I command you in the name of the Sauron family bloodline. Leave this area. The rustling stopped abruptly, and the entire area fell into an indescribable silence. After a few seconds, the rapid crawling sounds of arthropods echoed again, but they spread in all directions. Lumion ceased his attempts to use spirit world traversal and cast his gaze towards the corridor beyond. The flames gradually extinguished, and no black spiders appeared. Lumion left the side storage room in thought and saw that all the coffins in the hall ahead were open, but there was no sign of the giant black spiders. Elrose, dressed in a light-colored dress, stood in the corridor, her right hand clenched tightly, her left palm hanging low. Her aura seemed slightly different from before, as if the commander-in-chief of an army had arrived before her loyal soldiers, naturally displaying an alluring charm that made people submit to her. Clap, clap, clap. Albus Medicii stood up from behind the crumbled Ernst Young, clutching a lamp. He smiled mockingly and said, "Aren't you an Einhorn? Why are you using the Sauron family's name?" Elrose cast a cold glance at the Iron and Blood Crossorder member, causing him to subconsciously shut his mouth. "I have half of the Sauron bloodline." Elrose turned to Lumion and smiled again. "Do you want to continue?" "Of course." Albus Medicii was the first to respond. Lumion cracked his neck and smiled. "The game isn't over yet." Although he had the urge to escape the underground maze, the more he wanted to succumb to his urges, the more he couldn't show it. His experience and Auror's teachings had taught him not to let others guess his true thoughts under such circumstances. The aura around Elrose that made people involuntary submissive gradually dissipated, and she returned to her obedient state. Lumion and Albus entered the hall ahead side by side and saw that the wooden coffins of various colors were empty. The corpses that should have existed looked like they had been eaten by the giant black spiders. Just as he was about to pass through the mass tomb, Lumion spotted a massive black spider sprawled in a corner. Its side was hideously torn, and dark red blood continued to flow. This was the Beyonder creature that had previously fought the three hunters. Due to its severe injuries, it couldn't leave the tomb according to Elrose's orders. It could only stay where it was and lick its wounds. Upon seeing Lumion and the others, the giant black spider half-raised its body and let out a threatening squeak. Glancing at the shriveled heart on the black spider's back, Lumion casually smiled and said, "It's mine and the rest of the spoils of war are yours." "How does that sound?" Albus Medicii chuckled. "Is that all only you care about such things?" Elrose's lips curled into a faint smile. "I have no problem with that, but since it's your spoils of war, you can retrieve it yourself. I won't provide any assistance." "I like that. You can occasionally say something nice." Albus praised Elrose before casting his gaze at Lumion. The two hunters, a man and a woman, appeared to be waiting to appreciate Lumion's performance. The colossal black spider had suffered severe injuries, but had clearly not lost its ability to fight Chapter 430. Reckless. Sensing Albus and Elrose's gazes, Lumion cautiously approached the injured black spider with the carbide lamp in hand. As a hunter, he had a clear grasp of his two teammates' current mindsets. It was akin to navigating a dark forest. Everyone assumed the role of the hunter, but the moment one revealed their vulnerability, they became the hunted, vulnerable to collective assault. Albus and Elrose desired insights into Lumion's condition and capabilities. They harbored doubts that Lumion could easily dispatch the wax statue artisan, believing he must have paid a significant price. Moreover, they aimed to decipher the precise sequence of the previous winner of the King's Pie game and the mystical items he carried. Lumion had no qualms about eliminating the severely injured black spider, but he was reluctant to unveil his trump cards, Spirit World Traversal and the Spell of Harumph, to Albus and Elrose. As he closed in on the black spider, his thoughts raced, pondering the most efficient strategy that would incur minimal cost and time, making the task as straightforward as possible. Lumion's gaze swept from the torn-open side of the black spider, which remained trapped in the hall like its kin, dark red blood oozing out. With his left hand, he casually retrieved a silver earring from his pocket and fastened it to his left earlobe. Lie. Having fully digested the pyromaniac potion, Lumion's emotions steadied. He could now covertly wield the flog boxing gloves and employ Lie. crimson flaming ravens materialized around him. Almost simultaneously, the colossal black spider reacted. The shriveled heart within it emitted a dark red glow, conjuring a plethora of menacing fireballs, as if weaving a protective crimson net. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The fire ravens encircling Lumion shot out, each following a distinct trajectory towards their respective targets. Over 100 crimson fireballs erupted from the black spider's form, hurtling forward with menacing howls. Rumble. In an instant, some fire ravens were intercepted by the fireballs, while others detonated them, setting off a series of explosions around the black spider, causing flames to erupt one after another. At that precise moment, a brilliant fireball streaked towards the hall's exit. Lumion had been awaiting this opening. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crash, the bright fireball lost its trajectory and plummeted to the ground. Instead of detonating, flames billowed upward, revealing the black spider's figure. Lumion charged forward, his left hand ablaze with crimson flames. They coiled layer upon layer, compressing until they almost turned white. Upon reaching the black spider's side, which lay stunned from the impact, Lumion leaned in and swung his left arm, pressing the blazing white fireball against the grotesque laceration, allowing it to penetrate the creature's body. Amid the frantic thrashing of its limbs, the black spider barely managed to turn around. Lumion had already capitalized on the moment to lean back and roll, increasing the distance between them. His form materialized beside the crimson sea created by the fire ravens and the fireball, distancing himself from the creature's violent aura. Boom! The white-hot fireball detonated within the black spider's body. The incineration might not have been visually apparent, but the swift expansion of gas tore through the Beyonder creature entirely, ejecting its chitinous shell along with its flesh. The colossal black spider emitted a spine-chilling screech as its 8 hairy legs frantically recoiled. Lumion wasted no time, preventing it from regaining its composure. He condensed a crimson spear that gleamed nearly white and hurled it toward the creature. The flaming spear soared through the air, piercing the gaping wound and pinning the giant black spider to the ground. The spear disintegrated, setting its insides ablaze. The black spider writhed a few times before falling silent. Lumion didn't rush to approach his fallen foe. He turned to Albus and Elrose. With a smile, he removed Lie and said, "It's settled." As he spoke, he summoned dozens of crimson fire ravens and sent them swooping toward the seemingly lifeless black spider. Boom! The black spider leaped once more, self-destructing. It had been pretending to be dead. Unfortunately for it, Lumion had maintained his distance and didn't fall into the trap. He only sacrificed a dozen fire ravens. The remaining crimson fire ravens swarmed the battered body of the black spider, restoring peace to it. Upon witnessing this, Albus nodded slowly and grudgingly admitted, "Not bad." Elrose observed thoughtfully, offering no immediate response to Lumion's proclamation. Lumion turned to the motionless black spider, waiting for an iron-black light to emerge from its body before he approached. After assessing the black spider's condition, he decided to exploit its severely injured state. Potential weaknesses included a probable decrease in flame-controlling ability and agility. Therefore, he activated Lie and harnessed its flame-controlling attributes to match his own speed and agility. The iron-black light didn't converge on the black spider's compound eye as Lumion had anticipated. Instead, it flowed into the shriveled, blackened heart embedded in its back like a stream. Lumion halted beside his prey, puzzled by the unfolding scene. After the Beyonder characteristic seeped out, he decided to collect it before drawing any conclusions. He carefully removed the shriveled heart, black compound eyes, and poison glands from the mouth, stashing them in separate concealed bags and metal canisters. "Don't tell me you're merely a pyromaniac and haven't advanced to become a conspirer," Albus taunted. "You know perfectly well that I only recently became a pyromaniac when I joined the Iron and Blood Cross Order." Lumion grumbled inwardly. He straightened up and offered a smile. "That's correct. I'm still just a pyromaniac. Pyromaniacs aren't capable of taking down the wax statue artisan, Elrose mumbled softly. Albus's gaze briefly flickered towards Lumien's pocket where Lai was concealed, but he said nothing more. See, I'm speaking the truth. If you doubt me and suspect otherwise, there's little I can do. Lumien chuckled, picked up the carbide lamp, and led the way to the exit of the hall. After traversing another dark corridor, they arrived in a dimly lit room. Within the yellowish light, iron-clad soldiers donned in blue coats adorned with golden threads came into view. Unlike children's toys, each one stood nearly 2 meters tall. The spears they held glinted with a frigid gleam and appeared exceptionally sharp. If they were to come to life, it'd be an entire army, Albus remarked with a hint of significance. Army, soldiers. Lumien suddenly recollected the desire for submission in the King's Pie game. He remembered the wax statue's actions when it attacked him, and the evident hierarchy within the Iron and Blood Cross Order: brigade commander, deputy brigade commander, commanding officer, NCO, and soldier. In the midst of his musings, Lumien made an educated guess. Could the higher ranks of the hunter pathway involve the military, obedience, and regimentation? The wax statues resemble soldiers awaiting commands, as do these iron automata. Could a high-sequence Beyonder of the hunter pathway possess the ability to create specialized soldiers? The underground palace of Red Swan Castle is indeed teeming with the essence of the hunter pathway. It's no wonder I encounter creatures from this pathway so frequently. This meant that Lumien didn't have to search. He merely needed to engage in combat to secure the corresponding rewards. What a perilous hunting ground, one that could potentially make me the prey, yet offers substantial gains. He sighed deeply. Lumien observed as Albus Medicai summoned layers of compressed white fireballs and casually sent them gliding across the room. The fireballs didn't detonate. They hovered silently over the ground, resting on the shoulders and hats of the iron soldiers. After the trio departed the room, Albus transferred the carbide lamp to his left hand, raised his right palm, and snapped his fingers, emulating Lumien. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the room behind them, the white-hot fireballs ignited one after another, setting each other ablaze and causing the ground to quiver slightly. Delayed explosion, one of Pyromaniac's abilities, delayed explosion. Despite the fact that the iron soldiers in the room were constructed of metal, they either lost their limbs or internal components under the formidable shockwave. Some were even buried beneath stone bricks as a result of the collapsed wall. Noticing Lumien's gaze, Albus wore a satisfied smile. To eliminate concealed threats, just like how you handled those wax statues. I thought you wouldn't dare, Lumien replied with a grin. Upon witnessing Albus's actions, Lumien discerned his intentions. He was taken aback that Red Swan Castle's underground palace appeared to possess a form of self-defense mechanism. No matter how potent the explosions or flames, their effects were confined to a single room, preventing spillover. Indeed, without such protective measures, Red Swan Castle would have likely crumbled long ago, given the rampant monsters dwelling within. Lumien observed another descending corridor ahead. At the corridor's terminus stood a pair of hefty iron doors, the dark surface marred by large splotches of red, as if someone had splattered blood on them. Elrose took a deep breath and moved ahead of Lumien and Albus. She reached the door, carefully set down the carbide lamp, extended her hands, leaned forward, and exerted force. Amidst a grating sound, the iron-black door slowly swung open. Lumien's eyelids twitched when he beheld a vast expanse of candlelight. The bronze coffin from his nightmare was starkly reflected in his vision. At that moment, nearly a third of the white candles surrounding the coffin had been snuffed out, while a substantial portion still burned brightly. In the flickering candlelight, the door creaked open. Lumien rapidly surveyed the area but found no other individuals present. The three hunters remained rooted by the door for over 10 seconds. Finally, Albus Medicai turned his head and tauntingly asked, "Why aren't you guys going in? Why did you stop too?" Elrose Einhorn inquired instead of responding. "We're waiting for you to take the lead," Lumien replied with a casual grin. This hall was rife with danger and concealed profound secrets. Naturally, he wanted others to scout the path first. Lumion realized he wasn't alone in thinking this. Albus and Elrose shared similar sentiments. Albus withdrew his gaze and let out a soft chuckle. "Since you're all cowards, I'll have to do it myself." With that, he abruptly dropped to one knee and placed his hands on the ground. Silently, 2 crimson fire serpents darted toward the bronze coffin. "Hey," Lumion's eyes narrowed. He hadn't anticipated Albus would act so recklessly, assaulting the most problematic element without conducting any investigation. Elrose's expression froze as she instinctively extended her right hand, as if attempting to halt Albus. Chapter 431. 3 Hunters, 1 Stage. Elrose extended her right palm and unleashed a crimson fireball. The fireball streaked in front of the 2 fiery serpents and collided with the ground. Amidst the rumbling, it engulfed the flaming serpents in its own explosion, halting their advance toward the bronze coffin. Without further ado, Albus picked up the carbide lamp and rose to his feet. He glanced at Elrose and grinned. "So you do know something?" Albus then taunted Lumion. "You're in the dark here. Damn it. If it weren't for this inappropriate setting, I'd go head-to-head with you." Only now did Lumion realize that Albus's recklessness had been a test and a trap. "This is the Red Swan Castle of the Sauron family." Elrose replied, not directly addressing Albus but stating a simple fact. She was implying that she had the Sauron family's bloodline and had resided in Red Swan Castle for nearly 6 years. It was only natural for her to possess knowledge. Albus shifted his gaze to the white candles, their flames nearly 1/3 extinguished, as if he hadn't heard Elrose. He asked straightforwardly, "What are you doing in the depths of this underground palace? If you don't share, how can we cooperate and assist you?" Elrose looked at the bronze coffin and unexpectedly turned to Lumion. "I wish to explore this forbidden area, known as the family's secret ground. Only a few are allowed inside to discover if the curse in our blood is connected to this place. You're an Einhorn. Do you genuinely consider yourself a Sauron family member?" Albus Medusai taunted the lady. This was both a dig at Elrose for concealing the complete truth and an effort to sow discord between her and the Sauron family, making her aware of her place. "So there's no need to help the Sauron family conceal those secrets?" Lumion discerned a double meaning in Albus's words. This made him suspect that the other party might already be a conspirer. His unlikable demeanor might be a disguised trap. Unfazed, Elrose sighed and said, "I bear half of the Sauron family's bloodline and am also a hunter. I too will be haunted by that curse." At this point, she turned her gaze towards Albus Medusai and inquired, "What brings you to the depths of the underground palace? Don't tell me you're truly here to indulge in my naive cousin's childish games?" Albus responded in a half-sigh, half-sincere tone. "It's time for the Sauron family's curse to come to an end. And to break this curse, we must first fathom the essence and origin of this curse." "Is that so?" Elrose no longer displayed the same obedience and restraint. Albus chuckled. "You misunderstand. This is what we call the highest level of love, compassion, and benevolence. There are no limits, and I embody that. I'd be a fool to take your word for it. Nevertheless, a true conspirer doesn't just tell lies. They always reveal partial truths or even the whole truth. It's just that they omit the crucial parts." What was the truth in Albus Medusai's response? Could it be that he genuinely wishes to help the Sauron family break the curse? If Elrose were to say so, I'd believe her. How can an outsider like him, with no ties to the Sauron family, possess such kindness? Could it be a byproduct of pursuing his true objective? Lumion listened silently, dissecting the responses of his 2 companions. He didn't completely trust Elrose either, suspecting that she was only revealing part of the truth. Her abrupt change in demeanor and her command over the giant black spiders didn't seem like something a young girl living in her grandfather's house would be capable of. Elrose and Albus evaluated Lumion's explanation with identical, almost mocking smiles. Then they both turned to him and asked in unison, "Why did you venture into the depths of the underground palace?" "Me," Lumion pointed at himself with his free left hand and responded honestly. Someone entrusted me with investigating the Sauron family's decline and provided me with something. The someone referred to Gardner Martin, and the something pertained to the dangerous corruption at 13 Avenue du Marché, although Lumion didn't disclose whether he had accepted it. Albus smiled, acknowledging the lie while being aware of Lumion's true identity. Elrose's eyes flickered, swiftly assessing which parts of Lumion's words were true and which were lies or incomplete. After a moment of silence, Lumion sighed and chided both Albus and Elrose. "You hunters, despite all you've said, not a single one of you took a step forward." The three of them remained at the door, waiting for one another to step into the minefield. "Talking to you guys is a waste of time." Albus sighed. Nevertheless, he refrained from advancing. He clicked his tongue and added, "If only a Beyonder of the Sailor Pathway were here at a time like this." Don't assume that Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway are impulsive, reckless, and impatient. The potion may have an effect, but a person's character and experience are the most critical factors determining their actions. If you rely on such stereotypes for Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway in the future, you may find yourself turned into a characteristic. Elrose mocked Albus. Lumion abstained from joining their debate and asked contemplatively, "If we hadn't chosen the middle path and the door of madness, would we still be here?" "Yes, but some rooms are even more dangerous," Elrose replied, her gaze fixed on the hall's surroundings. Lumion nodded and asked, "Will we encounter demigod-level monsters?" Most of the demigod-level Beyonder characteristics have been retrieved. Many below the demigod level still linger in the underground palace, turning this place into a restricted hunting ground for members of the Sauron family seeking to improve themselves. Elrose didn't seem inclined to conceal anything for the Sauron family. Most of them have been retrieved. Does that mean some are still hidden in the depths of the underground palace? Did this coincide with the complete disappearance of some core members? Do the Sauron family not want to retrieve them, or are they incapable of doing so? Indeed, Elrose's description aligns with the Sauron family's current situation. There aren't many saint-level demigods, but it's still a substantial number. Many core members are scattered in the military, politics, and business world, holding significant influence. Are they lacking strength at a higher level? There are no angels, only a grade 0 sealed artifact. Or is there just one angel? Lumion glanced around and realized that Elrose and Albus remained remarkably patient, as if they had frozen in their spots. Truth be told, Lumion was tempted to observe the outcomes of Elrose and Albus, using their luck to gauge the danger of venturing deeper into the hall within the underground palace. However, given Elrose's erratic temperament and the unnerving silence of Termaboros, he abandoned the idea. Not only was it extremely risky, but it could also mislead him. At that moment, Lumion suddenly felt a surge of danger. He swiftly turned, his gaze following the glow of the carbide lamp, and Albus and Elrose did the same. In the diagonal corridor above, a hand with dark red, almost black blood vessels extended from the darkness, pressing against the wall, illuminated by the faint yellowish glow. Lumion's eyelids twitched, as he recalled the image that had left the most profound mark on his nightmares, a result of the King's Pie game. In the bronze coffin, surrounded by white candles, a hand with dark red, nearly black blood vessels suddenly extended, gripping a shriveled, blackened heart from which blood oozed, as the menacing creature from the bronze coffin surfaced. Before Lumion could activate Spirit World Traversal, an intense fear overwhelmed him, as if it wanted him to yield, and he involuntarily bent forward. Instinctively resisting and struggling, he, along with Albus and Elrose, stepped back and entered the hall. In an instant, an illusion materialized before their eyes. Lumion witnessed the hall enveloped in surreal purple flames, akin to an inferno from myths and legends. At the heart of the purple flames was the bronze coffin. It had turned transparent, as if it had lost its physical form, revealing an iron-black ring pressing down on it. The ring was embedded in the ground, with viscous, bottomless, blood-colored spring water in its center. In the spring water, shriveled and blackened hearts bobbed up and down. Bloodlines extended from the iron-black ring. Some wound around the base of the bronze coffin and burrowed into it, while others connected to the white candles. In the next moment, Lumion heard a frenzied and violent illusory roar, as if emanating from deep underground. His mind reeled and he lost consciousness. In the boundless darkness, the bewildered Lumion faintly heard a majestic voice, but the words eluded his understanding. In his stupor, he strained to discern the voice. Auror's melodious song and the ethereal flute of the shepherds echoed in his ears. "I'm the elf of spring." As the voices gradually grew more distinct, Lumion sensed searing heat in his right palm. The intensity of the sensation was almost tangible, accompanied by a burning pain. Pain, pain. Lumion snapped out of his fugue and forced his eyes open. Before him, a crimson fireball blazed, and he found himself encased within a metal framework, his body held upright. At that moment, a man dressed in black robes, sporting a vivid red beard that made him look like a human-lion hybrid, stood before the metal frame. He held softened candles and pressed them against Lumion's body, one by one. Without hesitation, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder. With a ghostly flicker, he vanished from the metal frame, along with a portion of the candles. Lumion materialized swiftly at the entrance to Red Swan Castle's underground labyrinth. He hastily scanned the surroundings and breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that everything seemed normal. Without delay, Lumion brushed the wax from his body and examined his belongings. To his astonishment, not only were the original mystical items, gold coins, banknotes, and various lotions intact, but even the bayonder characteristic of the wax figure artisan and the shriveled heart he had obtained in the underground palace remained. No one searched me. Amid his bewilderment, fragmented memories flitted through his mind. He recalled scenes of himself walking in silence through the darkness without his carbide lamp. In those images, his countenance appeared lifeless and rigid, like that of a wax figure. Eventually, he reached a room and nestled within a metal framework, calmly awaiting the wax figure artisan's transformation. "This doesn't resemble me at all." Lumion rubbed his throbbing head and opted to ascend the stairs, departing the underground labyrinth. He promptly returned to the first-floor living room where he found the poet, Irita, happily sipping absinthe. "You're back too?" Irita inquired with curiosity. "Yes," Lumion replied, having regained his composure as he settled onto the sofa and offered a smile. "I got separated from them." As he finished speaking, Albus, with his fiery red hair, made his appearance at the living room door. Chapter 432, Beatdown. Albus was caught off guard when he spotted Lumion comfortably seated on the sofa. That was quick. "You're not slow either," Lumion replied with a kind smile. From his point of view, breaking free from the ethereal, underground roar and not turning into a wax statue indicated that Albus wasn't just an ordinary member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Perhaps the sinister corruption at 13 Avenue du Marché was helping him withstand that terrifying roar. In contrast, Elrose Einhorn, with her unique Sauron family bloodline, seemed more likely to emerge unscathed and return safely. Albus flashed a smile, pulled up a chair, and casually enjoyed some refreshments as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. He signaled the servant nearby to replace his tea with a fresh cup of black tea. After about 4 to 5 minutes, both Lumion and Albus simultaneously shifted their attention towards the living room door. Elrose, dressed in a comfortable dress, entered the room. Seeing Lumion and Albus, she appeared surprised but not shocked. She quickly put on a polite, obedient smile. Elrose resumed her seat, becoming once again the reserved girl staying at her maternal grandfather's house. Poet Irita seemed oblivious to the unusual atmosphere. He sipped his absinthe and discussed poetry writing with Lumion. 15 minutes later, Count Poofer, decked out in a scarlet velvet coat, returned to the living room with novelist Anori and painter Mullen. When Poofer laid eyes on Lumion, the owner of Red Swan Castle was visibly taken aback, nearly losing control of his expression. He never anticipated encountering Cécile Dubois again, or more accurately, Cécile Dubois in his present state. Shortly after, Poofer's gaze swept across Albus, Elrose, and Irida, his face reflecting shock and suspicion as if he had stepped into a surreal dream. "Ah, Poofer, you're finally back. We had given up on the adventure long ago and decided not to delve deeper into the dark maze." Albus set aside his millfuel and warmly welcomed him. "How did it go? Did you manage to locate the Count's crown?" Instinctively, Poofer shifted his body to prevent Albus, with his hands smeared in pastry flakes, from giving him a hug. He managed to force a smile and replied, "We had no luck finding it either. When did you get back?" "Less than half an hour ago." Only then did Albus remember to smack his hands and brush off the pastry crumbs. Lumion rose from his seat and inquired, "Where's Monsieur Ernst Young?" Novelist Enori shook his head. "He got separated from us." "I hope he remembers to pull the bell rope and summon the servants to find him." "That's correct. The servants in this castle know the underground palace better than I do," Poofer remarked, his expression returning to its usual state as he settled into an armchair. Lumion was eager to return and confirm his discoveries. He glanced at the antique wall clock hanging on the wall and smiled at Poofer. "I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be attending the banquet tonight." Poofer's mind seemed preoccupied, and he didn't press Lumion to stay. He rose once more and escorted Lumion to the living room's exit. Lumion cast a grateful look at the owner of Red Swan Castle and shook his hand with sincerity. "Count, thank you for a fantastic afternoon. I thoroughly enjoyed this game. I hope we can play it again." From the depths of his heart, Lumion wanted to express his gratitude to Poofer Sauron. Not only had he provided an opportunity to digest the potion, but he had also unveiled the family's hunting grounds, making it easier for Lumion to locate suspected Beyonder creatures related to conspirers without extensive searching. How could he not show his appreciation? Of course, Lumion genuinely desired to eliminate Poofer Sauron. If not for his uniqueness, he would have been turned into a wax statue. Lumion's sole reason for not launching a direct attack wasn't concern about Sauron family retaliation or fear of spoiling the Iron and Blood Cross Order's plans. Instead, he instinctively believed that even though Poofer Sauron appeared to be an ordinary person or a relatively weak Beyonder with limited knowledge, if Lumion were to confront him, he might well be the one facing danger. Count Poofer's expression soured as he received the heartfelt gratitude. Lumion appeared oblivious to this and reiterated his desire to partake in another underground palace adventure game. With that, he turned and exited the living room, leaving Poofer Sauron perplexed and watchful. After departing from Red Swan Castle and boarding the four-wheeled, four-seater borrowed from Gardner Martin, Lumion's smile faded, replaced by a solemn countenance. At the conclusion of this underground palace adventure, he had gained a clear understanding of the disparity between his strength and that of higher-level entities. With a mere illusory roar, he lost consciousness and self-control, unable to resist, only thanks to Mr. Fool's seal, Termaboros's presence, and the lingering aura of the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor did he manage to escape with his life. "My sequence is still too low," Lumion sighed inwardly and closed his eyes, reflecting on the adventure's details. Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, 11 Rue des Fontaines. Gardner Martin leisurely roamed through the armor and weapons on display in the hall, running his fingers over the metallic textures as Lumion recounted his encounters in the depths of the underground palace. He described the room with the wax statues, the wax statue artisan, the mutated black spider, the iron soldiers, the bronze coffin, the white candles, and the eerie roar. However, Lumion omitted the details of how he had escorted poet Irida back to the underground palace's entrance. He also left out the part about burning the wax statues and him murdering the wax statue artisan. Finally, he couldn't conceal his anger, frustration, and perplexity. "Commanding officer, didn't you promise to secretly watch to prevent any mishaps? If I hadn't inexplicably awakened, I'd be a wax statue now. Did you use Albus to keep an eye on me?" Lumion's questioning tone didn't seem to provoke Gardner Martin. The latter turned to him, his smile widening as he spoke calmly. "I was indeed observing from the shadows." At this point, his smile grew even more, but his voice remained composed. I witnessed you escorting the poet back to the underground palace's entrance. I saw you set fire to the wax statues in that room and detonate the wax statue artisan's head. W.H. Lumien's eyes narrowed, and a shiver ran down his spine as his hair stood on end. He blurted out, "Albus is already back. How did the boss find out about my actions? Could he truly be trailing me in secret or monitoring my every move in the underground maze? How did he do it?" "I didn't notice at all," Gardner Martin chuckled. "Albus hasn't returned yet." "It wasn't Albus." "That's right, Albus had no knowledge of my actions regarding the wax statue artisan's demise. No one else was present. How did the boss discover it?" Lumien's usual tendency to underestimate Gardner Martin vanished, replaced by a sense that the head of the Savoy mob, the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, possessed more mystery and power than he initially believed. Previously, perhaps Madam Magician of the Tarot Club and Mr. K of the Aurora Order had displayed abilities that Lumien found beyond imagination or awe-inspiring. Therefore, when facing Gardner Martin, who appeared to be the weakest of the three superiors, Lumien had always considered him less formidable. He even believed that if they were within a 5-meter range, he might have a chance to eliminate this commanding officer. Now, from the looks of it, Lumien wasn't confident. Considering that Gardner Martin might have revealed this information to unnerve him, Lumien didn't attempt to conceal his changing expressions and body language. Gardner Martin observed Lumien's bewildered and fearful expression and added with a smile, "Do you really think you woke up for no reason? Whoa, so you're the one who helped." If I hadn't heard the grandiose voice, Auror's humming, and the conversation with the people in Cordu and felt the burning pain in my right palm, I would have believed you. In essence, the corruption at 13 Avenue du Marché could have helped me break free from that state. But the boss had intentionally left it ambiguous. He wants me to believe that he had played a role. This hunter didn't lie, but he certainly didn't disclose the whole truth. How much of what he said was based on what he saw with his own eyes, and how much was gathered through other means? Lumien's thoughts raced as he bowed his head. "Thank you, commanding officer." Gardner Martin nodded warmly with a smile and said, "We've gained something from this operation. At the very least, we know that there are terrifying items sealed deep in Red Swan Castle's underground palace. Do you want to exchange them for rewards or save them to trade for valuable items later, such as higher sequence potions?" Lumien had accumulated a sum of 20,000 Verld d'Or over the past month through Gardner Martin's funds, his salary from Salle de Bal Brise, and his earnings from acting. Money wasn't an immediate concern. He pondered for a moment. "Let's save them for now." As he spoke, he presented the Beyonder characteristic of the wax statue artisan and other items to Gardner Martin and inquired, "Boss, can I use these to concoct the Conspirer potion?" Gardner Martin examined the shrunken blood-colored brain and the shriveled, blackened heart for a moment. "When combined, they can be used to concoct the Conspirer potion, but they will have additional hunter, provoker, and pyromaniac characteristics compared to ordinary ingredients. You need to be very confident before using them." "Right, this heart still retains traces of the Sauron family's bloodline, which might affect your advancement to some extent. If you're not confident, I can provide you with a Conspirer potion in exchange for these ingredients and make up the difference. Consider it a partial reward." In essence, ordinary black hunting spiders and sphinxes only possess the Conspirer Beyonder characteristic, excluding the ones from before. The wax statue artisan and the mutated black spider were like two halves of a Conspirer. When combined, they formed a complete sequence 9 to 6 Beyonder. Lumien grasped the situation and smiled. "It sounds like it will make me stronger. I'd like to see if I can handle the associated risks." Gardner Martin didn't push further and allowed Lumien to depart. Upon returning to Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumien took his place at his desk and began writing a letter to Madam Magician. Chapter 433, Secret Past. Lumien diligently wrote down every detail of the events that had unfolded from the moment Lumien set foot in Red Swan Castle. He condensed the communications, focusing on the key points. He had a strong sense that the Sauron family's underground maze concealed a crucial secret. Fearing that he might lack the knowledge and write off problematic parts as normal, inadvertently overlooking something, he decided to mention everything and allow Madame Magician to assess it herself. It took Lumion half an hour to draft the letter. He then closed the curtains and performed a ritual, summoning the doll messenger. After nearly 20 minutes, the messenger returned with 2 folded squares of letter paper. There are actually 2 pages. She places quite a lot of importance on this. Lumion contemplated for a moment before silently unfolding them. Gardner Martin is correct. The so-called wax statue artisan and mutated black spider are actually an enhanced sphinx and black hunting spider, respectively. They contain Beyonder characteristics of the previous sequences. What he didn't mention is that using the heart not only affects your advancement, but is also linked to a special ritual that causes Beyonders who use it to merge with some of the Sauron family's bloodline, potentially subjecting them to a curse. However, for you, there's nothing to worry about. You've already taken the role of Emperor during the King's Pie game. Why should you fear this? That tiny trace of the Sauron family's bloodline might have an undiscovered significance at some point. Undiscovered significance. Is Madame Magician hinting at something she observed in her astromancy? If I genuinely use that withered heart to concoct the potion, not only will I possess a hint of the Blood Emperor's aura, but I'll also have a bit of the Sauron family's bloodline. What kind of F***-seeking amalgamation would this be? Lumion mercilessly mocked himself. If he further possessed an Einhorn bloodline, Lumion wouldn't even dare to imagine whether he'd be considered a prodigy in the hunter pathway or simply mediocre. After this self-mockery, Lumion continued to read. You've gained a lot from this adventure. Combining your experiences, what you've witnessed, what you've heard, and what you've encountered in the previous 2 King's Pie games, my initial assessment is that the formidable angel Vermonda Champagne Sauron from 200 years ago is still alive. He resides somewhere underground in that chamber, confined within a bronze coffin, surrounded by white candles, iron-black rings, blood-colored spring water, and the hearts extracted from the Sauron family's core members through a unique ritual. Even the entire underground maze is linked to a perilous sealed artifacts designed to limit Vermonda Sauron's movements to the greatest extent. This is the first victim of the Sauron family's curse. Why did he vanish suddenly? Why did he descend underground, and why does he remain alive? It has had a profound impact on generations of Red Swan Castle and the Sauron family, driving them to the brink of insanity. This is a crucial matter that requires further clarification. It's the real cause behind the Sauron family's decline. It's too dangerous for you. At your sequence, you would find it extremely challenging to investigate. As you've experienced, even hearing Vermonda Sauron's voice causes temporary disorientation, leaving you in a daze, and the wax statue artisan would reconstruct you. This prevents you from getting close to the bronze coffin and the seal over it. Of course, once you possess a trace of the Sauron family's bloodline and master the special ritual that Poofer Sauron once underwent, you might have a chance to enter that chamber. But all in all, I advise against taking this risk until you're prepared to advance to Sequence 4 and approach the threshold of godhood. If Gardner Martin assigns a similar mission in the future, just perform it perfunctorily. Considering your contributions, the next time you require a potion formula or specific ingredients, feel free to contact me directly. You'll receive a substantial discount. Angel, Lumion's eyelids twitched. The mysterious and missing Sauron family ancestor, Vermonda, was, in fact, a formidable angel. The voice that had instantaneously robbed him of consciousness and nearly caused him to faint belonged to a genuine mythical creature. Furthermore, this angel remained in a state of complete madness and needed to be sealed. The Sauron family's underground maze is indeed a perilous place, but it also conceals a wealth of treasures, Lumion muttered with a mix of lingering fear and anticipation. In reality, even without Madame Magician's advice, he had no desire to risk approaching the chamber with the bronze coffin. What if Poofer Sauron was waiting there next time, and he ended up losing himself, only to be killed. It appeared that the mission to investigate the cause of the Sauron family's decline could only progress once he grew stronger. Of course, Gardner Martin could handle it himself, or seek assistance from the vice presidents of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. After digesting these paragraphs, Lumion exhaled and continued reading the last part of the letter. Albus Medicii isn't as straightforward as he may seem, not just a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. His last name is self-explanatory. In ancient times, before Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor became the Red Priest, the god of war had another name. He was one of the 8 kings of angels who had once served under the ancient sun god, known as the Red Angel or War Angel Medicii. One of his duties was to watch over and instruct Ammon. King of angels, how do they differ from regular angels? The ancient sun god's impact on the future was profoundly significant. The one revered by the Aurora Order, some of the 7 orthodox gods, Ammon, and the former god of war, Medicii, Lumion pondered, realizing that many issues of the current era might trace back to events 2,000 to 3,000 years ago linked to the ancient sun god's downfall. His curiosity was piqued, and he read the remainder of the content with greater focus than before. Red Angel Medicii, the Sauron family, and the Einhorn family's most ancient ancestor all perished simultaneously under Alistair Tudor, and the nobles combined efforts, giving rise to the Red Priest. However, after the Blood Emperor's demise, the Sauron and Einhorn families reclaimed their Beyonder characteristics. A king of angels doesn't meet his end so easily. For some reason, the Red Angel, Sauron, and Einhorn merged into a potent evil spirit, a fusion of malevolence. Just a few years ago, this evil spirit found a means to break free from the geographical confines, vanishing without a trace from its place of origin. Red Angel Medicii left behind numerous descendants and established a secretive angelic lineage, with many residing in Banzi Harbor. Yes, the same Banzi Harbor I mentioned earlier, which was greatly corrupted and directly annihilated by the Church of Storms. However, over the past 1,000 to 2,000 years, members of the Medicii family have gradually departed the island and returned to the northern continent. Albus Medicii should be a direct descendant of one such individual. It's reasonable to suspect that Albus may have already crossed paths with this evil spirit. Removing the Sauron family's curse could be part of the Avuk spirit's agenda, and the portion linked to Red Angel Medicii likely desires the Sauron family's hoarded possessions. They also seek to uncover what Vermonda Sauron experienced. As for Albus's presence at the Sacred Heart Cloister, it might be due to the evil spirit guiding him or the Iron and Blood Cross Order sensing an anomaly and sending him to establish contact with the monks and gather information. Don't worry, Miss Justice and Susie will keep a close watch. There's an issue with the Sacred Heart Cloister. Lumion hadn't foreseen problems with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's largest cloister in Trier, but Madam Magician's words had unmistakably highlighted this situation. Previously, when he speculated about Albus's purpose at the Sacred Heart Cloister, he had engaged in extensive analysis, yet he hadn't contemplated an issue with the cloister itself. He had merely assumed that Gardner Martin was seeking to understand certain matters there, and gauge the inclinations and attitudes of various Eternal Blazing Sun Church factions. Combined with Madam Magician's statement that someone from the Tarot Club was monitoring a potential lead, Lumion now suspected that the issue with the Sacred Heart Cloister might be linked to the worship of an evil god. A substantial crisis is brewing. Lumion's sense of urgency surged. At the end of the letter, Madam Magician wrote, "Perhaps Gardner Martin's ability to see something in the underground maze is related to his exposure to the corruption at 13 Avenue du Marché. It could also be due to the items smuggled in through Rat. I don't know what it is exactly. Consume the potion soon and advance to Sequence 6. If the catastrophe is averted unsuccessfully in the future, teleport out of Trier with the 2 of Cups and your friends, or seek refuge in Mr. Fool's Cathedral." Lumion read the reply and contemplated it for a moment, silently watching it consumed by the crimson flames. 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, apartment 601. Franca, clad in a cotton shirt and light-colored pants, looked surprised when she saw Lumion outside the door. Didn't Poofer Sauron's banquet just begin? Why did he return so suddenly? I ventured into Red Swan Castle's underground maze this afternoon and gained quite a bit, Lumion replied with a smile as he entered the room and closed the door. I need your help now. What did you gain? And how can I help? Franca inquired, a mix of curiosity and confusion in her expression. Lumion chose to address the latter question. Help me hold something. If something goes wrong after I consume the potion, open it immediately. Consume the potion. Franca was taken aback. Have you finished digesting your pyromaniac potion? The digestion is complete, Lumion affirmed with a smile. Franca instinctively asked, have you gathered all the ingredients for your conspirer potion? Yes, Lumion replied with a grin. Franca couldn't help but mutter. You've only been out for an afternoon, but it feels like you've been gone for 2 to 3 weeks. Not only had the pyromaniac potion been fully digested, but he had also acquired most of the ingredients for the subsequent potion. Lumion showed an unusual sincerity as he explained. This is all thanks to nature. No, thanks to Poofer Sauron. Chapter 434. Utilizing the special environment in a dim tunnel supported by stone pillars, Franca, indifferent to the presence of carbide lamps, turned to Lumion and expressed her concern. Are you absolutely sure there won't be any issues with using that heart to advance? Even if you don't appear afraid of the Sauron family's curse, it could still affect your condition after consuming the potion and potentially lead to failure. Honestly, Gardner's proposal is worth considering. Consuming an additional Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 potion will make you stronger, but not by much. There won't be any qualitative changes, so it's better to take a safer route. The Demoness of Pleasure had already learned about Lumion's experiences in Red Swan Castle's underground maze, and most of the information from Madam Magician's letter. While she was awed by the special soldier's existence and the frenzied cries of the uncontrollable angel, she couldn't help but be concerned about Lumion's plan to use the Beyonder characteristic of the wax statue artisan and the shriveled heart of the mutated black spider to concoct the potion. Lumion, holding a carbide lamp, chuckled. I'm doing it because I'm more than confident. Franca remained skeptical. Do you have a method to negate the influence of the heart's remaining bloodline? At this point, it was as if she snapped out of her reverie. Where are we headed? Aren't you going to drink the potion? Just find a quiet spot. There's no need to keep wandering underground, right? Lumion chuckled. It's precisely because the destination is special that I believe I can minimize the influence of the Sauron family's residual bloodline in the heart. Simultaneously, it would reduce the risk of the corruption in his body during the advancement. Franca's curiosity was piqued. Where are we going? Lumion replied with a smile. You'll find out when we get there. Damn it, I hate people like you who leave sentences hanging. Franca couldn't resist cursing. After more than half an hour, Franca pointed ahead to a naturally formed and modified stone door cave, her expression a mix of surprise and realization. She asked, Is this the destination you were talking about? The entrance was marked with numerous engravings of skulls, skeletal arms, sunflowers, and symbols related to steam. This marked the entrance to the catacombs, leading to the Death Empire. Somewhere inside, Lumion replied. He retrieved a white candle from the satchel containing the flog boxing gloves and tossed it to Franca. With a smile, he added, I want to consume the potion under the watchful eyes of God. Under the gaze of God. Franca eyed Lumion suspiciously, wondering if he had succumbed to the peculiar habits of an astrologer. He didn't seem to be speaking in a straightforward manner. Lumion chose not to elaborate. Instead, he lit a white candle and ventured into the catacombs. As usual, the administrators challenged them, and they made their assurances. The two eventually reached the 3rd level of the catacombs, where they encountered a sacrificial pillar composed of 2 weathered boulders, surrounded by a small square. Upon entering this remarkably clean area, Franca had an epiphany. Are you trying to exploit the uniqueness of this place? She had previously explored the catacombs but hadn't ventured deep into the 3rd level. Lumion had only mentioned that there was a square here with two sacrificial pillars, symbolizing the eternal blazing sun, and the god of steam and machinery. Under the protection of these two pillars, even if the candle flames in their hands were extinguished, the individuals in the square wouldn't be plunged into darkness, and there wouldn't be any trace of their presence erased. Yes, Lumion smiled. He handed the white candle to Franca and approached the mottled pillar adorned with symbols like the sun's sacred emblem, sunflowers, and radiating lines. He extended his arms reverently and offered a sincere prayer. Praise the sun. His plan was to utilize the catacombs' uniqueness and the protective power of the sacrificial square to suppress the influence of the Sauron family's residual bloodline and the corruption of inevitability within his body. From his experiences, a substantial part of these influences stemmed from external sources and the outside world. For instance, the sealed Vermonda Sauron deep within the underground palace and the power of inevitability beyond the barrier. Without these external influences, all that would remain was the corruption within his body. Lumion had endured this during his previous 3 advancements and believed it was manageable. This was because the external support this corruption received would be weakened by the catacombs' uniqueness and the protection of the sacrificial pillars. The initial idea for this plan had been inspired by the creation of the Beyonder accessory, Beatrice's necklace. Madame Magician had mentioned that specific environments could sever connections and prevent the power of a boon from returning to its source, such as the area around the Samaritan Women's Spring. Lumion believed that, although the sacrificial square in the catacombs might not be as special as the area around the Samaritan Women's Spring, it wouldn't be too far off. After considering the catacombs' peculiarity and the protection of the eternal blazing sun sacrificial pillar, the external influence would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Furthermore, the sanctity of the sacrificial square stemmed from the protection of orthodox gods. Lumion didn't need to worry about any backlash from consuming the potion to advance here. Franca watched in momentary surprise as Lumion genuinely praised the sun. He was truly under the watchful eye of a deity? But isn't he afraid of being directly purged as a follower of Mr. Fool? After the prayer, Lumion returned to Franca and handed her an exquisite perfume bottle. "What's this?" Franca inquired, puzzled. "Gray amber perfume," Lumion explained with a flicker of emotion in his eyes under the candlelight. "After I consume the potion, watch my reaction closely. If you sense anything amiss, unscrew the cap and bring the bottle to my nose." Initially, he would have done this himself, but this time, given the influence of the Sauron family's residual bloodline and his status as a mid-sequence Beyonder, he was concerned that the situation might worsen. He might not have the strength to open the perfume bottle. Additionally, if he had used it from the beginning, his subconscious might remember that he had created it, potentially negating the intended effect. All right. Seeing that Lumion had no intention of explaining, Franca suppressed her curiosity and refrained from inquiring. Lumion glanced at the broad stone steps leading to the catacombs' 2nd level and added, "One more thing, you need to ensure that the tourists don't disturb me." "Do you think I'm stupid?" Franca rolled her eyes. "Did you really need to ask?" Without further delay, Lumion retrieved a beer mug with a crystal-like appearance from his satchel. Using a measuring cylinder, he began the process. First, he poured a total of 80 milliliters of the wax statue artisan's dark red blood into the mug. Then, he added the mutated black spider's poison gland, 10 grams of amber powder, and 2 white oak fruits he had collected over a month ago. These ingredients, infused with potent spirituality and corresponding symbols, didn't dissolve instantly. Instead, they created a dark foam on the surface. Lumion gently submerged the blood-colored object that resembled a shrunken human brain and the withered black heart into the mixture. With a sizzling sound, a crimson-tinged mist diffused and then receded. All the solid ingredients rapidly disintegrated and merged, causing the potion's color to intensify. Bubbles rose and burst until the liquid inside the beer mug turned an iron-black hue, with a tinge of reddish rust. Observing this transformation, Franca mumbled softly, "Indeed, one's heart is tainted when one employs battle strategies. Even the potion is tainted." Contemplating the dark, blood-colored concoction, Lumion removed his satchel and military flask, setting them aside. After handing Lie to Franca, he took a slow, deliberate breath and composed himself. After 20 to 30 seconds, he sat cross-legged, his wrist steady as he picked up the beer mug and drank the potion without hesitation. The potion had a strong, rusty taste, cold like a serpent slithering in the darkness, slippery and icy. However, Lumion's body didn't burn as it had before. Instead, he felt a chilling sensation, as if all the flames had been absorbed by the potion. Simultaneously, his head throbbed with a familiar pain, and his vision quickly blurred. All the thoughts and information he knew materialized, intertwining in the form of miniature pictures, forming layers of interconnected spiderwebs. This tore Lumion's mind apart. Terrifying ravings, seemingly emanating from an infinite distance while simultaneously echoing in his ears, were accompanied by violent and frenzied emotions. Yet, the pain from the former didn't render Lumion nearly unconscious. He instinctively rolled, his expression involuntarily contorted with malevolence. His hands clenched tightly, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. The latter was within the tolerance of an alms monk. Lumion's right palm felt a slight warmth from the stimulation. Finally, the inferno reached him. This time, it converged within Lumion's mind, unreal and illusory. Franca, who had been watching closely, wanted to open the perfume bottle several times, but each time she thought about it, Lumion returned to normal. The entire ordeal lasted only 20 to 30 seconds. Lumion's clenched hands slowly relaxed, and his contorted facial muscles gradually returned to their original positions. Lumion exhaled a scorching breath and opened his eyes. "Did it work?" Franca asked subconsciously. Lumion, experiencing sharp pain in his head and body, responded with a wry smile. "If it hadn't worked, you would have already started fighting the out-of-control me." This had been even easier than his previous 3 advancements. Who knows if a conspirer's loss of control is an act of pretending to be a normal person and secretly attacking me? Franca couldn't help but argue, even though she knew she had spoken out of turn. Lumion raised his hand to rub his temples. Despite the pain, his thoughts seemed clearer than ever. He quickly recalled the events that had occurred and sensed that some of the details might be problematic. This was something he hadn't noticed before. For instance, according to his nightmares, Irida, the poet who frequently participated in King's Pie games, should have transformed into a half-wax statue, gone insane, harmed himself or those around him at any moment. Yet not only was he unscathed, but he had also entered the problematic Sacred Heart Cloister and coincidentally encountered Albus Medici, chapter 435, an early acting principle. In the nightmare, poet Irida failed to escape his deranged fate. It's not that he isn't affected by the King's Pie game, but that he hasn't shown it yet. Just like painter Mullen and novelist Annori, in other words, the likelihood of him already being anomalous is very low, nothing like Elrose and Albus. He has a facilitator behind him, ensuring his current safety and allowing him to transmit effective information. If that's the case, who is the facilitator? Someone from the Sacred Heart Cloister. Did he make many similar arrangements after discovering the turbulent undercurrents in the cloister? Lumion's thoughts raced faster than usual, and he quickly made a guess. He retracted his thoughts and focused on observing the changes in his body after consuming the potion. In addition to his enhanced insight, sharper and clearer thinking, and a series of specific manifestations, like improved intelligence and the ability to fabricate excuses to convince others, he also had superpowers in misdirection, confusion, and deception. These abilities were core components of conspiracies, but a qualified conspirer would only employ them subtly and at critical moments. Under normal circumstances, they tried their best to rely on their wits to prevent targets with backgrounds from detecting the existence of superpowers and seeing through their schemes. Similar to misleading, There's another ability called incitement or instigation. This is very much like the demoness instigation. And when Lumion played Pyromaniac, he consciously incited others to ignite the flames in their hearts. Lumion couldn't help but mutter, "Is my acting too advanced? Or is the hunter pathway deepening in certain concepts? Is acting in a previous stage an ability at the later stages?" Yes, the Conspirer potion revolves around conspiracies. There's no qualitative improvement in combat. After repeated confirmation, Lumion realized that his physique had improved to a certain extent, and his precise control over flames had improved. He no longer had to rely on Fire Raven, Fireball, Spear, Fire Serpent, and Firewall every time. He could casually shape the flames into different forms, such as whips and sabers. Similarly, the difficulty of repeatedly compressing the crimson flames to form incandescent white flames decreased. The time required was significantly reduced, and depending on the flame's specific appearance and energy density, it ranged from 1 to 3 seconds. In addition, Lumion could temporarily merge his body with fire. He could use fireballs and other projectiles to quickly shift positions, either escaping the enemy's attack range or closing the distance. This allowed Lumion to have more options in battle. He didn't have to rely on spirit world traversal every time. Conspirer had also enhanced his spirituality. Although Lumion hadn't experimented, he believed that at his limit, he could complete spirit world traversal 6 times, up from the original 4 times. Lumion sniffed, and unsurprisingly caught a whiff of something further away, discerning more details. This was due to the enhancement of a conspirer's information-gathering abilities. It would inevitably enhance their 5 senses and spiritual perception. That's about it. Lumion stood up, his body suddenly enveloped in flowing crimson flames. He transformed into a fireball and flew away with a whoosh. In less than 10 meters, he landed on the ground and flames dispersed around him. The current limit is 10 meters. It will gradually increase as the potion is digested. Lumion nodded indiscernibly and returned to the spot where he had discarded the black satchel and the military flask. He was now fully aware that he was already a Sequence 6 conspirer. Franca held Lai and the gray amber perfume and asked with curiosity and concern, "Very cool, how do you feel?" Lumion pondered silently for a few seconds before saying, "The changes in my abilities aren't as much or as strong as I imagined." "That's normal," Franca consoled, empathetic. For most pathways, there are only 2 qualitative changes below the high sequences. For the Hunter pathway, one is at Sequence 7 Pyromaniac, and the other is at Sequence 5 Reaper. Regardless, each potion brings about new abilities or strengthening of the original abilities. If used well, it's normal for a Sequence 6 to kill a Sequence 5. Lumion nodded slowly, deep in thought. "I also discovered that I've been acting as a conspirer for a long time." When he was wandering, he relied on ruthlessness and conspiracies to fend off humans who were older than him for food and a place to sleep in the cold. When he was in Cordu, every prank could be regarded as a conspiracy with low malice. After leaving Cordu, he had been trapped in conspiracies over the past few months, either screwing over his targets or falling into the traps of others. Although Lumion didn't digest a portion of the Conspirer potion on the spot, it made his condition much better compared to when he first consumed the Pyromaniac potion. The potion's potency didn't dissipate without control. He didn't feel like a conspirer who had just advanced after consuming a potion. He felt more like a Sequence 6 Beyonder who had some time to adapt to it. Simultaneously, he deduced 2 acting principles from his past experiences. Firstly, a conspirer's core lay in their intelligence, not superpowers. Secondly, the key to a conspiracy lay in concealing one's true motives. In the past, the acting principles were derived step by step, leading to a substantial digestion of the potion. In contrast, these 2 acting principles were accumulated from past experiences. Although they couldn't directly result in the digestion of the potion, they facilitated Lumion's subsequent acting, reducing the time it would take for him to fully digest the potion. To put it simply, he might only need to spend half his energy to achieve twice the effect. Lumion had originally believed that digesting the Conspirer potion would take at least half a year, but from the looks of it, perhaps 3 months would suffice. Of course, the prerequisite was that there would always be a chance to act and conclude a new acting principle. Franca shared his sentiments. That's right. Just like how it was easy for me to act as an assassin, I had too much experience. When she said the word experience, her voice involuntarily softened, as if she felt a little guilty. Lumion paid no mind to this detail. After stuffing the items on the ground into his black satchel, he retrieved lye, the gray-amber perfume, and the burning white candle. Seeing that her companion was indeed fine, Franca heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's a good thing to advance before the catastrophe." Damn it, if it weren't for Brown Sauron being petty and jealous of me, preventing me from attending the orgies, my pleasure potion would have been significantly digested. HMPH, I'll have her experience true pleasure later? For the 103rd time she cursed Brown Sauron. Franca then asked, "Are we going to make a move on those individuals next?" These individuals referred to members of the Sinners organization. Over the past month, Lumion had repeatedly sought to capture the Sinners' liaison through Guillaume Bainet's widow, Paulina. First, he sought to uncover the Sanson family, seeking revenge for his sister and tracking Loki's whereabouts. They had a deep connection to Loki. Perhaps they knew the location of the castle where Loki had been resurrected. Second, the Sinners organization also believed in an evil god. It was possible they knew a little about Trier's cultists' abnormal silence. Perhaps it could help Lumion and the others figure out the source of the disaster and the essence of the outbreak. Back then, Lumion hadn't figured out the pattern of the Sinners organization's liaison, so he had postponed any operation. Later, he planned to wait until he advanced to Sequence 6 and gained greater strength before taking action. After all, other members of the Sinners organization weren't like Padre Guillaume Bainet, whose contract abilities and corresponding negative effects were grasped by him, allowing him to prepare in advance. If the contract abilities of the evil god bestowed synergized well, they would be quite a tough nut. Of course, Lumion had no intention of completely annihilating the Sinners organization by relying solely on his small team. It was a cult with a saint. His plan was to capture the liaison and obtain the information he needed before calling the Tarot Club for reinforcements. That's right. Lumion nodded with a smile and replied to Franca, "In 2 days, the Sinners liaison will likely visit Madame Paulina again. Yes, I hope he knows something." Although Franca didn't think she could prevent the potential disaster, she still hoped to do something. She paused for a moment and continued, "Take Jenna to Lavigny Docks tomorrow and introduce her to Mr. Fool's Faith." All right. Lumion had such thoughts to begin with. The following morning, Lumion knocked on apartment 601 door. He glanced at Jenna, who had changed into a light blue dress, and smiled. "I need your help with something." "Me?" Jenna pointed at herself and turned to Franca. "How can I help?" "Don't ask. You'll find out when you get there." Lumion couldn't be bothered to find an excuse. Jenna's eyes darted around in confusion. "Damn it, can't you make yourself clear?" As she cursed, she gestured to Franca, indicating her helplessness. Then she followed Lumion out of the apartment door. Franca fell into deep thought when she saw this scene. In the 4-wheeled, 4-seater rental carriage, Lumion didn't mention the purpose of his trip. He chatted with Jenna about the drunkards at Salle de Bal Brise and the actors at Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful, as if they were on a school autumn outing. Jenna didn't inquire further and displayed considerable patience. Finally, the rental carriage arrived at Lavigny Docks. Lumion paid the fare of 1.75 Verle d'Or, opened the door, and agilely leaped out. Jenna moved to the carriage door, but before she could gracefully leap down, her eyes narrowed as she let out Franca's usual sigh. "Wow!" Lumion followed her gaze and saw an ancient-looking 3-masted sailboat parked at Lavigny Docks, clearly lagging behind the times. Such a boat was rare at Lavigny Docks, but those who had grown up reading or listening to the Adventurer series found it oddly familiar. These great pirates seemed to be fond of such boats. Chapter 436, Open and Inclusive Faith. Lumion had seen a similar three-masted sailboat in the illustrations of the Adventurer series. It stood out amidst the bustling Lavigny docks, a contrast to the inland steamboats, and drew the attention of passers-by. Simultaneously, Lumion felt a warmth in his right palm, which then subsided. What's happening? Has the lingering aura of the Blood Emperor experienced a change under stimulus? This feels like a kind of resonance. Lumion pondered in surprise and confusion. Could there be a connection between this ancient three-masted sailboat and Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor? As Lumion stared at the sailboat, Jenna disembarked from the carriage and playfully remarked, "You didn't bring me here just to show me this vintage pirate ship, did you?" She had read the first 2 serialized volumes of the Adventurer series in the newspapers. Books had always been expensive in her family, and when her father's work-related compensation didn't arrive after his unfortunate death, her reading opportunities grew scarce. She'd occasionally find old newspapers used to paste on the wall or for other purposes and read until sunset. With the presence of street bards and her mother's bedtime stories, her spirit remained far from desolate. Since arriving in the market district and becoming an underground singer, Jenna had found a means to earn a substantial income. She had even saved up to purchase a pirated copy of the Adventurer series from an underground bookseller to finally appreciate the intricate illustrations. This endeavor often made her feel remorseful for Madame Forswall. She planned to buy an authentic set once she had cleared all her debts. To her surprise, her debts only seemed to accumulate. Lumion withdrew his gaze and replied with a teasing grin, "Consider this a bonus." The two of them stood on the harbor's edge, discussing the disparities between the ancient sailboat and the illustrations from the Adventurer series. After a while, Lumion led Jenna to the unassuming The Fool's Cathedral. Jenna looked up at the bell tower and steeple atop the 4-story building, examining the silver symbol comprising an incomplete pupil-less eye and a section of contorted lines. Baffled, she inquired, "Is this a cathedral?" "Aren't cathedrals supposed to be grander?" The Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church in the Market District and Quartier du Jardin Botanique was far more magnificent and sacred in comparison. "Yes," Lumion affirmed, leading the way inside. Jenna trailed closely behind, increasingly surprised by the cathedral's simplicity. The stained glass windows were scarce, and there was no ornate gilding to be found. The cathedral lacked intricate machinery. The only semblance of religion lay in the massive murals, which seemed to favor muted colors and subdued illumination. The most striking feature of the cathedral was the large, numerous windows. Even on the ground floor, the interior was awash with natural light. Jenna's gaze flitted over the murals, and she instinctively felt that they symbolized guidance and redemption. It was slightly past 10 a.m., and the cathedral's attendance was sparse. It was silent, exuding a sense of serenity. Lumion guided Jenna to the 3rd row of pews facing the altar. He surveyed their surroundings, his gaze resting on the Fool's sacred emblem before him. In a solemn tone, he disclosed, "You should be aware that Franca and I are keeping something from you. There are some secrets we haven't shared with you." "Yeah." Jenna nodded gently, awaiting Lumion's explanation. Lumion continued, "As you can tell, Franca and I aren't related. She and my sister Aurora are close friends who share common interests. Loki and I know someone whom we dealt with previously are also part of this group, but they betrayed others, causing a disaster in Cordu and costing my sister her life." "I see," Jenna replied, having refrained from delving too deeply previously, but having a vague understanding. Lumion's gaze remained fixed on Mr. Fool's altar. "There's another connection between Franca and me. We don't believe in the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery." Jenna couldn't help but chuckle. "I've already guessed it. When have any of you gone to church?" "I don't usually see you praying at fixed times. At least you know which street Aglaï's Saint Trobert is on. Franca might not even know where the cathedral's door opens to." She, on the other hand, prayed, listened to the sermons, and attended Mass at least once a week. This was both a display of piety to the purifiers and a habit of faith from all these years. The only downside was that she often sang at Salle de Bal Brise until midnight before returning to Rue des Blouses Blanches to sleep. She couldn't get up to welcome the morning sun and dawn, so she could only set a fixed prayer time for noon. "No, I'm not going because I'm a wanted criminal. I can barely be considered a believer in the eternal blazing sun," Lumian replied with a smile. Then he said solemnly, "Franca and I believe in this orthodox God, the great Mr. Fool." Lumian pressed his hand to his chest and whispered solemnly, "Praise the Fool, the Fool." Jenna found the deity's name peculiar. After a moment of thought, she asked, "The Fool from tarot cards?" "Yes, you've guessed it correctly," Lumian affirmed. Jenna spotted a tall figure in a black trench coat and a half-top hat approaching the altar. She instinctively lowered her head and said with a hint of smugness, "I've discovered almost 10 decks of tarot cards from Franca, and she doesn't usually use them for divination." That fellow, could it be that she thought it would be cool to toss a 2 of cups on the corpse after taking out a target, so she made preparations? The more Lumian considered it, the more he felt that this was Franca's style. Jenna paused for a moment and asked, "Does the Fool Pharmaceutical Company also belong to the Church of the Fool?" Lumian was momentarily caught off guard. He hadn't given it much thought. Initially, he believed the pharmaceutical company was named after tarot cards. Now, it appeared that the Fool from the tarot cards seemed to equal Mr. Fool. Lumian hesitated before responding. Maybe. He wasn't entirely certain if the Fool Pharmaceutical Company was affiliated with the Church of the Fool, or if it was simply a venture by a member of the Tarot Club. Jenna demonstrated her keen insight as she inquired, "You brought me here not only because it's a safe place for discussing your faith, but also to show that the Church of the Fool is a recognized, mainstream church capable of constructing a cathedral in Trier. You're not as naive as you appear." Lumian turned his head and smiled. "My third purpose is to ask if you'd consider converting to Mr. Fool." "Convert?" Jenna's mind was in a whirl. Lumian adopted a persuasive tone, saying, "This doesn't conflict with your contract with the purifiers, Mr. Fool is an orthodox god acknowledged by all the churches. However, the propagation of this faith is concentrated on the maritime islands and certain regions of the southern continent. Most people in the northern continent are unaware of it." "But," Jenna hesitated, "I've never thought about changing my faith." Her faith in the eternal blazing sun couldn't be described as devout or fanatical, but it was a habit she had cultivated since childhood. She had also accepted most of the teachings. Until today, the idea of conversion had never crossed her mind. She didn't feel a strong urge to change her faith, nor did she harbor any deep dissatisfaction with the church. The only times she'd voiced discontent were during the most challenging years her family endured, especially after her mother's passing. At those moments, she occasionally grumbled about the eternal blazing sun, feeling that he didn't protect true believers. However, these moments were far from sufficient to motivate a conversion. Lumian glanced at Jenna's face and offered a reassuring smile. "It's entirely fine if you don't want to convert. I'm merely suggesting it. My main concern is ensuring that if you ever find yourself separated from us during the impending disaster, you know this place is a refuge. Don't worry, even if you're a believer of the eternal blazing sun, Mr. Fool's Church will welcome you and provide protection." Jenna seemed puzzled and asked, "Then why can't I go to Église Saint-Robert?" Lumian collected his thoughts and explained, "Franca and I share the same faith and work for a secret organization. 2 days ago, we received information from the organization. There's a problem with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Sacred Heart Cloister, similar to the issues with the Deep Valley Cloister of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. In such a situation, some cathedrals may not be trustworthy, and you might not be able to distinguish between the reliable and the unreliable. So, it's better to choose those that are known to be reliable." Jenna had personally experienced the troubles at the Deep Valley Cloister, so she understood the significance of potential problems in the Sacred Heart Cloister. She murmured to herself, "Could the catastrophe begin from within the churches?" "Perhaps," Lumian replied, though he couldn't provide a definitive answer. At that moment, A towering figure dressed in a custom-made black trench coat and a half-top hat approached Lumion and Jenna. He stood at a towering 2.56 meters with golden hair and eyes. He looked at Jenna and asked with a warm smile, "Sister, is this your first visit to my lord's cathedral?" "Yes, but I'm here with a friend," Jenna replied. She instinctively resisted the idea of converting her faith and inquired, "And who are you?" "I am the bishop here, Teslian." The half-giant introduced himself with a confident smile. Jenna observed his attire, which looked far from conventional clergy attire. Teslian turned his gaze to Lumion and continued, "Would you be interested in hearing me introduce our beacon and savior, the great Mr. Fool? Don't worry. Our Lord doesn't compel people to convert, and he doesn't mind if they believe in him alongside other deities. In turn, believing in him can also coexist with other beliefs." You can do that?" Jenna stammered. This was completely beyond her understanding. Which deity would allow their followers to have impure or multiple beliefs? Additionally, why refer to this deity as him instead of him? The latter is the exclusive pronoun for deities. Why address this deity as Mr. Jenna's mind was filled with questions, and her thoughts were in disarray. "Yes, Mr. Fool is known for his compassion and benevolence," the bishop responded, seeing that Jenna and Lumion didn't object. He then opened the black Bible with silver patterns and began to preach. Chapter 437, Cashing Out. Jenna remained indifferent during the initial part of the sermon, finding it reminiscent of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Holy Bible. However, her attention perked up when the fool requested to be addressed as him rather than him. This slight change in expression indicated her growing focus. As the sermon continued, Jenna's surprise became evident, and her face revealed a mix of shock and intrigue. Is Jayaman Sparrow, the adventurer, truly connected to the Fool's Church? Could he be an angelic messenger delivering the Fool's message of redemption? Jenna wondered amidst her astonishment. Teslian, the half-giant bishop, didn't press her about her belief in the Fool, but instead turned his attention to a supplicant deeply immersed in prayer. The supplicant appeared to be a sailor in his prime from the sea. His skin was bronze, and his face bore obvious signs of the elements. His hair was disheveled and dark blue, and Jenna couldn't see his features due to his bowed head in prayer. Dressed in the same linen shirt, brown jacket, and loose dark pantaloons favored by sailors and pirates, he also sported a unique belt adorned with a dagger, telescope, and various tools. He's probably a captain. He looks quite dignified. Lumion retracted his gaze and looked at Jenna. Jenna, still processing the revelations, rose in a daze and left the cathedral. She wandered aimlessly along the harbor district's edge. Lumion followed, hands in his pockets, refraining from immediate persuasion. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Jenna slowed down and muttered to herself, "No wonder you claim to be a shallow believer in God." The God referred to the eternal blazing sun. Lumion replied with a smirk. "You can also be a shallow believer in Mr. Fool. He doesn't concern himself with such matters." I'll think about it," Jenna replied, her beliefs shaken by the unconventional sermon. It wasn't that the Bible was well written. Rather, the Fool's claims and the Church of the Fool's approach differed significantly from her previous teachings. She now hesitated and struggled with her faith. Lumion glanced at her and didn't incessantly persuade her. In such situations, it was crucial to know when to stop, as excessive attempts could lead to resistance and repulsion. Almost simultaneously, Lumion sighed inwardly. As expected, proselytizing needs to be done by professionals. Given my friendship with Jenna, she didn't hesitate to reject my suggestion to convert. However, the bishop's sermon had stirred something within her, causing her to reconsider her stance. The two of them continued in silence for another 10 to 20 meters, with Lumion stealing glances at the bustling harbor and the deserted streets nearby. He casually asked, "How's your progress with gathering the witch potion ingredients?" Jenna was caught off guard by the question. "I only digested the instigator potion 2 days ago. How could I have gathered the main ingredient for the witch potion so quickly?" Perhaps it was the residual influence of the cathedral, but Jenna's urge to curse wasn't as pronounced. Lumion dropped a bombshell. Well, I digested the pyromaniac potion yesterday and managed to acquire both the main ingredient and the supplementary ingredients for the conspirer potion on the same day. Jenna couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, how can we be the same? I want a special hunting ground for hunting and digestion too." Franca had already informed her of Lumien's encounter in Red Swan Castle, excluding Magician's response. Jenna found it surreal. Just last night, they were both at Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 respectively, and the gap wasn't that significant. Why did the things they experienced differ so much, as if they were worlds apart? One of them still dwelled on the fringes of mysticism, occasionally encountering the horrifying bizarre. The other had delved deep into the mysteries, surrounded by secrecy and danger. After venting her frustration, Jenna disclosed, "I asked the purifiers, and they don't seem very supportive of my advancement to become a witch. They won't pay me in advance for the main ingredients. They claimed there's no pressing need for my investigations at the moment. However, they did promise to sell me the main ingredients and the more elusive supplementary ingredients at a discount if I can raise the funds. The main ingredients alone cost 16,000 Verldor each. A discounted price. Besides, does this promise mean that the purifiers have every main ingredient for the witch potion? I thought they only had converged Beyonder characteristics. After all, their method of obtaining witch-related items should involve hunting. Does the Eternal Blazing Sun Church have a way to restore Beyonder characteristics to main ingredients?" Lumien didn't quite understand. Turning his gaze to the road, Lumien pondered and asked, "Do you owe Franca 60,000 Verldor now?" "Yes, I do." Jenna fretted at the mention of it. "I wonder when I'll be able to pay it back." Lumien chuckled. "In that case, would you like to owe a bit more?" "Huh?" Jenna's thoughts froze. With his hands still in his pockets, Lumien grinned. "Owe me 35,000 Verldor, and I'll help you gather all the ingredients for the witch potion." Jenna, intrigued, inquired, "Do you actually know where to find them?" Lumien chuckled. "I'm not entirely certain, but there's a good chance." He intended to exchange it from the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Yesterday, he had received recognition from Gardner Martin for his adventure in Red Swan Castle's underground maze, and this contribution could be redeemed immediately or accumulated for higher sequence potions. Lumien hadn't made up his mind on how to use it yet, but now he decided to utilize it to get all the ingredients for Jenna's witch potion. He might need to fork out some money, but disaster could strike at any moment. He might not remain with the Iron and Blood Cross Order in the future. Converting his contribution into a tangible reward made sense. Moreover, the items gained through such contributions were of lesser value compared to having a willing, living witch's assistance. When the time came, with Conspirer Lumien, Demoness of Pleasure Franca, and Witch Jenna working together, they could form a formidable team even among official factions and the Inquisition. Combined with the appropriate mystical items, they could handle most Beyonders below the demigod level. Additionally, they had an unofficial member, psychiatrist Anthony Reed. Lumien believed that Gardner Martin likely had the necessary witch potion ingredients. After all, the Iron and Blood Cross Order primarily followed the Hunter pathway, which was closely related to the Assassin pathway. Over the years, it was improbable that no convergence effect had occurred. If needed, Lumien could also seek assistance from Mr. K and Madam Magician. Jenna fell silent, unable to respond immediately. Lumien chuckled again. "It's not a good thing to owe me. In addition to repaying the principal, you have to pay interest, which is helping me with certain tasks. Fortunately, you'll soon have an opportunity to do so." Jenna pursed her lips and exhaled slowly. "All right, I'll give you 10,000 Verldor first, so I'll only owe you 25,000. "No problem." Lumien agreed indifferently. Seeing that Jenna was about to say something, he chuckled and said, "No need to thank me." He then lowered his voice and feigned a feminine voice. "We're friends after all." Jenna struggled to find the words. "Damn it." Lumien simply chuckled and said nothing. Jenna, on the other hand, silently followed him across the street toward a few rental carriages parked there. As they boarded the carriage, Jenna suddenly muttered to herself, "Thank you." Lumien appeared to be in his own world, occupying a seat in the carriage and disregarding his image. In the afternoon, at 11 Rue des Fontaines, Lumion spotted Gardner Martin dressed in a shirt and sweater. Lumion got straight to the point, saying, "Boss, I wish to exchange my contributions for the witch potion or all the corresponding ingredients." Gardner Martin, without displaying any surprise, looked at Lumion with a smile and inquired, "Who is the witch potion for?" Lumion replied candidly, "It's for Jenna." Gardner Martin appeared to be listening and gestured for Lumion to continue. Lumion said sincerely, "I'm looking for a reliable ally with considerable strength." At this point he smiled. "Moreover, I want to experience genuine pleasure." Gardner Martin burst into laughter. "Not bad. That's what an ambitious hunter should aim for. No problem. Come by tomorrow morning to collect the Beyonder characteristics and supplementary ingredients. Oh, and make up the difference with another 10,000 Verl d'Or." Gardner Martin understood that Lumion and Jenna had a close relationship with mutual trust. Furthermore, Lumion and Franca's cooperation didn't involve seeking pleasure. Lumion responded with a smile. "Thank you, commanding officer." After leaving Rue des Fontaines and returning to Salle de Bal Brise, Lumion finally had some free time after a long day of activity. In the evening, he enjoyed La Fée Verte while listening to Jenna, dressed as showy diva, singing passionately to earn money. His mind wandered. How much can a local singer earn? It's only a few thousand Verl d'Or a year. It's still better to fleece the Iron and Blood Cross Order and hunt heretics. When Jenna becomes a witch, she'll have the strength to participate in battles at this level. Speaking of which, I didn't think much of it when I read the Adventurer series in the past. Now that I think about it, doesn't Jayaman Sparrow spend most of his time hunting pirates with Beyonder characteristics? How can he become a famous pirate or a great pirate without Beyonder characteristics? Yes, although the corresponding battles are vague and exaggerated, only highlighting the main points, it's obvious that the author has a certain understanding of Beyonder battles. Is Madame Forswall also a Beyonder? Relaxing until nearly midnight, Lumion returned to Auberge du Coq Doré. As soon as he pushed open room 207 door, he saw a square of letter on the table under the crimson moonlight. Madame Magician's letter. Lumion lit the carbide lamp and unfolded the letter. "Mr. Hanged Man hopes that you and the Two of Cups can summon the armored shadow again soon. He'll be responsible for providing the gold. Let me know when you've confirmed the time." Chapter 438, Ghost Ship. Mr. Hanged Man is ready. Lumion took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He could summon the armored shadow at any moment. His only concern was that it might pose a danger. Summoning it without a good reason could lead to an attack or a curse. However, with the Hanged Man, the major arcana card holder of the Tarot Club, present, there was no need to worry about such matters. The uncertainty now lay in Franca's availability. After all, she had to translate. Lumion burned the letter and left Auberge du Coq Doré, heading straight for apartment 601 at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. "Why are you here so late?" Franca clearly wasn't the early-to-bed type. Lumion glanced at Jenna, who had just finished removing her heavy makeup, and smiled at Franca. "You have time tonight? We can summon the armored shadow again and ask it questions." Summon the armored shadow again. Franca's eyes lit up as she blurted out, "I'm free." The armored shadow was most likely from her homeland, involving the secret of their transmigration and their way back. Even at 6 a.m. She would say she had time to be a translator, let alone just midnight. Noticing Jenna's confusion and curiosity, Franca explained excitedly, "Didn't Seal ask us to gather information on spirit world creatures that fulfill the summoning conditions? One of the summoning targets he chose had a directional ambiguity when designing the summoning incantation, attracting a very peculiar spirit world creature. The ability to snort and spit you saw earlier came from a contract with that spirit world creature. Out of jealousy and envy, Franca described the spell of Harumph as snorting and spitting. Jenna had a deep impression of the spell of Harumph and found its effects potent and mystical. Her initial reaction was to ask, "Is it possible for us to sign a contract with similar spirit world creatures?" "Sigh, I wish I had a similar contracted creature, but I can't obtain such a special contract," Franca expressed her regret and resentment sincerely. In short, that spirit world creature is very unique and involves many secrets. A big shot of the organization backing us, a demigod, is very interested. And now only Seal can accurately summon the target creature through the contract's connection. Franca asked Lumion, "Is that person here?" "Yes." Lumion nodded gently. Jenna looked at them thoughtfully and asked, "Is it Justice, Magician, or have the star or the moon arrived?" Franca's expression froze, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lumion was taken aback. He didn't expect Jenna to reveal the code names of the major Arcana card holders and make the connection that her two companions were related to them. Amidst the indescribable silence, Jenna's brows relaxed, and she smiled. "I guessed right. You guys belong to the secret organization that uses tarot cards as their code names." "How did you know?" Franca asked in surprise. Jenna pursed her lips and sneered. "You have nearly 10 decks of tarot cards in this room, and you don't usually use them for divination." "Then, Seal told me that the Mr. Fool you believe in is roughly equivalent to the Fool in tarot cards. As for me, I've been attending mysticism gatherings recently and heard about the legend of Justice and the other major Arcana card holders, as well as the existence of minor Arcana cards. With so much information placed before me, if I don't make any connections and probe, won't I appear stupid?" The more she spoke, the more pleased she became. Franca was taken aback for a moment before saying, "Your instigator potion wasn't wasted." "Excellent," Lumion praised reluctantly. "You're prepared to drink the witch potion." Without further ado, he left apartment 601 with Franca. He planned to write a letter to Madame Magician at Auberge du Coq Doré, informing her that he could summon the armored shadow now. Jenna watched them leave and muttered to herself, what would happen if a man drinks the witch potion? Auberge du Coq Doré, room 207. After Lumion sent the letter, he didn't extinguish the candle's flame and waited for a reply under the dual illumination. Franca paced back and forth in the cramped room, feeling excited and a little nervous. She yearned for clues about returning home via the armored shadow, but she feared that even her last hope would be obliterated. Time ticked by. Just as the demoness of pleasure felt as if a year had passed, the candlelight in the room suddenly surged. In the dim yellow flames the size of a human head, resplendent starlight flew out, enveloping Lumion and Franca. It was as if they had arrived in the boundless cosmos, becoming abnormally insignificant. After a brief moment of dizziness, Lumion and Franca realized that they had left room 207 of Auberge du Coq Doré and arrived on a pitch-black deck. The first thing they saw was an ancient triple mast, its grayish-white sails curled up like an open door. The crimson moonlight fell from the sky, but it couldn't completely illuminate the area where Lumion and Franca were. It was dark, and the wooden planks were mottled like an ancient haunted building. Franca quickly surveyed the area and sighed with relief. "Wow, an ancient sailboat. It's perfect for horror films." "What's a horror film?" Lumion asked casually. Franca smiled awkwardly. "A play depicting a ghost story." As she spoke, she touched the dark flaxen rope resting on the shipboard, as if trying to discern its exact era. Suddenly, the rope came alive and nimbly wrapped around Franca's right hand, attempting to bind the demoness of pleasure. A layer of black flames erupted, scorching the dark linen rope that seemed to possess a life of its own. The rope snapped back, as if in pain. Simultaneously, a rope that had been lying silently on the deck swung towards Lumion. Lumion raised his slightly scorching right palm and grabbed the front of the rope. The rope suddenly turned still, as if all its vitality had been drained. All the ropes that had come back to life in this area returned to normal. They landed with a thud and stopped wriggling. Lumion looked down at his right palm and muttered silently, "The Blood Emperor's remnant aura on me faintly resonates with this ship." These strange ropes became obedient when they felt the heat in my right palm. "Is this the ancient sailboat I saw at Lavigny Docks this morning?" "Lavigny Docks, the Fool Cathedral? Is this Mr. Hanged Man's ship?" Lumion's thoughts raced as he quickly made a guess. Franca spun around and said excitedly, "This is a ghost ship, a ghost ship. It's alive to begin with. As the demoness of pleasure's voice reverberated across the deck, Lumion heard Madame Magician's words. Mr. Hanged Man's ghost ship is a relic from the Tudor Empire. There are many unsolved secrets. When he rewards you, you can choose to explore this ship. As for when to embark on the exploration, it's up to you. As expected, it has something to do with the Tudor Empire. Lumion's resolve grew as he walked towards the cabin. As Franca followed, she looked around curiously, touching and tapping here and there. Occasionally, she whispered, as if she wanted to communicate with Mr. Hanged Man's ghost ship. Amidst the creaking sounds, a door in the cabin opened on its own. A thick, dark brown carpet covered the area, flanked by bookshelves and a liquor cabinet. Yellow-covered books and dark red bottles of wine filled the space. In front of the bookshelf stood a wide wooden table. On it were a variety of items: an ink bottle, a quill, a brass sextant, a black metallic telescope, and white candles. Leaning against the desk stood a middle-aged man of average stature. His dark blue hair was disheveled, and his skin was bronze and rough. He wore a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and loose dark pantaloons. He exuded a dignified aura. He was the supplicant Lumion had seen at the Fool Cathedral that morning. "Are you Mr. Hanged Man?" Lumion inquired. The man in his prime nodded slightly. "I'm the Hanged Man." Franca scrutinized the man and recalled that they were on a ghost ship. She immediately recalled something. "Why your Stormbringer, Alger? Is this the Blue Avenger?" Franca blurted out in surprise and delight. The Hanged Man glanced at her and replied expressionlessly, "You've heard of me?" "Of course," Franca praised sincerely. "You're a maritime king without the title of a pirate king. If you hadn't fought the king of the 5 seas in the Fog Sea and caused the surrounding ships to experience a terrifying storm, no one would have known you were a demigod. Furthermore, you're different from those pirates. You're a genuine, unadulterated treasure hunter with lofty aspirations. You never plunder proper ships. You've been exploring the western borders of the Fog Sea, searching for the lost city of Ainz and the Solomon Empire's inheritance." It wasn't easy for her to hold back the words, "You're my idol." She felt that it would appear to transcend the times. Franca had once dreamed of being a pure treasure hunter and sailing the 5 seas. Stormbringer Alger. After Lumion discovered that Church of the Fool's power center was at sea, he had consciously shared information about the pirate kings and pirate admirals with Franca. He knew that Alger, nicknamed Stormbringer, was a demigod captain, but he wasn't a pirate king. Therefore, his nickname didn't include the term king. However, Vice Admiral Ailment, who had become a pirate king, was now known as the Queen of Ailment. As for the lost city of Ainz and the Solomon Empire's legacy, they were treasure legends that had been popular in the 5 seas for many years. At times, Lumion couldn't help but admire Wall, the author of the Adventurer series. She had the audacity to write erotic stories about the pirate kings. Aren't you afraid of being found and executed? Or was she under the protection of the Church of the Fool? In the face of Franca's enthusiastic praise, the Hanged Man Alger fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Maintaining a certain level of purity is both a good and a bad thing." "Can we begin the summoning ritual?" Franca muttered under her breath. "A man still has a youthful side even in death." Lumion responded to Mr. Hanged Man's question, "Anytime." Chapter 439, 3 Questions. With the Hanged Man present, Lumion didn't need to worry about an attack from the armored shadow. Instead, he followed a straightforward procedure, creating a protective wall of spirituality and summoning the armored shadow as if beckoning a messenger. Before the candle's dark green flame, an indistinct shadow silently hovered in midair, adorned in pitch-black armor adorned with golden fish scales. The contorted faces on the scales twisted ferociously, wordlessly expressing their agony, which had transformed into a deep-seated hatred and malice toward all living beings around them. The Hanged Man Alger, dressed as a sailor, took a step forward, and subtle silver lightning bolts crackled from the wall of spirituality. In an instant, they materialized out of thin air, causing Lumion and Franca's skin to prickle. Amidst the oppressive calm preceding the impending storm, The myriad transparent faces on the armored shadow returned to their silence, but their malevolent gazes persisted. Lumion fixed his gaze on the 6 radiant gold bars on the altar, steadying himself. In Hermes, he spoke. "I offer a sacrifice. Please answer 3 questions." The blurry faces on the armored shadow's form shifted their attention to the glowing gold, silently conveying their agreement to Lumion. Lumion then nodded at the Hanged Man. After a brief pause, the Hanged Man posed his first question. "Who are you?" Lumion repeated the query in Hermes. As his contracted creature, the armored shadow would only engage in communication under these circumstances. After a moment of silence, the armored shadow spoke in a language that only Franca could barely decipher. "I am Chen Tu, the god of ghost suppression, imperially conferred by the Celestial Master." Celestial Master, Franca paused, considering her words carefully. His last name is Chen and his first name is Tu. He holds the title of the god of ghost suppression, which was granted by the leader of Taoism. He is responsible for suppressing evil spirits. "What is Taoism?" the Hanged Man inquired after some thought. "What does imperially conferred mean?" Lumion turned to Franca and asked in Intijan. To him, referring to as anism, regardless of the prefix, seemed no different from the Church of the Fool or the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Franca appeared troubled. "It's a complex topic. We can discuss it later. I'm afraid the armored shadow may not have the patience to wait." "That's true." Lumion cast his gaze at Mr. Hanged Man. The Hanged Man paused briefly before asking the second question, which Lumion translated into Hermes. "What makes the Eastern Sea so special?" In a deep and solemn tone, the armored shadow replied. "In the East Sea, there's a long-lost immortal mountain known as Pinglai. Pinglai. It's really my homeland." Franca was delighted by this revelation. Her translation speed increased as she continued. "On the Eastern Sea, there's a mountain peak inhabited by various powerful warlocks and unique deities. It has been lost to history, and its name is Pinglai." Both Lumion and the Hanged Man found these words to be straightforward and didn't raise any further questions. After a brief pause, the Hanged Man Alger asked in a deliberate manner, "Have there been any unusual occurrences in the Eastern Sea in recent years?" "In recent years." How could the armored shadow be aware of recent events when he was suspected to have been killed by the underworld Taoist, imprisoned by his side, and transported to the Yellow Springs millennia ago? It's a time when the Blood Emperor had just perished or recently perished. Franca quietly mused on this but refrained from correcting the Hanged Man. Lumion repeated the question, and the armored shadow responded with a cold tone. "A corpse from Pinglai floated over via the river." Franca was taken aback and quickly translated. "The mountain called Pinglai has reappeared. A powerful warlock or special deity residing on it has perished, and their corpse drifted to a place that might be the river Styx. It's the river where Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor was suppressed by underworld Taoist. It's the source of the Samaritan women's spring." "Does this mean that the Eastern Sea of the world where the armored shadow resides has undergone an abnormality in recent years?" "The long-vanished divine mountain, Pinglai, has reappeared, and powerful Beyonders residing there have perished." "Has the mountain known as Pinglai always stood tall in the East Sea, or does it only appear occasionally?" Lumion yearned to inquire further, but he couldn't ask any more questions due to the rules pertaining to summoning. The 6 gold bars on the altar disintegrated, turning into sparkling specks of light that merged with the pitch-black fish-scale armor. This time, nearly 1/5 of the armor plates turned golden and radiant. The Hanged Man observed as the armored shadow faded into the dark green candle flame. He remained silent, lost in thought, his intentions unclear. Lumion completed the ritual and swiftly tidied up the altar. Turning to Franca, he said, "You can explain the terms in the first answer." "You're killing me." Franca grumbled silently and pondered for a moment before saying, "An imperial conferment is equivalent to a boon." "Yes, a boon." This armored shadow named Chen Tu was granted a position within the church or a deity's kingdom. Through this role, he gained the corresponding powers to suppress evil spirits. It's not a direct gift from a deity, but rather a ceremonial act performed by the leader of that school of thought, acting on behalf of the deity and bestowing a specific title. Lumion listened attentively and started to grasp the concept of imperial conferment. This more structured boon system not only linked the power of boons to a specific role, but also emphasized the role of the deity's proxy. Franca exhaled and said, "That's the basic idea. There are many more intricacies if you delve deeper into it. It's a complex topic that can't be fully explained in a short time. Terms like the heavenly court, the netherworld, ritual protocols, receiving scriptures, and others are related, but I'm not well versed in all of them. My knowledge is limited to individual terms. Seeing Mr. Hanged Man and Lumion still staring at her, her heart skipped a beat. You really want me to explain all of it? The Hanged Man nodded slightly. I understand it might be challenging to explain on the spot, and there may be inaccuracies. You can take your time to recollect and organize the information when you return. It might be helpful to put it in writing and convey it to me through your major arcana card holder." "All right." Franca was relieved that the Hanged Man was understanding and accommodating. He seemed skilled at considering things from another person's perspective. She then grumbled silently. "Why did I agree so quickly?" The Hanged Man exuded a sense of dignity without arrogance as he smiled and said, "Once you've prepared the written information, you can think about what kind of compensation you'd like." Franca had several desires, including a mystical item similar to the spell of Harumph, a sealed artifact that could enable teleportation, and the sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction potion formula. She found herself in a dilemma, as she had considered the reward in advance and had almost forgotten to explain the term Taoism, until Lumion reminded her. After careful consideration, Franca provided a succinct explanation. Taoism is a school of thought that venerates the natural laws and the corresponding philosophy that shapes them into unique deities for worship. Their leader is called the Celestial Master, which essentially means a teacher who comprehends the world's operating laws and spreads that knowledge. The ways of heaven refers to the operating laws and corresponding philosophy of the world I mentioned earlier. Lumion attempted to distill the main point, asking, "So, celestial masters are akin to leaders like pontiffs, popes, chief shepherds, and matriarchs, with different titles depending on the denomination?" Franca hesitated for a moment before confirming, "You could put it that way." As long as one didn't contemplate joining Taoism, this simplified explanation was sufficient to understand the basic concept. Lumion nodded. "It seems like a celestial master and an underworld Taoist are on a similar level." "I agree," Franca agreed. During their conversation, the Hanged Man, Alger, rarely interrupted. He mostly listened quietly, occasionally expressing his thoughts or asking questions, which allowed the conversation to flow smoothly. Lumion and Franca shared a lot of information in one go. Finally, the major arcana card holder looked at Lumion and asked, "The Armored Shadow's 3 answers have been very helpful. What would you like as a reward?" "Very helpful. Apart from allowing us to gain a better understanding of that world, and know that the missing Pinglai Divine Mountain has reappeared, there's nothing of practical use." Lumion kept to Madam Magician's advice and said without hesitation, "I would like the opportunity to explore this ghost ship." Franca was surprised by Lumion's request. Her initial shock was quickly replaced by excitement. "I want it too. I want the opportunity to pilot the ghost ship and study it." The Hanged Man glanced at Lumion and remarked, "As I expected, you've already sensed the uniqueness of the Blue Avenger. It's one of the Tudor Empire's relics. Would you like to explore it now?" Before Lumion could respond, the deep voice of Termaburose echoed in his mind, "Dangerous. Danger, for real. Is Termaburose merely concerned about being implicated by me, so he warned me? Or is he afraid that I might gain something special during my exploration of the Blue Avenger, potentially disrupting Trier's potential catastrophe and foiling his scheme?" Lumion was momentarily unsure if he should believe Termaburose's words. Termaburose continued in a deep voice, "If you wish to resurrect Alistair Tudor within your body, you can explore it now. Lumion didn't pay much attention to Termabarose's words. He recalled Madame Magician's prior hint. I can decide when to begin the exploration. Does this mean I should consider delaying it? Otherwise, why mention it at all? Just request the reward to be a chance of an exploration. Perhaps Auror's philosophy of balance is at play here. My current negative effects are temporarily balanced, so there's no rush to strengthen the Blood Emperor's aura. As a conspirer, Lumion quickly made a decision. Mr. Hanged Man, I'd like to explore the Blue Avenger at an opportune moment. Chapter 440, Illusory Sigh. The Hanged Man agreed to Lumion's request and instructed him to contact him through Magician. After expressing their gratitude, Lumion and Franca left the captain's cabin and followed the creaking wooden planks, just wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. In the dim torchlight, they returned to the deck. They noticed that Alger wasn't alone on the ghost ship, the Blue Avenger. A dozen sailors were scattered around, hiding in the shadows and making no attempts to approach. Suddenly, Lumion and Franca witnessed a brilliant star hanging in front of them. It gleamed with an eerie blue light, as though it had emerged from another realm. The star expanded rapidly, as if it had descended to the ground in an instant. Its radiant glow enveloped everything in its vicinity. Lumion and Franca blinked, momentarily blinded by the starlight. When their vision cleared, they found themselves back in room 207 of Auberge du Coq Doré. Absolutely stunning, Franca exclaimed, her face brimming with longing. She lamented the fact that her only option for switching paths was to become a hunter, unable to experience the carefree life of an apprentice. She could only hope to acquire a sealed artifact with similar abilities in the future. Lumion, lost in thought, didn't echo Franca's praise. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Franca couldn't help but voice her concerns. Don't you find this situation a bit odd? Gathering 100,000 Verl d'Or in gold should be a breeze for a treasure hunter as formidable as a pirate king. Coming up with those 3 questions shouldn't take long. Yet Mr. Hanged Man only sought you out to summon the armored shadow after all these days, and it happened after he arrived in Trier. Besides, Madame Magician could easily transport us to the sea and the Blue Avenger before sending us back. So, why wait for Mr. Hanged Man to arrive in Trier to do so? Lumion smiled, praising Franca's astute observation. You're quite perceptive this time. It seems that putting your brain to work has its benefits. Idleness can give the impression of a lack of intelligence. Damn it, are you praising me or insulting me? Franca retorted, her brow furrowed. Either, Mr. Hanged Man was in some unique situation that prevented an individual from pinpointing his location, or he has other motives for being in Trier. At this point, Lumion and Franca both remembered the impending catastrophe and felt the ominous pressure of an approaching storm hanging over the city. Could the Tarot Club be dispatching more major Arcana card holders to Trier? Perhaps to protect as many citizens as possible if we fail to avert the disaster. Franca speculated. Lumion nodded thoughtfully, refraining from argument. After a moment of silence, Franca changed the topic with enthusiasm, exclaiming, I want to become a demigod. I want to amass gold. Observing Lumion's inquisitive expression, Franca continued, driven by her desires. That way, I can have you summon the armored shadow and ask the questions I've been itching to ask. No need to rely on the protection of major Arcana card holders. Then give it your all, Miss Pleasure, Lumion teased. The next day, just before noon, Lumion returned from Rue des Fontaines. He led Jenna underground to the 3rd level of the catacombs, arriving at a small square with 2 sacrificial pillars. Puzzled, Jenna asked, Why did you bring me here? If she didn't know Lumion well enough to understand his character, she might have suspected that her friend suddenly had sinister intentions. Lumion, wearing a black satchel slung diagonally across him, stood confidently with his hands in his pockets. He smiled and explained, I'm giving you the safest environment for your advancement. Having heard Franca's account and Madame Magician's words, Lumion had reason to believe that Sequence 0 of the Assassin Pathway, the true goddess worshipped by the Demoness sect, was likely a woman who had transformed from a man, and her nature was deeply twisted. It was said that this primordial demoness was driven by pain and a desire to replicate her experiences through the generations. Consequently, she despised ordinary women who became witches. Even the demoness sect hunted down female assassins, female instigators, and true witches. Given this context, Jenna's consumption of the witch potion might be affected. After all, even the hidden sage, an existing occupying sequence 0, could subtly influence every beyonder of the mystery prior pathway while they consumed the potion for their advancement. He whispered to them and imparted knowledge to them. There was no reason the true evil goddess, primordial demoness, couldn't exert significant influence on the witches. At lower sequences, the influence shouldn't be too strong. Even Auror had advanced to sequence 7 and become a warlock under the hidden sage's constant whispers. However, it was better to be cautious. Since there was a way to reduce or weaken these influences, it made sense to do so. Witches represented the first qualitative transformation of the assassin pathway, perhaps even the core essence of demoness. The primordial demoness, who sought to change men into women, would likely pay more attention to this particular sequence advancement. Neither Franca nor Lumion wanted Jenna to take unnecessary risks. Of course, Madame Magician had occasionally mentioned that this evil goddess wasn't in a stable state. The safest. Jenna looked around, still somewhat unconvinced. The surroundings were immersed in darkness, and corpses were scattered about. How did it seem safe? Only the 2 weathered stone pillars appeared strangely warm and calming. Lumion briefly explained the unique nature of the sacrificial square and concluded, "At the pinnacle of the assassin pathway is an evil goddess. No one knows if she might suddenly lose her sanity. Deities of the same pathway have the ability to influence beyonders when they consume potions for advancement. This, well, divine manifestation, complicates things. This place can significantly weaken that connection." Jenna listened intently and approached the stone pillar engraved with the sun's sacred emblem. She extended her arms slightly and began to pray. Noticing that she hadn't asked Franca why she hadn't been affected by this before, Lumion raised his right hand, stroked his chin, and clicked his tongue. "Praise the sun." Jenna sang praises to the eternal blazing sun reverently as she concluded her prayer. Lumion remained silent as he handed Jenna the witch beyonder characteristic, shadow lizard scales, and other ingredients from the black satchel. He had used her 10,000 Verl door to obtain these items from Gardner Martin. Jenna examined the dark blue vertical eye-like jewel and the intricate thread-like patterns on its surface. She knelt on one knee and began concocting the potion on the unusually clean square ground. Before long, she held a dark red potion with concealed shadows in her hand. Jenna steadied herself, feeling as though she had been pushed forward by various events in the past few months. She couldn't stop now. Perhaps this is my destiny, praise the sun. Jenna closed her eyes and added silently in her heart, praise the fool. At this critical moment, in her quest for smooth advancement and survival, her faith inadvertently shifted. This was partly because Franca and Lumion seemed relatively relaxed about consuming potions and advancing their sequences. At the very least, they both believed in Mr. Fool. Without hesitation, Jenna swallowed the potion, fully accepting the notion that she had been dead when she assassinated Hugues Artois. The potion was icy and illusory, like melting frost. Jenna quickly began to feel an itching, painful sensation spreading all over her body. Her thoughts began to blur, and she felt as though she were slowly sinking into water. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged throughout her body, jolting Jenna back to full awareness. She found herself surrounded by black, silent flames that were slowly consuming her. Above her, a translucent layer of frost-encased ice, like a mirror, prevented Jenna from escaping the black flames. In the next instant, a face and a figure materialized on the ice. The face bore an uncanny resemblance to Jenna's own. The figure was another Jenna, but her master hand had transformed into her left. The Jenna above the ice stared at the figure engulfed by the black flames with anticipation and desire. Experienced in combat, Jenna reacted quickly despite her surprise and horror. She summoned all her strength and delivered a powerful punch upward. The ice shattered without a sound, and the corrupted Jenna plunged into the black flames. In the distance, a python-like black object swayed gently with a dark blue vertical eye at its tip. The bizarre python vanished in an instant, not entering the area. Instead, it delved into a black shadow. Almost simultaneously, Jenna heard a long, painful sigh. The ethereal sigh seemed to emanate from very close to her, as if it originated from the vicinity of the sacrificial square and the surrounding corpses. The black shadow cast by the strange serpent expanded wildly, growing larger and fainter. It enveloped Jenna and the malevolent figure and seeped into their bodies. Jenna refused to surrender. Enduring the pain and dizziness, she crawled out of the abyss of black flames and onto the nearby ice. The black shadow weakened and ceased its pursuit. It could only drag the malevolent Jenna into an unfathomable abyss. The scene shattered instantly, and Jenna's vision returned to normal. She saw the mottled stone pillar engraved with the sun's sacred emblem. Her face contorted, but the pain in her body gradually subsided. Lumion watched as the black flames on Jenna's body rapidly shrank and dissipated, while the surrounding frost melted. He understood that his companion had successfully advanced to Sequence 7 and had become a witch. Only then did he turn his gaze towards the edge of the sacrificial square, where the tomb and the surrounding corpses lay in darkness. Not long after Jenna consumed the potion, he sensed an anomaly in that direction. However, nothing entered the clean square with the two sacrificial pillars. When Jenna's unusual state finally subsided, she rose to her feet and noticed Lumion gazing into the distance. Puzzled, she asked, "After drinking the potion, I thought I heard a sigh from over there." Lumion nodded slowly and replied, "On this level of the catacombs, there's a Crismona Night Pillar. It represents a demoness of catastrophe who once met her end here." Chapter 441, Demoness Cooperation. Demoness of Catastrophe. Jenna had never heard of this term from Franca. "Is it a sequence name?" Lumion didn't hold anything back. "Yes, a sequence 2 angel. Heh, the term angel and demoness always seem strange together." Angel? Jenna didn't have a clear impression of individuals at this level. Though she had often heard Lumion and Franca talk about the terror and might of demigods, it had remained theoretical for her. She didn't know how terrifying or powerful they were. Jenna muttered to herself, "Crismona, hasn't she already perished? Why am I still hearing her sigh? It should be from her, right?" Lumion looked at Jenna and said solemnly, "For such a formidable figure, even if they were to perish completely, there would still be remnants of their mind that wouldn't dissipate. It's like not stiffening even after becoming a corpse. In the future, if you come into contact with the inheritance of a similar influential figure, you must be very, very careful." Jenna looked surprised and vigilant. She glanced at the edge of the sacrificial square and asked with concern, "What do we do now?" Lumion chuckled. "What can we do? What else but wait for her to sigh? Do you have thoughts of comforting her? Don't worry. She's imprisoned by death and bound by the spring water. She can't leave the 4th and 3rd levels of the catacombs. As long as you don't explore this place, you don't have to worry about anything." How was it? Was there any influence from the primordial demoness? It was only then that Lumion, holding the white candle, assessed Jenna's appearance. Her skin, which hadn't been particularly good due to her background and experiences, seemed to have been reborn. Her facial features looked the same as usual, but the details had become more exquisite, as if there was a luster flowing through them. Overall, she exuded an alluring charm and became even more feminine. Even with Lumion's experience, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Jenna was also scrutinizing herself. She felt that her height had increased a little, and the ratio of her body parts she had previously been dissatisfied with had approached perfection. "I sensed a peculiar python appear, but it didn't really approach me. It quickly vanished," Jenna recalled as she took out a prepared mirror. Facing the yellow candle flame in Lumion's hand, she scrutinized her reflection and couldn't help but smile. It was common for most people to appreciate beauty, and Jenna was no exception. Seeing how beautiful and charming she had become made her quite happy. She even felt enchanted by herself. Reluctantly, She put away the mirror and assessed her changes from various angles. I can now use black flames that incinerate the spirit, body, and spirituality. I've gained the blessing of frost. I've mastered various forms of black magic. With prepared ingredients, I can directly become invisible and cast rare spells. Additionally, I can curse targets through blood and other media. I've unlocked the door to mirror magic, and now possess anti-divination and the ability to create substitutes. I am skilled in using staff and can also use them as substitutes, compared to assassins and instigators, witches had undergone a qualitative transformation. They possessed comprehensive abilities, considerable strength, and excelled in survival. Only then did Jenna truly feel like a member of the world of mysticism and a controller of superpowers. She suddenly felt an urge to test a witch's various abilities on a target. However, after glancing at Lumion, she abandoned the idea. She felt that there was still a significant gap between them. Even a Sequence 6 Franca likely wasn't Seal's match. Of course, if Franca truly intended to assassinate Lumion, her chances of eliminating him weren't slim. Most Beyonders below Sequence 4 were relatively weak. If they committed an error, it could very well plunge them into the depths of hell. Lumion tossed a burning white candle to Jenna and pointed at his black satchel. There's some cosmetics in here. Make yourself look less attractive to hide your striking charm. That way the demoness sect's hidden members won't recognize you as a witch at a glance. For this purpose, he had brought a set of women's cosmetics. Jenna clicked her tongue. You even thought of such details in advance? In the Beyonder world, being cautious and meticulous effectively increases your chances of survival, Lumion said, turning around. Let's disguise ourselves elsewhere. It's not suitable to stay here for too long. Why do I get the feeling that you're often impulsive and a little crazy? Jenna muttered softly before smiling. Do you also think I've become more beautiful now? She wasn't wearing any makeup, but her blue eyes seemed to contain starlight as they darted around. Lumion scoffed. I respect the potion's effects and believe in the influence of Beyonder characteristics. With that, he turned around, holding the candle, and walked towards the wide stone steps leading up. You sure never lose out in a battle of tongues. Jenna cursed under her breath, quickly packed her things, and followed him. Before she could figure out how to continue teasing Lumion and express her gratitude, she heard the man slowly walk forward and casually say, Also, you have to work for me tomorrow. Damn it, Jenna blurted out, in the library district, Rue des Terraces. The street was known for its diverse terraces, frequented by tourists. Lumion stood on a café terrace decorated in shades of green and white, casting a sidelong glance at Building 20, where Guillaume Bainet's widow, condiment beauty Paulina, resided. The terrace of the house was painted a refreshing white, supported by a wooden frame that shielded it from the wind and rain. It resembled a resort hotel on the southern coast of Ainz. Lumion sipped his coffee as all the information and conjectures he had gathered during this period flashed through his mind. Every week, a mysterious man visits the condiment beauty at night, once or twice a week, at least once this week. It should be within these 2 days, according to the observations of the surrounding citizens. There are a total of 3 mysterious men who visited Paulina at night. One is young, one is in his prime, and one is nearly 60 years old. Who among them could be the sinner's liaison, Bouvard Pontpeyro? One of Bouvard's contracted abilities is transfiguration. These 3 might or might not be him. They're just substitutes he creates to attract attention, and he sneaks in disguised as one of Paulina's servants. The price of transfiguration is one's own face. The downside is the desire to abuse others. The buildings on Rue de la Terrace are quite soundproof. None of the neighbors heard Paulina's screams. Some time has elapsed since Guillaume Bainet's demise. It's highly likely that Paulina officially joined the Sinners organization, received a boon, and became a Beyonder. The most important part of the plan is to determine who Bouvard Pontpeyro is. Lumion had a plan. As the sky darkened, he finished his coffee and donned his brown round hat. Without making a sound, he left the building and vanished into an alley on the side of the street. 20 Rue de la Terrace. in the spacious and warm master bedroom. The mature and beautiful Paulina, adorned in a pale white nightgown, walked to the full-body mirror, removed her clothes, and examined the whip-like marks on her body. They had faded to a faint dark red hue, likely to dissipate completely within a few days. Paulina let out a soft sigh at the thought of the pain she would have to endure for the next 2 days. Her gaze fell upon the black mark on her right shoulder, and she rejoiced that the first contractability she had chosen after becoming a contractee was regeneration. Once activated, it could regenerate flesh and skin to a certain extent, allowing various injuries to quickly recover. Paulina had never tested whether this could regenerate limbs, believing it should work if the conditions were met. Of course, the dead couldn't activate their abilities. Paulina adjusted her light white nightgown and prepared to put on light makeup to welcome a potential guest. At that moment, she suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. This also stemmed from her contractability. She felt that sensing danger was more important than actual combat. For this, she had paid the price of fertility and received the negative effect of mild mental weakness. Paulina's nerves tightened and her body abruptly bent backward. With the flexibility of a dancer, she distanced herself from the source of danger. Simultaneously, she opened her right palm, and silver-white lightning shot out, intertwining with a crackling sound, enveloping the area where she suspected the assailant was hiding. This was her third and final contracted ability, electric arc. It could effectively compensate for her weaknesses in offensive means. The price was that she was prone to lightning strikes in a thunderstorm. The downside was that her body had become more sensitive. She could originally withstand 70 to 80% of her original threshold for pain. This made Paulina resistant to Bouvard Pontperrot's visit. She relied on Ahm's monk's endurance to hold on every time. With a cracking sound, a mirror suddenly appeared in the area covered by the lightning in her palm. It quickly charred and shattered into pieces. From the corner of her eye, Paulina spotted a figure swiftly outlined by the drawn curtains. She hurriedly contorted her body to avoid it. Suddenly, a white fist materialized behind her head and smashed below her ear. With a bang, Paulina blacked out. Behind Condiment Beauty, Jenna, dressed as a female mercenary, instantly appeared. She and Franca easily controlled their target with dual invisibility, anti-divination tactics, one to attract attention and the other to launch a sneak attack. Franca took a few steps forward, retrieved the Bliss Society's sedative, and brought it to Paulina's nose. After completing her task, Jenna drew the curtains to leave a slight crack, casting her outstretched palm in the light of the room. This was a signal to Lumion that the operation had succeeded. Before long, Lumion scaled the outer wall and entered the master bedroom with Jenna's help. Then, he tossed the lie earring to Franca. Franca transformed the mystical item into a silver pendant and hung it on her chest. Her appearance and height changed, becoming more and more like Paulina. Chapter 442. Opportunity to act. Seeing Franca appear before her as Paulina, Jenna couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the lie accessory. This transformation was countless times more potent than that of an actor of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway. It was the most mystical disguise she had ever encountered. Franca gazed at her reflection in the full-body mirror and stroked her face gently. She chuckled and said, "I like this style too." "What don't you like?" Lumion mocked. "This is called having an eye for beauty." Franca opened Paulina's wardrobe and chose a pair of pajamas that could hide many items. She entered the master bedroom's washroom and began changing. Soon, Madame Paulina emerged. Jenna knew Franca well, but she temporarily couldn't tell the authenticity. After Franca entered invisibility, Lumion administered some truth serum to the unconscious Paulina. He estimated the time and felt that it was about time. Then, he took out the mysticism-smelling salts and brought them to Paulina's nose. Amidst the sneezes, Lumion capped the bottle and retreated into a crevice beside the wardrobe, preventing Paulina, who had regained consciousness, from seeing him. Jenna retrieved a small revolver from her dark brown belt, squatted down, and pressed it against Paulina's forehead, ready to pull the trigger. Paulina snapped out of her daze and saw a face adorned with a silvery white half-mask. The face was uncovered, and although the skin wasn't fair and had some flaws, and the texture was concealed by cosmetics, the curves were quite beautiful, making people of the same sex take a second look. Immediately after, Paulina felt the coldness of the gun's barrel and saw a revolver held to her head. Her body tensed instinctively. Jenna didn't give her a chance to express her doubts or pleas. She asked bluntly, "When will Bouvard Pont-Perot arrive?" Paulina replied subconsciously. In the next 2 days, before she could finish, she suddenly shut her mouth. Disbelief etched on her face. Why did I say what was on my mind? Jenna raised a second question based on her preparations. In the past 2 months, among the mysterious men who visited you under the cover of night, who was Bouvard Pont-Perot? Or were all of them him? Paulina struggled for a few seconds before blurting out, "No, it's Bouvard only once a week. The rest are just his attempts to confuse others. Moreover, he changes his appearance every 2 or 3 times. He has transfiguration." Jenna asked curiously, "Will the others Bouvard Pont-Perot send sleep with you? Did they keep up the act to the very end, or did they only keep up appearances for the latter half?" "No." Paulina replied, swallowing her saliva. "Bouvard possesses a strong sense of possessiveness. Since I've already become his lover, he won't allow me to have any more intercourse with other men. The people he sends will only chat with me, have dinner with me, and wander around the bedroom for a while before leaving. Very possessive." Lumien's thoughts raced as he listened in the shadows, recalling the mysticism knowledge he had obtained when he became a contractee. Soon, he found a contracted creature that fit the criteria and its corresponding abilities. Evil Shadow Black Beast, a spirit world creature that resides in the shadows of creatures. The birth of its descendants requires the stripping of a shadow as a carrier. Creatures that lose their shadows will die on the spot. By sacrificing a human's shadow, he could obtain the shadow substitution ability from the Evil Shadow Black Beast, and his possessiveness would significantly increase by controlling the target or subduing them in advance. He could complete shadow substitution in battle and use someone else's shadow to take damage on his behalf, avoiding dangerous attacks. Under such circumstances, the distance between the main body and the target couldn't exceed 20 meters. I wonder how much those actors earn. Jenna teased with a smile before asking, "What sequence Beyonder is Bouvard Pont-Perot equivalent to? What contractual abilities does he possess?" Paulina pursed her lips, unwilling to answer. After a few seconds, she couldn't resist the urge to spill the beans. She opened her mouth and said, "Bouvard is an ascetic. He said that a fate appropriator is the most important sequence of the inevitability pathway before obtaining godhood. One needs to make significant contributions to obtain the corresponding boon. He's still far from that. He once mentioned that ascetic can have 6 contractual abilities, but I don't know if that refers to ordinary circumstances or special circumstances." Leaning against the wardrobe, Lumien couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Temebaros, are you aware of this?" He didn't ask because he knew Termebaros wouldn't answer such a question. Paulina continued, "He didn't display all his abilities in front of me. He always wore pajamas and didn't expose his upper body during sex. I've seen him emerge from the shadows and know he has 3 imps. He even suggested I choose the danger premonition ability, believing it to be useful. Shadow burial, tamed imps, danger premonition, shadow substitution, transfiguration. That's a total of 5 contracted abilities. If Bouvard Pont-Perot is nothing special, there should be only 1 unknown contracted ability. Even if he's stronger than ordinary ascetics, there's a high chance that his total abilities won't exceed 8. Lumien quickly formed a clearer understanding. The price of shadow burial was having normal dreams. The downside was becoming more extreme and paranoid. The price of tamed imps was 3 infant corpses that had died before they were born. The downside was that he had to use his life force to feed the imps, and there was a risk of backlash. The specific method was to grow sarcomas that looked like breastfeeding. Danger premonition involved sacrificing fertility and become mentally weak. Contractee abilities are truly peculiar. Ever since becoming a witch and becoming deeply involved in the Sinner's organization, Jenna had learned about contractee, alms monk, ascetic, and other inevitability sequences. She now knew why Lumion possessed Spell of Harumph, Spirit World Traversal, and other abilities. She thought for a moment and asked, apart from contractual abilities, does Bouvard Pontpeyro possess any mystical items, bay under weapons, or other items? Paulina shuddered inexplicably. He has 2 pockets that I can't touch. He always chooses the kind of pajamas with pockets or pants pockets. Carries some items. I wonder what powers they possess, but at least we won't end up empty-handed. Lumion allowed his thoughts to wander. Jenna followed the predetermined rhythm of their conversation and inquired about Paulina's performances in front of Bouvard Pontpeyro, her interactions with the butler and servants in the building, her abilities and her assets. It wasn't until Lumion tossed the sedative from the Bliss Society that Jenna stopped asking and caught it with her freed left hand. Then, Paulina fainted again. She possesses regeneration, much like a vampire's self-healing ability. The sedative's effects will likely be diminished and won't endure for long, Jenna inquired. Why didn't you simply eliminate her? Lumion cast a glance at the new witch and let out a chuckle. You're quite the ruthless one, aren't you? Jenna pursed her lips and stated. Showing kindness to heretics only harms innocent citizens. Exactly. Franca, disguised as Paulina, deactivated her invisibility and concurred. The more she observed Witch Jenna, the more she found herself liking her. Despite Jenna deliberately donning unattractive makeup and a half-mask, Franca had a discerning eye for beauty. Lumion scoffed and said, Haven't you heard that Bouvard Pontpeyro seems to possess danger premonition? Even though you can counter divination, if Paulina were to die now and her boon's power returns to its source, do you think Bouvard won't receive a warning from fate? Anthony still has time to enter. He won't engage in direct combat, but he'll serve a purpose in my scheme. Lumion not only aimed to capture Bouvard Pontpeyro, but also intended to act as a conspirer in this endeavor. I understand, Franca said with widened eyes. I just adhere to the notion of being ruthless toward heretics. As she spoke, she removed the silver pendant from her chest and tossed it to Jenna. Lumion instructed Anthony Reed to infiltrate the building via the outer wall of the master bedroom. As the drizzle descended into night, the gas street lamps on both sides of the street emitted a hazy glow. At 20 Rue de la Terrace, a man in a silk top hat, black suit, and dark bow tie rang the doorbell. He had an ordinary appearance, short, thick eyebrows, and deep blue eyes. He wouldn't attract anyone's attention when he walked along the bustling arcade. The butler of the house opened the door. He glanced at the visitor and discreetly gestured. The man formed a circle with his hands and asked, Where's Paulina? Madam awaits you in the bedroom, the butler replied respectfully. The man nodded and made his way through the living room and up the stairs, arriving outside the master bedroom. Without knocking, he turned the handle and entered. In the spacious and warm master bedroom, the wall lamps had all been extinguished. The candlelight flickered dimly, casting a soft, rosy glow that quickened one's pulse. The man's eyes fixed on Paulina, reclining on the bed, and a grin crept across his face. Why does it feel even more enticing than before? Something special just for you, Paulina whispered. The man stared at the alluring contours, his pulse racing. He chuckled and said, Why do I find you more captivating than ever? I dressed up just for you. Paulina, in her 2-piece pajamas, seemed bashful, her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes. The man swallowed hard, his mind on high alert, though his body couldn't resist taking a step forward. Chapter 443. Trap within a trap. The man suspected to be Bouvard Pontpeyro took a step forward and finally regained some rationality. He adjusted the dark bow tie beneath his neck, and 3 indistinct figures materialized above his head and shoulders. These figures weren't large. They looked like newborns with pale white, bluish skin and sinister expressions on their round, distorted faces. Tamed imps. The 3 translucent and indistinct imps burrowed toward Bouvard Pontpeyro's chest, each finding its place, and began suckling in a frenzied manner. Suddenly, their figures became much clearer. They left his body, circling around and flying at an extremely fast speed to different parts of 20 Rue de la Terrace. With no corporeal form, they effortlessly traversed walls and doors. In a short span of time, they went through the master bedroom's wardrobe, desk, changing room, and washroom, leaving no room for any assailant to hide. One sinister-looking imp with a bluish-white face even circled the room's shadows, ensuring that no Beyonder could rely on supernatural powers to lurk in this special environment. Seeing Paulina's puzzled and watery gaze as she opened her eyes, Bouvard Pontperot subconsciously explained, "My danger premonition tells me that something is amiss here. Lately, I need to be extremely cautious and avoid making any mistakes. After I eliminate the hidden danger and confirm my safety, I'll enjoy my evening with you." For some inexplicable reason, Bouvard's tone was gentler and more eager to explain than before when facing Paulina. It was as if her attire and demeanor tonight had touched his heart, making him irresistibly attracted and eager to please her. As Bouvard Pontperot finished speaking, one of the imps left the master bedroom and entered the adjacent room. With its bluish-white skin, it reached the end of the corridor, passed through the wardrobe, and entered. In the next moment, it saw a figure bound and gagged. The figure wore a pale white nightgown, and her clothes were disheveled, revealing a large area of her skin. She was beautiful, elegant, and had a plump body like a ripe fruit. She was another Paulina. The contorted-faced imp let out a shrill cry and rushed back into Bouvard Pontperot's embrace. As it drew closer to his chest, sucking, it relayed the scene it had witnessed to its feeder. Bouvard Pontperot's expression changed, realizing he had fallen into a trap and been ambushed. Luckily, he had been cautious enough to detect hidden dangers in advance. The sinner's liaison darkened and merged with his shadow, sliding into the wall's shadows like a snake. His shadow burial's ability was unlike that of many Beyonders. They relied on the dimness of shadows to hide, while he transformed himself into a shadow, truly becoming part of the darkness. Just like the special creatures that inhabited such environments, he could stray into alternate spaces connected to certain shadowy regions. At that moment, Bouvard Pontperot felt as if he had plunged into a lightless sea. His body extended and merged with the Inkai droplets. Quickly, he darted towards the room at the end of the corridor. His mission: to save Paulina and escape Rue de la Terrace with her. He harbored an extraordinary possessiveness for this condiment beauty. As Bouvard moved through the shadows, he suddenly heard a crisp crack. The yellow gas wall lamp blazed to life, filling every inch of the glass cover with flames. The gas lamps in the corridor transformed into miniature suns, banishing the shadows. Only a serpentine humanoid shadow remained on the floor. Jenna, who had transformed into the lady's maid using lye, emerged from a side room, casting a black flame onto Bouvard Pontperot's shadow. The sinner's liaison immediately felt pain and weakness originating from the depths of his soul. Without hesitation, he used shadow substitution. In 20 Rue de la Terrace, Paulina's butler and servants had already become believers in inevitability. They submitted to the envoy, Bouvard Pontperot, and their shadows were offered for exchange. In Paulina's lady's maid's room, the human shadow suddenly squirmed and transformed. The black shadow stood up, becoming plumper, resembling Bouvard Pontperot. The shadows in the corridor quickly dissipated under the black flames. The lady's maid in the room twitched a few times, and black flames oozed from her nostrils, ears, mouth, and eyes. Then she fell silent and ceased breathing. Bouvard Pontperot seized the moment when shadow substitution took effect to activate another contracted ability. He sprinted forward, leaving behind dozens, even hundreds of phantoms. His body flickered amidst the phantoms, shifting positions so that Jenna couldn't lock onto him or distinguish him. In the blink of an eye, Bouvard Pontperot, accompanied by a group of figures, entered the room where Paulina was bound and opened the corresponding wardrobe. Paulina's eyes were filled with surprise, desire, and hope as she watched Bouvard's right hand, gleaming with a metallic luster, become incredibly sharp. In an instant, the sinner's liaison severed the rope and attempted to escape the encirclement with Paulina. He had a total of 8 contracted abilities, one of which had never been used before. At that moment, as the rope loosened, Paulina couldn't help but remember her traumatic experiences of abuse at the hands of Bouvard, the pain etched into the depths of her mind. Uncontrollable hatred surged in her heart. She longed for the one who had harmed her to face justice. She suddenly raised her right hand. Alarm bells rang in Bouvard's mind as he sensed an intense danger premonition. Yet, at this distance, no one could react faster than electric arc. Silver-white lightning shot from Paulina's palm and struck Bouvard's body. His body went numb, and even his thoughts seemed to be engulfed by lightning, temporarily rendering him powerless. Franca, disguised as Paulina, had already closed within 5 meters, aiming the ring of punishment she wore. Lightning flickered in her eyes, and Bouvard's body shuddered as if his soul was being torn apart, in excruciating pain that left him unable to think straight. Psychic piercing? Smack. Jenna, who had dashed to her target's side, clenched her fist and struck behind Bouvard's ear before he could rely on his ascetic endurance to recover. The sinner's liaison slipped into unconsciousness. Before Bouvard lost consciousness, he glimpsed a pair of black leather shoes and heard a taunting voice. "I don't even need to lift a finger when dealing with you." Bouvard abruptly broke free from the darkness and regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was a right leg resting on his left knee and that pair of black leather shoes. Then, he saw a young man leaning back in an armchair, his hands pressing on the armrests. Bouvard instinctively wanted to use his abilities, but all his thoughts seemed to sink into a quagmire, unresponsive. In the next moment, he noticed that his feet had transformed into cow hooves, and he was wrapped in a layer of brown cowhide. Animal creation spell? Bouvard instantly grasped his predicament. He watched as the young man with golden and black hair leisurely flipped through the grayish-blue cloth bag he had hidden in his pocket. Bouvard instinctively held his breath, hoping that the other party would take out the item. Soon, the young man retrieved a gold coin with a 5 Verldor denomination with a sunbird relief from a grayish-blue cloth bag. Yes, that's it. Bouvard anticipated what would happen next. Simultaneously, he focused on observing the other party's luck. This was one of the few abilities not restricted by the animal creation spell. Bouvard's bullish face, now donning an honest look, suddenly froze. He saw his enemy's luck of all kinds, and he saw layers of colors constantly changing. A sharp pain pierced Bouvard's brain, and he instinctively closed his eyes. He felt a sticky, warm, and bloody liquid slowly trickle down from his eyeballs. As Bouvard's pain subsided, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have, he heard the young man say with a smile, "Were you hoping that I'll take away this gold coin of misfortune and have my luck changed passively, allowing you to escape your predicament?" He knows the luck transference spell. He also knows the animal creation spell. Does he belong to another organization that believes in inevitability? Or, a name suddenly flashed through Bouvard Pontpero's mind. Lumion Lee. Lumion seemed to sense Bouvard's thoughts and smiled without humor. "I thought you were always on guard against me." Bouvard's heart sank, and he abandoned any hope of luck. He immediately used his spirituality to stir the air within the cowhide and indistinctly recited the honorific name of the individual. However, he quickly realized that his spirituality was on the verge of drying up, and his mind was extremely weak. He couldn't even do such a thing. "If you understand your situation, you can answer my questions," Lumion said with a smile. Bouvard subconsciously opened his mouth and mooed. He had an urge to communicate with the other party, but he could only let out a cow's moo. Jenna, dressed as a female mercenary, brought over a brass mechanical typewriter and placed it in front of Bouvard. This was Franca's suggestion. There was no need to worry that Bouvard Pontpero wouldn't be able to answer questions after being transformed into a bull by the animal creation spell. As long as he wasn't illiterate and had a certain level of intelligence, he could compose answers by typing on the keyboard. The only drawback was that his speed wouldn't be too fast. Seeing the calf sit down on its hind legs and place its front hooves on the mechanical typewriter's button with difficulty. "Franca," who was invisible and could stop the other party from doing any irrational act at any moment, muttered silently now. No one can tell if the person typing at the keyboard is human or Bull. Lumion glanced at Bouvard and asked bluntly, "Where are the Sansons?" Chapter 444, The Sinner's Leader. The brown male calf's front hooves delicately tapped the mismatch-sized mechanical typewriter, careful not to press any keys accidentally. Lumion toyed with the gold coin of misfortune, patiently awaiting Bouvard's full response. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly reviewed the operation in his mind. From the start, he had no intention of acting personally. First, he wanted to try playing the role of a conspirer. Second, he aimed to improve the performance and teamwork of the small team members. Considering Bouvard Pontperrot's possessiveness, Lumion shifted his attention to Paulina. Through Anthony Reed's repeated psychological cues, the woman's accumulated resentment from the abuse had fermented, turning into a seed that would sprout once her restraints were removed. To make Bouvard lower his guard, allowing his danger premonition to only trigger at the end, Lumion not only made Franca prepare against divination, but also had his companion masquerade as Paulina, making the target believe subconsciously that the one tied up was the real Paulina. Of course, she was the real deal. Before Bouvard cut the rope, Paulina didn't hold any true grudge against him. Her sincere desire was to be rescued, an emotion that couldn't be feigned. It was enough to convince Bouvard without setting off his danger premonition. Jenna's role was to launch an attack and provide suppression, preventing the target from observing the environment or contemplating details. This forced him to approach Paulina and escape from 20 Rue de la Terrasse with his precious belongings as quickly as possible. Additionally, they wanted the enemy to instinctively believe that the ambush centered around the master bedroom. The room where the actual Paulina was held was, therefore, relatively secure. As Lumion had foreseen, Bouvard sprinted right into the trap. Without focusing the conspiracy on Paulina, with Bouvard's danger premonition, regardless of how convincing Franca's performance was or how similar she looked to Paulina, he would have sensed it in advance and sent his imps to confirm it cautiously. From this act, traps are the simplest and most direct conspiracy, while conspiracies are the deepening and escalation of traps. Lumion sensed the potion's minute digestion and sighed inwardly. Simultaneously, in her invisible state, Franca sensed no impending or brewing danger as Bouvard's hooves struck the keys. She gradually relaxed. She couldn't help but recall her conversation with the Sinners Organization's liaison while impersonating Paulina. Her face flushed red, and she felt intense embarrassment. How embarrassing! How F***ing embarrassing! Finally, Bouvard completed his initial keyboard conversation. Jenner ripped the paper filled with words from the mechanical typewriter and swiftly read it to Lumion and Franca. More than 2 months ago, the Sansons went somewhere and haven't returned yet. I don't know where that is. From what they said, it's related to something important. Before this, Constance, the mistress of the Sansons, had already gone mad. To prevent her from taking drastic actions when out of control and attracting the attention of official Beyonders and affecting the other members of the organization, her husband, Voisin Sanson, along with their child, killed her and allowed her to return to the Lord's kingdom. Purged due to madness. When did you get the impression that you weren't mad? However, the extent of your madness isn't serious. You're at a stage where your perspectives are distorted and abnormal. You even know how to disguise yourself, Lumion muttered silently after hearing that. From his perspective, ever since establishing a connection with the entity known as Inevitability, those believers were no longer ordinary people. They had more or less been corrupted and had potential mental problems. At some point in time, they might completely lose their minds or collapse. If Lumion didn't possess Mr. Fool's seal and had the Beyonder characteristics balancing things out, he would have been crazier and more terrifying than Constance, whom Bouvard had mentioned. Jenna, who stood between him and Bouvard, couldn't help but hiss. She felt that it was a good thing to be ruthless to heretics. Those people had lost their normal emotions. They killed their wife or mother without hesitation, If they could even do this to their loved ones, one could imagine how they would treat the people around them. "Who were the ones who went to the unknown place you mentioned?" Lumion inquired. Tap, tap, tap. The calf began typing on the keyboard again. This time it was much more proficient than before. Its answers appeared character by character on the paper. "Voisin Sanson is our leader. He received a revelation and led a few fate appropriators in Trier to that place." "Voisin Sanson is the leader of the Sinners organization?" Lumion asked in surprise. "According to I Know Someone, didn't Voisin Sanson choose to join the Sinners organization because he was on the verge of bankruptcy and later successfully changed his luck and obtained the power of boons?" Tap. 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 A new answer was printed on the paper and read out by Jenna. "He was the first to spread the faith of inevitability in Trier. He obtained godhood nearly 3 years ago and became a circle inhabitant. He likes to disguise himself. In front of his collaborators, he pretends to only be a key member of the organization and not the founder. His wife and children were all brought into the mysticism world by him to become the bestowed of inevitability. Apart from the deceased Roch, his wife and 3 other children are now fate appropriators. Of course, Constance has already been purged. A demigod, a circle inhabitant, actually interacted with low to mid-sequence beyonders like Loki and I Know Someone. He's truly sinister and cunning. I wonder if I Know Someone and the others noticed. If they didn't, they're truly living in their own world. They think the people around them are fools who can be exploited and squeezed dry of their value. Who's the hunter and who's the prey? Lumion mocked the 2 key members of April Fools once again. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper understanding of the Sinners organization. The cult had been established with the Sansons as its core. As for how Voisin Sanson had come into contact with the faith of inevitability and obtained the boon of an evil god, that was another matter. From the looks of it, his business had failed, and he was on the brink of bankruptcy. With no other choice, he had tried various things. Why didn't Voisin Sanson let Guillaume Bainet know he was the leader of the Sinners? Lumion attempted to confirm the details. Guillaume Bainet was already a Sequence 5 fate appropriator, on par with the Sansons and other key members. He was significantly stronger than Bouvard Pontpeyro. Once again, the calf satiated his desire to share information with his typewriter. His Excellency Voisin believed Guillaume Bainet was overly ambitious. If he's involved in core matters, it will make him arrogant and do unnecessary things. To put it simply, Guillaume Bainet's early conduct of the sacrificial ritual in Cordoue had left Voisin dissatisfied. He believed that he had messed up the descent of the Inevitability angel. However, due to the entity known as Inevitability not punishing the fate appropriator on the spot, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and temporarily accept Guillaume Bainet before marginalizing him. Lumion roughly grasped Voisin Sanson's take on the matter from Bouvard's response. He pondered for a moment and changed the question. "Has Voisin Sanson occasionally contacted you after visiting that place? What are you responsible for? Why do you think you need to be cautious and not make any mistakes?" The calf's proficiency with the mechanical typewriter increased once more. Before His Excellency Voisin departed, he informed me that he wouldn't contact me for 3 months and would only return after the matter was concluded. Me and a few other members are responsible for managing different businesses and contacting different believers. We want them to focus on their prayers and businesses for the next 3 months and not cause any trouble. Likewise for the few of us. Does Inevitability Oracle believe that the catastrophe will descend within 3 months? It's been more than 2 months since Voisin Sanson and company vanished. In less than 3 weeks, the problem will definitely erupt. Time is of the essence. Lumion inquired about the Sansons and the Sinners organization's current situation, but it was evident that Bouvard Pontpeyro didn't know much. He only knew about the matters under him. Finally, Lumion pointed at the items he had retrieved from the other party's pocket and asked, "What are these? What's their purpose?" The calf replied truthfully through the mechanical typewriter. "You were holding a gold coin of misfortune made using the luck transference spell." I once encountered an extremely unlucky person and used the luck transference spell to give him a new life. As a result, he became a believer of my lord. This gold coin of misfortune was the product of that help. Once, Lumion frowned and said, "How long can the luck transference spell of an ascetic last?" At the alms monk stage, he had relied on a ritual to transfer a target's fate to a corresponding item. The effect could only last 3 days. Beyond this time limit, if he didn't find another person to shoulder the fate, it would return to the original owner and couldn't be transferred again. After becoming a contractee, Lumion hadn't used the luck transference spell again. He could only estimate that the duration would increase to somewhere in the vicinity of 5 to 7 days based on the mystical knowledge he had obtained. As he spoke, he focused on the 5 Veraldor gold coin in his hand and realized that it was entwined with blood red, nearly black, luck. It tried to spread towards him but failed to do anything. Ordinary misfortune can affect me, but extreme misfortune will affect the intertwined fates of Termaboros and me. Without the corresponding level, it can't shake the main stream. Lumion made a preliminary judgment. The calf replied amidst the tapping. 13 days is the limit of the luck transference spell. If I want to raise it further, I can only rely on the abilities of a fate appropriator. In 13 days, if I don't have an enemy I need to deal with, I'll randomly choose a target and subject him to misfortune. Then, when his misfortune starts, I'll promote the power of inevitability and help him change his luck. I'll obtain another gold coin of misfortune and a new believer. Damn it, a perpetual motion machine. Franca, in her invisibility state, couldn't help but criticize. Chapter 445, Spoils of War. Lumion was flabbergasted. You can do that. After careful consideration, he realized that it was indeed possible. The mystical knowledge that came with the boon only stated that if bad luck hadn't been transferred and returned to the original individual, it couldn't be affected by the luck transference spell. It didn't mention anything about whether people whose fates had been altered by cursed gold coins and other items could be transferred again. I can't underestimate others. Although they are mostly foolish and not very clever, they occasionally come up with strange ideas and unusual methods. Auror had once said that no matter how foolish a person is, they will always succeed once after thinking 1,000 times. As a conspirer, Lumion couldn't ignore such a possibility. Otherwise, he might stumble over a proverbial obstacle sooner or later and fall hard. This experience provided Lumion with valuable insight. Since he didn't show any signs of losing control or the potion's power dissipating after advancing to Conspirer, and he had already digested a bit of the potion, Lumion could pray for the ascetic boon in a few days and gain the ability to establish a new balance. Lumion gazed at the calf, sitting there with difficulty, and pondered. Can one keep repeating this process? Bouvard's hooves tapped on the brass mechanical keyboard while Jenner read the contents of the paper. With each transfer of luck, the river of fate will undergo a certain change and advance to a higher level. This will result in misfortune occurring sooner. The difficulty of stirring it will also keep increasing. 2 or 3 more people's fates on the gold coin of misfortune aren't something ascetics can stir. The same goes for the unlucky banknote. An alms monk can only maintain 1 item of fate at a time, while an ascetic can manage 2. The unlucky banknote referred to a single 20 Veraldor banknote that had originally been stored in the grayish-blue cloth bag. On the front was a bust of Intiz's first president, Levenx, and a large dock on the Esrenzo River. So it wasn't that you didn't want more gold coins of misfortune, but you couldn't make them. Lumion nodded slowly. How much longer can the gold coins of misfortune and unlucky banknotes last? 10 days. The calf quickly typed out 2 words. Franca had heard Lumion mention the luck transference spell, instructing her and Jenna to carefully distinguish spoils of war when facing those on the inevitability pathway and not to touch anything they shouldn't. Listening to their conversation, she muttered silently, "What unlucky banknotes?" "I think they are life-threatening banknotes. Before I transmigrated, I knew a little about such sorcery, but I thought it was fake and rooted in feudal superstition. But now, It seems that humans' thoughts and beliefs are similar in similar environments. Even the sorcery they create is relatively similar. Or could there be traces of an inevitability evil god or a deity in a similar domain in our world? Lumion pointed at the two metal canisters beside the gold coin of misfortune and the unlucky banknote and inquired, "What are they?" "They're all prophetic concoctions." Jenner recited the sentence typed by the calf, "prophetic concoctions. I've always found them troublesome, so I didn't make them. Besides, if I were to find a corpse and administer the prophetic concoction, I might be secretly influenced by Termaboros, resulting in inaccuracies or misleading outcomes." Lumion shifted his attention to the item he found in Bouvard Pont-Perrot's other pocket. It was a monocle, something Lumion didn't dare to recognize, with a peculiar design. Its main body was a thick, circular cover made of pale white flesh and dark blood vessels, as if it could be worn directly over one's ear. One end of the circle extended, connecting to a lens intertwined with a transparent purple tube still flowing with blood. Just now, when Franca put on her gloves and took out the item, a strange and illusory voice echoed in her ears, but she couldn't hear it clearly. "What's this?" Lumion asked. Bouvard tapped on the mechanical typewriter's keyboard. "A dangerous, mystical item. I call it the Eye of Truth. It seems to have been severely corrupted. All that's left is the ability to see through illusions and perceive the truth, the light of spirituality. If you wear it, you can hear the voice of some hidden entity at any moment and experience an irresistible negative influence. If you only carry it and don't touch it with your body, you'll only experience faint tinnitus and auditory hallucinations." An incomplete eyes of mystery prying, Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "Don't you have any ritual sheepskin or dog skin?" "There are 3 ritualistic dog skins back home," the calf eagerly shared. He took the initiative to provide details even without Lumion asking. "The incantation for usage is circle, and the dispelling incantation is arrangement of fate. Any language that can stir supernatural powers is fine." Quite devout, Lumion exhaled and smiled. "What other valuable items do you have at home?" "There are banknotes worth over 13,000, gold coins, gold bars, and accessories currently valued at 30,000 Verl d'Or, 20,000 Verl d'Or worth of stocks and bonds, and real estate deeds for 3 houses. The calf listed his assets. "Stocks? I need to secure those stocks and sell them on the black market. Who knows if they will crash tomorrow?" Franca keenly caught the keywords relevant to her. "Real estate that can't be easily discovered by official Beyonders, and is difficult to liquidate with more than 60,000 Verl d'Or, as expected of the liaison responsible for a portion of the Sinners Organization's believers and corresponding businesses." Lumion immediately inquired about the whereabouts of Bouvard's residence. Finally, Lumion inquired about the other liaisons and important members of the Sinners Organization, but Bouvard had limited knowledge. They mainly had one-way contact with the Sansons and handled their own specific tasks. Interaction with other members was minimal, with occasional meetings at the Sansons' residence once or twice. Lumion listened quietly, but didn't immediately decide Bouvard's fate. Instead, he turned to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony Reed, who was waiting outside the door, avoiding Bouvard's sight. "With Paulina's assets, we'll gain 75,000 Verl d'Or, the Eye of Truth, 3 ritual dog skins, 2 bottles of prophetic concoction, a gold coin of misfortune, and an unlucky banknote," Lumion explained. "None of you can take the last 2 items. Only I can carry them. In addition to them, I want the Eye of Truth and a ritualistic dog skin. You decide what spoils of war you want." Jenna cast her gaze at Franca, feeling that her companion's sacrifice was somewhat excessive. She had the right to choose first. Franca dispelled her invisibility and considered her options. She finally said, "I want the 2 bottles of prophetic concoction and a ritual dog skin." "Well, forget it. I can't get used to it yet. I'll switch to 15,000 Verl d'Or all in gold." Jenna then turned her gaze to the door, signaling to Anthony Reed to make his choice. Anthony's voice quickly reached their ears. "I want 2 ritualistic dog skins. They'll be very useful to me. Seal, I'll need your help when the time comes. Oh, and another 20,000 Verl d'Or. Jenner realized that she had a total of 40,000 Verl d'Or left for her own selection. She looked at Lumion with a touch of uncertainty. I'm essentially working for you as interest payment. Lumion replied with a smile. There are spoils of war even for work. Take them all. Have you noticed that making money has become easier since advancing to Sequence 7? Jenna pondered for a moment before saying, All right, I'll return 25,000 to you and 15,000 to Franca. With this decision, Jenna's debt was significantly reduced, and she no longer owed Lumion anymore. The speed at which she was amassing wealth had surpassed her expectations. As Lumion and the others discussed the distribution of the spoils of war, Bouvard couldn't help but find the situation intriguing. Most of the items they were talking about had once belonged to him. He observed them engrossed in their discussion, and even the demoness, who had been invisibly monitoring him, seemed to relax her vigilance. His heart stirred. He sensed that Lumion wasn't an ascetic, as he had questioned about those abilities. This indicated that the ritualistic cowhide covering him likely originated from Guillaume Bainet. The fact that he hadn't been awakened by the power of inevitability, while unconscious, suggested that it wasn't a live ritual. Bouvard was well aware of Guillaume Bainet's animal creation spell items usage and dispelling incantations. After a prolonged interrogation, Bouvard's spirituality had somewhat recovered. He began to secretly gather his focus, preparing to recite the incantation of his grace. However, just as the first word echoed within the brown cowhide, Bouvard's eyes narrowed when he realized that Lumion was looking at him with a faint smile. HMP. Two beams of white light shot out and rendered Bouvard unconscious once more. Lumion looked at the collapsed calf and chuckled. The test is completed. There are no other secrets. He only possesses the Padre's dispelling incantation. Rather than dealing with Bouvard first, Lumion had discussed the distribution of the spoils of war, hoping to uncover any additional secrets held by the Sinners Organization's liaison, who had somewhat recovered spiritually. Franca glanced at the unconscious calf and subtly hinted, Should we take him away? Her suggestion implied taking Bouvard to the pillared square in the catacombs for sacrificial purposes, potentially preventing some of the boon's power from returning and forming Beyonder items. Lumion considered for a moment before responding, We might be discovered. Let's deal with him here. Lumion couldn't teleport Bouvard to a specific area in the catacombs from the outside world. Various entrances were guarded by tomb administrators, and any suspicious activity might trigger their intervention or a police report. All right. Franca responded after a brief pause. She added with anticipation, I happen to want to try the prophetic concoction. This experiment required a recently deceased corpse, one that had not been purified or cremated and had been dead for less than 7 days. Lumion stood up and gestured toward the door. Call me when Bouvard is dead. He carried the flog boxing gloves with him as he left the scene. Staying in the vicinity might disrupt the return of the boon's power. Franca acknowledged his instructions and then turned to Jenna with a mischievous smile. Take care of this. This is your chance to act as a witch. Can this be used to act as a witch? Jenna had previously found the sequence name of witch to be abstract and comprehensive, and she hadn't yet thought of a specific way to act as one. Franca smiled and explained. In mysticism, witches are often associated with negative forces that bring catastrophe. They are seen as possessing mystical, evil, and powerful traits. Imagine this. A woman using black flames to kill someone and then pumping their corpse with a strange concoction to make prophecies about the future. It's sinister and mysterious, just like a witch. Chapter 446, Prophecy. Witches are associated with negative forces that bring catastrophe. Catastrophe. Jenna, in her role as an instigator, had come to understand that instigation inevitably led to catastrophe. However, given that the outcome depended on the subjective intentions of the instigator and the uncertainty of the recipient, Jenna was quite sensitive to the term catastrophe and believed it could be a key element in portraying a witch. At the same time, she confirmed a suspicion. Negative force. Witches do indeed represent a negative force. Sequence 2 of the assassin pathway is called Demoness of Catastrophe. This means that even at the demigod level, catastrophe is crucial. Jenna nodded slightly and approached the door of the activity room. She turned the knob on the wall, causing the gas wall lamps to emit a dimmer light. After doing the same for all 4 gas wall lamps, the room grew darker. The faint light blended with the shadows, creating an atmosphere of impending terror. Franca surveyed the room, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Are you trying to create a dark, terrifying, and eerie atmosphere?" Jenna smiled and said, "Don't witches always appear in such settings in various plays and novels?" As expected of a true apprentice actress. Franca praised Jenna, a sense of pride swelling within her. She, too, had quickly grasped the essence of portraying a witch. She had even experimented with concocting dark potions for a period, though it paled in comparison to the work of apothecaries. In the gloomy and dimly lit room, Jenna returned to the caf. She leaned forward slightly and, in a deep voice, whispered 2 words from the Hermes language. "His Grace." Nothing happened. Outside the door, Lumion chuckled, recognizing Jenna's commitment to her role. She knew she lacked the bestowed powers of inevitability and couldn't use the simplified animal creation spell. To portray a witch convincingly, she had to follow a predetermined process. Lumion raised his voice, mimicking the grandeur of Termaboros, resembling a hidden entity responding to a witch reciting an ominous incantation. "His Grace." In the activity room, an eerie darkness enveloped the area, causing the brown cowhide to split open, revealing Bouvard Pontpeyro. He was dressed only in a white shirt, black pants, and dark socks. With this accomplished, Lumion proceeded until he reached the entrance of 20 Rue de la Terrasse. Through the glass of the oriel window, he stared at the drizzle, which seemed to meld with the night. Jenna crouched down and placed her right hand on Bouvard's forehead. From her palm, black flames emerged, seeping into the Sinners Organization's liaison. These flames didn't crackle but engulfed Bouvard like Inkai water. After over 10 seconds, Bouvard's body convulsed violently. Moments later, his body relaxed, and the smell of incontinence wafted through the air. He had lost his life. Dressed as a female mercenary, Jenna examined her attire with dissatisfaction. She stood and extended her hand to Franca. Franca understood this as her acting as a mysterious and powerful witch, so she handed her a bottle of prophetic concoction. Jenna genuflected once more and poured the potion into Bouvard's mouth. The dark liquid, bubbling with silver-black light, flowed into the corpse's mouth and lingered there. A faint gust of wind blew, and the dim gas wall lamp's light took on a faint blue hue. Sensing this familiar change, Lumion knew that Bouvard was now entirely lifeless, and the power of the boon had returned to its source. Thus he turned away from the door, past Anthony Reed, and re-entered the activity room. Gulp! The sound of the corpse swallowing the liquid reached his ears. With a swish, Bouvard sat up. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes had turned translucent and devoid of color. As Jenna gazed into those clear eyes, she marveled at their magical quality. The vibrant colors, the pure light, the invisible form, and the mercurial ripples. She endured the intense chill and then turned her attention to Lumion and Franca. She had no questions. She was merely acting. Franca motioned for Lumion to take the lead in asking the questions, as she aimed to learn how to make better use of the remaining canister of prophetic concoction. Lumion, well-versed in the rules, carefully considered the inquiry and addressed Jenna, saying, "Ask, where is Voisin Sanson, the former owner of the Voisin Café in the Trier region of the Intis Republic, this time next week?" This question carried not only its apparent meaning, but also a hidden implication. If Bouvard's corpse couldn't provide a valid answer, or if the response seemed abnormal, it could indicate that Voisin Sanson had left the place where the powerful bestowed resided, possibly signaling an impending catastrophe. Jenna nodded and posed the question to Bouvard's lifeless form, her voice deep and enchanting. The corpse's pale face, tinged with a hint of dark green in the dim blue light, opened its mouth and replied in incision, "Room 7. Room 7, so specific. But there's no restrictive description from before. Lumian originally imagined that Bouvard's corpse would be like the deceased he had previously used, using a broader description like Trier's Courtier de la Princesse Rouge. This could narrow down the scope of the Tarot Club's investigation. However, he never expected Bouvard's corpse to directly reveal Voisin Sanson's room number. To Lumian, this answer wasn't as useful as the Courtier de la Princesse Rouge. There were countless room 7s in Trier. Furthermore, what if room 7 wasn't in Trier? It wasn't necessary to plan a conspiracy while in Trier. Bouvard is a bestowed of the inevitability pathway. He possesses the power of fate and the corruption left behind by the power of inevitability. After his corpse consumed the prophetic concoction, it must have seen more than the average deceased and foreseen it more clearly. Is that why such a change occurred? Lumian muttered inwardly. He then asked for confirmation. Ask him where Pualis de Roquefort from the Darij region of the Riston province in the Intis Republic is this time next week. After hearing the witches relating it, Bouvard's corpse responded with an illusory and ethereal voice. Room 12. Room 12, Room 7. Madame Pualis and Voisin Sanson are indeed in the same place. The powerful bestowed of these cults in Trier are gathered together. They definitely aren't here for food and drink. Lumian nodded slightly and quickly thought of what to ask next. From the two responses, he vaguely guessed that it had something to do with where the evil god bestowed were. The prophecy spell appeared significantly interfered with and was unable to provide precise information. He could only ask in another manner. A few seconds later, Lumian looked at Jenna and said, "When will Voisin Sanson leave his current building?" This question aimed to determine the timing of potential catastrophe or the significant operation. The strange scenes in Bouvard's eyes quickly dissipated. After hearing Jenna's question, he opened his mouth and replied faintly, "Rain, water." Suddenly, Bouvard's eyes burst open, and blood sprayed from them, leaving behind two contaminated black and red cavities. His body started to swell, becoming pale, dim, and moist, as if he had been submerged in water for an extended period. In the blink of an eye, the corpse vanished from the sight of Lumian and the others, as if it had never existed. Franca, clutching the mirror and preparing to cast a curse on the mutated corpse, lost her target. She frantically scanned the area but found only remnants of the exploded eyeballs. Drawing from her limited experience, Franca speculated. Could it be that an extraordinary event or entity was prophesied, leading to a horrifying backlash that dragged him away into the unknown? She sighed and added, "See, divination and prophecies are treacherous undertakings." Lumian nodded in agreement and suggested, "Let's leave now and head to Bouvard's residence to secure the remaining spoils of our mission." "Yes, we must be cautious," Jenna said, gazing up at the ceiling. "What shall we do with Paulina and the other heretics? Should we eliminate them all?" "I'll take care of it. I'll handle this." Franca eagerly raised her hand. "I want to find some enjoyment, no pleasure for myself." She wanted to simply act. Observing the perplexed expressions on Jenna and Lumian's faces, Franca retorted, "What's on your minds? I'm not talking about that. That's not the only way to have pleasure." Doing something to entertain herself? Lumian scoffed and walked out of the activity room, leaving a parting remark. "You have 5 minutes." 5 minutes? Franca muttered as she settled in front of the brass mechanical typewriter. Donning gloves, she swiftly typed on the keyboard. Before long, Paulina, the butler, and the others who were securely bound had notes attached to them. The notes read, "We're heretics. Our faith is in an entity known as Inevitability. Arrest us. Our leader is Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson and his core subordinates have gone somewhere. It's said that they'll stay for 3 months. They went there over 2 months ago. I have regeneration, danger premonition, and electric arc. Please be careful." After pasting the papers, Franca scanned the notes with a sense of delight. She then turned her attention to the unconscious Paulina and remarked, "A dancer's flexibility might help you escape the ropes. I can only add 2 more layers of unconsciousness to you." With that, she ignited Paulina's spirit body with black flames, significantly weakening her. She followed this with the Bliss Society's sedative. Clap, clap. Franca clapped her hands together and left the room, leaving behind black flames that burned all kinds of traces. After ensuring the success of their police report, Lumian and his companions retrieved assets that could be quickly converted into cash from Bouvard's residence in the library district. Reverting to his original appearance and taking a carriage back to the market district, Lumian was on the verge of inquiring Franca about something when he noticed a figure darting through the darkness outside the window. The figure was dressed in a white shirt, black pants, and dark socks. Its eye sockets were hollow and empty, and its skin appeared swollen and pale as if it had been soaked in water. Bouvard Pontpeyraud. Bouvard Pontpeyraud's previously vanished corpse, Chapter 447. Association and Speculation. Lumian's body tensed, then he quickly relaxed. He calmly shifted his gaze away from the carriage window, as if he hadn't noticed anything. "What's the matter?" Anthony Reed inquired of Lumian. Lumian chuckled. "Nothing." Franca, seated across from him, remarked, "Your smile and your responses always make me suspect you're up to no good." Lumian's lips curved into a smile. "When you assume I'm up to no good, only to discover I haven't done anything, could it be seen as a conspiracy?" "Why does your sister always teach you such things?" Franca critiqued, sounding severe. Jenna glanced at Lumian but didn't press for more information. She remained on guard. The four-wheeled rental carriage returned to Rue des Blouses Blanches in the market district. The team didn't immediately go their separate ways. Following Lumian's suggestion, they gathered in Franca's apartment to discuss Bouvard's confession and prophecy. As Lumian closed the door, he suddenly spoke. "I need to use a bedroom." "Now." Franca's smile faded. She sensed the seriousness in Lumian's tone and, considering the earlier events, realized that something had indeed occurred. "Yes," Lumian replied, heading toward Franca's bedroom and closing the door behind him. Jenna, Franca, and Anthony Reed exchanged glances but remained standing. They each took positions beneath the glow of the gas wall lamp, neither too close nor too far from one another. In just 3 to 4 minutes, Lumian re-emerged from the master bedroom. Franca peeked inside and noticed that the curtains in her bedroom were drawn. Lumian surveyed the area and smiled before Franca could voice her question. "Let me introduce you to a friend, but I need you to turn off the lamps first." "What friend? You're acting all strange. You can't even speak properly after becoming a conspirer," Franca muttered as she turned the knob valve at the bottom of the black gas wall lamp. Jenna murmured. He didn't like to talk nicely before either. It always felt like a provocation. This wasn't a conspirer issue. It was a chemical reaction between his personality and the traits of the Hunter pathway. Soon, the lamps were extinguished, plunging the living room into darkness. Only the crimson moonlight and dim starlight near the window provided some visibility. Lumian looked at the glass window and waited patiently. Franca, experienced, asked thoughtfully, "Do we need to activate spirit vision?" "I don't think so." Just as Lumian finished speaking, he saw a face reflected in the dark glass window. The skin on the face was puffy, pale, and moist. The eyes were empty, save for 2 black holes that were dyed red. Bouvard Pontpeyraud's vanished corpse reappeared. Jenna, who had little experience with such situations, took a step back in fear, and black flames ignited in her palm. Has it been following us?" Franca had already taken out a mirror. "That's right," Lumian said with a relaxed smile. "According to my observations, it only appears in a very dark environment. As for when it will attack us, I'm not sure yet." "Aren't you worried or nervous? This thing is a severely corrupted, mutated corpse. No one knows what terrifying abilities it possesses." Franca was affected by Lumian's relaxed attitude and didn't rush to deal with Bouvard Pontpeyraud's corpse, which had its face pressed against the glass window. Lumian chuckled. "Shouldn't you be happy to see an old friend again?" He paused for a moment and explained simply. "I regretted not being able to prevent Bouvard's corpse from vanishing. Although its prophecy has been interrupted, the source of the corruption and the backlash it suffered, as well as its traits, can point to many problems and some hidden entities. Isn't this also a clue?" Just as Lumian finished speaking, Bouvard Pontpeyraud's bloated corpse, as if drowned, suddenly fell backward. It was as if someone had grabbed his collar and yanked him out of the living room window. Behind him, the darkness intensified, as if a strange tunnel had opened, leading to an unknown destination. In the depths of the tunnel, specks of starlight flickered in the distance. Bouvard Pont-Perrot's eyeless corpse plummeted into the tunnel, accelerating and shrinking until it vanished entirely, swallowed by darkness. "I just found a helper." Lumien's smile persisted. Even if the four of them could easily deal with Bouvard's mutated corpse, Lumien didn't think anyone present could carefully investigate and determine the source of the problem while ensuring their safety. They had to seek help. In that case, it was better to seek help from someone capable from the beginning. Entering the room to write to Madame Magician, Franca came to a realization and didn't probe further. Jenna also guessed that the secret organization that used tarot cards as their code name had taken action. Their members were connected by messengers. Anthony Reed pondered for a moment and asked, "So, the next step is to await the autopsy report?" "Not necessarily. Perhaps the autopsy report isn't something we can read." Lumien smiled and settled into an armchair. He looked at Anthony Reed and gestured towards the divan, signaling him to take a seat. "Did you find anything in your investigation of the Dream Seekers charity organization?" It was a private charitable organization that had received a substantial donation from General Philip's widow. Anthony Reed shook his head. "No. In the past 2 months, they've been operating very regularly. There were no abnormalities. Perhaps, as you said, the key members of the heretics have gone somewhere. The rest have been instructed to behave themselves for the time being." Lumien nodded slightly and turned to Franca, who had settled into the recliner. "You know what happened to the Bliss Society? It's similar to the Sinners. They've eliminated several key members, but the 2 most important ones seem to have vanished. They must have gone to that place too." Franca recounted the information she had obtained from Brown Sauron. They referred to the Demoness sect. "That place." Lumien leaned back on the sofa, his mind racing as he searched for any possible clues. Ultimately, his thoughts settled on the prophecy made by Bouvard Pont-Perrot's corpse. "Room 7, room 12, where could it be?" Anthony Reed pondered and said, "If it were a private house, there wouldn't be such a numbering scheme. Sounds like an apartment." "Or a hotel," Franca added. Hotel. Lumien's eyes widened as a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, illuminating a detail he hadn't previously found problematic. After he and Franca killed Beatrice in court, a key member of the Bliss Society, they found a note on her body. It read, "Go to the hostel and retrieve the painting within 3 days." Isn't a hostel a lower-class hotel? Isn't it normal to have room 7 and room 12? Lumien's thoughts instantly became clear. At the time, he had thought that the note belonged to Beatrice, disguised as Teresa, who had purchased the receipt for a painting. Now, it seemed that the note belonged to Beatrice, a key member of the Bliss Society. It was very likely sent by the Bliss Society's high priestess, Cyber, who resided in the hostel, for Beatrice to retrieve a painting. "Hostel?" Lumien uttered the term. "Is that where Tryer's numerous evil god bestowed go?" Franca, who had overheard Lumien's question about Teresa, remembered the note's contents. Her excitement was palpable as she turned to Lumien and asked, "Did Voisin Sanson, Pualis, and the others go to that place with the codename Hostel?" Lumien replied slowly, "We still need to confirm it." Before swiftly inquiring, "Has Teresa, the art dealer, returned?" He had questioned Brown Sauron about Teresa's whereabouts upon discovering the note. According to the member of the Demoness sect, the art dealer had been sent to St. Milam, the capital of the Faceac Empire, for a business deal, allowing Beatrice to impersonate her without raising suspicion. Franca responded uncertainly, "She should be back. It's been quite some time." She hadn't paid much attention to the ordinary art dealer's activities. Jenna, perplexed, interjected, "What's this about a hostel and an art dealer?" Franca briefly explained, omitting Brown Sauron's involvement, attributing it to an operation against the Bliss Society. Anthony Reed, after careful consideration, voiced his thoughts. "The problem now is that even if the hostel is indeed where the heretics gather, we still don't know what it refers to or where it is. Lumian sighed softly and flashed a smile. It's better than having no direction. He then turned to Franca and said, Ask about the real art dealer, Teresa's residence tomorrow. I want to visit and confirm if the note belongs to her or Beatrice. Understood, Franca replied enthusiastically. She had two motives: pressing Brown Sauron to determine when the assessment period would end and contributing to averting the impending catastrophe. Back in her gaming days, she often chose storylines that involved saving humanity. Only when she grew bored of that did she experiment with something different. Sigh. The phrase demoness doesn't quite align with preventing catastrophe, Franca sighed inwardly. Lumian shifted his attention to Anthony Reed, pondering for a moment before revealing his plan. Since they've all been behaving themselves, it's our turn to misbehave. Anthony Reed, catching Lumian's drift, asked in confirmation, What do you mean? Lumian's smile broadened. We'll abduct General Philip's widow and the true controller of the Dream Seekers charity organization and interrogate them. Chapter 448. The Power of Painting. The next morning, Lumian changed into fresh attire. As he prepared to depart, a surprise greeted him when the doll messenger materialized from the wall, delivering a meticulously folded letter. Madame Magician has unearthed clues from Bouvard's tainted remains. Lumian's spirits soared with anticipation. He expressed his gratitude to the messenger and proceeded to unravel the letter's contents. We possess limited knowledge regarding the evil gods beyond the barrier. The hostel and its location still eludes us, but we have formulated some conjectures. In examining Bouvard Pontperrot's corrupted remains, I discerned a corruption bearing a resemblance to the apprentice pathway, a contamination from alternate dimensions and space-time. Had I not intervened, unless it had manifested and attacked, you would not have been able to make direct contact with it. In the past, we've encountered similar instances, primarily involving artists, writers, and avid readers. We've observed that painters often descend into madness, but due to their artistic disposition, their ramblings and abstract fantasies often go unnoticed. Some of these musings unveil profound truths about our world, while others exert an uncanny influence on their surroundings, turning the fictional into reality. They emerge from canvases or pages, though their presence typically has a time limit. An example involved an artist who, under the influence of a psychotropic substance, painted an indescribable creature. This entity materialized from the canvas, murdering its creator and any other living beings in the apartment. I once encountered a perilous artwork, a sealed artifact that resembled a painting. The deity portrayed within it came to life and vanished, thankfully without triggering a catastrophe. Similarly, while confronting a deranged heretic, we encountered Jayaman Sparrow, the Queen of Ailment, and various characters and scenes that were originally confined to novels within the structure he inhabited. Fortunately, these manifestations lacked the full potency of their original counterparts. They possessed only a rudimentary semblance of their appearance, personalities, and abilities. It was confirmed that these creations were the handiwork of a deranged bestowed of an evil god. He had been a fervent reader of novels, and upon losing his sanity, instinctively recreated a fantastical realm within his abode, mirroring the content of the novels. From this standpoint, it also bears some resemblance to the spectator pathway, but it is fundamentally distinct. One derives its power primarily from the mind, while the other seems to harness the qualities, and might of alternate dimensions or alternate spaces to manifest entities. Initially, it might function as a gateway or perilous portal, but in time, it could evolve into a near-real alternate space or even an entirely separate world. As Lumian absorbed the contents of the letter, his eyelids twitched with a whirlwind of thoughts. His initial reaction: is this something I can read? While some portions seemed manageable, others, particularly the elaborate examples and analysis, left Lumian's mind in turmoil. His heart raced, and he felt a peculiar tightness in his skin. A deity from a painting coming to life and stepping into reality. Is it that terrifying? If the painting hadn't been sealed, wouldn't it be able to destroy the entirety of Trier? Given more time, the entire world might have been finished amidst this mental storm. Lumien's mind struck upon an idea. What if I captured a skilled painter with similar powers and got them to create a flawless replica of Auror's oil painting? Could this act bring Auror back into reality? It was akin to a resurrection. After a tense pause lasting over 10 seconds, Lumien released a long, contemplative sigh. While his heart pulsated with the desire to attempt such a feat, rationality won the battle within his mind. The Auror resurrected through this method would likely be a perilous entity, masquerading as Auror, rather than the genuine person. If it was merely her appearance he sought, he could achieve it at any time with Lai's abilities. If it was merely her appearance he sought, he could achieve it at any time with Lai's abilities. In the wake of this realization, Lumien's thoughts turned to a mystical item he hadn't employed in quite some time. The mystery-prying glasses. The brown, gold-rimmed mystery-prying glasses, originating from a deceased Beyonder, held a mysterious and intriguing history. Its previous owner had crafted an oil painting infused with madness, vibrant colors, and a mesmerizing, psychedelic pattern before their untimely demise. When Lumien put on these mystery-prying glasses, the world around him transformed, revealing hidden truths that were once invisible. Occasionally, these revelations kindled a desire to sketch, resulting in drawings imbued with supernatural power, each with unique effects. For instance, they could cause an itching sensation across his body, ushering in warmth and radiant sunlight, aligning with Madame Magician's account of paintings by evil god bestowed that influenced their surroundings. With the abilities granted by the Nice face and Lai earring, Lumien no longer required the mystery-prying glasses for disguise. However, he retrieved them from his pocket and pondered for a moment. Was its original owner a bestowed of a hostile-related pathway, or did it come into contact with a corresponding item and suffer a certain level of corruption? Yes, I'll report to Mr. K later and inquire about further details. The Aurora Order is fanatical about hunting heretics. Perhaps they possess more information about evil gods than the Tarot Club. Mr. K might know something about the hostel. Lumien was part of 4 different secret organizations and could gather information from 4 unusually well-developed information systems. As a result, he didn't have an urgent need to participate in mysticism gatherings. He only visited occasionally to join in the fun and listen to rumors and stories. After stowing the mystery-prying glasses, Lumien continued reading the letter's content. Until now, the evil god bestowed following this pathway have been relatively passive, avoiding bloodshed and not frequently engaging in sacrificial rituals. Even if they did, it was usually confined to themselves and those in their immediate vicinity, minimizing the danger. However, their nature may not be as harmless as previously believed. They could pose a significant threat. You might want to consult Termaboros about the hostel. He possesses the most extensive knowledge of these evil gods and their bestowed. Although don't be surprised if he chooses not to share. Lumien set the letter ablaze with crimson flames and whispered with a chuckle, Termaboros, you know the meaning of hostel and its association with which evil god? Termaboros's majestic voice resounded. Not an evil god, but a great existence. After retorting, he answered Lumien's question, I'm aware. Then there was nothing else. This provoked Lumien. Was I hoping to hear you say you are aware or not? What I wanted to know what it represents and to which pathway it belongs. After pressing further, Termaboros asked in a deep voice, Do you truly wish to know? Lumien, sensing danger, responded cautiously, There's no need for an honorific name or other details about the evil god. Just describe the situation and characteristics of the corresponding pathway of hostel. Termaboros fell silent, withholding the requested information. Lumien scoffed, believing that the entity's response indicated, I have nothing to lose. Why not give it a shot? What if my vessel suddenly turned foolish? Termaboros had no intention of revealing details about hostel. He exhaled and left room 207, prepared to find Mr. K for further guidance. As Lumien made his way to Avenue du Boulevard, Franca had already met up with Brown Sauron. Both were clad in hunting attire, armed with double-barreled shotguns, and positioned at the edge of the East Logness forest, where they took aim at wild deer hidden behind the trees. Browns, when will you Sea King end my assessment? Franca stressed her original gender with a touch of stereotypical vulgarity. Browns, her orange-red hair mostly concealed beneath a deerstalker hat, peered forward and responded, "Soon, soon." Franca, her frustration palpable, retorted, "Does the high-ranking demoness in charge of Trier want to keep testing me indefinitely, or are you playing tricks?" Browns, her trigger finger poised, stopped abruptly, a subtle change in her expression evident. "Could it really be you?" Franca exclaimed in surprise. Browns replied solemnly, "I merely suggested it. The higher-ups agreed." "Why on earth would she agree to such an absurd proposal? Is she your mother?" Franca cursed. Bang! Browns squeezed the trigger and the bullet pierced through the forest, narrowly missing the wild deer. Watching this, Franca mused, could they really be related, or perhaps they're intimate lovers? The demoness sect is essentially a family, and it's common for members to have some familial connections. The Sauron family once held sway in the neighboring assassin pathway, so it's not inconceivable that the demoness sect has infiltrated certain branches over the years. Observing Franca's silence, Browns cleared her throat and made an offer. "If you promise not to partake in the Red House Cafe's orgies, your assessment will end this week." Franca fought the urge to curse and burst into laughter instead. "Haha, I'd call you pure, but you're quite the expert in female orgies. As for promiscuous, you're selective with your participants." Without waiting for Browns's reply, Franca continued, "I can promise that. Besides, I can organize orgies myself." Her true intentions were rooted in the impending catastrophe that might engulf Trier in a week or two. She needed to swiftly infiltrate the demoness sect and procure valuable information. After the crisis subsided, and if she was still alive, she could contemplate participating in Browns's orgies. A true man could be indulgent and flashy, but when necessary, he could bear personal hardships. Browns turned her head to scrutinize Franca, who met her gaze without a hint of guilt. After almost 10 seconds, Browns whispered, "Remember what you just said." Franca responded with a smile, signifying her agreement. With the assessment period now set to conclude, Franca raised her shotgun and shared. "Some time ago, Seal and I ventured into the catacombs and reached the Crismona Night Pillar. I had a peculiar feeling about that pillar. Could it have been left behind by a fourth epoch demoness? After hearing about the sigh from Jenna, Franca had become intrigued by the Crismona Night Pillar. "Seal, your lover?" Browns turned to Franca. Franca replied candidly, "Yes." Browns fell into a brief silence before revealing, "Crismona is indeed a fourth epoch demoness. She is the child of the goddess." Chapter 449, Tracking Clues. A child of the goddess, Franca jumped in fright, almost causing the double-barreled shotgun, which wasn't aimed at the target, to discharge accidentally. She glanced at Browns and sought confirmation. A child of the primordial one. Even though her assessment period wasn't yet over, she had already passed the audit and was now considered an associate member of the demoness sect. She knew that this secret organization worshipped the deity known as the primordial demoness, often referring to her as the primordial one. Browns nodded slowly and replied, "As far as I know, the primordial demoness had once given birth." Franca couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Who is Crismona's father?" "I don't know," Browns cautioned Franca. "That's not something we should be privy to." "This is a scandal at the deity level," Franca thought to herself and shifted the conversation to her primary reason for coming to Trocadero today. "Has Beatrice in court returned from the Fasak Empire? Do you know where she is residing?" "Why do you ask?" Browns inquired warily. In her eyes, Franca Rowland and her lovers were powerful and dangerous beyonders. Only Jenna, who lived with her, seemed relatively ordinary. Franca chuckled. "Yesterday, I helped Seal exact revenge and apprehended a heretic who believed in inevitability. From him, I learned that many of Trier's bestowed individuals have disappeared to some mysterious and strange place. Based on the information he provided, we suspect that the hostel mentioned in the note about Beatrice is the destination for these bestowed of evil gods. We want to confirm with Teresa whether the note is intended for her or Beatrice. Browns felt uncomfortable hearing Franca mention heretics and the bestowed of evil gods. In the world of mysticism, the primordial demoness had always been considered an evil goddess. Of course, their sect, followers of the primordial ones, believed they were devoted to an ostracized true god, an existence shrouded in secrecy. After Franca finished speaking, Browns replied, "There's no need for you to seek out the art dealer." When we discovered that the Bliss Society's high priest and another key member had vanished, we patiently waited for Teresa's return based on the contents of the note. She told us that she doesn't know what the hostel is, and she hasn't purchased any artwork from any painter staying at a motel. We've verified the authenticity. Franca felt a growing frustration and said, "It's really a message meant for Beatrice. Judging from the note, Beatrice knows the location of the hostel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the ability to retrieve the painting within 3 days. If only we had found the note first and performed the spirit channeling afterward." A realization struck Franca, and she sensed that fate was playing a cruel game in this matter. It seemed like fate was conspiring to keep information about the hostel hidden. Is inevitability power at play, or is it the evil god pathway that Seal previously mentioned, using death to escape its original fate? Is information about the hostel destined not to be leaked? Franca's thoughts raced as she felt an increasingly abnormal aura surrounding the situation. Seizing a rare opportunity, Browns immediately struck Franca down. "Aren't you guys quite experienced? You conducted spirit channeling without thoroughly examining the corpse. The hour after death is prime time. There's no need to rush." Franca considered explaining that fate might be at play, but she decided against it. Why should she warn Browns and give her a lesson? It was better to keep her in the dark, potentially for future exploitation. Franca looked at Browns and clicked her tongue, saying, "You're quite the talker." Before she could finish her sentence, she extended her right hand with a smile and gently grasped the other party's chin. "I don't mind skipping your orgies, but I'd like to undergo your assessment. Are you up for it?" Browns instinctively pushed Franca's right hand away, taking a step back and saying, "If you acted like a regular woman, I might consider assessing you, but right now—" Her implication was that Franca's current demeanor resembled a libertine, a playboy who embraced dandyism. "You're a tough one." Franca scoffed, her words, though unusual, comprehensible to Browns. She picked up her double-barreled shotgun and strolled into the forest without further conversation with Browns. On Avenue du Boulevard, 19 Rue Shear, at the base of the luxurious beige house in the basement, Lumion once again met Mr. K, who was cloaked in a black robe and a wide hood. He had already reported the unusual silence of the cults to his superior, and Mr. K had verified this information after an investigative period. Today, Lumion's focus was on Bouvard's corpse's prophecy, his own thoughts, and the sinner's situation. He relayed the information he received from Madame Magician as Bouvard's confession, including having seen a painting with strange powers from Voisin Sanson. Finally, Lumion presented the mystery-prying glasses. "Mr. K, has this mystical item also been affected by the hostile pathway's influence?" Mr. K stood before a red armchair and spoke in a low, raspy voice. "Wait a moment." With a soft clap of his hands, he summoned an attendant into the room and whispered something to him. As Mr. K waited for the attendant to return, the entire basement fell into an eerie silence due to Mr. K's silence. Lumion felt somewhat awkward in this silence and thought to himself, "Say something. Even sharing your faith would suffice. You can't just leave me standing here like a fool." Of course, Lumion was well aware that Mr. K's silence was intentional, and he was likely communing with a deity or uncovering hidden information. Before long, the attendant returned, holding an oil painting about 1/2 meter in height and nearly 70 centimeters in width. The painting depicted a dark forest, accentuating the turquoise grass illuminated by the sun. Upon closer inspection, there was a white area on the grass that appeared to have been scratched, resembling a figure. Mr. K finally spoke. It was discovered with the mystery prying glasses. Apart from the mysterious and chaotic oil painting that can affect one's mind, there was also this artwork hanging on the wall. It was originally meant to be a portrait, but when we saw it, the person had disappeared from it. Only the scenery remained. Walked out of the painting. Lumian felt a sense of alarm as he recalled Madame Magician's example. He chose not to share this information with Mr. K, considering Bouvard didn't seem to be well informed. Did something abnormal occur that caused the portrait to vanish? Lumian inquired. Mr. K's hooded head nodded slowly. Perhaps it returned to life and left the painting. It could be the source of that Beyonder's anomaly. The Aurora Order appears to be quite knowledgeable, Lumian remarked sincerely. A strange power, a horrifying phenomenon. Mr. K added in his raspy voice. We investigated fairly famous painters in Trier and found that, aside from a few who had completely lost their minds or even died long ago, most seemed relatively normal. However, there were instances of abusing psychotropic substances and alcohol-based drinks. Based on other information we acquired, we can confirm that it's not that painters easily become heretics of that pathway and gain corresponding powers. Instead, the bestowed of that pathway gain the ability to create art and naturally become painters. However, only a small number of them specialize in painting. The rest blend into society and create their own works without publicizing them. Is the sequence name Painter? Lumian asked thoughtfully. This seemed to align with the power. God says yes, Mr. K replied devoutly and zealously. Lumian immediately lowered his head. What else does the Lord instruct us? God has revealed that foreign visitors stay at the hostel. Mr. K appeared satisfied with Lumian's attitude. Foreign visitors. Visitors from outside the barrier. Lumian's senses heightened as he became increasingly focused. However, Mr. K didn't share further revelations. It appeared that this was all the divine guidance he had received. Mr. K's raspy voice carried a hint of seriousness. Our most crucial task now is to locate the hostel. Without waiting for Lumian's response, he took 2 steps forward and continued. The number of evil god incidents we handle pales in comparison to those holding official positions. Perhaps they have more information. It's inconvenient for me to directly intervene in this matter, but you can attempt to gather information from them through other means. The Aurora Order seeks collaboration with the authorities, not necessarily to prevent the catastrophe, but to thwart the ambitions of these evil gods. For this purpose, they are willing to humble themselves and cooperate with the authorities. Lumian silently mused and solemnly agreed. On the roof of apartment 17 on Rue Doyle in the Market District, Jenna, disguised to conceal her allure, met with Imre and Valentine. She cast a glance at the verdant trees lining the street below and began, I've got important information. Valentine's expression turned serious. What information? He had been worried that the assassin might inquire about the primary ingredient in the witch potion, but now his attention was fully on work. Jenna spoke truthfully. I've received news that some individuals suspected of being followers of evil gods have gone to a place known as the hostel. She didn't mention the eerie silence of the evil god's followers. With the help of 007, this had become a consensus among Trier's official Beyonders. Jenna had already been given hints regarding what to focus on. Hostel. Imre, who hailed from the southern continent, furrowed his brow slightly. Such a reaction. Jenna keenly sensed their reaction and posed a question. Do you know what hostel means? Imre and Valentine exchanged troubled glances. They didn't want Celia Bello to be fully informed, but if they kept her completely in the dark, she wouldn't be able to assist in gathering the necessary clues. She needed some information to know what they wanted her to pay attention to. After a brief pause, Imre carefully composed his words and said, One of our colleagues once heard the term hostile from a peculiar creature. Chapter 450. Infiltrating openly. They really know about the hostel. Jenna couldn't hide her curiosity and concern. What kind of peculiar creature was it? What did it say? Imre glanced at Valentine before responding. Under normal circumstances, it's an invisible creature. You can only confirm its existence through some traces and see if it's lingering around you. Valentine explained eagerly. From what I understand, it exists somewhere between the spirit world and reality. It's untouchable and difficult to detect with spirit vision. It's in a very peculiar state. I don't think that's all. According to the dossier, there are a few conceptual and abstract aspects about it. In short, you can only perceive it or sense its form through its reactions, if it's willing, or when it attacks you. Imre corrected Valentine. This is very similar to Bouvard's condition after his corpse was corrupted. However, Bouvard's corpse wasn't that formidable. As long as the environment is dark enough, it can be seen. Yes, according to Seal, other than beyonders of a few pathways who have reached a certain sequence, it's indeed impossible to touch it directly and deal with it. Jenna made a connection and increasingly believed that the hostile Valentine and company knew was equivalent to the one they knew. Unless there were more than one of the same nature. Imre, who had a habit of wearing skin-colored tape across the bridge of his nose, paused for a moment before continuing. If that peculiar creature hadn't attacked our colleague, it wouldn't have been discovered. We obtained several pieces of information from it. One of them mentioned the hostel. What did it say? Jenna played along. Perhaps this contained the future direction of their investigation. Valentine furrowed his brow. It only said that it comes from the hostel, their home in this world. Jenna didn't use her instigation ability, but it was akin to instigation. Is there any other information? Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to help you gather information and who to watch out for. Imre hesitated for a few seconds. The rest of what it said isn't suitable for you to know. Yes, it calls itself a pixie. Pixu, an untouchable pixie, the corresponding sequence name of the Boone's pathway. Jenna nodded thoughtfully. After a brief silence, Valentine said, Our colleague encountered this peculiar creature in an artist's studio. As for the painter, he was once treated for mental illness. He always claimed to travel with his spirit body every night and enter a strange space that's neither in reality nor in the spirit world. He fought invisible creatures, strange souls, and evil spirits that attempted to invade reality through that space to protect the peace of the entire street. Such claims led to him being sent to the asylum for treatment for a period of time. Subsequently, he was under prolonged medication. Our colleagues confirmed that what he said might be true. It sounds like he's corrupted by an evil god, but why would he wander about as a spirit body and guard the street? Jenna didn't mention the term bestowed. Imre smiled disinterestedly and replied, The power of an evil god isn't necessarily evil, but they often bring catastrophe or cause illusions and changes in the recipient's personality. Can you accept that you're no longer yourself? Jenna wanted to habitually respond using silence, but she remembered that there were two purifiers opposite her, so she slowly shook her head. Valentine's tone remained anxious. We're telling you this because we want you to pay more attention to painters, novelists, or those who have private hobbies of painting, reading, and telling stories. If you discover anyone's abnormal behavior and language, report it to us immediately. By the way, some painters' works also possess a certain amount of supernatural power. That's also one of the clues, Imre added. Jenna nodded solemnly. No problem. Lumian, who had gathered a wealth of information from various sources, realized that although he and the others had a basic understanding of the hostile pathway, they lacked substantial progress in their investigation. They still didn't know the location of the hostel or the heretics' plans. He had no choice but to turn his attention to General Philip's widow and the charity organization known as the Dream Seekers. Late at night, at 9 Rue Elvive, Quartier 3, also known as the Administrative District. It was a 3-story beige building surrounded by a garden, lawn, stables, a fountain, and statues. I was hoping to find an opportunity to ask for your help. I could use the ritualistic dog skin to infiltrate this place and search. Anthony Raid, with his buzz cut, said, glancing at Lumian beside him. Lumian let out a chuckle. Official Beyonders can't afford to worry about such trivial matters in the current situation. As he spoke, he crossed the street towards the beige building with sculpted outer walls. The two of them circled to the side of the garden and watched as the two valets passed by together and turned to the front. Lumion leaped up, pressing his hand against the white-painted iron fence. He stretched his body and leaped over, landing silently. Anthony Reed was a seasoned veteran who had been forged by the crucible of the battlefield and maintained a habit of exercising. Although Sequence 9 to 7 of the Spectator Pathway didn't significantly enhance his combat techniques, nor did his physique improve significantly, it didn't prevent him from easily vaulting the fence and entering the garden. Lumion didn't bother concealing himself. Holding a top hat, he left the garden with one hand in his pocket and approached the main building. Occasionally, he paused, avoiding the gazes from inside the building's windows and the maid who was eager to return to her room. Before long, they arrived at the side door. The wolf-shaped dog guarding the area had already fallen asleep. Anthony Reed guessed that it was the doing of the two demonesses who had long concealed themselves and whose whereabouts were currently unknown. However, he felt that if that was the case, why act as if they were infiltrating? Lumion seemed to sense the psychiatrist's thoughts and smiled. The sedative we obtained from the Bliss Society is very effective. We have to use it sparingly. Furthermore, the Demoness sect had already purged the Bliss Society once, leaving only 2 key members and Mapu Mayor, who was currently hiding in the market district. For the time being, no one was available to provide Lumion, Franca, and the others with supplies. Of course, the Demoness sect had definitely gained a lot. After Franca passed the assessment, she should have a chance to obtain something from them. Lumion walked past the unconscious dog, retrieved a wire, and expertly opened the side door of the building. At that moment, almost all the lights in the house had been extinguished, and the corridor was shrouded in darkness. With one hand in his pocket and the other clutching his top hat, Lumion made his way upstairs to the master bedroom, openly treating it as though it was his own home. Last time, he hid behind the scenes and instructed his partners to set traps. This time, he's using himself as bait to lure out potential problems. Different choices and different acting methods for a conspirer. Anthony Reed followed Lumion from behind, enlightened. Lumion reached the 3rd-floor master bedroom. Along the way, he took a detour and climbed up from the 2nd-floor balcony, avoiding the bodyguard at the staircase. Gazing at the vermilion door, he chuckled and said, "After General Philip passed away, didn't his widow receive the protection of Beyonders? The bodyguards they hire with their own money can only scare off ordinary thieves and bandits. There are Beyonders, but Beyonders working as bodyguards not only charge a high price, but they also have an attitude. They typically don't do night duty." Anthony Reed recounted his observations during this period. "Let's pay attention to our volume later. At a time like this, the benefits of being a sleepless will be revealed." Lumion responded in a deep voice as he used the wire to open the master bedroom's door. Sleepless was a Sequence 9 of the Evernight Pathway, renowned for not needing much sleep while staying vigorous. Anthony Reed followed Lumion into the room and closed the wooden door behind him. Then, Lumion donned a black top hat and lit the gas wall lamp on the wall. In the yellowish light, they saw a woman wrapped in a silk blanket lying on the bed. The woman stirred slowly, her wavy black hair framing a face that had seen 4 decades of life. Though traces of age marked her features, her skin remained remarkably smooth. Her amber eyes gradually blinked open, revealing a faint yellowish glow. They fixed on Lumion's transformed face, courtesy of the niece face and the black top hat. Just as she prepared to speak, a cold muzzle pressed against her crimson lips. "Relax. We're here for a small fortune and a few answers. If you cooperate, you won't get hurt," Lumion assured her with a smile. Despite having her house broken into in the dead of night and held at gunpoint, General Philip's widow, Ainz, didn't dare to resist. She nodded quickly, signifying her willingness to comply. "Look me in the eye. I want to be sure you're telling the truth." Anthony Reed lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips. Ainz subconsciously met the gaze of the intruder, doing her best to convey her sincerity through her eyes. She couldn't help but notice the robber's unusually clear, dark brown eyes, as if they held the key to his soul. The cigarette between his lips burned with a fiery red glow. The red dot flickered. After a while, Anthony Reid, who had used his actions, words, and demeanor to lull Ainz into a semi-hypnotic state, delved into the depths of her body of heart and mind. "Why did you donate so much of your wealth to the Dream Seekers charity organization?" Ainz's body of heart and mind replied without reservation. "It was in Philip's will. If I didn't donate 2/3 of my assets to that charity, my child and I wouldn't inherit the remaining third. There is something suspicious about the Dream Seekers, and perhaps even General Philip too." Lumion found it difficult to believe the general to be that generous. Noting that Ainz continued her life without any disruptions and seemed oblivious to any potential issues with General Philip, Anthony Reid changed his line of questioning. Was Philip still a devoted follower of the eternal blazing sun? The psychiatrist believed that the general's daily routines in a marriage were hard to hide from Ainz, even when other problems remained concealed. Ainz's eyes grew distant as she replied. He hadn't prayed fervently in a long time, and his praises were quite perfunctory. "I overheard him whisper in the corridor once, 'Goddess bless,'